Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Wow, everyone's already training. Not bad. Horizon remarks as their car pulls up to the spa's main lodge. The structure is modest. 2 stories nestled in the heart of a vast mountain-encircled forest, the perfect isolation for rigorous training. You can sense them? Eraser asks, shutting off the engine. As they step out, Horizon stretches his arms, finally free of the cramped car seat. Yeah, rocky clearing a few hundred meters that way, a handful in the forest doing strength training, probably with Tiger. And Momo and Sato, he squints with amusement, are eating cake. Fuel for their quirks. Eraser deadpants as Horizon retrieves his bag and sword from the back seat. Mind warping those boxes for me? Sure. Shambles. With a snap of his fingers, the boxes vanish, replaced by a lone leaf on the seat. That's terrifyingly convenient, Eraser mutters before turning toward the building. I'll find Mandalay. She can give you the tour. Horizon. A shrill, bubbly voice pierces the mountain air. Pixie Bob bursts out of the building, a ball of wild energy in her blue and white uniform, frilly crop vest, striped cattail, oversized paws, and a metal visor shaped like cat ears. Eraser, wisely, makes his escape. Standing before Horizon, she sizes him up, eyes widening. Whoa, you weigh bigger in person. You look smaller on TV. Standing next to All Might'll do that, Horizon replies casually. He throws off the scale. She giggles. Makes sense. Come on, I'll show you your room. As they walk toward the spa, Horizon spots a child training with one of the pros in the distance, but pays it little attention. Eraser said you're a fan? Pixie Bob groans. Ugh, I told him not to say that. It's not like I'm a fangirl. It's just the way you spoke during the sports festival, the way you talked about fighting for your future family. It struck something in me. They enter the reception and head up the stairs. I've been trying to settle down, find someone strong and stable. But all the good guys are either too young, not serious, or obsessed with rankings. Then you spoke like that on national TV. It gave me hope. I'm not crazy for wanting something different. Horizon glances at her warmly. You'll find the right guy. You're young, beautiful, and built like a tank in all the right ways. Trust me, he'll come running. Pixie Bob laughs through teary eyes. Thanks, it just feels like everyone around me thinks wanting a family makes me less of a hero. It doesn't, Horizon says firmly. That's the same future I want. One day, I'll step back from the front lines. Focus on the miracle doctor side of things. My people come first, always. The rest of the world can wait. They reach his room. She pauses, looking up at him. That's beautiful, she says softly. You deserve it. Inside, the room is cozy, with a personal bath and a clear forest view. Nice, Horizon says. We bought this land and turned it into a spa resort, Pixie Bob explains. When we're not using it for training, we rent it out. Hot springs are a big hit. Smart investment. You're on the 2nd floor for privacy. Nizu's orders. Students are downstairs. Boys in one room, girls in another. She walks to the window as Horizon sets down his gear. So, he asks, what kind of fun are we getting up to this week? 10 minutes later, Mandalay climbs the stairs toward Horizon's room. She halts as she hears Pixie Bob giggling through the door. Wow, it's so big. Mandalay blinks. Are you sure? Okay, let me just like this. Yeah, just like that, Horizon responds. Don't let the size intimidate you. Now, in full power walk mode, Mandalay yanks the sliding door open. Bam! Only to see Pixie Bob waving Horizon's sword around, beaming. Horizon sits on the bed, casually instructing. The 4'9" katana with a blue-tinted edge gleams. I mean, what's taking you two so long? Mandalay recovers, feigning composure. Oh, Horizon's teaching me sword stuff, Pixie Bob says. This one's super heavy. I offer her a collapsible one, Horizon adds, but they're not as durable. Also asked her to show me her quirk. Pixie Bob points to a tiny dirt statue of Horizon on the dresser. Made it with earth flow. Mandalay sighs. Well, fun time's over. We've got students needing practice walls. Let's go. Wanting to warp us. Actually, Mandalay glances at Pixie Bob, who instinctively lags behind, giving them space. I wanted to ask for a favor. Horizon raises a brow. Sure. What's up? It's about my nephew. Coda. That the kid with Ragdoll? Yeah. His parents, water hose, died protecting civilians. He's been staying with me since, but he resents heroes now. When he saw your sports festival speech, it made things worse. Because I said heroes shouldn't abandon their families for strangers. Exactly. I was hoping you could talk to him. Help him see that what his parents did was heroic. They saved lives. Horizon stops. Pixie Bob bumps into him. He turns to Mandalay, voice colder. You want me to tell a grieving kid that his parents were right to orphan him? That sacrificing everything for strangers was noble? Just because it makes your family feel better? Mandalay winces. I've been very clear about my stance. Parents should come home. That's their job. Telling him they were heroes won't bring them back. And I'm not going to lie to make people feel better. But I'm sorry for your loss, he says, tone soft but firm. But I won't help indoctrinate him into thinking their deaths were acceptable. I won't help the cycle continue. Mandalay's voice cracks. How can you be so cruel? He deserves to believe they were good people. They were good. Horizon growls, voice low and dangerous. But that doesn't mean they made the right choice. Wanting to be with your family isn't selfish. Sacrificing them for fame and strangers? That is. And with that, he walks off, leaving the two women behind. Mandalay fumes. That man is a complete ass. Pixie Bob nods half-heartedly, her expression unreadable. But deep down, she isn't angry at all. His words echoed something inside her. Conviction. Clarity. A kind of honesty she rarely heard. I need to find someone like him. The rocky training field buzzed with energy as Horizon strolled through the chaos. Everywhere he looked, students were pushing their limits. Quirks erupting like fireworks. Zero fired tape non-stop from atop a hill. Mina tried melting a massive boulder with acid. Eraserhead stood nearby, talking with Jiro, whose sonic jacks had carved gashes into the same stone. Heart rate training, Horizon noted. Eraser's giving her my suggestion. Good. Near the edge of the field, Momo and Sato were munching on sweets while repeatedly activating their quirks. And further downhill, Urarka rolled inside a giant floating sphere, clearly fighting off nausea. A chuckle escaped him. Training for gravity sickness. Smart. Horizon veered toward the forest's edge, where Tiger, Yawara Chatora, was barking at the only two students in his clearing, Midoriya and Shinso. At 6 feet 3 inches, Tiger was tall and toned, wearing the standard pussycat uniform, skirt, crop top, metal boots. His sheer presence was enough to intimidate the students, though not Horizon. Not after training under Arsenal. Shinso looked noticeably stronger, his lanky frame now sporting defined muscle. A shorter version of Eraser's scarf was wrapped around his neck. His tired eyes and calm demeanor said it all. To Aizawa's now fantastic. Come on, Tiger shouted. Midoriya's eyes glowed with focused power. One for all, 5%. He launched a punch straight at Tiger, only for the man's torso to twist unnaturally, his quirk playa body letting the blow slide off harmlessly. Too slow, Tiger roared, slamming a hook into Midoriya's side and sending him into a tree. Deka grunted but rose instantly. He was faster, tougher. Everyone had improved over the last few weeks. Nice hit, Horizon called out, making all three turn. Thanks, Tiger replied before snapping back into drill sergeant mode. I didn't say rest. Push-ups. Midoriya and Shinso dropped instantly. I'm here for Shinso. Quirk training time. Tiger nodded. Shinso, switch over. Horizon's got you now. He turned back to Horizon. How's the room? Comfortable. This whole setup's been great, especially after the hell of the last few weeks. Tiger's smile faded. That league attack. I didn't think you should have even left Tokyo, especially after what happened. Nizu insisted. Said they need my help. He's not wrong, Tiger admitted. Still, after Endeavor torched that Nomu at USJ, the villains know what they're up against. Endeavor's a walking war crime in progress, Horizon said flatly. Most heroes aren't him. True, but your class? It's stacked. UA's never had this many future powerhouses in one place. Boom! An explosion echoed from across the camp. Bakugo's training. Speak of the devil, Horizon muttered. Yeah, they've got potential, but I'm not here to stroke egos. My standards are different. Tiger crossed his arms. I've heard. You could work on that attitude. Your classmates were nervous about you watching them. If they're that fragile, they're already beneath me. Get better. Simple. Not for everyone. Horizon turned, done with the conversation. Shinso, let's go. They headed toward a stack of wooden crates where Ragdoll sat chatting with Toru. Momo and Sato were still eating nearby, until Momo spotted Horizon and instantly began choking on her cake. Frantically grabbing a napkin, she tried to clean herself up, only to notice that Horizon didn't even glance at her. Toru, time to train, Horizon said. Toru froze, then leaned toward Ragdoll like a shield. Ragdoll hopped off the crates with a cheerful smile. The final member of the Pussycats, petite, green-haired, eyes like gold coins, pink whiskers drawn on her cheeks. Hiya, she beamed. Before you start, mind giving Toru a small apology? Momo and Sato paused mid-bite. Shinso rolled his eyes. Horizon sighed. Why would I apologize? She's still upset from, Ragdoll said. You seeing her. It embarrassed her. Horizon locked eyes with the invisible girl behind her. I don't owe you anything, he said coldly. Get over it, or go fuck yourself. He turned to leave. Suddenly, a mental tingle crawled across his brain, someone trying to form a link. He turned back, eyes narrowing. Don't try that again. Ragdoll blinked. Why didn't it work? Because I didn't want it to. She looked genuinely disturbed. It's for safety. I need to keep tabs on everyone in case they get lost. I'll be fine. Stay out of my head. Before he could walk off again. Wait, Toru yelled. Horizon paused, watching as she stepped forward, voice trembling but eyes firm. Please teach me. I want to control my quirk. He nodded once. Good. Then hold still. Toru didn't even have time to react before his gloved hand pressed gently against her chest, the other on her shoulder to steady her. Your quirk is constantly active, Horizon explained. These meditation exercises helped make you aware of it. Now we're going to force it off. How? I'm going to remove your heart. What? No. Ragdoll panicked. She'll be fine, Horizon said calmly. My quirk handles this. Toru trembled beneath his hand, but didn't pull away. She wanted this. Desperately. Mess. Her heart slipped from her chest and into his palm. Carefully cradling her unconscious body, Horizon moved the heart behind his back before she woke. No need for a full-blown panic attack. The result was stunning. For the first time, everyone could see her, Toru Hagakure. Pale skin, greenish-pink hair, petite frame, and tears, silent and endless, as she looked down at her visible hands. Horizon lowered her to the grass with little ceremony. Focus on this state. Feel it. When I return your heart, you'll know how to shut the quirk off mentally. She could barely nod through the sobs. Ragdoll rushed to her side. Horizon turned and walked away. Shinso with me. The boy hesitated for a second, shaken by the whole ordeal, then followed. His face was pale, like he'd just seen a horror film up close. Sato was already puking in the bushes. Momo clutched her stomach, willing herself not to follow. Across the field, Pixie Bob caught Horizon's eye and waved. He nodded back. All right, Shinso, Horizon said, voice returning to calm. Let's get some real training in.
As the sun was setting and training was done for the day, Pixie Bob eagerly volunteered to go find the final student, Horizon. Aside from him, everyone else could be called by Mandalay's quirk, but Horizon always has to be difficult. He'd completed training with Shinso hours ago and was doing his own training now. In a small rocky area at the end of the training area, she sees him standing completely still with both his arms out, his hands clasped together as if he were hiding something between them. I wonder how this is training his quirk. She casually strolls up to him, and the moment she's within 10 meters, taking that one step forward into his room, she suddenly feels her foot get cold, as if she stepped into the winter season all of a sudden. She immediately hops back, and sees Horizon turn to her, now sensing her as she entered his room. Are you okay? Yeah, she taps her foot a few times to make sure. I guess I should have called out to you, but I figured you'd just sense me walking over here. I was focused on something else. He shrugs and walks over to her, raising a hand to touch her shoulder. Hold still. As his hand touches her shoulder, he does a full scan of her body, finding no damage from the sudden cold or other effects, and her body functioning perfectly, if only running rather hot. Okay, you're good. Did you just give me a checkup? She gives him a slightly worried look. Shouldn't you ask permission before that? I try to keep certain things about my quirk quiet, so I hope you can keep this between us. I can trust you, right? She shakes her head, exasperated by his casual attitude about this, then nods. Arnob. All right, but only because you're a doctor. Just don't do that to me again without asking first. Horizon chuckles at that, leaning down to tower over her, getting much closer to her face. Well, it didn't tell me anything new. Already knew you were hot. Now I just know what the right spots are. Him being this forward with his intentions causes her to freeze. Then she furrows her brow and shoves him back as hard as she could, forcing herself to take a step back as she couldn't move him. She angrily stomps her foot and folded her arms. I'm supposed to do the teasing. She points an accusing finger at him. Don't you know you're supposed to get all flustered and shy? This isn't cute at all. She yells before turning and stomping away. Horizon gives a loud and genuine laugh as he begins walking behind her. You know, maybe I should get you upset more often. He focuses on the unconscious sway in her hips as she's walking away. This view is definitely worth it. Pixie Bob freezes, gives an annoyed groan, then continues walking, not correcting her strut at all. By the time they arrive back at the main building 200 meters away, Pixie Bob has already settled down and is walking beside Horizon. So were you trying to make an ice attack? Maybe something like Todoroki? She asks. Not really, that's just a side effect. Oh, so what were you trying to do? I'd rather not say, but you already know more than anyone else. Let's just keep this between us. Oh yeah, no problem. She nods along happily as they continue to chatter. Their arrival at camp isn't missed by many people. Pixie Bob was always a ball of energy that had everyone drawn toward her. And Horizon usually had a presence that could fill any room. So when they walked into the clearing with her laughing at something he said, it earned an annoyed look from Momo, an exasperated sigh from Eraserhead, a glance from Jiro who just put her head back down and kept trying to ignore her feelings, and an enraged, vicious glare from Mandalay, directed directly at her best friend. Pixie Bob winces as Mandalay uses her telepathy quirk to begin screaming directly into her head. Sorry, I need to help Mandalay with something. Have fun cooking, she says before rushing off to follow Mandalay inside. Alright, Horizon doesn't pay it any mind as he looks about the clearing. Lots of long picnic tables were already set up with raw food lining them. Classes 1A and 1B were trying their best to prepare their curry, and Horizon couldn't help but roll his eyes at how helpless most of them seemed. Hey, Horizon. Ciro yells out, waving to him from a table with Momo, Jiro, and Kode. You cook a lot. Can you help us out, man? We haven't made one decent meal since camp started. Aside from Bakugo, all the other students look to him as their savior, finally having someone who can actually cook. You've got to be kidding me. None of you idiots can cook. Ciro chuckles nervously, the only person willing to speak up at the moment. Well, Sato just bakes, and Bakugo can cook, but he sucks at telling us how to do stuff. Sue cooks simple stuff, but since it's a lot of food it never turns out good. Great, Horizon walks up to the ingredients and takes a look. Add this to the long list of things you idiots are bad at. Anyway, just do what I say and we'll be fine. 20 minutes later, after Horizon tells everyone exactly how to prepare the food, and has to teach some basic cooking skills, Kaminari and Ajiro are standing at one of the fire pits after loading it with firewood. Man, can you believe this? Kaminari says to Ajiro. He's good at everything and can cook too. How are guys like us supposed to compete with that? Yeah, all I've got is a tail. Not much to work with even before we were stuck in a class with him. Kaminari sighs. All the girls are gonna be all over him. There won't be any for us, he whines. Ajiro awkwardly chuckles and rubs the back of his neck. Actually, Toru and I sort of, maybe said we liked each other a month or so back, and now that she thinks she can learn to control her quirk she wants us to start dating. Kaminari freezes. What? He lunges forward and frantically shakes Ajiro by the shoulders. How can you do this to me? She's like the cutest girl here. Well, I didn't know that at the time. I just thought she was really cool and fun. Ajiro pries Kaminari's hands off him. Everyone notices this scene, and the other girls immediately look at Toru, understanding exactly what Kaminari must have now learned. The look in Mina's eyes told them that the girls' room would be filled with chatter tonight. Approaching the duo, Horizon turns to Kaminari. Why haven't you lit the fire? Huh, he snaps back to his senses. Oh sorry man, Todoroki is in the bathroom. We're waiting for him to get back. Just do it yourself. You're wasting time. I'm the electric guy, not the fire guy. Jolteon, not Flareon, he says with a giggle. Beneath his visor, Horizon rolls his eyes. No, you're just a retard. Tact. One of the pieces of firewood rays out of the fire and into his hand. Placing it horizontally between his palms, he focuses on his hands. Counter shock. Both his hands begin to spark before the electricity begins traveling between his palms through the wood. A few seconds later it cracks slightly, then begins smoking, and suddenly he's holding a burning piece of firewood and drops it back into the fire pit. Everyone just looks on in surprise as Horizon raises his palm in the same manner and shows the energy leap from one to the other in small arcs. Wow, I didn't know I could do that. Kaminari mutters. TCH, electric, and fire quirks are the most well documented after strength enhancer. Learn to read, then pick up a book. But I can't do that, Kaminari says, copying the same motions and using electricity on both hands, but it refused to leap from one to the next. You just need to train more. You're the only electric type in our class and yet you're the worst electricity user. Plus the girls you'll want don't want silver medalists. That should be motivation enough. Ouch, Ajiro says, feeling second-hand pain just from hearing that. Horizon abruptly turns and begins walking back to his table to do the final checks on all the food they prepared. None of you have entirely new quirks, just learn from people who came before you. It's a lot easier than figuring it out yourself like I had to. Kaminari just sighs and deflates. Sometimes I really wish I could hate that guy. He then turns to Ajiro. How come he's never so hard on you? Well, my quirk is just a tail. He only gets mad when people aren't optimal or as strong as they could be. I don't have as much wasted potential since it's just a tail, Ajiro shrugs. It's probably the only benefit to my quirk being so boring. Horizon just ignores it. Later, while everyone is eating, Horizon is sitting with his usual people. Shiro, Momo, Jiro, and Tokoyami. But this time Kode was beside Shiro silently enjoying her dinner. At the far side of the clearing Deku, Shinso, Yurika, and Todoroki are eating together with a few others from Class 1B. So you literally caught the building, Shiro says in amazement as Horizon shows them his profile, catching them all up on what happened since they started camp. Yeah, it's been a long few weeks. There were a lot of small-time cases between Stain and the Nomu attack, then there was the warehouse of Trigger. I guess you really didn't need this camp, huh? I'm mostly just here to train those two, and some fresh air is nice. We've got 6 more days here so I'm gonna try to get some training in too, of course. Always striving to improve, Momo says as she finishes her food. As one could expect from Horizon. Well, my journey to being the #1 pro hero has already begun. No time to slack off now. I thought you said you didn't care about rank, Jiro says, finally speaking to him. Then immediately goes back to her food, trying to ignore him once more. Things have changed, that rank is useful. And honestly, where else would I be if not #1? The other spots just don't fit me, he shrugs. After some more light chatter and everyone filling him in on how their camp experience is going, dinner is finally done and everyone starts packing up, washing their dishes and heading inside to get cleaned up and enjoy the hot springs. Yet as Horizon is sitting outside and scrolling through his phone, one person takes the seat opposite him. Shouldn't you be with the other girls? He looks up from his phone to see Kendo sitting across from him, her knuckles bloody and bandaged from today's training. I just wanted to talk to you. What? Can't I just talk to you? Here to confess your boundless love for me, already. Kendo rolls her eyes. You really aren't my type. Maybe if you weren't such a jerk to almost everyone around you, but I just want to talk about something like that. Did Shiro finally tell Kode he likes her? No, he's still being all shy about it. All the girls already know, including her, so she's just waiting. But I'm here to talk about the other two. Oh, that. Horizon puts down his phone to give her his full attention. What about them? Well, since all the girls share one room here, it came out pretty quickly with who likes you, and now the other girls know that they like you. Still, was what I said at the pool not enough? I really don't have time for any serious relationship stuff. Trust me, we've tried more than a few nights to talk them out of it, but Momo thinks you're some kind of perfect faultless god. Accurate. Kendo stops and gives him an annoyed look, and Jiro says she's over you. The poor girl is so deep in denial it's drowning her. What does this have to do with me? Kendo sighs, giving him a pleading look. Honestly, I don't think this will stop until it either blows up in their face or they get what they want, or whatever compromise you all make. But I'm just asking, as a friend, we're friends, right? I've never really had friends my age before, but I think we're close to it. Kendo looks a bit saddened at that. Well, as your friend, because we are friends, please don't hurt them. Because Momo and Jiro are my friends too, alright. Yeah, however this plays out, I'll be nice about it. Thank you, Kendo gives a polite nod and stands up to leave. As she leaves, Horizon returns to his phone. Teenage romance bullshit, like I have time to focus on that. I've got villains to hunt. Before sunrise, Horizon is already standing in the training area. His room expanded to the limit, reaching 7 kilometers in every direction, just barely enough to touch the lowest clouds. Wearing only his white and blue Horizon brand hoodie with the middle open to show off the design of his body glove, and a pair of blue shorts. He swings his sword with perfect two-handed form, slashing at the clouds. Sensing everyone getting dressed and waking up, he feels the pros already moving. And he can sense Pixie Bob approaching him, but she stops 20 meters away. You can come closer this time, he yells out to her without stopping his strikes. You aren't supposed to be outside without permission. Your lucky ragdoll's quirk doesn't work on you or you'd be in big trouble. I just like to get some training in without people crowding me. Waking up early is the easiest way to do that. Sword training? She asks, now standing just a meter away from him, eyes drinking in his physique, tracing every inch of the body glove. And quirk training? He stops and turns to her, then points the sword at the closest cloud. See that cloud? Yeah, I was slashing it. She looks more closely at the cloud, then turns back to Horizon. But it just looks like a normal cloud. Shouldn't it be like, split down the middle or something? It's water vapor, cut smoke, and it just reforms. It's the same thing. My cuts aren't air slashes so they don't push the cloud apart. I'm just practicing my range. You need more range than that? For what? You plan to cut the moon in half. Just in case, Horizon shrugs. Plus it helps me burn energy so I can sleep better. Oh, I usually have trouble sleeping too, want some help with that? Horizon freezes, then looks at her, not seeing any change in her excited demeanor. Well, I figured we were at least a day or two from that stage, but sure. Oh. Pixie Bob looks confused for a moment, then a look of realization dawns on her, then she just pouts. I meant we could have a spar. I'd rather not. My quirk makes sparring boring in most cases. Practicing my slashes burns more energy, no offense. Pixie Bob glares at him, sounds like you're scared to fight a real pro. Horizon sighs, well fine, alright, rules. Well, try not to cut me up or anything like that, okay. Pixie Bob says while making some space between them, backing to 20 meters away. Okay, and how hands-on can I get? As much as you want, but this kitty has claws and I will use them. She swipes at the air a few times between them. Worth it, Horizon says jokingly, and sheaths his sword. Call it. Finally, let's see if you're all talk. Fight. Pixie Bob yells out. Suddenly the palms of her cat gloves begin glowing blue as her quirk activates. She bends down to plant her palms on the floor. Using her quirk earth flow she can mold dirt and rock to form objects or even golems to obey her command, or she can simply alter the terrain to suit her needs. Shambles? Before her palms touch the ground to activate her quirk, she swaps places with his sword and feels his large hands at her hips, holding her aloft in the air to face him. Feet dangling a foot from the floor. Countershock. Ah, she screams, but nothing happens. Opening her eyes she sees Horizon's visor just looking up at her, then feels his laughter reverberate through her as he tosses her just a foot into the air and catches her, holding her in a full and more intimate princess carry. So, still think I'm all talk? No, you win. She folds her arms across her chest, surprisingly not bothered by the way he's holding her. I always do. I tried to warn you, but why didn't you shock me? I prefer you how you are. How is that? Not fried. Pretty. Pixie Bob stiffens in his arms, then sighs, did this spar even do anything for you? He tightens his grip on her for a moment, making her much more aware of how close she was to him. Yeah, this is pretty fun, but if you're talking about helping me sleep, nope. Well, let's see. Pixie Bob turns to him and taps the side of her headgear, causing a few numbers to appear in her clear visor as the tint becomes slightly yellow. What's that supposed to be? A high-energy power reader. Ragdoll invented it based on her search quirk. It lets us lock onto energy readings if they're big enough. Todoroki and Midoriya have pretty good readings while their quirk is active and in use. Oh, and what's mine? It's flat right now but I'm in scanning mode. Just activate your quirk and we'll see. Okay. Booster shot. Booster shot. Booster shot. Booster shot. Booster shot. Dash well. Wow, Pixie Bob was literally reeling back from the reading she was seeing. He dumped nearly half of his power in one go. You're at 170, that's unreal. What's the record? All Might, we met him once at the annual hero rankings ceremony, that was about 9 years ago. He scored over 1,000, the scanner doesn't go that high so it broke. And my classmates? Well, only Todoroki and Midoriya had readings that I bothered measuring since Kaminari has a set amount of amps he can hold. Todoroki got 70 and Midoriya got 50 while using his quirk to spar with Tiger, but I think he can do more for a big attack. So even holding back I'm still using more energy than them. How do I get one of those scanners? Oh, sorry it's Ragdoll's patent, aside from us nobody gets them. It could be dangerous in the wrong hands. Pixie Bob gives him an apologetic look. Well I guess that makes sense, maybe I'll put in a request to Horizon suddenly stops talking and gently sets her down on her own feet. Suddenly she goes from enjoying his warmth to standing on her own feet as if they weren't just sharing a moment. What's wrong? Company. He nods toward the woods where the others would soon be emerging from. Oh, right. Yeah, if Mandalay saw that she would have yelled at me again. She mutters. Again. We don't have time to get into that, she says as they see everyone entering the training area, with Shinso making his way toward Horizon. Well, we both have trouble sleeping, so you can tell me later. Pixie Bob gives him a mischievous smile before walking away, heading toward another day of training with Kendo and her other designated students. 8 p.m. After everyone ate, another delicious meal thanks to Horizon, they all got cleaned up and half of the students came back outside to talk a bit. Or in this case, play cards. Horizon. Mina yells as she sits on the bend across from him, sliding to the side and shoving Zero down a seat or two so she's directly in front of Horizon. Mina. Let's play. She takes a deck of cards from her jacket and sets it down on the table. No. Come on, it'll be fun, just you and me. We can make a small bet if you want. A small bet. Horizon immediately figures out what she really wanted. And if you win? Oh, nothing much. Hee. Mina looks toward a table where some of the girls were sitting with a mischievous glint in her eyes. I just want to know who you think are the most attractive girls in our class. Right, so this is a game of truth with extra steps, and when I win, how about I do the same but with the boys? Mina asks. No, I don't really care about what you think about anything. How about after you see your hand on the first game I'll make my request. Deal. Mina says. I don't know many games but, how about this, each of us gets 3 cards face down. And the highest hand wins, ace is 1. We both start with 10 chips and first to 0 loses. Seems simple enough. Ready. Mina says. Okay, deal the cards, then I'll think of something. After Mina deals the cards, she places the deck in the middle. As she was dealing, Horizon checked his cards. Queen of Hearts, Queen of Diamonds, and Jack of Hearts. A nearly invincible hand. He only lifted them up slightly before setting them back down on the table, not wanting her to see the reflection in his visor. As Mina sets down the pack, she raises up her cards a few moments after he sets down his. A wide smile splits her face as she gives him a victorious look. You should just give up now, she says. Oh really? How confident are you in that hand? I'm gonna win, Mina declares. Okay, Horizon takes out his phone and types out something on the screen, then carefully shows it to her, leaving everyone around them completely out of the loop as they all watch the game unfold. Keep this between us. What? Seriously? Come on. If you're so confident, then betting that shouldn't be an issue, right? Horizon shrugs. Mina gets a slight purple tinge on her cheeks and she gives him a sheepish look. Alright, deal, you're on. Perfect. Horizon takes another peek at his cards. After a few seconds he sets them back on the table face down. I'll raise you all my points. He reaches forward and flips the top card from the deck. This allows her to better estimate what was in his hand and alter her bets accordingly, but at this point it was useless. She had no choice but to bet everything to match him. She feels her heart drop to her stomach, looking down at her hand. Queen of Hearts, Queen of Diamonds, and Jack of Hearts. A nearly invincible hand. No way, he can't have 3 kings, that's like 1 in 10 billion odds or something. He's just messing with me to freak me out, Mina thinks to herself, unable to read Horizon through his visor. Alright, she says and flips over her cards, revealing the Queen of Hearts, Queen of Diamonds, and Jack of Hearts. You lose, Horizon says, flipping his cards to reveal 3 kinds, a perfect hand. What? No way. Mina jumps up to her feet and stares down in shock. No way, rematch. No, when camp is over you can pay up. Mina opens her mouth to argue, but just shuts up and sits down, trying to at least keep some dignity. Don't worry, you can take your time. The longer you take the better it gets anyway, Horizon says. But this is what you get for going about it like this. You should have just asked. In terms of who I find most appealing in our class, well, Momo is the hottest, but Jiro is the cutest by far. Then Toru is cute but she never shuts up. Then Floaty follows Deku around like some pathetic puppy. It's still disgusting. Then Tsu would be a lot higher, but I'd never let that tongue anywhere near me after seeing her handle rubble and people with it. And lastly is you. Me? Mina asks, looking slightly hurt by that. You'd be almost at the top, but because I'm pink and have horns. No, because my trust issues and common sense demand I not put my dick in a potential acid fountain, that's all. Everyone, even Mina, winces at that image, unable to argue with the logic in that statement. Next time you want to know something, just ask. I appreciate people being direct and not wasting my time. Okay. Yeah, thanks anyway. Mina gets up and quietly heads over to the girls' table, and a moment later they all head inside, likely to discuss the results she got. After they leave, Zero leans forward to Horizon. So, what did you get from Mina? I don't think she'd want me to tell anyone, sorry. Ah, come on, not even a hint. Nope. Zero sighs, alright fine, but how'd you do that thing with the cards? 3 kings, that should be like 1 in 100 million or something. It's 1:132,600. And all I did was use my quirk. She never said we couldn't. UA Hero course encourages quirk use wherever possible, right? Really? How? Could you see her card like you sense people? Zero asks. No, I can't do that. All I did was look at my cards, see I had a super strong hand. Shambles it so they swap with her cards without her noticing, then I kept shuffling the garbage hand she got until I got 3 kings from the deck. Simple. You did that without us seeing the cards move. Takes a lot more focus but it's not impossible. Now if you don't mind. Horizon stands up, sensing the teacher about to tell everyone to get to bed. I need to go prepare for the rest of my night. Stirring awake at night, Momo sits up and unzips her sleeping bag, feeling her head throbbing from all the training she's done today. Just 5 more days, Momo. This is what it takes to be a great hero, she thinks to herself, looking around to see all the other girls scattered about the room on their sleeping bags. She passes a hand through her long hair, currently down instead of in her signature spiky ponytail, and carefully gets up, using the moonlight to avoid stepping on anyone. Wearing just a pair of pink shorts and a red t-shirt with Genesis printed on the front, she arrives at the paper sliding door to the room and carefully opens it, taking a look back to make sure she hadn't disturbed anyone. Scanning the room, she sees Tsu tightly bundled up in her sleeping bag. Jiro is laying halfway atop Setsuna, and Toru and Mina sleeping atop each other. Momo frowns slightly as she sees Mina. The girl had refused to tell them what Horizon won from her, but from her reaction, they all assumed it was something rather naughty. Before she knew it, Momo was glaring at Mina, a slight tinge of jealousy and envy bubbling up, but she just takes a deep breath and lets it go. Mina only pulled that stunt with the card because of her own self-depreciation after all. The girl was sick of hearing Momo claim that Horizon would never be attracted to her and decided to go to the source. Stepping out of the room and closing the paper door, Momo makes her way over to the dining area, getting a bottle of water and making a painkiller in her palm to deal with the headache. As she's walking back to the girls' room, however, she hears the sound of a door closing, coming from the lounge area of the resort. Momo is immediately on alert, knowing that at this hour only Eraserhead and Vlad King would be up, but they always stay in one of their rooms to discuss training progress. With careful steps she keeps one of her hands behind her back, ready to make a weapon if needed. But as she slowly pushes open the door, she sees Horizon sitting on the couch, scrolling through his phone. There was a half-eaten plate of cookies and an almost empty bottle of water on the coffee table in front of him, showing he'd been there for a while. Horizon? Momo asks, causing him to look up from his phone. Yeah, it's past curfew, you should be in bed, Momo says, entering the room and closing the door behind her. The room was simple and comfortable with a door on either side, a waiting area of sorts for the resort. Says the girl that's awake. Horizon says, I just had to get some water, but clearly you've been here for a while, you should set a better example as our class republic. I'm working on something, Horizon says. I'll be in bed in a few minutes, don't worry. Oh, hero work, I suppose that's a good reason, Momo nods along. Very well then, good night. Horizon just nods as she turns around and begins walking away, enjoying the sight of her with her hair down for a change. But she stops at the door, as if frozen for a few seconds before stiffly turning and walking back over to him. May I speak to you about something? Ugh, seriously. He glances over to the other door, already annoyed with Momo's bad timing. Sure, but make it quick please. Thank you. Momo takes a deep breath and scrunched up her face, focusing hard to gather her thoughts. I like you, she blurts out. I know. He can almost smell the smoke coming from her brain, completely caught off guard by his response. Really? Since I'm not stupid, yeah, I knew for a while. Momo just looks confused. And did you also know THA? That Jiro likes me too? Yeah, all the blushing and stuttering among other things, not subtle from either of you. Momo starts blushing exactly like he just said and begins playing with her hair. Well, I was wondering if, maybe we could date. Horizon puts down his phone to finally give her his full attention. Is that what you want? Momo just nods, so nervous she couldn't even speak. Okay, so I assume you've gotten past and accepted everything I said at the pool then. It's not what I imagined for myself, but yes, Momo says quietly. So you're okay with being with someone knowing all of that, plus the fact that my hero work is currently my first priority so I won't have that much time for you, really, Renobis. Yes, she says without even hesitating. Horizon rolls his eyes beneath his visor, and what about Jiro? Kyoka. Jiro, pretty sure she still likes me too. And she's not just your first friend, but also your best friend. Are you ready to hurt her like this? You're a nice and good girl Momo. I can't imagine you're okay with hurting your friend and ruining your friendship over some guy, especially for one that won't be entirely focused on you. So, again, are you sure about this? Momo opens her mouth to answer, but after a few moments, she can't even speak. She looks down at the table between them and her shoulders drop down. I think, I enjoy things as they are, and I don't want anything or anyone coming between my relationship with Kyoka. I'm sorry, but I don't think I can get involved with you like this, she says with teary eyes. Beneath his visor Horizon just raises a brow, not sure why she's the one crying when he's getting rejected. It's okay Momo, I understand, you just don't want anyone to get hurt, he says in a comforting voice. Don't worry, we can all just be friends. Thank you, she bows quickly and rushes out of the room, just wanting to get to the bathroom and sob for a few minutes. After she leaves Horizon just sighs and looks toward the other door. She's gone, you can get back in here. Pixie Bob immediately opens the door and steps in, wearing a set of thick blue pajamas. Just a moment before Momo entered she had gotten up to go turn off the oven, causing the noise that alerted Momo in the first place. Walking over to the couch she casually drops back down into Horizon's lap, this time having her back against his chest. They'd been up for nearly 2 hours just talking. So what was that all about? She asks as he puts his hands around her waist. Wow, I didn't take you for the eavesdropping type Ryoko. I'm not, but I was already at the door when she started asking about dating you. I know, it's nothing major. Really. She closes her eyes and leans back into him. Sounds like 2 girls in your class like you. They're cute and good girls. Why not ask one of them out? Or just accept her offer? Well, aside from the fact that everything I said to her is completely true, part of the reason is that I like the social dynamic of my class as it is. I've got enough on my plate. I don't need to add women to the list. Getting into anything serious or a relationship where I'm stuck in a classroom with her 4 days a week sounds like an eventual problem. Plus if something doesn't work out I'll be stuck with her for the next 3 years. No thanks. So you turned her down because of that? No, she rejected me, Horizon corrects her. I never rejected her, that could have caused her feelings or whatever to get hurt, and that could be another issue to make my time at UA annoying. I just pointed out why she shouldn't want to be with me. She thinks about exactly what was said in that conversation and shakes her head. You're like some kind of evil genius. She mutters. How dare you, he says jokingly. I'll have you know I'm going to be the #1 hero one day. Ryoko smiles, feeling his hands moving under her top and up her toned belly. You know, usually when people say that I don't take them seriously, but I think you'll get there one day, honestly. It's an eventuality, especially with a quirk like mine. He says as Ryoko begins to moan and grind in place in his lap as his hands move up to her chest. Crap, Horizon says, causing her eyes to shoot open. What's wrong? Is it Mandalay? Eraser is coming this way, Horizon says. How about we finish our chat in my room? Before she can even respond he stands up with her in his arms. Yeah, she says, we've still got a lot of talking to do. Shambles. Opening his eyes, Law couldn't see anything in the room. It was entirely pitch black aside from the small streak of light seeping in beneath the door. Opening a small room just big enough to cover the building, Law focuses on his bed. He was currently completely naked with Ryoko Pixie Bob Dash wrapped around him in her best impression of a boa constrictor. Shambles. He warps his phone into his hand and holds it down, preventing the light from illuminating his face as he peeks at the time. Just a few minutes before 5 a.m., the pros would be waking up any minute now, but at the moment he could sense them all sleeping. Ryoko, I should get you back to your room now, he says, giving her a gentle shake to wake her up. MMM. She groans loudly and pulls the covers over her head, tightening her grip on him. 5 more minutes. Rolling his eyes, Law runs his hand down her back, reaching all the way down to her ass and gets a firm grip on her, causing her to immediately wake up, then pulls her into him. You need to get to your room before Ragdoll wakes up. Ugh. Ryoko groans and adjusts herself to lay her head across his chest, moving her hand down his muscled chest and to the grooves between his abs. I'm so tired, I'm gonna be sleepy all day. Thanks, Law says. His quiet laugh feels like a rumbling under her head. She sighs and opens her eyes, only seeing darkness, unable to even spot an outline of his face. Let me get my clothes and I'll get going. Well, we've got a few minutes, and I can warp you there instantly. Let's try to enjoy the morning. How about it? She raises up a bit and leans forward, bridging the gap between them and carefully using her hands to find his face to kiss him. Instead of the passion and almost desperation in her actions last night, now she felt much more relaxed and comfortable, as if this was nothing new for them. She pulls back and takes a deep breath, and just so you know, I'm really happy that the muscle look on your body glove wasn't just for show. I like these. She runs a hand down his abs. Well, that's a side effect of my training, but glad you like it. Now, let's get our morning started. 5 p.m., 12 hours later. At the outdoor cooking area, Pixie Bob is in full hero costume helping Mandalay move some boxes of food around, transferring food from the freezer to the tables, for Horizon to direct the others to cook once again. Setting down another box, she follows Mandalay into the kitchen, only to have Mandalay turn around and face her, looking at her with an annoyed look. Is something wrong? Pixie Bob asks, not quite sure what was happening, and hoping it wasn't what she thought it was. So you just disregarded everything I said yesterday. Mandalay folds her arms below her chest and glares at her friend. What do you mean? Mandalay sighs. Ragdoll woke up a little after 1 a.m., and she decided to check on everyone. Care to guess where her search quirk found you? Pixie Bob feels a pit in her stomach. Wait, I can explain. Save it. Mandalay raises a hand to stop her. I'm not going to yell at you. I decided to spend today thinking about a punishment for you, but, with some convincing from Tiger, I've decided to let it go this time. Really? Pixie Bob gives her best puppy dog eyes. Ugh, yes, really. Stop looking at me like that. You're the best. Pixie Bob wraps her friend in a tight hug, but is immediately pushed away. But you can't let this happen again, got it? Pixie Bob nods. Normally you know we don't really care to bother you about stuff like this. Most summer flings we can ignore, but this one has to stop. Technically it's not against the law, but UA trusted us to teach these young heroes, not to have sex with them. It's a complete breach of their trust and ethics, not to mention if this gets out through one of those chatty teens it could reflect poorly on our entire team. Your reputation is our reputation, remember that. Right, Pixie Bob looks like a kicked puppy. Sorry. Mandalay sighs and pulls her into a light hug. I know you've only been thinking about finding a guy and starting a family, and I know Horizon makes you feel special and happy, that's why I'm not being too hard on you for giving in. But this has to stop. What you do after the camp is none of our business, but until then, just try to stay away from him for the next 5 days, alright? Yeah, I'll stay away from him, she promises. I knew I could count on you, Mandalay says. Now let's go get the rest of this food out there. While Pixie Bob was dealing with her team leader and best friend, Horizon was having troubles of his own. With everyone else filing out of the training area, he was completing his final attempt at using his new move. With both hands cupped together in front of him, he was shivering and shaking. Around him for 10 meters under the setting sun, small bits of frost could be seen scattered about the rocky floor, glinting in the light. There were lines in the frost, however, perfectly straight lines, all pointing directly toward Horizon. He'd spent all day to achieve this. He barely had enough energy to get this far. He didn't have enough control to prevent the frosting side effect. And now his body was aching, freezing, and exhausted. Arg. Horizon cancels his quirk and stumbles back, nearly falling over from exhaustion. Taking a few shaky steps, he makes his way to a rock rising out of the ground and takes a seat, trying desperately to catch his breath. His visor was coated in sparse bits of frost, and looking at his body glove he could see the same thing. But quickly he felt the heat returning to his body. His shivering slowed and ceased a minute later. And then he finally looked at his numb hands. They seemed completely fine. Until he turned them to look at the palms. The palm of both gloves was completely burned away, exposing the blistered skin beneath, with second-degree burns eating away at deeper bits of skin, like a horrendous and painful rash. Great, so I can't do anything right with this new move, can't even protect myself from it. At least I brought my backups. One more thing I'll need to thank May for. Taking 10 minutes to relax a bit, Horizon sees Zero approaching him, likely to call him to dinner since everyone else was already gone. Looking at his palms, he focuses his energy and heals them, as if they were never hurt at all. That was the last of his energy unless he wanted to black out, at least until he rests a bit. A month or two and I'll have this ready for use, Horizon mutters before Zero comes into earshot. Trying to replace Todoroki, Zero asks jokingly, looking at the frosty floor that's already melting away. No, I can't make ice, Horizon says matter-of-factly. Zero looks confused at that statement. Does the ice you just made know that? It's complicated, don't worry about it. Is the dinner stuff ready? Yeah, but we can handle this one, it's burgers. Oh thank God, Horizon says. I need a shower and a nap. Zero sits beside Horizon, taking a moment to rest his tired body too. So, how's your progress going? With what, UE or training? Yes, Horizon says. Zero sighs, honestly I don't know what I'm waiting for with UE either, but it just makes me all nervous thinking about it. Okay, so you're still a pussy, nothing new there. Hey, what about training? Zero huffs and just tries to relax. It's been going good. I can make a lot more tape now, and it's a lot stronger and stickier too. Plus I think with some more practice I might be able to make a few types. Pretty cool, right? Yeah, not bad. Now you just need to optimize it with precision practice and equipment, and maybe learn how Eraser controls his scarf thing. Yeah, but that's what the next part of this summer is for, right? Technical and precise quirk use. Pretty much, just focus on getting your provisional license, then we can do a few team UPS. Zero looks surprised at that. Seriously? I figured you'd be like I work alone, or something like that. I do work alone. This isn't me asking you to form a team with me, it's just a team up to show that I'm a capable leader. I changed my plan from being a great hero to being the absolute best. All Might is strong, but Endeavor is strong and is a good leader, even with people he's never met before. If I can show everyone I'm a good leader and I'm super strong, then that #1 spot is already in my hand. Zero nods a few times, tapping his chin and thinking it over, and this way I'd get to be on your profile as Cellophane. That way I can start a personal profile and get a big boost in followers, right? Exactly, just don't Monetize it and you'll be fine. Nice, but why me? Unlike the other people in our class, you're useful and tolerable, that's a rare combination in my life. Thanks. You're welcome. But seriously, don't slack off on your training. If you're gonna embarrass me you can be damn sure we won't be teaming up. I don't have any time for people that will make me look bad. Zero gulps nervously. Don't worry man, I won't let you down. He gives Horizon a wise smile and a thumbs up. I'm counting on you, Cellophane. Horizon reaches out to give him a fist bump, which Zero gladly accepts. 3 days later. Lying in his pitch-black room, Law is in bed with Ryoko laying on his chest, listening to his heartbeat. Just like they'd spent every night since the very second, together, enjoying their summer fun. You should really try out the hot springs, at least once. It'll definitely help you recover after training. Too risky, being out in the open like that, and I don't like getting the body glove wet. Well, tomorrow we've got something special planned, so nobody will be at the resort here. You can try it out then, no chance of anyone accidentally walking in on you. Really? What are you planning? Well, since you guys only have 2 more nights here we figured a little friendly game would be nice. A test of courage. What, like a dare? No, you walk through the forest and each class takes turns scaring the other. We didn't involve you because you just sense all the tricks and ruin it. Law can't help but laugh at that. Yeah, that's true. It's really hard to surprise me. Too bad you can't join me in the hot springs, huh? Pixie Bob immediately sits up, straddling his hips and planting both hands on his chest, still not seeing anything in the pitch-black room. Actually, we could go right now if you want. It won't be as good as directly after training, but I'd get to go in with you, if you want. In what world would I ever not want you in a hot springs with me? Will I have to wear a blindfold? She asks. Yeah, but don't worry, I'll keep you close to me. After getting cleaned up from today's training everyone sat around in the dining area outside. With this mountain training camp about to end the girls were currently having a discussion about how much progress they've all made. All the girls from both classes were sitting at one long table, with multiple smaller conversations happening. So you can really control it now? Eureka asks, looking at Toru sitting across from here. As usually since Horizon arrived the girl is completely visible to them. Yeah, Toru says, and she immediately begins to flicker in and out of view. Oops, it still does that sometimes when I get excited, but I got back my heart today and I've been practicing a lot. The stealth hero, invisible girl. Eureka says, people are gonna love you. Plus now you get to wear a costume instead of walking around naked, right? Jiro asks. Yeah, one of those skin-tight organic suits should work, a thinner version of what Mina uses. It's gonna be super cute, and pink. Yay. Mina yells out and pulls Toru into a tight hug. We're totally gonna match. Both girls devolve into a fit of giggles. Oh, that reminds me, Eureka says. I need to go check out the support department when we get back to UA. I'm thinking of getting some super heavy stuff added to my costume. Like tungsten weights. Momo asks. With you quirk, they can be weightless until you throw them, but did your stamina increase enough to carry them around all day? Eureka rubs the back of her neck sheepishly. Well, I'm not quite there yet, but we've still got another month before the license exam so I've got some time. I pretty much focused on dealing with the nausea of my quirk these past few weeks to improve my mobility. I'm sure you'll improve greatly before the exam, so your new equipment should provide a great boost to your combat power, Momo says. As the girls continue to chatter for a few minutes, as the moon is high in the sky Pixie Bob gathers everyone's attention. using her quirk to raise a plateau of dirt under her for everyone to look up at her. Alright everyone, time for the test of courage. Class 1B is up first as the scare team, so all of you come with me and everyone else waits here, and no peeking, our new Omicron. Finally, Mina yells out, getting excited about the upcoming challenge as half the students begin following Pixie Bob. Not you Ashido, Eraser says, drawing her eyes over to him. Already standing beside him are Kaminari and Monoma, shoulders slumped. Your nightly remedial classes aren't postponed because tonight is different, get inside, come on. Ah, sorry Mina, Toru gives her a sympathetic pat on the back as the girl sulks and walks away. After half of the students clear out, the girls continue their chatter. Meanwhile, at Horizon's table, sitting with Shiro, Sato, Tokoyami, and Shoji, they were discussing only the most important and critical of topics. Shiro, look, Horizon raises his hands and sighs. What you just said, that war crime of an opinion to have, is fucking retarded. Hey, I think he's the best, I mean why else would he always be around, Shiro says. He literally only looks, slightly, barely, just the slightest bit cool, Horizon says. But you're telling me, in the year 2315, with over 40 generations and thousands to pick from, you really think Charizard is the best Pokemon? Seriously. Come on, it's a good pick, right guys? Shiro turns to the other boys in the conversation, only getting weird looks from them. Guys, he isn't even a dragon type. He's been weak since Generation 12. Shiro just gets beaten down by their words. Alright, fine, what's yours then? He asks Horizon. Legendaries. Horizon asks. Nope, everyone always picks Rayquaza, Shiro says, and they all nod along. Okay, that's fair, probably. Hey Glassface. Bakugo interrupts their essential conversations. All the people present turn to see him stomping over to their table, being followed closely by Kirishima, who was trying to stop him. In one hand was a tablet of some kind, and in the other was a baseball. Horizon just sighs, expecting something annoying. What do you want? Silver medal. Catch. Bakugo tosses him the baseball, which he easily catches. What? Throw it, as hard as you can. You're the only person here that's never done it. I wanna see how we stack up. Horizon looks at the ball, then looks at Kirishima, hoping he can make some sense of this. Bakugo just got the top score again, Kirishima says. Before you got to camp, Yaomomo took the top spot, Midoriya got to second, but now Bakugo took back the top spot, but I kind of mentioned that not everyone was technically listed. And Silver Medal wants to see my score. Great. Horizon lazily gets up. What score am I gonna beat? Check it. Kirishima turns the tablet to Horizon. Bakugo 815M. Momo 780M. Izuku 770M. Isn't Floaty supposed to be here? Horizon asks. On the official UA list, yeah, but this is just for friendly competition. Can't really get better than Infinity, Kirishima says. Horizon shrugs. So the score to beat is 815 meters. I didn't even do much training today, so I don't even need to warp it. What? You think I can't catch up to you if you go all out? Bakugo asks, words carried with a deep growl. Well, yeah, I'm already miles ahead of you. I improve faster than you, and I train harder than you. Get used to that silver medal, Horizon says as he takes a few steps away with the baseball. And why the hell would I tell you my exact maximum range? He thinks to himself while winding up his pitch. Room? He forms a small room only 5 meters wide. Booster shot? He focuses some of his energy on his body to boost his pitch. Everyone looks on as he winds up his pitch, not expecting him to simply throw it instead of warping it away. Boom! The ball shatters the sound barrier as it rockets through the cool night air. Jiro flinches and grabs her ears, not expecting the sudden sonic boom so close to her. As it disappears into the night, people begin muttering, making their best guesses at exactly how far it would go. Beep! The tablet goes off, indicating the ball stopped moving. Wow, Kirishima says, looking at it. 1,170 meters, damn man. Horizon just shrugs, barely feeling the energy use from that pitch. Figured I'd keep it reasonable. Plus I'm trying to take it easy tonight. Bakugo just snatches the tablet from Kirishima and stumps off, and a moment later Horizon warps the ball back to them. Thanks man. Kirishima picks up the ball and rushes off after Bakugo. So you really weren't kidding when you said you were muscling up, huh? Sato says as Horizon returns to the table. Oh yeah, in a lot of cases it's more economical and effective to just punch someone in the face rather than using any of my other techniques. Figured it's an easy way to be more economical with my fighting. Is that why you look like a mini All Might? Ajui asks from behind Horizon, at the table with all the girls. You really looked like him at the pool, with all the muscles I mean. Horizon turns back to look at her over his shoulder. Yeah, like what you see Froppy. Her expression remains completely flat, unlike Momo who frowns at that reply, and Jiro who just keeps her head down. Yeah, you look good, but you get ugly when you start talking. Still a total jerk. Not my type. I'll get over it, Horizon says, turning back to everyone. But yeah, figured there is a lot of merit in taking the All Might approach in certain situations. But the difference is I won't hit the same peak power as him, and even if I do my body won't be there for any other 15 years. Plus I'll fight with a brain unlike him. The meathead tactics of just punch them harder is really dumb. But it always works, Sato says. All Might has never lost, so how dumb can it be? Bad habits can get you good results, but that doesn't make them good habits. If you only focus on the outcome, you'll never truly reach your full potential. It's like if you lift weights with bad form. Yeah, you'll move the weights, but eventually, something will go wrong. Bad practice with good results is still bad practice. I guess I never thought about it like that, Sato says. So how much do you lift now anyway? I bench about 2500 lbs, Horizon says, as if it were normal for someone without a strength enhancer quirk. I don't think I can get much higher than that right now, but obviously it gets a lot better when I start using my quirk. That's without your quirk. Zero visibly flinches at the idea of lifting that much weight, almost like lifting a 4-door car. That's insane. I get that a lot. A few minutes later, Pixie Bob returns to collect the other students, leaving Mandalay and the others to organize the route for the test of courage. Alright 1A, let's get this started. As everyone gets up and gathers around, Horizon turns and begins walking toward the main building. Good luck, he says offhandedly. You aren't coming? Zero asks, causing everyone to look at them. Haunted house stuff doesn't really work on me, I can sense them, remember? Oh, right. Yeah, plus we've only got tomorrow night here, then we head out. I wanna enjoy the hot springs. Horizon shrugs. Wait. Jiro says, obviously worried, already trying to hide behind Momo. Admittedly, she doesn't do well with anything spooky or horror related. But if you leave, then one of us has to go solo, since that means our class is missing 3 people. Seeing the girl obviously afraid, Horizon just sighs, not in the mood to be dragged into this just so someone doesn't have to go solo. You're a hero, you'll have to deal with villains, and you've already fought some of them before. You'll be fine with some haunted house game, he tells her. Being afraid is fine, letting it control you is inexcusable. You can overcome this. Oh, thanks. Jiro nervously looks down at the ground as Momo gives her hand a reassuring squeeze. Fear not, madam, Aoyama speaks up. I shall be the one to go alone. My dazzling style will keep me safe in the night. Good luck with that, Frenchie, Horizon says as everyone else gives Aoyama an exasperated look. Well, now that everyone is ready, let's get moving. Pixie Bob waves for them all to follow her. And be sure to enjoy the hot springs, Horizon. We've only got 2 more nights here, so let's all make the most of them. Horizon can't help but smile at that as everyone begins walking away, knowing exactly what she meant. How is this so much better than my hot tub? Law mutters as he relaxes in the hot spring. At the edge of the water with his back to the warstone wall, both muscled and tattooed arms were resting up at the edge of the pool. His body was entirely exposed, with his body glove and visor nearby. His phone was playing soft music nearby, with a room open for 25 meters in every direction, enough so he doesn't feel the strain while making sure nobody sneaks up to take a peek at him. After a few more minutes, Law checks his phone, seeing it's been almost a half hour since he got into the hot springs. This was a lot more fun with Pix. Law stops scrolling as he notices something strange. His phone had no service. I thought it was impossible for Nizu's tech to lose signals. Law says as he checks the setting. ZZZZT? Suddenly a bright and sparkling laser beam cuts through the hot spring, barely missing the main resort building. So much for relaxing, Law mutters as he warps out of the water. Then swaps all the water on his body for his body glove and visor, and suddenly appears in full hero costume as he expands his room to 1,000 meters wide. Scan? He feels everyone still completing the test of courage, but 2 people were elsewhere. Ragdoll and Aoyama were far off course and separated from everyone else, in a dire situation. Shambles, Horizon suddenly appears beside Aoyama, staring down a green-skinned lanky Nomo, and a young boy in a black middle school uniform, wearing a gas mask and carrying 2 gas canisters on his back. In his hand is an old-fashioned revolver, at ease pointing toward the floor, and a thick pink fog swirls around him, only a few inches from his body. Behind Aoyama is Ragdoll, down on the floor and bleeding from her head, while Aoyama was stuck in a standoff with the villain and Nomu. But everyone froze when Horizon arrived on the scene. Unlike his previous encounters, this Nomu seemed completely unresponsive to anything around it. So I'm guessing this loser can't give it commands, so it's in standby mode, plus his quirk is some toxic gas, not lethal since he has a gun. And he isn't immune to it because he has a gas mask, but I am. I guess he's just weak. What's going on here? Horizon asks, noticing the villain frozen in fear. I got lost and she came looking for me, but this villain attacked us. Aoyama yells, voice cracking with almost every word. Twinkler, tell the others the League of Villains is here, Horizon says, seeing the villain's gun trembling, unable to even raise it toward him. I'll deal with this. Both Aoyama and Ragdoll immediately disappear, swapped with rocks from the dining area. Shambles, 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 dash. Horizon swaps everyone but himself back into the dining area, leaving him and the villains staring each other down. So, how'd you find us? Horizon asks. The boy doesn't respond, only raising his pistol and opening fire. 1 round is fired, yet it stops a foot in front of Horizon, held in the air by nothing. A precise and wasteful use of tact, but it always got the message across. Horizon carefully and gently plucks the bullet from the air, holding it between his fingers as he walks up to the villain. Bang! Another bullet stops just inches ahead of him, echoing through the forest and helping Aoyama get his warning across. And again Horizon plucks it out of the air. By the time he gets to the villain, the boy is shaking, absolutely stuck with fear, revolver dropped to the dirt, staring up at Horizon as he towers over the villain. Over a foot taller than him and much larger. Are a Nigerian Naira OES. You have a name? Horizon asks, his voice surprisingly calm all things considered. Mustard. The villain stutters out. Mustard, gas, catchy. Horizon raises his hand with all the bullets and holds it out. These are yours. Mustard raises a shaky hand and collects the bullets. He doesn't dare take his eyes off Horizon. Horizon, however, takes his eyes off the villain, looking across at the tall and lanky Nomu. Well, clearly you don't have the authority to command this thing, so let's make this quick. Arg. Mustard chokes as Horizon grabs his neck, immediately and painfully strangling him, easily lifting him off the floor so they were at eye level with each other. Do you know anything about how this attack was planned? Horizon asks. He only gets the sound of choking from Mustard. Right. He reaches up and rips off the gas mask, loosening up his grip so the boy could speak. I'll try that again. What information do you have? How many villains are here? Just 6 of us, and some Nomu. Mustard barely gets out, feeling the grip beginning to tighten again. How did you find us? I swear I don't know anything about that. Please, I only joined the League 2. Horizon immediately begins strangling him again, not interested in any silly motivations. Counter shock, Mustard's convulsing body is burnt by the strong current that completely knocks him out for at least a day. Shambles, he swaps Mustard for Eraser. Horizon. 6 villains plus some Nomu, keep everyone at the main resort and I'll try to pick them off. Got it, Eraser says, and is swapped with a lone rock, sending him back to the others. As Eraser disappears, Horizon scans everything within his room again, but doesn't detect anything aside from Mustard and the Nomu in front of him, because the others simply haven't received the signal to arrive just yet. So he keeps his attention on his room while turning to the Nomu standing beside him. Why would Shigaraki give a Nomu to someone, without allowing them to command it? Or without giving it a preset command? Doesn't really make sense. He reaches forward and touches it, and it doesn't even react. What is that? An antenna quirk? Radio? Signal? I guess this is what's causing the signal drop in the area, and a telepathy link quirk. Weird combo, but useful. Horizon takes a step back and reaches for his sword, and the moment his hand touches the hilt. Arsenal, the Nomu says in a broken raspy voice, and Horizon freezes, just for a moment. Incision? He slashes it in two, pretending as if that word meant nothing to him. Looking at the bisected corpse on the floor, Horizon just sighs and focuses on everything around him, not sensing any newcomers. And the moment he puts his sword away, Arsenal's son. A voice echoes out from the Nomu, deep and haunting, but not the voice of the monster itself, this time using it as a puppet. No, that's impossible. I'm insulated. Niza made sure nobody could know. Nobody can know. This is a bluff, a hard bluff. This can't be happening. It seems we have much to discuss, Doctor, the voice says again, and a small purple warp gate begins forming a few feet away. I find myself in need of a miracle. And as far as I know, only you specialize in such a procedure. Horizon leaps backward and readies his blade, prepared to slash the warp gate the moment Shigaraki showed his crusty face. But he never did. Instead, the warp gate expanded to 8 feet wide, and out stepped a tall man in a simple black suit with a white undershirt. Standing at 225 centimeters 7 feet 5 even taller than All Might, and seemingly having an almost identical build, simply better hidden beneath the formal suit. Horizon felt his blood crawl as the eerie presence made itself known. Nothing that he was paralyzed by, but the sense of danger he felt was new, real. This guy is making me nervous? What? Me? Why? He questions, not understanding what was going on. And looking into the black industrial mask with tubes connecting it together, he only got more confused. But the moment the full body got revealed, All for One, the incarnation of evil, the would-be demon lord of Japan. Horizon relaxed slightly, still on guard but now more confident against his foe. Oh, it's just him, Horizon thinks, having been aware of this person for years. Finally a hero with a sense of class, All for One says jokingly, adjusting his tie to make his point clear. Side by side they looked very similar, in three-piece suits, full face masks, tall and muscular. 2 sides of the same coin. No, 2 sides of the same coin. I had no idea Arsenal had a child. How extraordinary, All for One says, standing only 10 meters away with his hands at his side. Horizon doesn't answer at first. He shrinks his room down to only 50 m wide, giving all of his focus to the newcomer, then simply raises his blade to point at All for One. Are you leading the League of Villains? Oh, is that the game you'd like to play? All for One asks, playfully, amused by Horizon attempting to avoid the question. All right, I'll play along. Hero, are you curious about how I know such things? All for One asks. Horizon had taken an offensive stance with his blade facing forward, but has not bothered to strike as of yet. So you don't feel like speaking? Well, luckily I quite enjoy the sound of my own voice. All for One releases a deep chuckle, receiving communications from the other villains directly into his head. He focuses everything he has on Horizon, not taking any chances with this mystery class anomaly, just as Horizon is focusing everything on him. Both completely ignored the fights that were about to break out, not particularly caring enough to look away to save anyone here. Noticing this standoff wouldn't break, All for One got to the point of why he's here. For the past 20 years, Arsenal has been doing quite a lot of contract work with me, but naturally not under this name. You may know me as Mr. Collector, yes. Horizon doesn't respond, but this matches exactly what he knew. There were no secrets between him and his parents, including who they do business with. While he doesn't know all of his mom's past contracts, he knows the most high-paying clients. And this man is at the very top of that list, but he'd always ask for the corpses to be dropped off at certain places. Heroes, civilians, and villains, all with unique quirks. But I hadn't known she had a family. I've only met her in person once in fact. She was strictly professional and covert, but so efficient. It's a real shame she's locked away in Tartarus. Horizon's grip on his sword tightens, and All for One doesn't miss it. That's actually how I put the pieces together. After your grand reveal at the sports festival, I assumed your parents were dead and gone, but only a few days later, the lines within the Hero Commission were going mad, quiet calls pulling all the files they had on 3 particular people. Horizon, Arsenal, and the Heart Thief, a heinous duo, and an up-and-coming hero. How strange. That doesn't prove anything, Horizon says. True, but I have friends everywhere, and they gave me everything they could find, including some very hidden reports about a certain swordsman doctor with a warping quirk being arrested along with that duo. How strange, but I must admit, Nizu did his job exceptionally well. I couldn't find a real name or face for any of you, and I couldn't even call you because he's so intertwined with you. That's why I'm here in person. We live in a superhuman world, coincidences can happen, and anyone can use a sword, Horizon says, still unknowingly avoiding All for One's lie detector quirk. Very true, but we both know it was you. In fact, you've already confessed as much. Excuse me. Oh come now. All for One gestures to the forest around them, and the dead Nomu on the floor. As if the great and powerful Horizon would have allowed any villain to warp here, or not simply cut me down already. You're obviously smart enough to listen to what I have to say, and that means it must be true. Because if I didn't have leverage, you'd be trying to cut me into little pieces right now. With diaresis. The air between them becomes tense for a moment, then Horizon sighs, what do you want, Collector? Well, firstly, that isn't my true name. I am All for One. Horizon chuckles at that. All for One? You're a fanboy? That's a myth. You named yourself after a myth. No, it is my true self, but there are so many more benefits to hiding from the world. All for One raises his hand to the side and creates a small flowing tendril of water, then one of fire, then iron spikes from his fingers. Enough proof for you. If you're really the Demon Lord, why hide from the world? Oh, that's half the fun. I'm not ready to take over yet. When I do that, humanity will unite against me, so I have to make sure I can fight them all. And besides, the greatest trick the devil has ever played on humanity is convincing them he doesn't exist. Horizon finishes the quote. Okay, so assuming you're real, what do you want? All for One cancels the quirks and drops his hand. A doctor. A doctor? Really? Oh come now, Horizon, you've obviously put the pieces together by now. All Might must have told you about our fight 5 years ago, that's why he was in such a rush to pass it down to you. So you're the villain that hurt him, Horizon mutters quietly. He sees a plume of smoke rising out of the forest far to their left but ignores it. And pass what down to me? All for One is completely thrown off by this. Oh, it seems I got some things wrong. But if you aren't it, then this is how powerful you are naturally. You mystery class people really are a different breed. Horizon just keeps the sword ready, now even more on guard, giving the benefit of the doubt that this really was Japan's mythic demon lord. That disastrous fight didn't only injure him, but also myself, All for One says. Now I need this mask to help me breathe, and I can't even hold anywhere near as many quirks as I did before. My body is simply failing. It would take a miracle to fix me, from a genetic level upward. And I specialize in miracles, so you came to me. Precisely. I am the living embodiment of your correction on the quirk singularity theory, and I need you to help prevent it. So you're why they need to build the Nomu creatures, their test runs for making you a new body. And you can complete it, can't you? I can do anything, and I assumed you'd want to have eyes and a nose again, Horizon says as he relaxes slightly. All for One reaches up to his mask, X-ray vision, he asks Horizon. So what's the deal? Horizon asks, ignoring All for One's curiosity about how he saw past the mask, not wanting to reveal scan to him. Blackmailing me. You really think so little of me? All for One sounds genuinely offended as he takes an even more relaxed posture. Arsenal was one of what society would call a horrific and dangerous mass murderer. Someone raised by her won't truly care about heroic nonsense. The only reason you seem to care is because of whatever deal you've made with Nizu. I assume if you save 1 million people they get released. Yes. That's none of your business. True, and it simply does not matter, All for One says. Because I need you to be willing to help me, because it won't do any good if my surgeon wants to kill me. And if the truth is revealed, the government will likely execute your parents to prove that they don't play favorites. And if that happens, you won't be helping anyone. So I'll simply give you what you want. I will free them for you. How? Horizon asks. He'd spent weeks thinking about this. But Tartarus's defenses would detect any changes within the prison the moment he does it. And with them molecularly bonded to the prison, he can't warp them out. They'd be executed the moment he tries anything. That's the standard procedure for all the cells in Tartarus. Everyone would be killed rather than having anyone escape. I have friends everywhere, All for One says. Shutting down the execution procedure would allow Gigantomachy and myself to invade the prison, free them, and recruit some new blood. But it would also reveal me to the world, and I'd rather remain dead for now. So it can't be done. It can be, but you'd simply have to prove to me that my sacrifice is worth your favor. As if I'd operate before getting paid, Horizon says. You bring them to me, safely, then I fix you. The operation itself should only take a week or two, depending on how many quirks are in there. Really? I can't transfer quirks between people, but if someone is force-fed a few quirks I can make it act as one. You've considered this before? All for One asks. You keep sending Nomo after me, of course I studied them, but I'm guessing your quirk isn't a Frankenstein's monster situation. Horizon tilts his head a bit to show he's studying him. Oh, and how do you think it works? Horizon looks him up and down, then pauses for a moment to think about it. Your quirk works like a server and the other quirks are just files on it for you to access. I assume you have mutation quirks that give things like horns and claws, but even those aren't active since you haven't used All for One to trigger them. And All for One lets you cut and paste genetic code from person to person, but you can't make a copy of the quirks, it's the basis of everything. But the Nomu don't have All for One, so they have all the quirks active all the time, and that's why they can't really think, right? All for One is genuinely stunned, including himself. Only 2 people have ever understood his quirk so well. All for One gives an annoyed growl, a perfect and intuitive understanding of my quirk. You're much more dangerous than expected. I get that a lot, Horizon says. So if we're done here, can you go collect my payment? I'd like this all to be over as quickly as possible. I'm afraid I still need proof before I reveal myself to the world, All for One says. And I never break a contract, so I'll at least need payment before I break this one. Well, that is unfortunate. We seem to be at an impasse, but there is one solution, All for One says. And what might that be? I know you are proud, as am I, but I mean no insult by this. All for One raises his hands, palms up to reveal the holes in his palms. Allow me to grant you power, to give you more power than you can naturally handle. If you solve the mystery of your own body, of your own mind, and should you survive I will gladly break the barriers of Tartarus and deliver your parents to you. Horizon considers it for a long moment. This was an easy way out, assuming All for One could be trusted. But that was the problem. If this person was the real All for One, then he definitely couldn't trust them. Allowing him to make contact with those hands and mess with his body, and if they can't overcome or steal his quirk he could simply be killed by one of the other dozen quirks. It wasn't worth the risk. Hand of God is far too valuable for either side to risk losing. Sorry, Horizon raises his sword, but I'm never letting you mess with my body. When you get them then we can talk, and I'll do you the courtesy of not telling anyone about this. Well, that is unfortunate, All for One sighs, but at least I don't have to be too careful. You can heal anything I'm about to do to you. All for One immediately raises his hands. Air cannon, air cannon? All for One sends a massive column of air forward from his hand directly toward Horizon. Shambles? HNGH. All for One feels himself being knocked across the forest, immediately swapped with Horizon so the air slams into his back. He gets ragdolled through 100 meters of trees and dirt before he rolls and stops himself in midair, using airwalk to stand above the ground. Scanning his surrounding with his infrared quirk he sees the destruction his path caused. So unlike mine, his warping is instant and cannot be resisted. Extraordinary. All for One staggers forward, passing a hand across his chest he feels his ultra-durable and expensive suit slashed. And a moment later the entire torso of it is shredded. The sound of trees toppling and rocks crumbling bombard him, his vibration sense quirk replacing his ears, now alerting him to all the trees in this area being cut down. Dozens of mad but targeted slashes of amputate. Back at their original location, Horizon sees his attacks cutting down the forest, and in the suddenly low-cut area is All for One, still hovering in the air, and slowly turning to face Horizon. Reaching up he grabs his shredded jacket and shirt and simply rips them off, exposing his muscled torso, with massive scars all across it. Amputate. Horizon sends an attack directly at his head, and shatters the mask. No, All for One grows sharp black tendrils from his arms with rivet stab and reaches out to grab all the pieces, his face, or lack thereof now exposed. Shambles. Horizon wars all the pieces away, swapping them with random leaves. Trying to suffocate me. All for One yells as he takes a direct approach, suddenly flying directly at Horizon. Air cannon? Plus spring-like limbs? Plus kinetic enhancer? All for One stretches both hands outward at Horizon and releases 2 massive bursts of air. Shambles? As expected Horizon warps away, but All for One reacts quickly, only losing track of him for a second before pointing a single finger at him. Lightning bolt? A bolt of black and red lighting crackles to life and shoots in a straight line toward Horizon. It nearly touches his visor before he warps away again, this time on the other side of All for One, but only 10 meters away. His sword was already lined up with All for One's brain. Injection shot. He fires a dozen shots, causing All for One to shake his head in annoyance. Blindly swatting behind him he releases a gust of wind from his hand to clear the area, once again missing Horizon. Dragon flame breath. All for One says as he releases a flame-throwing of red fire from his mouth, not aimed at Horizon but at the trees on the floor, setting them alight before he rises into the air. That's enough using leaves to warp, don't you agree, Nui? All for One senses Horizon is still on the ground. Let's raise the stakes. He rockets down from the air and slams both palms into the ground. The air from his impact stirs up the flames and spreads them further, then a new blazing heat spreads out. Magma. Beneath his palms the ground melts into bubbling magma as he flies back into the air. And Horizon immediately takes to the air after summoning his hoverboard, continuing their battle. All for One is more grateful than ever that he abandoned his original plan. as they constantly play the cat and mouse game, with Horizon using amputate over and over, constantly switching his tactics as All for One is forced to use more and more quirks and wear himself out. Across the forest, the tremors from their battle are felt even while everyone else is fighting for their lives. Had I kept to my original plan, this situation could have been impossible, All for One thinks as they continue fighting. Giving my original quirk to Tamura would have left me with only the more physical quirks, and physical quirks aren't enough against Horizon. I need as many tools as possible to deal with him. After a few minutes of the fight raging on, the entire section of the forest below them was a raging inferno. Tact. Horizon raises both his hands, raising every burning tree or loose rock for 100 meters and sending it all at All for One, as if they were attracted to a black hole pulling them in. Tough scales plus reinforce. All for One's skin becomes even more durable as he forms lizard scales across his body and guards with his arms, feeling trees and debris slam into him from all sides. The flames and lava were burning him, taxing his regeneration, but not enough to end the fight. He was suddenly trapped, as if in a small burning planet hovering in the air. Absorption. All for One absorbs all the flame. Strength Enhancer X12. He flexes and spreads out his arms, knocking the tons of lumber and rock away with absolute ease. Taking a few deep and exhausted breaths, All for One feels his scars beginning to open. His hyper-regeneration was failing as his body became more and more sickly with every quirk use. He had to end this fight soon. Why can't this guy just fucking die? Horizon thinks, seeing his plan working. Pushing All for One past the limits of his sickly form, he warps close to All for One, deciding to change up his approach, knowing he too had a limit to how much he could do. Finally he was getting the chance to go for a killing blow and silence this threat. Booster shot plus incision plus counter shock? His sword was brimming with blue lightning as he slashes downward, seemingly catching All for One off guard as the blade connects to the side of his neck. Finally, he changed his approach. It only took a few minutes. Thankfully, All for One thinks as he sets his Horizon-specific countermeasures into motion. A strategy he and his own doctor spent much time developing. Static Cloak plus Energy Enhancer plus Multiplier plus Lightning Bolt. As the sword connects, Horizon feels a sudden shock of electricity overload his body and mind. As his body is about to begin convulsing, his quirk shuts off, completely terrifying him. His brain simply couldn't focus while flooded with current, exactly as Dr. Gariki suspected. Quirks that require such great focus can usually be dealt with in this manner. Amplifier plus Recoil. As Horizon convulses, before he can even begin to shake, his katana shatters along with the bones in his right arm. The damage was reflected back at him at many times the magnitude. Pivoting on the air, All for One swings out with a harsh backhand at Horizon's face. His right arm, unfortunately, gets in the way and is entirely mangled because of it. Strength Enhancer X2. The backhand connects and shatters Horizon's visor and jaw. Shakedown. All for One gives the command, finally seeing his opening. A hole appears on his shoulder and out comes an Omu, gray and pale, only as large as a house cat, and it leaps directly onto the convulsing Horizon. Naroyaji Hog. Horizon's mind is overwhelmed. The current flowing through him causes pain and confusion every time he tries to activate his quirk. And the Nomu stuck to him as he was falling is constantly shaking all the particles in his body and connected to him. Exactly as a microwave works by shaking water particles until they heat up, this quirk does exactly that, but it also hurts the user. As they begin falling the 200 feet to the floor below, Horizon's hero costume is completely shredded. His new body glove fares better, but his skin below is ripped apart. His guts only stopped from falling to the floor because the body glove was in the way. His internal organs straining and trying desperately not to fail as he experiences pain like never before. His left eye pops as the fluid in it is moving too much for the eyeball to contain it. Had his visor not been broken earlier, the splatter would have blocked his view. But now he was only wearing his balaclava mask, already matted with blood, only showing his right eye, his popped left eye, and his bloody mouth and missing teeth, jaw hanging loose, mostly kept in place by the body glove. His quirk constantly comes on instinctively to heal himself, but is immediately shut down by his brain collapsing because of the current. All in a matter of seconds before the Nomu shakes itself to death and becomes a useless corpse, falling to the fire below. As he's about to begin falling out of the air properly, All for One aims his right palm at the hero. Air cannon plus kinetic enhancer. Boom! The final blast of air is fired, knocking him out of the air and into a new section of forest. Finally getting a chance to breathe, All for One takes a few deep breaths before levitating down to Horizon. Finding a few trees snapped in half from his fall, a small trench carved out, and the hero in question face down in the dirt, still awake, but convulsing uncontrollably as the current is still running through his mind and body. The single most powerful quirk in the world. All for One takes a desperate raspy breath as he lands and begins stumbling forward. But when it's off, you're still just a human, weak to all the same things as a regular human, exploitable. As All for One takes labored and careful steps forward, all his old injuries begin opening as his healing quirks begin failing. One by one he feels them becoming useless as his condition worsens. His muscles stiffen and his bones ache as he's quickly deteriorating. Then he finally arrives at Horizon. NGH. Horizon tries to protest, finally feeling his mind free, but his body was failing. RNG. He creates a room 2 meters wide, the best he could do at the moment, forcing himself to twist his head and look up. All for One sees the blue healing energy trying to permeate his body. trying to fix his broken legs so he could get up, or maybe his jaw, or his eye, or one of the many ruptured internal organs. This will only take a second. All for One takes a knee in front of Horizon, leaving him on the floor as he pumps his head. All for One, quirk absorption? Suddenly All for One feels resistance, unexpected from any quirk aside from One for All. If any quirk could resist me, it's his, he thinks as he puts his back in it. As if he was in a tug of war for his life, constantly trying to rip Hand of God away from Horizon. Wanting to simply dump this quirk before it kills him into a Noma, then have Gariki use it to heal him. Damn it. All for One struggles for nearly a minute, but no matter how much he tried he couldn't break past the quirk, it simply wouldn't budge. Unlike the genetic error caused when trying to steal One for All, this quirk was simply defiant. Cloning this quirk would likely be impossible. I'll have to change the plan again and revert it to what I said to him. All for One gives one massive pull on Horizon's quirk, trying to rip it out of him. And as the struggle is at its peak, All for One, quirk transfer, energy saver, energy enhancer, energy dynamo, life force, he dumps the 4 quirks that received the least resistance from Hand of God and pulls away, rising to his full height and stumbling back. Ugh. Horizon groans as he begins to vomit up blood and convulse. Have a seizure from the sudden mental overload. All for One just sighs, knowing it'd be impossible to imprison him at the moment, and doubling down his bets on Horizon healing him. Focusing on his own body, All for One gives more conscious thought to his healing quirks, trying to look strong as his wounds kept opening to drench him in blood, until a minute later Horizon looks up from his puddle of blood with his one good eye. Energy saver, energy enhancer, energy dynamo, life force. Those quirks will do wonders for you, but you'll be dead before the next semester starts. If you solve the mystery of your own body and survive until then, I will bring them to you, and you will heal me, until we meet again, Doctor. Sending his signal to Kurojiri, the familiar purple mist manifests around All for One and absorbs him, whisking him away to his doctor for a much-needed checkup. And suddenly feeling the adrenaline in his system no longer necessary, Horizon blacks out for a much-needed nap, face down in his own blood. Completely defeated. How long has it been? All for One asks. He stirs awake inside a large cylinder filled with purple liquid, completely naked with tubes connected to his body, able to speak through the air mask strapped to his head and covering his mouth. In this dimly lit lab, there are dozens of other similar capsules with unstable Nomo, slowly becoming more stable and ready for combat by the second. The experimental high-end Nomo prototypes. In front of All for One is Dr. Ujiko, publicly known as Dr. Shode Gariki studying his friend's physical state on a tablet in his hands. You've only been asleep for 2 days since fighting Horizon, but the damage is much more severe than expected, Ujiko says. How extensive? Well, from what I can tell, during the fight, he must have forced you to use super regeneration as much as possible. He understood the nature of my quirk, All for One says, constantly changing his approach to make me actively use other quirks before striking and forcing me to activate super regeneration. Very clever. I see. Well, thankfully the first thing you did when you got back was dump almost a dozen quirks into some of the standby Nomo to help me stabilize your body. The damage you sustained lowered your limit, but not as much as when you fought All Might a few years ago. My more powerful quirks had to be released to the Nomo, now I mainly have mutation and other physical quirks for combat. It should be no issue, Ujiko says. The police reports have you mentioned by name somehow, but this facility is completely insulated. And All Might with his sickly state would never think to look here in Kamino Ward for you. Some of your friends in the force have even spread some misinformation about a hidden mountain base containing Nomu. Good, and my lifespan? All for One asks. Ujiko falls silent for a moment, then forces himself to speak the terrible truth. Your life expectancy has dwindled from 10 to 6 years. I'm not sure what quirks you gave Horizon since the genetic markers for the ones aside from the new Nomu quirks are all there, but perhaps they could have helped. Worry not, that's more than enough time for my new resurgence in power. And as for the quirks I gave him, Energy Saver, Energy Dynamo, Energy Enhancer, and Life Force. Quirks you had dozens of copies of thanks to our cloning program, very wise. But why not dump a few weak mutation quirks into him? These quirks seem tailor-made to make him unstoppable. An unavoidable consequence, but his quirk is quite problematic. I tried to give him extra hand and third eye, but it refused quirks that couldn't optimally integrate with itself. I had no choice but to give him those energy production and optimization quirks. So it prevented you from stealing it, and even when you used its own pulling force against it to sneak in a few more quirks, it reflexively sorted them out. It's a shame you didn't have time to get some samples to clone it. I doubt cloning it would be possible. To clone it you must understand it, and if it could be understood Nizo would not have named it Mystery Class. It is beyond the scope of our comprehension, I'm afraid, All for One says sadly. I suppose his potential doesn't matter, Ujiko says. Even if he can somehow integrate those quirks properly, he'll never be able to use them without great mental feedback. What do you mean, Doctor? Well, to integrate multiple quirks means to shut off the brain so all instincts align perfectly, like quickly resetting the mind. This is why live subjects never stay that way for long. The process is painful and not fast at all. Until he does this, which he will likely never consider, he won't be able to put much mental strain on himself, and considering his quirk, that should greatly limit him. I imagine it would take a great shock to snap all his mental processes into alignment, not to mention the more powerful you are the more difficult it is, unless you intentionally try to do this. I see, but I don't believe it would matter if those quirks did work for him. After he fixes my body, I will be even stronger than he could imagine. And with my new genetic composition I will no longer recognize my little brother's DNA in the makeup of one for all, and that will allow me to finally steal it. Assuming the boy lives, it really would take a miracle for him to survive the next month. Exactly why I went to him, he specializes in miracles, All for One says. After going further into the specific limitations of his new body and the repercussions of that fight, they finally arrive at the specific intentions of that night. So he refused to even leave with you, not completely unexpected, Ushiko says. He inherited his mother's obsessive desire to hold to any agreement she makes, All for One grumbles out. A sensible decision considering that had he left with me then potentially his parents would have been executed. And of course, he'd never trust you to touch him considering your quirk, a wise policy since you did try to take his quirk. Very wise indeed. Had I stolen that quirk I would have immediately dumped it into a Nomo before it killed me, then halted all our production to focus on it. But even then, without Horizon it would likely be useless, Ushiko says. The best route to healing you is to have him do it himself. Then we have work to do. I have absolute faith in Horizon solving the issue of his body, and mine, so we must prepare Makia. He will need further modifications to raid Tartarus with me. The power we have currently simply won't be enough. I'll have it done right away, and would you like an update on the other results of the training camp raid? The Vanguard Action Squad had some mixed results. TCH, Tamura, and the other pests don't matter to me, let them play villain all they want. My main focus is and shall remain our dealings with Horizon. Naturally yes, the brat and his group of rejects simply have to keep causing chaos so the heroes stay busy, Ushiko says. And what of Ditnerat, and the Meta Liberation Army? They will remain hidden for now. I don't want them making any moves or being involved with Tamura's affairs. They are much more capable and far-reaching on a political and economical level, and their message is much more appealing to grow an army. I shall keep them in my back pocket until I'm fully healed and ready to rise as the one true demon lord. A glorious day, the one we've awaited for so long. Now we only have to find the current one for all user and deliver him to you when your body is ready. All for One grits his teeth. Yes, if not Horizon, then it must be someone else from that year group. But nothing stands out as having that much power, aside from Izuku Midoriya, Ushiko says. But the boy still injures himself, even after his fight with Muscular at the training camp, both arms and a broken leg. I find it hard to believe All Might would select someone so incompetent. True, but let's keep an eye on him when the new semester begins. I believe you mean if the new semester begins, Ushiko says. If the backlash after this attack is far too great for even UA to ignore, students died after all. I suspect the number of returning students will be greatly diminished, much like all the other hero courses around the country. Unless they catch Tamura, All for One says. I can't risk Horizon's school being stalled. That would greatly upset him since I assume part of his contract to get his parents back is graduating from UA. If he turns against us because of this then we will lose. If things look to be heading in that direction I'll send some anonymous tip to the heroes about the brat and his gang of losers. The Vanguard Action Squad being arrested should satiate the media and have schools returning to normal. Yes, but not twice. His double quirk is invaluable for what we want, a potential instant army, if he can pull himself together, Ushiko grumbles in disappointment. Such a waste to have that quirk on a person so pathetic. Yes, but his mental state makes him easy to guide and manipulate, and that is much easier than wasting resources cloning and training that quirk all over again. He's already been ranked as an S-class threat on the Hero Network, along with you. Obviously, the public is none the wiser about your existence. The Hero Commission wants to keep it as quiet as possible to prevent mass panic or a sudden wave of new villains. They're doing our job for us. Good, now we simply have to wait for... Beep beep beep. Ushiko's phone goes off and he immediately checks it. What is it? All for One asks. Our contact inside Tartarus finally got to visit level 5 of the prison today. It seems we will have to alter our plan once more. It won't be as simple as wrecking the prison and taking them out of it. All for One sighs. It's rarely ever that simple for me. So what changed? Law groans as he finally wakes up. He takes a deep breath before he opens his eye, his entire body stiff and aching. Every small movement sends a jolt of pain through him. Opening his eye he sees a plain white ceiling with the light off. The room was lit up by the moonlight with a small lamp in the corner of his eye. Where the hell? He mutters, slowly coming to his senses and trying to get up, only to drop back into the bed. The pain of simply sitting up was too much for him. Feeling around the bed he notices he's in a hospital gown with a thin sheet tossed over him. And raising a hand to his face he doesn't feel his visor or body glove, just an eye patch over his empty left eye socket. You're at UA, Nisa's voice comes from his left, and he turns his head to see the principal sitting on a chair beside his bed. Horizon just turns to face the ceiling and closes his eye. How long was I out? 10 days, you began waking up a few minutes ago and Recovery Girl thought it best that I was the only one here when that happened, Nisa says. The body glove, the visor, my face. I've trusted her with big secrets before, some that even you don't know. And I brought you here because having only her see is much better than all of Central Hospital where the others were sent. Horizon sighs and tries to relax, focusing on his own body. What happened? Well, tell me what's the last thing you remember. Kurojiri warped him away before I blacked out. So you don't remember walking back to camp on 2 broken legs like a zombie, and constantly muttering all for one? Nizu asks. Fuck, I guess they know about him already, Horizon realizes. Everything after he left and I blacked out is gone, the next thing is waking up here right now. I see, and your quirk. Nizu holds his breath, already knowing what the simulations said if All for One got Law's monstrous quirk. He tried to take it, but I've still got it, Law says. What did I miss when we were fighting? The newly formed League of Villains, Vanguard Action Squad attacked the others, you dealt with one of them, Mustard. The gas kid. Yes, some of the others were quite dangerous, but thankfully some of our students and the present pro heroes were also capable enough. We suffered some losses but, things would have been much worse had you not fought one for all. Losses. Kaminari, Kota, Sato, Pony, and Kainoko, Nizu says in a sad and small voice. Mandalay and Vlad are still in the intensive care center at Central Hospital, most of the others have been released already. Fuck, and I'm guessing the press is all over this, Law says. As expected, but we failed to protect our students. Regardless of the fact that dozens of students from other courses have been killed or taken and turned into Noma, UA is held to a higher standard by the public and itself. But, Nizu sighs, but, the commission wants to suspend all hero courses until these villains are apprehended or at least weakened. So they want to surrender for a while. Sadly yes, but the police already have an investigation underway and are preparing a counterattack, but considering who the ringleader is, they want me on the team, of course. All Might should be enough, it's not like he hasn't beaten All for One before, but better safe than sorry. True, what state was my body in? Law asks. I'll give my full report later, but right now, I need a full self-checkup. You were already unconscious when the ambulances arrived. They thankfully scanned your body before trying to remove the body glove. If they removed it your guts would have fallen to the floor. Anoi. Whatever All for One used shredded most of your skin and popped your left eyeball. It also caused most of your internal organs to rupture and bleed out. Not to mention the dozen lacerations in your brain. You were beyond saving. Yet here I am. How? Your body began trying to fix itself, at least make itself stable, Nizu says. But every time we tried to drive away you'd start failing again. I had a temporary camp set up before you were stable enough to be brought here. Also, one of the medics tried to remove your mask and you unconsciously broke his arm. Were you also asleep for that? Yes, but he really should have known better. Nizu just shakes his head. I had you brought to Recovery Girl for her to take care of the rest. Thanks, guess that explains why I feel like I got stuffed into a blender, Law mutters. It seems you aren't invincible after all. I never said I was. I'm perfect, not invincible. He says that as if it makes the most sense in the world. How does that even work? Nizu asks. I'm perfect, because I'm their son, and that's all I ever needed to be perfect. But I was never under any delusion of being invincible, not when Star and Stripe exists, but I definitely never expected to get my ass beat by anyone else. The more I learn the less sense you make, Nizu shakes his head. Will you be able to heal yourself from here? Yeah, I can handle it. I'll have your new equipment in my office when you're ready. I really am glad you're alright, or at least you will be. If you get back into form before we confront the villains please tell me. We need all the powerful people that we can get. Yeah, but first things first, right? Law asks, knowing that he wasn't going to help them take down All for One. Besides, if I manage to take him down, All Might and a dozen pros should be enough, especially since he'll be weaker now. I should have beaten him bad enough that he had to dump some quirks at least, and maybe he won't be able to self-heal. Oh, I'll be sure to inform them of that, but for now let's keep this all confidential. Naturally. I'll let you know when I figure myself out, or when I need something. Law opens his eye and turns his head to look at Nizu, now noticing his disheveled fur and droopy eyes. Clearly, he's been beyond stressed out over this entire situation. You can relax now, I'm back, Law says. Nizu manages to smile at that. You're the last point we have toward keeping the hero course open for the new semester. The public is lacking faith in UA's defenses, but when word about your fight comes out, they'll have unshakable faith in you. After all, you did fight the world's most powerful villain. Yeah, I've just got to train a lot harder. It's not as lonely as I expected at the top, so I just need to hit a whole other level. I expect nothing less from you. Nizu takes Law's phone out of his pocket and puts it on the bedside table. Keep this on you in case anything happens. After talking for a few more minutes Nizu leaves to go coordinate the strike against the villains, finally leaving Law to properly assess himself. Room? Law barely manages to make a room 10 meters wide, and he immediately feels like his brain is in a vice, quickly being crushed. The room shrinks to 5 meters and the pain diminishes greatly. Shit, he mutters, lifting a hand to his nose, feeling a trickle of blood flowing down to his lips as he forces himself to sit up. Moving his hand to his ear he feels blood flowing down the side of his head. Placing his hand over his chest he focuses on himself. Scan, he gets the new map of his body, a completely warped and twisted genetic code. Noticing the genes wanting to adapt and bind he looks deeper, seeing the conflict as all the quirks fight for his brain power and cellular space. Ripping his body and mind apart as they fight for dominance. No, fight to be second to hand of God. I really won't survive a month. I won't die, but I'll go fucking brain dead. He really did kill me, Law mutters, the realization slowly dawning on him that his days were limited. I need to solve this before I do anything else. Law reaches for his phone and immediately begins doing some research, and it only takes him a few minutes to get everything he needed from the Hero Network quirk database. I must have subconsciously blocked incompatible quirks, just like I automatically detect things that I eat that can't be processed. Energy saver. If this is the same quirk he gave me, I only need 1/8 of the energy, food, and sleep I'd usually need to function. So that should make me a lot more economical with my energy use for Hand of God. Energy dynamo, so my cells just produce more energy from the same input. So my base reserve is increased and my stamina comes back faster. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Energy enhancer, the energy I produce is more refined? What the fuck does that even mean? Law looks down at his body and focuses on himself once more. Feels like I can just hold a lot more while the others increase production and efficiency, plus it's a lot more easy to draw out. Okay, that's great. He continues his research. And the last one he mentioned, life force, doubles lifespan at the cost of athletics, so this is the piece of shit that has my body feeling sore and stiff. Guess that's the first one to get sorted. Not like I needed help with my lifespan anyway, Law scoffs. As if I'm some pathetic moral. After a few more minutes of research, Law decides it's time to get out of bed, but before that he calls Nizu. Nizu, is my scalpel in your office? All your things are here, aside from the new sword. Hatsum is still working on that. That's fine, I just need the scalpel. I've slept enough. It's time to get back to work. From the moment Law woke up at UA, the first thing he began working on, as always, was himself. While the heroes were preparing for their own battles, students and parents alike were grieving. His classmates were constantly trying to get in touch with him and calling each other crying about what happened. Some were even training harder than ever before, blaming their own weakness for what happened. Law left UA and immediately went to his nearby building in Musodafu, only 5 kilometers from the school, locking himself into the medical suite which most of his properties have. Currently, that's exactly where he was, trying to solve the mystery of his own body, but unknown to him, he'd done all that his quirk or any science could do. So sitting on a metal chair wearing only a pair of shorts, surrounded by all his medical equipment. Law's body operates on his head, which was harmlessly decapitated and placed on the table in front of it, trapped in a vise to keep it steady. There was a monitor in front of his face and a camera directly above him, looking down into his exposed brain so he could see what he was doing along with his ability to simply sense it. Visual indicators were critical in operations like this. His movements with the scalpel and tweezers are more precise than ever as he does the final inspection on himself. Looking at the monitor with his one eye, he makes a few more adjustments and quickly heals them, then moves to clean away the excess blood. As he puts the final touches on and places the top of his head back on, Law frowns at his own work, at himself. Then moves to place his head back on his neck. After 2 days of non-stop work, he still couldn't find the one thing that was holding him back. He simply couldn't make any sense of it, exactly as Dr. Ushiko predicted would happen. After over a century of research on genetics and quirks, Dr. Ushiko only recently identified this issue, and has yet to find a reliable solution to it. If it were a matter of science, then Law would have found it immediately. Ushiko is sure of that much. But this is a matter of the heart and mind not being aligned. Something so out of the realm of medicine that Ushiko went mad before he could figure it out. The practical effects of psychology on the human mind and body. The answer was so ridiculous that any genius medical professional would have to be crazy or stupid to ever consider it. You simply don't want it enough, is exactly how Dr. Ushiko would explain it, and if Law knew what it was, he would absolutely agree. Law was able to do what Dr. Ushiko could not. He solved the issue of the physical form handling multiple quirks. Through his focused and obsessive work ethic, Hand of God now acts in a way similar to All for One within his own body, acting as a pseudo-host while All for One was the true host to the other quirks. While All for One is somewhat of a switchboard with access to multiple quirks, Hand of God uses his additional quirks to buff itself by an order of many magnitudes. If only Law could access all of that power. Now all he needs is the answer Dr. Ushiko has about the mental side of this process, and the Mad Doctor needs his answer to the physical form. One last check, Law mutters as he puts himself back together, getting up from his chair and walking to the washroom. Standing in front of the mirror, he sees himself looking almost exactly the same. His hair was cut a bit shorter by recovery girl to inspect his fractured skull properly. His white eye patch was still over his left eye, covering the empty socket, and bits of his skin were still pinkish and would be for another week or two, from where they were torn apart before he regenerated entirely new flesh these past 2 days. Placing a hand on his chest, he focuses on himself. Scan, he mutters, going back to the absolute basics. Veering all the way down, what would have strained his previous energy limit before felt much less substantial now. Once again he was able to study himself down to the unchanging telomeres and his own helical genetic code. The extra energy from the quirks that were killing me is the only reason I can fix myself. Great, Law grumbles as he continues his in-depth scan. I don't sense anything wrong. I integrated them perfectly, but things still hurt when I draw on too much power for anything. That shouldn't happen, that doesn't even make any sense. Everything is perfect within my body, maybe I'm missing something. He does another scan, still finding nothing. Fine, one way to figure this shit out. He summons his phone to his hand for the first time since leaving UA, seeing the battery running low and 100 missed calls from his classmates, Pixie Bob and Nizo, combined of course. He immediately calls Nizo. Hello, what's wrong? Law asks, still looking in the mirror. I couldn't get a hold of you these past 2 days, is everything alright? Nizo asks, clearly worried. I was operating on myself. He messed up some things that'll take me a while to fix. I think it's feedback from when I resisted his quirk. I can walk it off. Oh, I see. I finished reading your report about that fight. I saw you mentioned that, and he was after something aside from your quirk apparently. Any idea what it was? Nizo asks. I've decided to edit your report somewhat before I pass it to the commission, so this won't be mentioned to them. Law sighs, right? Because if people know All Might apparently has something that he wants and that's why some kids died, they'll be pissed at him and UA, but no, I don't know what. But he was convinced All Might gave it to me. He didn't tell you. No, but you clearly know what it is, so care to explain why I almost got killed? Law asks, slightly annoyed. That isn't my secret to tell, unfortunately. Well, you could have at least warned me that there was actually a person that can steal quirks running about. Maybe I wouldn't have gone around announcing how powerful my quirk is if I had a heads up. We thought he was dead, that All Might killed him. I understand how frustrating this is to you, but some secrets aren't mine to tell. I'm sure you of all people can be thankful that I'm so respectful of the wishes of others, Nizo says. Law takes a deep breath and calms down. Yeah, you're right. Plus I don't think I would have believed you. A gene modification quirk is a bit far-fetched. Even Monoma's quirk is super rare. But one that lets you permanently alter your genes and the person you're touching. That's insane. Yes, if cloning science wasn't so far along, a few centuries ago he would have been in mystery class with you and Star. They both fall into a comfortable silence for a moment, just imagining the damage such a quirk could do had it been revealed to the general public. Or had he gotten a hold of other mystery class quirks? Have you made any posts yet? Nizo asks, breaking the silence. Posts. The medical reports from the attack were leaked. I'm currently narrowing down exactly who leaked it to the press and they'll be dealt with severely. But people are terrified of the damage you sustained. Can't really blame them, Law shrugs, raising a hand to touch his eye patch. Almost anyone else would have died from just half as much damage. Go ahead and tell them I already healed from the injuries and I'm taking some time to get back into fighting form. I'll do that right away, but the sooner you make a post the better. Seeing is believing after all, Nizo says. Maybe later. Right now I need to come back to UA. I need a lot of your robots and access to my training area, and my new sword. I thought you said you needed time to recover from what happened to your mind. Yeah, and this is how I need to spend that time. I'm not sure how to deal with what's happening. The more I use my quirk the more I'll know. Trial and error Nizo. Well, you're the doctor. I'll have everything sent to your training ground for you. Thanks. Law hangs up and rests his phone on the sink. He leans forward, putting a bit more of his weight on the sink before reaching up and ripping off the eye patch, exposing his stitched shut eyelids. Reaching up he uses mass to easily remove them, and the skin immediately droops down to reveal the empty socket. The nerves within were already healed, so he knew what he had to do. Taking a few deep breaths he grits his teeth and summons his scalpel back into his hand, and immediately inserts it into his eye socket. NNNNGHHH, he groans in pain as he has to destroy the healed tissue at the end of the nerves that would have connected to the back of his eyeball. Fuck, he drops the bloody scalpel in the sink and leans forward, allowing a few drops of blood to fall into the sink, actively suppressing his brand new automatic regeneration instinct. His quirk would now immediately open the smallest possible room whenever he's injured and begin healing, even if it wasn't optimal. That's why the ambulance couldn't leave without him constantly falling into critical condition. Anytime he left the room the healing would stop, and moments later a new room would form to restart the cycle. Fighting the urge to put a hand over his eye socket, Law looks into the mirror with a pissed-off expression, willing more and more energy into the newly injured nerve endings so the eyeball can regenerate properly. Surprisingly his right eye, the large and bright light blue pupil, begins flickering, appearing like a glowing crystal at this moment. He has to fight the urge to jolt back in surprise as a thin blue mist begins pouring out of the left eye socket and dissipating in the air, and moments later he feels a brand new eyeball forming in his skull. And as the new eyeball is fully formed, drops of blood flow down from the eye socket like tears, pushed out by the new eye. It too flickers for a few seconds before both eyes glow solid bright blue. For all of 2 seconds they glow and release the thin blue mist from their pupils when Law gives them more energy, until... Arg. Law groans and shuts his eyes, feeling his brain in a vice once more, and the same problem takes hold again. Like hot spikes being hammered into his skull. After a long minute to catch his breath, he looks back into the mirror and grumbles, okay, that's new. But the glowy eyes take too much energy, so I'll just set that aside for now. Right now I just need to see what I can do about this damn mental feedback. Curtain. Law manifests his blue dome barrier from his palm and projects it a few meters around himself. Standing within his personal training ground at UA, he's surrounded by city blocks of rubble, formerly concrete buildings. Currently, there were 2 more of Nizo's robots ahead of him, battering the shield with rubber bullets. Behind the shield, he was currently wearing just his pair of UA's PE uniform, leaving his top exposed, and using his new sword. The new sword was an exact copy of his previous blade. A long katana with a white blade and blue edge, along with a matching scabbard and hilt. After taking some time to get attuned to it, he can now use it with his quirk, getting him access to all his abilities once more. His visor was off to reveal himself drenched in sweat and with a constant trickle of blood running down from his nose and ears. It was currently sunset, and he'd been training and studying himself here since sunrise, yesterday. Taking breaks between sets of training to eat and get new robots, not that he needed much rest or food anymore, among other things he noticed about himself. As the rubber bullets continue, Law focuses on the room he was currently in, only spanning the few hundred meters of this private training area. Scan. The sudden influx of information floods his brain, as usual. Every piece of rubble and stray leaf, every robot and all the rubber bullets in the air appear frozen as it is all filed into his mind. His perfect spatial awareness once again shows how invaluable it is as he tracks exactly how he has to move his sword to deflect some bullets and rush forward. But things aren't so simple since all for one. Now the information is accompanied by a desynchronization of his quirks. His mind and heart are being pulled apart to do conflicting tasks in a way he couldn't detect or understand. Dumb? His heart speeds up for just a moment as a thin blue fog begins emanating from his now glowing eyes. Feeling the power flowing through him, his shield glows brighter as the blue becomes less and less transparent. It too begins releasing the same energy vapor as he's unable to regulate his output. A with tilde nu beta s. But all of this happens in less than 1/100th of a second, and a moment later. Arg! A hail of rubber bullets slam into Law as his quirk shuts off. The sudden influx of information conflicts with his instincts and quirks to hit like a white-hot steak being hammered into his skull. The loud impacts of rubber bullets hitting his tough skin echo out once more. 23 shots to the chest and ABS leave purplish-black welts and have him stumbling back. Dropping to one knee, he tries to focus his mind, hearing the constant clicking of the empty guns 20 meters away before the two robots begin walking forward. Opening his eyes, he looks at the ground, vision blurred from the sheer pain of what he just felt, as if his head was shoved into Endeavor's flames. He sees more and more blood dripping down to the floor, feeling another fully flowing stream running down from his nose and out of his ears. Feeling his lunch about to spill out, he covers his mouth and forces it to stay down, rising to his feet, and swaying slightly as he does so. Seeing both the robots slowly approaching, he grits his teeth as the pain in his head diminishes quickly, just as it always does. Then he takes a deep breath, filling his chest, and looks down to see all the rubber bullets that were stuck to him falling to the floor. Room? He creates a room 50 meters wide. Booster shot. The blackish-purple welts on his chest where the bullets hit begins glowing with his usual blue healing energy, much brighter than before meeting All for One, and his skin immediately returns to normal. The exact same routine as he'd been doing all day with his injuries. Lowering his stance slightly, he rockets forward in a full sprint. Still keeping himself enhanced with booster shot, he easily breaks past 60 miles per hour, -96 km/h or -26 m/s, and closes the distance between him and the robots, ignoring the pain caused every time he has to move his body beyond the standard everyday movements. The downside of life force, the quirk which gives him double the vitality at the cost of making athletics severely limited. Even now all his muscles constantly felt stiff and sore no matter what he did to alleviate it. Arriving at the robots, he swings at one with his sword. Booster shot plus incision. His enhanced sword slash comes down harder than ever. It easily cleaves through the robot, slicing reinforced titanium alloy as if were nothing. The usual training robots were built to be slow and fragile, but these are Niza's campus defense robots, without the live munitions of course since this is training. Dumb? As his blade is about to exit, he feels another jolt of pain. The same blue energy vapor had just barely begun manifesting around his blade before his quirk shut off and everything went black. Less than a second later, he wakes up while rolling across the hard concrete floor, skidding to a stop and looking up just in time to see the other robot retracting its hand. Reaching up, he feels some blood at the back of his head where it had punched him the moment he lost focus. This is just embarrassing. I'm worse than Deco, Law grumbles as he struggles to get up, running at it with his tired body and empty hands. His sword was sent flying out of his grasp as he was knocked across the ground. Room? He creates a room just big enough for both of them. Booster shot. He yells out while swinging with a strong right, embedding up to his shoulder in the robot as he punches it apart. He pulls out his arm and the robot harmlessly falls to the floor, leaving him to look down at the cuts and bruises on his arm already glowing blue and healing up without any command from him. Okay, that's pretty useful. Reflexive healing isn't worth all this bullshit, but it's nothing to complain about, Law mutters as he looks around, seeing his sword on the floor a few meters away. Done with his training for now, until he takes a break and gets some more robots, he takes a step forward to go collect his sword. Then feels as if his legs are about to give out. Nope, he sits right where he is and just leans back against the robot, deciding this was as good a place as any to rest. Closing his eyes and ignoring the blood running down his head and now dripping onto his chest, he tries to enjoy the cool evening breeze as the sun sets over the horizon. Okay Law, 2 days of training and studying, what do you know? He asks himself, thinking aloud before he consciously decides to just think to himself, at least while on UA campus, since everything here can be assumed to be free data for Nizo. Okay, so I've still got Hand of God, my original quirk. Then I've got Energy Saver, which lets me work on 1/8 of the food, sleep, and energy of a regular person for all my necessary functions. And it lets me sleep on command and stay more alert during sleep, but that second part may just be because of Hand of God. Energy dynamo, my body produces energy more efficiently, I basically just have more output for the same input. This also helps my stamina recovery a ton so I can just rest up quickly and get back into fights. Then there's energy enhancer, kind of vague from the quirk database, but at least in my case it lets my body produce energy that's more easily usable, and optimizes it even further. This is probably why my eyes and stuff are glowing and releasing that weird energy vapor. And then the colossal pain in my ass, life force. Doubles my capacity, not that I can fully use it without having a seizure, but at least it doubled so one day I will be able to. But the doubled lifespan did nothing for me since my telomeres are perfect thanks to hand of God. Not to mention the fact that my body is always so fucking stiff and sore makes doing anything but walking painful. I hate this fucking quirk. Law takes a moment to calm down, warping his water bottle to him to take a drink. Okay, so I know hand of God is still fine, all my abilities work. The other quirks should have integrated fine. And life force should have been fixed so the drawback of limited athletic ability is gone. So what the hell is going on? My body is fine, my mind is fine. My quirks? No, just quirk. Since I more or less integrated them all into hand of God, it's just one quirk now. Plus they all just enhance my own quirk anyway. I even said it myself, one body cannot have multiple quirks because once they're fully integrated it becomes a new quirk. I followed my own logic, the correct logic, and I feel like it's still trying to kill me. Law growls in frustration and slams his hand into the concrete floor. And the moment his skin makes contact his quirk activates a small room, just big enough for his body, automatically boosting his physical strength to crack the floor. Looking at the damage he lifts up his hand, and notices it was healed instantly. Well, once I keep the information input to only what is absolutely necessary I should be fine. And I'll have to try to keep my adrenaline and heart rate down. The higher those get or the more into a fight I am then the more likely my quirk is to just try and pull in as much information as possible. If I do that in a big fight it could kill me. But I don't even know what's wrong with me to set a timeline for solving this. And if I can't solve it and school starts up in 3 weeks all for one is probably not gonna attack Tartarus. Seeing me alive should be enough proof, but if he gets any hint that I'm not healthy it's all gone. Why would he bother with his part of the proposed contract when he knows I can't even hold up my end of the law? Stops his train of thought, realizing in his haste to pull himself together and understand what was going on he completely overlooked something. The spy, he mutters. I won't have to worry about him finding out anything if I just find the spy and hand them over to the cops. Stupid hero bullshit. And if I kill the spy then Nizu is probably gonna easily figure out it's me. Then I would have voided my own contract like a dumbass. But yeah, hand them over to the cops and give Nizu the credit. That way he doesn't think I did it just to hide my failure. I completely forgot about his spy in all this chaos, but once I get rid of that person then all for one will just assume I'm healthy and attack Tartarus. He gets them out, I fix him up, then we leave Japan forever. Easy. Too bad I can't take credit for the spy. That would help me out a lot, and I could let Nizu say he ordered the investigation so UA looks better too, but I can't have my name anywhere near this mess. Law sits on the floor for a while longer, putting all the pieces he had together. All for one is old, damn ancient. 300 years old. His spy could be anyone, and I'm assuming they even know they're the spy. It could just be using telepathy to rip information out of them when they leave school. But no, they'd have to either be one of the teachers, but only Eraser, Nizu, Vlad, and All Might knew where the camp was. I know at least 3 of them are clean, and Vlad got hurt too badly to be the spy. He almost got put into retirement from that fight. Then there would have to be an incentive. All for one can give people quirks, the best incentive. But among the remaining teachers, they've all got pretty good quirks, and I don't think he would have used the pussycats since even he couldn't predict Nizu asking them for help. So then that leaves the students, and as a doctor and Nizu's favorite, I've got their medical records on my phone, just in case I had to perform any field medicine. I guess it's about time I finally have a look at those. Flying across the open countryside, Horizon is on his hoverboard, moving at 300 miles per hour, 482 kmph, wearing his full hero costume with his sword at his side. With the sun now completely hidden beyond the ocean he makes his way southwest, away from Musudafu where UA is. Taking a casual stance on the hoverboard just as he would his surfboard or longboard, he has his phone out as he scrolls through his Yay account. Seeing tens of thousands of comments on his last post, a picture of him in full costume, announcing to the world that he's alright. Seeing the worried comments and people cheering him on, he can't help but roll his eyes at the pathetic sheep. People are still following this true hero bullshit Stain was preaching. Serious, he wonders, noticing some custom emojis and stickers in the comments of Stain proclaiming Horizon to be exactly that. Shaking his head at the absurdity of hero worshipping people, he continues listening to his music as he rockets through the air. Just a few hundred meters above the rural area between cities, he's protected from the cold night wind by his body glove and visor. Redundant copies were made weeks ago by May, foreseeing that one day his costume would be damaged. Beep beep beep. Horizon sighs as his music is cut off, and Hanta Zero is projected on the inside of his visor. An incoming call. Yeah, he answers the call. Are you okay, man? Zero yells into the phone. Better if you weren't yelling in my ear, Horizon says. Sorry, it's just, from what the news said, the leaked reports, we weren't sure if even you could survive that. TCH, barely a scratch, regrowing the eye was a pain, but I've done worse things. What? When? Mom was very hands-on and thorough with training. The point is I'm perfectly fine now. How are you and the others doing? Well, we've all been put on house arrest right now, Zero says. All the Year 1 Hero Course students or older Hero Course students from UA without a provisional license have pro heroes watching them, unless they're at an agency or no. Really? Who do you have? Jolt, Zero says in a defeated voice. Seriously, you got just grown up Kaminari. Too soon man, Zero says in a low voice. Oh right, that happened, Horizon says dismissively. How is everyone taking that? If by that you mean watching our classmates die in front of us, not good. Only a few of us were there when that fire hit. Those blue flames were something else man. How did that even go? Well, I don't know the full details, but some of the Nomo had this quirk called Absorb and Release. They used it to keep Bakugo and Todoroki busy while the rest of us were under attack. Some psycho named Muscular was mangling up Midoriya pretty good, but thankfully he won that fight. The rest of us were dealing with some of those Nomo. It was like they knew all our quirks and prepared Nomo just for us. Probably because that's exactly what happened, Horizon says. About half of you showed off what you could do at the sports festival, but from what I know they even had counters to people like Jiro and Cookie. They can't know about that from the sports festival since both of them didn't use their quirks. Wait, you think they have a spy? Zero asks, terror in his voice. But it's UA. Plus none of us even had any phones to call the villains. Well, I'm on my way to solve that problem tonight, so you'll find out how it goes pretty soon. Zero takes a deep breath, unable to fathom that someone at UA would be an undercover villain. But if Horizon has suspects then, it has to be true. Horizon doesn't make mistakes, not with things this big. Okay, Zero mutters, clearly pissed off. Okay, yeah, when you find whoever it is, give them a bit of payback from all of us, he growls out. That lizard guy got Koda, the big guy with the magnet pushed Sato into the fire, that freaky girl with the knives got Pony, and Shigaraki decayed Kainoko, and Kaminari, man. The report didn't go into the specifics, but what happened to Kaminari? Zero falls silent for a while. Horizon hears a few sniffles before he begins speaking in a shaky voice. He jumped in front of us. I was out of tape and he jumped in front of us when a Nomo stretched its arm like a dozen meters to grab any of us. He thought he could just fry it like the others, and it worked. But that damn clone guy, he just kept making more and more. It was too much, and Kaminari ran out of power. We couldn't get to him in time. Did twice kill him? Horizon asks plainly. No, some of the Nomo just. They pulled him apart. Zero immediately begins breaking down crying, much to Horizon's annoyance. That's unfortunate, was all Horizon said, realizing it would be much harder than expected to reopen the hero course after that. Yeah, Zero says before his voice becomes angry. So when you find whoever brought the villains there, who killed Kaminari, you give them some payback for all of us, alright. I'll take care of it, and Zero. Yeah. Horizon pauses for a moment, genuinely trying to figure out how to say this in the nicest way possible. Kaminari died a hero, he says in a surprisingly soft tone. But that's worthless if all you do is cry and mope around like a pussy. Get to work, save some lives, that way he's worth more than just who he saved that night. Got it? Yeah, got it. Zero mutters as he presumably wipes his tears. Good, I've gotta go, Nizu is calling. Horizon hangs up before Zero can respond and answers Nizu's call. Where are you? Nizu immediately asks. Out, why? You left UA a few minutes ago without telling me. I'm concerned. How are you feeling? Better. I'm going to deal with your spy problem, my way. That is a very delicate matter, Horizon. Well, right now it's costing us lives, so are you willing to let more people die or should I just handle it now? The call is silent for a few seconds. That's what I thought. Nizu sighs. What condition are you in? Can you fight? Not optimally, not for a while, but I should be fine for tonight. So not against someone like All for One or the USJ Nomu. Not a chance. I still need time. Did you forget what condition I was in? It's only been 2 days since I woke up, remember? I see. Nizu pauses for a moment and Horizon overhears some nearly inaudible chatter in the background, so clearly Nizu wasn't alone. And is the data you gave us on All for One comprehensive of what you know? Excuse me. Is there anything you could have missed? You doubting me? Horizon asks, getting annoyed now since he did put everything combat related into his report. The deal with his parents simply wasn't necessary to be reported. No, I'd never do that, Nizu admits. But the police are doing an investigation and want to plan a counterattack. They want as much information as possible. I see, so they want me in the raid team. That makes sense, but it'll probably be weeks before I'm ready for any high-level fights. He hears more indiscernible background chatter before Nizu responds. Well, that's unfortunate, but we simply don't have that time to wait. Yesterday the League of Villains attacked the Hero Commission branch in Warden City. Warden City, but the only thing that branch has is the prisoner transfer documents for all the prisons across Japan, Nizu says. We believe they plan a mass jailbreak of all their allies we've arrested since the USJ incident. And the existence of this Vanguard Action Squad proves they're actively recruiting. Snuffing them out before they go on a recruitment drive is our priority. Yeah, before they have another army aside from the Nomo. I assume the public doesn't know about the impending fights. We managed to blame the destruction on a gas leak since it all happened inside the building. Another reason why Kurogiri is so high on our priority list. That makes sense. Well, sorry, but I won't be in top form for at least another few weeks. Got a lot to sort out. Well, we managed before you. We can still do just that. Please do bring back anyone you believe is the spy unharmed if possible. No, Horizon says bluntly. Niza groans. Do remember you're trying to be a hero. I'm more upset than anyone about what happened to my students, but we must not let our emotions blind us. I'll call you later tonight. Right now I have a press conference to deal with. The media is already setting up downstairs and waiting for UA's explanation on how it will continue forward. I'll try to watch it if I can. Good luck. After tonight, everything will be fine. Your next semester should be rather smooth. Well, I hope so. Horizon hangs up, breathing a sigh of relief. Resuming his music and putting his phone away, he considers the conversation he just had. Niza kept calling me Horizon, never once used my name. Combined with the muttering he's not alone, I was extra careful because it's probably Detective Tsukashi there since he was giving me otherwise classified info, and I'm guessing All Might or Eraser if they were planning a counter-strike. You need those two for a smooth attack against All for One. He crosses a few more miles, still not seeing his target city anywhere ahead of him, deciding to not speak aloud for now in case Nizo is bugging him. All for One sent the League to get the Tartaru's prison documents. If anywhere has ancient files about the layout, it's that branch of the commission. He's planning to get them out already. Luckily I really didn't have to lie about not being in fighting form to go up against someone that strong, even with help. Now all I've gotta do is have the cops wait until I'm in top shape. But by that time All for One and Gigantomachy, whoever that is, will attack Tartarus and get my parents back. Then I'm out of this country forever. After fixing his body, of course. Niza's office. Hanging up after his call with Horizon, Nizo is in his chair, sitting behind his desk. In front of him on one couch was Yagi, wearing his All Might costume, the modern version currently hanging on him as if he were a coat rack. Beside Yagi was Detective Tsukachi, wearing full SWAT gear with a rifle at his side. Opposite them, both wearing simple black business suits, were Vlad King and Eraserhead. Horizon won't be available sadly, he's still recovering, Niza says. Then we'll just have to continue forward without him, Yagi immediately says, already not wanting to waste any more time. Both Tsukachi and Niza share a concerned look while Eraser and Vlad notice but aren't in on the full secret. Niza turns to them both. Can you both please head down to the press conference ahead of me? There are a few things left to discuss. As Eraserhead and Vlad King leave Niza's office, the atmosphere becomes much more tense. Tsukachi and Niza share a knowing look at Yagi. Looks confused. What's wrong? Yagi asks, looking between his allies. We should get in the helicopter and head to Tokyo. Gran Torino should already be at the police station waiting for us. Or, Niza says, we could postpone the raid. What? Yagi stands up, looking horrified at the very thought. But Principal Niza, this is the best chance we've got. Just for a few weeks, Tsukachi says, looking up at his friend. Schools are out so the League of Villains can't hit any hero courses until summer ends in a few weeks. By then Horizon should be back in action for him to help you take down All for One, for good this time. You. Yagi stumbles back in disbelief. You think I'll lose? We didn't say that, Niza says. But we have one of the most powerful people in the world on standby. If we wait, he will be ready. Assuming the villains will still be there, Yagi says. We don't know when they'll move on to another hideout, and Horizon said he won't be ready for weeks. We need to strike now and defeat All for One with a decisive blow. The plan won't change, Niza says. The tracker Yayo Rosa made is still transmitting from the same location in Kamino Ward, and the police have eyes on the hidden bar where the villains are living at. We'll still have two teams, one to attack the Noma facility in Kamino Ward, and you'll still lead the team at the bar which will be fighting the main villains. But we want Horizon with you at the bar, Tsukachi says. When All for One shows himself it'll be good if both of you take him down together. Niza has a pet monster in his pocket, it's about time we put it to use. Yagi doesn't understand what he means by that, only knowing Horizon as a student, pet monster. Never mind that, Niza says. Tsukachi and Horizon didn't meet on the best terms. But when All for One shows up at the bar it'll be best if you, Horizon, and Endeavor are there together. You're asking me to put one of my students in a fight again All for One? How can I do that and still call myself a hero? Horizon isn't just any student, Niza says, earning a confident nod from Tsukachi. He severely hurt All for One in their last fight. With you and Endeavor there, the three of you can easily end that demon. Yagi pauses, then looks between Tsukachi and Nizu, people who have been with him from the start of his career, from before he even got one for all in Nizu's case. And for the very first time, he sees more than just concern in their eyes. You don't think I can win? Yagi asks in a quiet voice. Tsukachi sighs, it's not that we doubt your power. We just don't want to risk losing you, as a friend, and as the symbol of peace. Think about what happens if something goes wrong. Ran. Nothing will go wrong, Yagi says. If this semester has proven anything, it's that everything can go wrong, no matter how much we try to prove otherwise. Nizu hops down from his chair and begins walking toward the opposite couch. We've assembled powerful heroes to assist you, but the Hero Commission has run simulations already. If the enemies have too many Noma, this can go bad very quickly. You could die, Tsukachi says, surprising Yagi. And what do you think happens if All for One manages that for the world to see? Society would be thrown into chaos. Yagi looks down at his baggy hero costume, reaching up and pulling the fabric at his chest. Years ago he would have filled this costume out 24/7, but now he stands as a husk of his former self. And even his greatest supporters are so worried about him that they don't want him to fight. To be the person Nana knows he would be. to complete the task she entrusted to him. He recalls the night he lost her, how he and Gran Torino were forced to run away, leaving her to stall all for one, and how she stood alone. But I won't be alone, Yagi says, gripping his costume. I'll have squads of powerful and just pro heroes with me. I'll have more support than anyone before me. Yes, I am weaker than I was years ago, but I've regained some of my past power thanks to Horizon healing me. I'm still strong enough to complete this task. Strong enough that I don't have to involve one of my precious students in this battle, because how can I ever call myself a teacher if I'm so weak that I have to do that? How could we call ourselves heroes if we have to depend on him for the most critical battles of our lives? Is this not my purpose? I was entrusted with this power to become the symbol of peace, to become All Might. But as a holder of One for All, above everything else, our purpose is to defeat All for One, to ensure the safety of this world, and all the generations that will inherit it from us. So no, I won't be leaning on one of the very people I'm fighting to create a better world for in this fight. Yagi begins growing, taking his muscular form and completely filling out his costume until it was skin tight. Raising his fist in front of him and looking at it, only feeling a fraction of the godly power that once coursed through him. One for all, this is its purpose, our purpose, but I'll complete this task here. He looks up at Nizu, giving him a broad smile. So Izuku Midoriya can find the new purpose of this power, and forge his own destiny, because as a hero, and as his teacher, that is my duty, that is why All Might exists. The intensity and conviction in his voice were astonishing as always, and both Nizu and Tsukachi couldn't help but smile, feeling the familiar warmth of his blazing will just as bright as it was before their previous battle. Tsukachi chuckles, fishing the keys for the helicopter door out of his pocket and getting up, ready to make his way to the roof and fly them to Tokyo. There really won't be another hero like you. He gives All Might an exasperated look. Now let's go deal with this villain for good, then we won't ever have to think about him again. He begins walking toward the door. Half right, All Might says, turning to give Tsukachi his brilliant smile. This villain ends tonight, but I'm sure of another thing. There will be another symbol of peace, and he'll be more than I could have ever been. As All Might and the others meet up in Tokyo to finalize their plans for the raid, Nizu heads downstairs to meet up with Eraserhead and Vlad King. Their part in this plan was to hold a press conference simultaneously with the raid, proclaiming that the police force and UA were currently looking into the villain's plans and location but had yet to find any concrete leads. No students, not even Momo herself who provided the tracker, knows about the raid. And even the police and heroes that will be helping haven't been told anything before tonight, to prevent the villains from learning through a spy. That's exactly why Nizu didn't mind that Horizon was dealing with the potential spy issue, because he wanted this entire problem to be dealt with tonight. Aldera City, 250 kilometers southwest of Tokyo. Sitting at his desk in his room, Deco was currently writing some notes for his hero studies, trying to figure out a way to ease the damage his arms are taking during battles. His hands were currently functional but bandaged up for the next few days. And I'll have to figure out a way to convince Mom to let me return to UA next semester, he mutters absent-mindedly. Maybe I can get Principal Nizu to talk to her, or maybe All Might can come to do it in person. But she's so scared I'll break my arms 1 or 2 more times and be crippled forever, as the doctors said. But if I figure this out before then, it won't matter. It's a power distribution problem. Horizon said this before, but he also said that because I look up to All Might so much it's limiting me. He stops writing and sits back in his chair, staring down at his book. Currently, there was a sketch of his hero costume with armored arms. A solution he knew simply wouldn't work. What did he mean by that? Thinking like All Might will hold me bad, he reaches for his phone and clicks on the 1A group chat, seeing a conversation going on, mentioning the press conference that was about to start. I should watch that so I at least know when school will be reopening, he mutters while opening the members list for the chat. He sees Horizon listed in it and is tempted to call him. If I call him he'll probably call me stupid again and hang up, assuming he'd even answer. Ugh. Deku holds his head in frustration. Oh, I know, I'll just ask Zero to ask him for me. He finds Zero's contact but stops before he can call. No, Horizon would figure it out, and the last thing I want to do is get Zero yelled at. Plus last time he said I rely on other people too much right now, so I should at least figure this out myself. Heroes are problem solvers, not liabilities was what he said, I think. Deku returns to his notes for a few minutes, thinking up anything he can. Izuku, he hears his mother's scared voice echo down the halls of their small apartment. Deku is immediately on alert, knowing there was a police van outside with a pro-hero nearby to stake out the house. Just as with all the hero course students from UA, but he didn't hear any fighting. Warp Gate, Kurojiri, he immediately concludes, activating his quirk and rushing down the hall, terrified of the idea that the villains are in his house, hurting his mom. Terrified that All for One realized that he has One for All and not Horizon. Rounding the corner he pivots on the ground hard enough to crack the concrete and turns into the kitchen, ready to launch into a powerful smash. But he freezes, seeing the small kitchen occupied by 2 people. Inko Midoriya, leaning with her back to the counter absolutely terrified, breathing heavily and gripping her chest from the sheer shock. And sitting at the small kitchen table, Horizon, in full hero costume with his sword out, clearly ready to use it. Deku, exactly who I came to see, Horizon says as he gets up, seeing Deku frozen in the doorway. He leaves his sword on the little table and walks around the small kitchen, gesturing to Inko. Inko Midoriya, Deku's mom, short and chubby at 160 centimeters, 5 feet 3 with green hair much more like Azui than Deku. You should go take a seat. He gestures to the table. Her eyes look over from him, to the table he gestured to with his sword still atop it, then back to him. Suddenly aware of how much larger he is in person than on TV. What's going on here? Is something wrong? Inko musters up the courage to ask, trying desperately not to be bullied in her own home. Horizon sighs and looks over to Deku, seeing him still frozen in the doorway. I just have some questions for both of you, so how about you both take a seat so I can get out of here? Oh, and the team that was watching you won't be bothering us for a while. Bulletin. Mom, Deku cuts her off, and she looks over to see him already sweating nervously. Let's just do what he says. Horizon doesn't miss that both Deku's hands are at his sides in tight fists. Well, at least he's ready for a fight. Giving her son a silent and nervous nod, Inko carefully walks around Horizon to sit at the table, opposite Deku. Hands on the table, Horizon says, and they both comply, although she's glaring at him the entire time. Standing back at the counter and facing them, Horizon folds his arms across his chest and looks at the duo, nothing striking between the two, and after a silent minute to let their imagination run wild, he gets to the point. Glancing to the TV in the corner of the kitchen, he sees the press conference at UA starting, but ignores it to focus on the task at hand. So you both know that UA has been attacked twice by now, right? They both nod. And I'm here to solve that, by whatever means necessary. That includes the bloody and painful ones, he says. Inko begins shaking in fear while Deku just turns and glares at Horizon, ready to use full cowling to defend his mom at a moment's notice. Why, you can't do that, Inko says. Oh, why not? Because it's against the law? And you're a hero, right, aren't you? Yeah, so. Horizon shrugs. Laws only apply to replaceable people, like you two. I'm Horizon, I can do what I want. Now, what do you know about Deku's quirk? Izuku's quirk. She looks between Horizon and her son, completely confused, and even more so by the horrified look on his face. What about it? Oh, playing dumb. Horizon gets up and walks over to her, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. Deku grits his teeth in frustration, already activating full cowling at a low percentage. Was he born with his quirk? What? Of course he was, it's his quirk, Inko says, not understanding such a silly question. And Horizon detects no lies. Have you had any contact with any villains? Horizon asks. No, why would I ever do that? What's this about? Inko asks, even more confused. So Deku left you out of the loop. Horizon lets go of her and begins walking around to Deku. You see, I find it very strange that I get attacked by a villain that can steal and redistribute quirks, and I've been suspicious of UA having a spy in it since USJ. Then I check all the medical records from the people at camp to find Deku here was registered as quirkless until the day before the first day of UA. Then he shows up with a quirk that's perfect for catching All Might's interest since they're so similar. And he acts in a way that would perfectly convince All Might to take an interest in him. Not to mention that broken arm he said happened when he was a kid that caused him to never want to use his quirk, wasn't on his medical record. Horizon places his hand directly atop Deku's head, and the boy just stares forward at his mom as she puts the pieces together. Izuku, she asks in a horrified voice, unable to fathom the possibility of this being true, and her tone alone breaks his heart. Tears began flowing down his cheeks as he realizes he had no way out. If he lies, he'll look guilty and Horizon will just beat him unconscious and drag him off to jail. And if he confesses, then he'll be telling them both All Might's secret, disappointing his hero and informing the one person that he's never supposed to tell about one for all about it. So, Deku, Horizon says, with his hand on Deku's head as he scans him. Finally able to make contact, he realizes that Deku's cells are identical to All Might in how the quirk functions, but somehow Deku's quirk stores energy much faster. He must have also been given some sort of energy quirk, so he didn't have to use it for as long as All Might to have the same amount of power, Horizon thinks, trying to make sense of it. Were you born with that quirk, or did All for One give it to you? Deku freezes, his fears becoming reality at that moment. Neither option was true, and All Might already told him Horizon can detect lies through touch. Any lie would probably result in him being tossed by counter shock and taken away. Then his mom would think he's a villain and a spy, so desperate for power that he'd help kill thousands of people, including his own classmates. Squeezing his eyes shut, he grits his teeth before simply being honest. All Might gave me his quirk and is training me to be the next symbol of peace since he can't fight as much anymore. He blurts out in one quick breath, taking deep breaths afterward as if he was about to pass out. But finally feels a weight lifted from his chest as his mom now knows the truth. What? Horizon now sounds more confused than anyone else. All Might can pass on his quirk. Deku and Inko silently stare at each other. She looks at him in disappointment for keeping this from her. And he just begins crying even more after seeing her face. Horizon just takes a moment to process everything. Weeks ago he never would have believed any of this, but now he knows that naturally transferring quirks is possible, and the fact that he didn't detect any lies makes it all but certain. Add to it the fact that Deku's outlandish story makes a lot of things he's noticed make much more sense. He had no choice but to believe it. So All Might passed his quirk to you after I healed him, because a year ago his cellular energy was a lot higher than on the first day of UA, and I'm guessing you get the stockpiled power of the previous user as well instead of starting from zero, explains why he's running on the last fumes of his quirk. Horizon takes a step back and groans, then take the seat at the head of the table, leaving Deku to his left and Inko to his right facing the TV. Reaching forward, he grabs Deku's wrist to make sure he can't lie. This complicated everything so much more. Okay, fuck it, start explaining. Now, Inko is completely silent as Deku explains, and Horizon only nods along and takes in everything, not wanting to interrupt and cause Deku to exclude anything. And at the end of it, he feels more pissed off than anything else. So Nizu knew all of this and just didn't bother to tell me, could have saved me a lot of trouble. Deku just looks down at the table as Horizon lets go of his wrist and leans back in his chair, completely exasperated. So all of this crap is because All for One accidentally created a powerful quirk because he decided to give his little brother a quirk even though he wanted to stop him. What a moron. And now he can't take back the quirk because it probably has similar genetic markers to himself and that causes interference. You realize he was at the summer camp and attacked me because he assumed I had your quirk, right? Deku just nods, already being informed of everything by All Might, but now the guilt was multiplied once more, sitting here with the person that almost died protecting them from All for One himself. Adding to the weight of his dead classmates and the injured pro heroes still in the hospital, he was questioning if he should even return to UA, or any other hero course. Now giving serious thought to being a vigilante, because that way at least All for One wouldn't have to kill his classmates to get to him. TCH, no wonder you got into UA without any control, and this definitely explains why Nizu is always asking me to help you train. All Might passed his quirk on to you, and since they don't have much time left they need you to master it as soon as possible, but for some reason, Nizu is still betting on me instead. Very strange. Well, whatever, doesn't matter, but seriously I get that he's only got a few more years to live, but All Might could have really chosen someone a bit more competent. Deku and Inko both look at Horizon, faces completely mortified by that sudden announcement. Looking at Deku, he just sighs. What did you think would happen with injuries like that? Come on, don't be that stupid. The energy of One for All was keeping him going, and you've got the engine now. Izuku feels his entire world crashing down for the 100th time in these past few months, suddenly learning that after everything, he would soon be losing All Might as well. Then that's why, Izuku wipes his tears. I've got to become stronger. Ugh, Horizon gives a disgusted groan. Not doing great so far. Well, I guess I'm done here. You two clearly have a lot to talk about, and I've got to have a chat with Nizu about this stuff. Oh, and don't tell anyone I was here and what I was doing. I've got another suspect I'd like to surprise tonight. Deku nods, then looks over at his mom who didn't even react. She was just staring daggers through him, absolutely livid that he did all of this behind her back, lying to her for months. Feeling the tension in the room, Horizon is about to get up when the TV suddenly switches over from the boring press conference. Breaking news, All Might and a strange masked villain are fighting in Kamino Ward. Everyone in the room turns to the TV, seeing All Might standing on a cleared-out battlefield in what was a populated city area, surrounded by rubble as All for One stands on the air above him. Shit, Horizon immediately warps his sword back into the scabbard and rushes off, racing through the night sky on his hoverboard, rushing as best he can toward Kamino. Toward the end of All Might, are you sure? All for One asks. The past and future Demon Lord was once again sitting in his usual chair, deep within his secret lab at Kamino Ward, Tokyo. At his side was a phone with Ushiko on the other side, giving him an update on the information they recently decrypted. Unfortunately so, Ushiko says. Plus Makio won't be ready for at least another week, but how would you like to proceed with this new information? It could turn out very badly for everyone involved. All for One silently ponders this for a moment, then gives a sinister smile. Oh my dear friend, you've never been able to see opportunity in such risky ventures, but this is my specialty. Some major changes are needed, but we will still prevail. So on the contrary, I believe this works out much better for us. Continue preparing Gigantomachia. I want him to be our guard dog against any international aid. In the case that I'm not enough of a deterrent, he will at least make other nations hesitate to send any help to Japan. You may consider it done. Good, now transfer some of the recovered data into Aoyama's data core. No doubt either Nizu or Horizon himself will find it. In the case of the latter, that will help us sway his views on things even further. The hero files. Precisely, and nothing more. We don't want to change his course until it benefits us, All for One says. But now the main concern is that the Hero Public Safety Commission knows of my existence, and they also have a proper villain in Tamura. Even if it is in reputation alone, they need not know how incompetent he is. True, the less that Brad appears the better, Ushiko agrees. But I still fail to see exactly how this helps us retain our final goal, or improve the plan in any way. Well, that's quite simple. We must. Kurogiri's purple mist begins swirling beside All for One as he warps into the room. Dashmaster. Kurogiri, report. The leads we spread about have been collected by the police. They are en route to the bar to arrest Tamura and his associates as we speak. All Might and Endeavor are leading the charge along with many other top pro heroes. Good, but why are you here and not with Ushiko at his lab? Because pro heroes have also been detected closing in on this location, Master. All for One growls lowly at that. They tracked me here. That should have been impossible. I even made sure Ragdoll never laid eyes on me to track me. He takes a moment to consider the options, then nods. The plan has further changed. Kurogiri, go save Tamura and the other children. They shall act as the main threat to Japan in these coming years, but do not inform them of the Meta Liberation Army, keep Redistro under a tight leash, and make him aware of Gigantomachy so he doesn't step out of line. I want the Meta Liberation Army ready for my return. The League of Villains will not matter at that point. They are straw dolls living beyond their use. Protect twice, above all else if necessary. New. Yes, master. Kurojiri immediately warps away, dutifully obeying all for one. Return. Ujiko asks, where are you going? I shall be going away for a while. Sadly, you'll have to play caretaker to the League for some time. What? But why? Where will you be? All for one gets up and holds the phone in his palm. His flesh begins shifting and sparking, connecting to the phone with a few of his quirks as it is absorbed into his palm. This should allow me to project everything we say during the upcoming fight, to properly set the stage for Japan to crumble, all before my grand revival, all for one says, confusing Ujiko. I'm sending you a detailed set of instructions, Doctor. The Hero Commission will need your services in the future, very soon in fact. Make yourself available in both instances. You still haven't told me where you will be. Tartarus, all for one says bluntly, and Ujiko chokes on the other side of the call. I'm about to have my final fight with All Might, and no matter the outcome I won't be strong enough to resist arrest. Removing myself as a potential scapegoat for anyone. Because the only way not to be blamed, is to not exist within this world. You can't be serious? We could just go to a different country, that should get the blame away from us entirely. No, we've already overplayed our hand without knowing enough. I've sent you my glorious 3-year plan, and when it is complete, I will rise as the Demon Lord Reborn, and rule the country, as is my right. Ujiko sighs at the other end of the call, already skimming the document all for one made and sent within the past few seconds with his collection of quirks controlling the phone. Of all the things we've disagreed on over the years, this is at the top of the list, easily, Ujiko says. And you're sure you can build him up while constantly stoiking their fears? More than simply that, I must also properly destroy All Might, from that heroic image, to his annoying smile, to his fully clean and spotless public image. I must make way for Horizon to become the new symbol of peace. This is exactly why I've kept Tamura alive for this long. His connection to All Might shall rock the foundation of hero society and make the sheep question everything. The decline in people signing up to be heroes will only decrease after all is revealed, a perfect environment for me to ascend. I strongly disagree with this plan, Ujiko sighs. But I trust you. I shall make myself available for the Hero Commission, but please, be careful. Worry not, it takes more than some dying old man that only knows how to punch to truly defeat me. I shall always rise stronger than ever. Crash. The building shakes and all for one hears concrete shatter. A few seconds of battle later and the area goes silent as all the Nomu in the lab are defeated, but the room he stands in was untouched. We shall meet again in 3 years, Doctor. All for one hangs up before Ujiko can respond, already clearing all the data from his phone and tapping into local broadcasting systems. He wants the entire world to see their greatest villain fall. He wants them to see their greatest hero broken. And he wants them to hear exactly why Horizon is the next symbol of peace. Ripping the tubes out of his face and straightening his tie, he puts on his rebuilt life support mask and casually steps out of the room. He's immediately greeted by a quarter of the 5-story building collapsed. MT Lady was hunched over at full size holding a pair of Nomo in each hand. Best Jeanist had a few others restrained, along with Gang Orca standing on a pile of others. Behind them Pixie Bob had a few Nomo sank up to their necks into the floor, completely restrained. And flying above was Hawks. Most of the heroes froze at the sight of All for One, knowing exactly who they were dealing with. All but 2 at least. Best Jeanist immediately swings his hand and makes a tight fist. All for One hums, more out of curiosity than discomfort as his own clothes become a constricting prison, pulling his hands to his sides and forcing his legs together, tightening hard enough that a normal person would have been crushed into a paste. A very fast reaction time, as expected of you two. Mirko was already leaping down from the roof above. Luna Arc, she slams down with a full-powered axe kick aimed directly at his head. All for One just barely moves his head, preserving his mask and allowing her to hit his shoulder with all her might. Impact recoil. As her leg connects, the force is equally directed back at her, knocking her high into the air, but doing no damage to her. All these pro-heroes, but you didn't bring Horizon. That must mean you just aren't trying to win. As if I could ever be defeated by such a motley group. They all focus up even as he's still restrained, ready for a fight, but not even a second later both his arms begin to swell and coil within his sleeves and compress themselves, taking in much more air as he combines quirks for his best ranged attack. Air cannon plus spring-like limbs plus shock absorber plus muscle enhancer plus strength enhancer x12. Jeanist immediately swings his arms outward and reaches out to control all the fabric around him. Blast wave. The entire city block shakes as All for One pushes all the air directly downward, setting off the local earthquake sensors, and bringing all eyes onto their fight, standing on air in the middle of the battlefield. A freshly made crater in the middle of Kamino Ward, collapsed building surrounding it with countless people buried beneath. All for One appreciates the destruction he caused. Taking casual steps forward as if the air beneath his feet was sold, he looks around, noticing the pro-heroes from moments earlier at the edge of the crater, most battered and bleeding from that one attack. Noticeably Hawks and Jeanist were awake, Gang Orca dove atop them to shield them with his body, while MT Lady tried to block as much of the blast as she could while cradling Pixie Bob. MT Lady was the most damaged, completely blacked out and bleeding from her head. Quite impressive, All for One say, seeing Hawks and Genist on the floor and unable to move. Your allies shielded you, but you wouldn't have survived if Genist didn't move all of you away from the blast at the same time. Such refined quirk use is truly rare. You're no Horizon, but I see why the Commission foolishly brought you into this fight. Genist uses his quirk to control the denim of his own costume and struggles to make himself sit up to face the villain. Oh no, I insist, All for One says in a comforting voice, no need to get up just for me. He points forward at Genist. Air bullet? An invisible shot of air slams into Genist's gut and burrows through him, shattering the ground behind him. Genist falls back and Hawks struggles where he's laying. Focusing as best he can, he summons the very few feathers that both survived the blast and didn't get buried in the rubble. All for One sees a handful of feathers struggling to fly over to the pile of pro heroes and is not impressed, instead deciding to look around at the few news helicopters already in the area, as well as the many news drones. Ujiko sent them, no wonder they were able to get here this quickly, he immediately realizes, glad his friend was playing along. Keeping the act up, he plays it up for the cameras and the transmission of his voice that was going to nearby devices, including the news teams. To think this is what top-tier pro heroes amount to, he gestures mockingly to the pile of pros as the feathers begin moving the regular-sized ones away from him, rather slowly at that. A failed assault and now a pitiful escape attempt. How disappointing. A Nigerian Nairo Epsilon. I nearly died fighting Horizon, and at that point I ambushed him. But now all of you are crawling away, after surprising me with an attack you had weeks to prepare for. How pathetic can you be? Honestly, he raises his hands, palms facing toward the group as his sleeves swell up again, readying the same attack but on a smaller scale. If this isn't enough of a reason to make way for the next generation, I can't imagine what is. Hawk's eyes open in horror as he realizes what's about to happen. Only he and MT Lady were in the same spot, opting to move everyone else first, and he wasn't able to move her in this form. But even the others were only a few meters away, they'd die too. RCA. All for One, everyone turns to see All Might soaring through the air heading directly toward the villain. Oh, here to try and kill me again, All Might. All for One yells as they clash. The impact from their palms locking and grappling in midair sends a shockwave through the battlefield and down the surrounding streets. Two people well beyond their primes, but stronger now than they would have been without Horizon existing. All Might is healthier than he would have been. All for One retained his original quirk instead of using a copy as he intended to transfer the original to Shigaraki. The shockwave from the clash stirs MT Lady awake, just barely enough for her to begin shrinking, and knocks the other pro heroes including Hawks back a few feet. The helicopters struggle to remain stable and some of the heavy-duty drones crash into the ground below. You've gotten weaker, All Might. All for One yells as they continue to struggle for dominance, both already standing on the ground, the earth beneath their feet cracking and breaking apart. And you've finally realized how ugly you are, hiding your miserable face. All Might yells back, taking a direct dig at the mask. Air cannon? 2 blasts of air leave All for One's arms and knock All Might back for nearly 200 meters, destroying multiple buildings as if they were nothing and surely injuring people in the process. As All Might continues crashing through buildings, All for One returns to the air and casually dusts off his suit, still appearing completely untouched. But everyone watching, from the heroes to the news teams and all the civilians viewing this, were experiencing fear like never before. For the first time to their knowledge, the symbol of peace was actually being matched in power. Knowing this, All for One takes the opportunity to add his input. I've gotten much weaker since fighting Horizon, but this should be enough to deal with All Might. A factual statement, at least in regards to his power, but he leaves no room for doubt that these heroes are struggling with a weaker version of what Horizon fought. A moment later, All Might rockets upward and out of the massive dust cloud that the last attack caused as the buildings were destroyed. And as he's high in the air, he turns and punches the air behind him hard enough for it to redirect him toward All for One. Oh, not so fast, All Might. You've got heroing to do. All for One casually raises his right hand and points the palm toward the injured pro heroes. Air cannon. Another blast of air fires out, but this time All Might accelerates by punching the air again, swinging both his arms back at once similar to Bakugo's explosive flight, and gets in front of the blast. Smash. He punches the air blast with one of his own, completely canceling it out and forming a horizontal trench between them in the floor. Oh, how annoying that must be, All for One says tauntingly, unable to use your full power because those pathetic excuses for so-called pro heroes are in the way. All for One raises both his hands this time, releasing a massive blast as he did before to knock All Might away, and this time he simply has to guard with his forearms, grit his teeth, and stand his ground. The costume on his forearms is torn away as his skin is bruised and gets some small cuts. But at either side of him, the stone floor is carved out a few meters deep, and it parts around him like a V extending back for dozens of meters. All Might feels these few massive attacks already taking a toll on him, but thankfully his body isn't nearing its limit yet. But I've only got a few more minutes at this rate, I need to end this fight quickly, All Might thinks, and thankfully help arrives. Hey brat. Gran Torino flies into the battlefield, landing beside All Might, eyes never leaving All for One. Sensei, what are you doing here? All Might asks, all the while All for One is more than happy to give them a moment. He uses the time to choose the best possible combination of words for what he's about to do. Todoroki can deal with those Nomu, Gran Torino says. Kurogiri warped Shigaraki and the other villains away, so when they're done they'll come here to help with search and rescue. He looks back for a moment to see all the pros behind them. You deal with that thing, I'll get them out of your way before coming back. All Might gives his sensei a brilliant smile and nods once, then rockets off toward All for One. Detroit. All Might closes the distance and prepares a heavy downward punch with his right hand. Smash. All for One raises his forearms and blocks the hit, but the force causes All Might to push him back while still making contact, taking them further away from Gran Torino by the second. A world-shaking brawl ensues, or more accurately, All Might begins a relentless assault while All for One simply hardens his body with tough scales and strength enhancers X12 to soak up the blows. As he begins loosening up his defenses and fighting back, he lands a few solid haymakers on All Might, bloodying his lip. But All Might has always been a superior brawler, the best in the world in fact. Smash. All Might punches him directly in the face, shattering his mask and revealing his disfigured head for the entire world to see. Recoil? All Might is knocked back a few meters by his own attack, creating space between them as All for One retreats out of his striking range. Well, my mask lasted longer here than it did against Horizon. It seems children really are the future. You're even worse than I thought, All Might says, glaring at All for One's disfigured head. And don't you dare speak about my precious students. Today I'm going to defeat you so that you can never hurt them again. Oh, is that so? It's a shame you only care about protecting children now, isn't it, All Might? What? What are you saying? I've always tried to protect everyone, no matter what. Not everyone, not every child. All for One raises a hand to his head and picks the bits and pieces of his mask off, and tosses them aside. What about Chimera? All Might grits his teeth, the vein on his forehead immediately raises as he gets pissed off. Don't you dare speak my master's name. My apologies, but I didn't mean your master, not her, I meant the person you truly failed, her grandson. Tenko Chimera. All Might prepares to attack, readying another Detroit smash to punch All for One's teeth out. Why would I ever care about someone as pathetic as Nana Chimera? Enraged, All Might launches into his attack and All for One immediately backs up, raising his left hand to mirror All Might's attack. As they get closer, All for One hits exactly where he knows it will hurt. Why her when her grandson is still alive, Tenko Chimera? All Might leaps up and begins closing in, or as you know him, Tomura Shigaraki. What? All Might's eyes go wide as his entire world crumbles. That burning rage he felt moments ago was replaced by guilt and confusion. But above all else, shame, a shame for failing Nana's legacy this badly. Emotions so powerful that the logical thought that this supervillain was lying didn't even occur. Because All for One knows, emotions will always be All Might's weak spot, and Nana Chimera is a giant flashing target. And as their fists collide, both hands give everything they can. But after that strike to the heart, All Might's spirit cracks, and All for One seizes the opening. Rivet stabs. A series of black spikes protrude from All for One's skin as their left fists collide and expand like sharp tendrils, piercing and burrowing into All Might's entire arm. Arg. All Might screams in pain as he feels the sharp spikes pierce and shatter his bones and muscles, from wrist to shoulder, all shredded inside and out. And in the same moment, All for One raises his right hand, palm facing All Might as he grabs his face. Air cannon. Boom. The symbol of peace is sent flying directly downward into the earth below. The entire world holds its breath, desperately hoping for All Might to be alive, but also at the edge of their seat for answers. Both afraid and curious about exactly what All Might and All for One were talking about. And unfortunately, they'd get exactly what they wanted. As the dust is slowly dissipating across the battlefield, All Might is revealed, laying in a shallow crater. As if it were an early grave, a heart-wrenching scene for the millions watching live. His frail and thin form is now exposed for the world to see, his left arm completely shattered and bleeding in multiple places. And a look of sorrow on his face, as he stares up at All for One. The villain was still standing on the air, but his right arm was bleeding profusely and his dry, painful coughs, as well as his wheezing, carried across the battlefield. This battle was taking a serious toll on him, and he has to make a real effort just to catch his breath. All Might is ever weaker now than I suspected, and Gran Torino will be back in a few moments. All for One thinks. How should I play this out? If I win then my plans fail, so I must find a way to lose and make it believable, but this could be a great chance to finally kill All Might. No, he is already dying. I doubt he'll be alive beyond 5 more years at this rate, and that arm is useless, unless Horizon fixes it, which he will. Well, I suppose I could have some fun while tearing them down, making way for Horizon to ascend to his spot. All for One decides as he notices Gran Torino about to re-enter the battlefield, already done taking the injured pro-heroes to safety. It seems your true self, the weak and disappointing failure, is now exposed to the world. Oh, great and powerful symbol of peace, All for One says mockingly, raising a hand to his face as he continues coughing. Don't take any pride in my injuries. I assure you that had Horizon not beaten dozens of quirks, including super regeneration out of me, I would not be taking this route. Even now you're nothing without someone else starting the fight for you, bleeding for you. Don't listen to him, Toshinori. Gran Torino yells as he flies back into the battlefield, standing between All Might's crater and All for One, as if he could do anything. He's using lies to stir up your heart just as he did before. Tune them out. Lies. All for One asks, seeing All Might still staring up at him, not even making an attempt to get up as his mind was still reeling. No lie can ever hurt as much as the truth. And if I recall correctly, before she was his master, Nana Shimura was your friend, Gran Torino. You were both there when I crushed her hopes and dreams. When I mangled her pathetic self so badly that she begged me to finish her? When she learned that mercy does not exist in my world? You and All Might both ran away. You left her to die? You abandoned her? And All Might didn't stop running until he got all the way to America. Then he builds himself up as the so-called symbol of peace. He's the fake, he's the liar, he's the con artist here. Convincing the world that he was anything but a coward and a snake that would abandon the people closest to him to save himself. And you're no different, Beta. Gran Torino feels the guilt and heartache swelling in his chest, but he just glares at All for One and forces it down. Nana sacrificed herself so that we could live, so that he could become All Might, become someone powerful enough to stop you, to become the symbol of peace. No, All for One says, she was just another hero destroying herself and her family for people who don't matter. You may think I struggled to recruit Tamura, but it was remarkably easy, because of heroes like you, like All Might, like her. A boy that was abused because he loved heroes, but his father hated them. Nana Shimura's own son whom she abandoned to pursue her career. After the life he had, it was no surprise he hated her. And when young Tenko Shimura developed a seemingly villainous quirk and accidents happened, the boy was alone on the streets for days. Before I found him, nobody ever offered a helping hand. They were all so sure a hero would save him. So where were you, hero? Oh, that's right, you were off protecting this society that abandons people that don't fit their golden standard, right? One that shuns people who look different or don't have heroic quirks. One where the only people worth admiring are those that put on silly costumes and run around inflicting violence onto others, approved by the corrupt and vile government, of course. Is this really the kind of world she caused so much pain for? Is this really what she died for? What a waste of a life. Gran Torino's glare softens, the look on his face alone is enough to admit guilt, and his silence only supports it. Unknowingly confessing to the entire world that was watching and listening. To think abandoning her family to bet on All Might would lead to this. All for One laughs at the idea. A villain that wants nothing more than the destruction of this unjust hero society. And who has the power and support to do it? Her own grandson? I can't imagine what he'll do when he finally hears all of this, when he learns exactly why she abandoned them, when he hears these words. Hearing those words, Gran Torino almost freezes, almost succumbs to his own emotions, but with his senior experience, he calms his mind. Unlike Yagi, he's long since made peace with the circumstances of Nana's death. And he accepted the cost of never having any contact with her family afterward. Even if he never imagined it could go this far, even if her own blood flows through a monster like Tamura Shigaraki. Looking at All for One, he sees the villain once again coughing, trying to catch his breath. And glancing back over his shoulder, he sees Yagi still laying on the floor, frozen, with a look of despair on his face. You've always been too emotional, boy, but we don't have time for this. All for One probably isn't attacking yet because he either wants to torture us like this for the world to see, or he's unable to because of the state of his body. I can't be sure with a maniac like him, but we don't have time to lay around. I'm not one for this sappy crap, but here goes. Gritting his teeth, Gran Torino swallows his pride, and prays his words are enough for this to work. All for One, he says, looking directly at the villain, you're right. All for One detects no lies in this voice, and his curiosity is piqued. What are you playing at? Nothing, you're absolutely right, Gran Torino says. Nana Shimura, All Might's master, my friend. She died while we ran away. She had to give up her son and her family because she was a hero, because she had to continue being a hero. And if Tamura Shigaraki is truly her grandson, if they suffered because of this, then I am sorry. Unfortunately, some heroes are so blinded in saving others that they can't see what happens to the people around them, to those who need them most. But I stand by every choice Nana Shimura made. Gran Torino smiles brightly and places his hands on his hips. She was a true hero. She sacrificed everything for us, for the future. Yes, we ran away while she fought you, while she died. But I'm sure she faced death with dignity, without begging a monster like you for mercy. She died fighting as a hero. She died fighting for the future. Because she knew her limits. She knew she couldn't be what the people needed. So she bet more than just her life on everything we needed. Someone brave, someone powerful, someone honest and just. A person who puts everyone ahead of himself. Someone who could bring about a peaceful world where people don't have to be afraid of monsters like you and your army of Nomu. A true hero who could be a pillar for all of society to look at as the golden example of all we should strive to be. Someone we could all lean on when we don't know what to do or if we'll ever see tomorrow. Someone she believed was capable of becoming our greatest hero, and our very first symbol of peace. She bet everything, and she was right, because no matter what, no matter how many monsters are sent after the people of this world, they never have to live in fear. Because thanks to her nurturing, thanks to her guidance, thanks to her sacrifice, we finally have someone she believed could complete this task as well as take you down. It's because of the sacrifices of Nana Shimura that I am here. All Might immediately stands up, back in his muscular form with his left arm completely torn up and mangled, hanging limply at his side. He glares up at All for One and grits his teeth while stepping out of the crater, standing beside Gran Torino. Sorry sensei, I let him get in my head. We'll deal with the other matters later. For now, let's take this villain down. All Might makes a fist with his right hand and prepares to engage. Yes, for Nana, Gran Torino takes a deep breath, using his jet quirk to fill his lungs, ready to propel the air out of his feet to engage. The fight to close an era moves to its final conclusion. Together, All Might yells as both he and Gran Torino charge All for One. All for One raises his right hand toward them, air cannon. The massive column of air rockets toward the pro-heroes and they both take to the air, leaving it to hit between them and crater the ground below. Gran Torino just barely keeps up with All Might as he rockets through the air, using his right arm, his one good arm, to constantly hit the air and bounce off it. All for One wisely moves away from them, floating higher into the air and back toward the far end of the battlefield as he observes. I should have already done enough to set the new era into motion by now. All that remains for this fight it is to break All Might properly so he can live out the rest of his short life full of regret and suffering. If only Gran Torino hadn't managed to snap him back to his senses just now. Watching both the heroes move through the air, All for One barely has another moment to think before they're both on him. You're harmless, he says while swatting away Gran Torino. The man had circled around and tried to deliver a drop kick to his back and actually succeeded, because All for One simply knew the damage was negligible. As both his feet slammed into All for One's back, it felt like kicking a titanium wall. Damn, he's still this tough after all the damage he's taken, Gran Torino think, before a jolt of pain shoots through both his feet. Rivet stab. All for One commanded black spiked tendrils to extend from his back and bore through his clothes, through Gran Torino's boots and feet, then angle themselves like small fish hooks, sticking the hero to him. Ack. Gran Torino yells as the searing pain surprises him. Above them, All Might notices what's going on and considered not connecting his hit. He's already rocketing down at them with his right hand cocked back to deliver an angry strike. Seeing his student hesitating, Gran Torino yells out, "Just do it, Detroit." All Might's fist connects to All for One's forearm. Smash. Boom. All for One is sent spinning toward the battlefield below, completely losing control of his orientation. As they're tumbling through the air, Gran Torino reaches down and pushes against the villain's back, ripping himself away from All for One and tearing out chunks of his flesh along with snapping the regular and quirk-related bones of his feet. Gah. He takes a deep breath, filling his lungs with air before expelling it out of the soles of his feet. A spray of blood exits his boots as the usually invisible air is mixed with his blood. While spinning through the air, for a split second he sees Yagi standing on the floor not too far away, once again shrunk down to his frail self, desperately trying to catch his breath. Nigerian Nairobi. Damn it, kid, you had better appreciate whatever time I can buy you, Gran Torino thinks as he spins so his feet are facing away from All for One, then releases another bloody blast of air. As All for One is barely back on his feet, he shakes his head, trying to get his brain to stop rattling, feeling his forearm that took the blow already gone completely numb. He raises a hand to the connected shoulder to pop it back into place, and as he does, HNG, he takes half a step forward, feeling Gran Torino drop kick the back of his head. He was now so hurt he could barely keep his 360 awareness up, causing more and more blind spots to arise. Even his infrared quirk was now only fully optimal in front of him. You're annoying me, All for One says as he spins around, ready to blast another column of air at Gran Torino. Smash. All Might slams a fist into his gut the moment he turns around. A spray of blood leaves All Might's mouth as All for One grits his teeth and is sent flying back into the wall of the crater they were fighting in. Took you long enough, Gran Torino grumbles as he lands beside Yagi, now back in his frail form after that punch. Sorry sensei, it's hard to maintain that form after using an attack. Yagi looks down at Gran Torino, seeing him bleeding out from his feet while standing on the ground. The old man does his best to look unbothered by the pain, not wanting Yagi to worry about such a thing at the moment. But Yagi is the greatest hero because he worries more than anyone. You should get out of here and get your feet treated. Those injuries could damage your quirk, he says. It did damage my quirk. I won't be able to use it after this. Gran Torino gives All Might a serious look, but once we take him down tonight then I won't have any reason to use it. So let's wrap this up. We'll use the Matador routine. Jet. Gran Torino immediately blasts off, leaving a red mist behind him, quickly feeling himself become more and more lightheaded as his blood runs out. Why can't you heroes just die? All for One grumbles as he pulls himself out of the wall and stands on the ground, looking at Gran Torino charging at him. A desperate last rush from a washed-up old man, as expected from someone who has failed so much in one lifetime. All for One is only 2 meters away from Gran Torino, his entire view blocked by the short man and his flowing yellow cape as he reaches out to grab him and end him once and for all. However, as his hand is about to make contact, Gran Torino smiles. Jet. He pivots in the air and blasts off to the side, revealing a determined All Might directly behind him only a dozen meters away from All for One. Perfectly hidden like a matador behind a cape. By the time All for One raises his hand, All Might is too close to be dodged, and he won't have enough time to make a blast of air powerful enough to stop the punch. Seeing All Might readying a smash, even with his left hand hanging limply at this side, the hero rushes forward. And All for One feels a jolt of fear in his heart. Warping, he yells, completely panicked, not wanting to show this quirk to the public but now having no choice. Gran Torino begins throwing up a brown sludge that smells like a sewer. It pours out of his mouth and surrounds him before curling in on itself and he disappears. And in the same moment, he appears between All for One and All Might, clasped tightly in the villain's massive hand. All Might tries his best to ease off the force of his punch but his fist still connects with Gran Torino's face. Sorry, he screams as Gran Torino's teeth are shattered, sandwiched between All Might's fist and All for One's hand. Reacting immediately, All Might opens his hand and grabs Gran Torino's torso to pull him away from the villain. Rivet stab. ACH. Gran Torino spits up blood, eyes going wide as the black spiked tendrils pierce his torso and throat from All for One's palm, slicing through him and into All Might's palm on the other side. All Might's eyes go wide in horror, seeing his sensei, the person that's been with him from the start of his journey to now, undoubtedly dying. Horizon can fix him, we just need to get Sensei out of here. All Might realizes, now more glad than ever, that Niso has that miracle in his pocket. All Might rips his hand away from the spikes before they extend any further and dig into his one good arm, his right arm dash, and reaches forward once again to grab them and shatter them to free his sensei. Air cannon. All for One immediately activates his quirk and releases a massive column of air from the hand holding Gran Torino in the palm. His body doesn't even get thrown across the battlefield. Instead, it appeared as if All for One shot red mist and confetti at All Might before the air pushed him across the crater. That was close, All for One says, seeing All Might frozen in shock at the other side of the battlefield, looking down at his clothes and hand, covered in blood that mostly wasn't his. Focusing on the floor in front of him, the villain sees a massive stain on the stone, looking like a splatter of yellow on blue to his infrared quirk. The remains of Gran Torino, All Might's chief instructor. I tried not to reveal my warping, but you forced my hand, All for One says in an annoyed tone. That's quite the ace to keep up my sleeve. It's obviously not as refined or powerful as Horizon's, but any warping quirk is enough to make someone a national-level asset, or threat, but revealing it was preferable to losing like that, to some pathetic washed-up failed pro heroes. Seeing Yagi back in his frail form with blood running down from his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears, from excessive quirk use, All for One feels pleased with the results of this battle. He looks around to make sure the news drones and helicopters were seeing and hearing everything, and thankful they weren't scared off by the shockwaves. Across from him, Yagi heard everything, and almost all of it went in one ear and out the next, almost all of it. Sensei, Yagi looks up at All for One with a blazing fire in his eyes. Sensei was a true hero. He buffs up into his muscular form. I won't let his sacrifice be in vain, I won't allow it. The look All Might gave would have any other villain surrendering or experiencing a heart attack, pure fury and violent intent. Then let's end this, All Might. All for One says as he lifts his right arm up to his side as All Might does the same, each gathering all their strength. All for One's arm begins to transform as he stacks multiple quirks, becoming a massive hulking mass of flesh with multiple arms melded into each other and silver spikes protruding from them. Strength Enhancer x12, Spear-like Bones, Kinetic Booster x4, Hypertrophy, Spring-like Limbs, Scale Armor. Come now, All Might. All for One says as his arm is now twice as large as his entire body. Your final desperate punch, against my ultimate combination of available quirks. All Might grit his teeth and accepts the challenge, making a fist with his right hand and begging One for All to give him all the last embers of its power within him, dumping so much of his power into this attack that he can feel his very life force being stripped away. All for One. All Might screams out as he rockets forward, destroying the stone in his wake from his sheer speed as he arrives in front of his target. All Might. All for One punches forward, meeting All Might's strike with everything he had. Recoil. All Might feels the force of his own punch directed back at his right arm and the bones in it instantly shatter, piercing the skin and causing blood to spray out. NNNNGGGHHH. All Might grits his teeth and digs deep, taking a step forward and stomping down, digging into the stone to find his footing as he pushes back against All for One. All for One feels himself losing ground and can't make sense of it. Impossible. United. All Might feels the bones in this right arm being crushed more and more under the force, the tendons beginning to tear, unable to keep this up. States, his shoulder starts giving out. He also noticed All for One's monstrous arm shrinking, losing power. He stops fighting back, allowing All for One to crush his right arm, but he turns his body with the punch. The villain stumbles forward, completely confused but aware that All Might just lost his one functioning arm. The fight was over, right? No, All Might never gives up. All for One realizes, a moment too late. Smash. All Might flexes all the muscles in his left arm, the completely mangled arm, flexing so hard he forced it to make a fist and tense up just enough for him to get all the bones into roughly the proper alignment. Like trying to fit dozens of pieces of shattered chalk back together and holding it together in a vise made of pure muscle. As All for One stepped forward, he sank his fist into the side of the villain's skull, caving it in and completely rattling his brain. Rah! All Might screams out as he twists and follows through with the punch, embedding All for One into the stone floor, even as his left arm completely ruptures and eventually explodes from the One for All quirk overloading it, leaving him with just a stump below his shoulder on his left side, and a mangled right arm hanging at his other side, staring down at the villain below him. All for One was barely conscious, feeling his brain shutting down, unable to move, almost unable to think, and certainly incapable of activating any quirk. Even his infrared was knocked out, a massive fist-shaped dent in the side of his head made sure of that. But he could still feel All Might's presence above him. It was unmistakably self-righteous and repulsive to him, unmistakable. As the helicopter spotlights fall on them, both men make their final statements to the world before exiting the stage. Thank you, All Might, the villain says, wheezing between words, causing All Might to stare down at him, already reverted back to his frail form. You have saved me, for villains like myself cannot exist in this world, with Horizon as the symbol of peace. Hearing that, All Might felt much more at peace. Looking at the stump where his left arm used to be, he doesn't feel that pressure as much as he did before. The pressure to do everything himself. He realizes that, either Izuku or Horizon, the future was in good hands. So he smiles, then calls on what barely existing power he has to take his muscular form one last time. He forces his right hand into a fist and barely raises it to the sky, stumbling but catching himself. With a fist to the sky, he shows the world that he won, that the villain is defeated, that the crisis was resolved. But even as he blacked out in the same pose, still on his feet, fist to the sky, everyone knew that this was the end of All Might. They shed tears of joy for his victory, and sorrow for what would come next. But little did they know, that everything went perfectly according to All for One's plan. That the dominoes have been lined up and perfectly set. And when they fall, Japan will fall with them. And the Demon Lord shall rise, reborn and stronger than ever, flying on his hoverboard. Horizon glares at his phone as he soars above Japan. He was pushing his speed up to 400 miles per hour, 643 kmph as he was watching the live news broadcast on his phone. With the audio projected into his visor, he completely ignores everything and focuses on the fight. Listening to All for One's words, he can't help but scowl. Nana Shimura, she really just destroyed her family to save strangers. Disgusting. He mulls it over for a few seconds before realizing something. Wait, if All Might called her his master, he has the body of a quirkless person, so he must have gotten one for all from her. And she had to have gotten it from someone. All for One attacked the camp for it, so he knows about it. Plus everything Deku just said means, how many people did that quirk get passed down to before now? Oh, that was a smart move. Finally got rid of the distraction. Horizon mutters as Gran Torino is turned into bloody mist by All for One. Now I just need All for One to win or warp away so he can keep up his end of our deal. Moments later his hopes are crushed when, as always, All Might claims victory. Fuck, he frowns at the screen, seeing All Might standing unconscious with his right fist raised to the sky and his left arm missing from just below the shoulder. Okay, I guess I can work with this. Heal up All Might. Get some more credibility from all the crap All for One was spouting during the fight about how if they wanted to guarantee victory they should have brought me. Then I guess since All Might is definitely forced into retirement by this, I can fill the much more blatant power vacuum. Thankfully I've already prepared Minato Tokyo to be my territory. And since All Might used to be there, they don't even have many hero agencies in the first place because he always put them out of business. I guess I'll have to ask Nizo for more days away from UA to do hero crap. 2 days a week is already pushing it, but maybe I can get Thursdays too. That way I can do hero work from Thursday to Sunday. Plus I can just start hunting down the League of Villains immediately. If I lock up all of them before I graduate, that'll get me to the number 2 spot, if not number 1. ROE. Number 1, Endeavor probably wouldn't be that easy to get ahead of, but now he's dealing with his nightmare family bullshit, so he's distracted by that. Plus I need to train up Zero so people know that I'm a capable leader and keep working on myself. That'll get me to the top spot, he decides, considering the finer points of his plan as the scene changes on his phone. Instead of the battlefield, the news helicopters follow the ambulance as it rushed All Might to Central Hospital, by far Japan's second best medical facility. Second only to whatever room Horizon happens to be standing in at any given moment. Seeing this, he hops onto Ye to check how the internet is reacting to All Might's fight. And as usual, it was having a complete meltdown. Multiple discussions and topics were trending, many of which involved people putting together any possible evidence of All for One existing over the years, but of all these people none would ever openly admit to being in collaboration with him. Not while he's in jail, too far for his influence and power to protect them. Checking the other topics, Horizon sees almost unanimous praise for All Might, and some people are a bit too trigger happy with the in memory of tributes. These fuckers really haven't figured out that I'm his doctor, as if something like that would kill him. Hell, he can't even die unless I allow it. Poking around a bit more, he found exactly what he was looking for. Absolute chaos. People were crying and panicking all over the internet about the symbol of peace being done, obviously forced to retire, and Horizon smiles below his visor. Because chaos brings opportunity. Looks like you sheep need a new shepherd. Oh, sorry, you civilians need a new symbol of peace. He chuckles at the ridiculous thought. A few minutes later and Horizon sees posts appearing, people already theorizing how this will shake up the pro-hero rankings in Japan. And a moment later another alert catches his eyes. Wow, that's a big drop, he says, staring wide-eyed at his phone as the projected devaluation of the Japanese currency is shown. Makes sense, people really don't have any faith in countries without strong heroes. Crime is definitely going to skyrocket now that All Might is down, so people can't invest in Japan as safely. Good thing none of my money is stored here. He opens the notification up to see the projected drop at 5%. Such a sudden drop is catastrophic for the economy, and that is only for tonight. All the more reason to get out of this country, but I guess when I'm the top hero it should become stable again at least. Before he could look any deeper into the immediate effects of this battle, Horizon's phone begins to ring, and he immediately answers. I'm already flying to Central Hospital, he says. Oh thank God, Niza's worried voice flows into his visor. You're welcome, but care to tell me what the fuck is going on? Why didn't you even tell me there was a counterattack happening tonight? I wanted to involve you, but I was ordered not to, Nizu says. Ordered? Pantu, she had some information that the villains were especially monitoring you, since only you can stop Kurogiri. I'm not sure how that would work, but I guess it's not impossible. And if I moved in their direction they'd have just warped away. That wouldn't have worked out for them, but I see why someone could think that. But what did you have planned to stop them from just running away? All Might, Nizu says. And he was sure that All for One wouldn't be able to run away from a chance to settle their differences once and for all. TCH, I still should have been there. All for One said it himself that he was done for if they had me with them, Horizon grumbles. True, but All Might didn't want to put any more students in danger. We lost quite a few students during the training camp, we can't lose any more of you. Horizon doesn't even doubt that statement. He's met the man after all. Someone with such a strong heroic spirit would never allow one of his students into a fight like that, even if it was Horizon. Heroic to a fault, so how'd you even find them so quickly? At the press conference tonight you said the police had no leads yet, you lied. Unnecessary deception, Nizu says. It caused both UA and the police to take some hard criticism in the minutes between that statement and the reveal that it was all a clever lie. We had hoped that the assault would have gone smoothly without anyone dying. That's always the hope, Horizon says. Nizu sighs. True, so far, aside from the civilians, Gran Torino is the only confirmed death, along with some police officers. Arrests. Only All for One, the others got away from what I understand. Teams are moving in to investigate the buildings as we speak. Shigaraki and his group of losers shouldn't be as dangerous without their backed, but we still don't know who is making the Nomo for them. We assumed it was All for One, Nizu says. If he's a geneticist then possibly, otherwise they've got someone who knows his way around a helical genetic code and pharmaceuticals. We'll have to look into it, but it won't be easy until we have some of their group in custody to question. Yeah, that'd make things a lot easier, Horizon says. How'd you even find the villains so quickly? Oh, I half expected her to have already told you. Ms. Yeo Rozo attached a tracker to one of the Nomo at the summer camp, with some help of course. Horizon doesn't know if he should be annoyed or surprised that now is when she chooses to be capable, when she had the best opportunity to completely fuck him over and ruin his escape plan. Good job I supposed, he says in an extremely bored tone, deciding not to think about it too much. You should tell her that in person sometime. How much longer before you get to the hospital? Half hour. Is that place secure enough? The commission is having all nearby heroes and a lot of police head there now to secure it. They expect trouble since All Might is the patient. Every villain wants to be the one to finish off All Might. Better the hero the bigger the target on your back, Horizon says with clear disgust in his voice, even extends to your family sometimes. MHM, will you be able to save him? From what I saw and what I know of his condition, he's got about a 1% chance to live. It'll take a miracle basically. So yeah, he'll be fine when I'm done. But what? Nizu asks, scared to hear the answer. The hero All Might is done, you know that right? Nizu sighs. Yes, I prepared myself for this a long time ago, but I don't believe he's ready to hang up his cape. He won't have a chance, and you're a lot more ready than most. Have you seen how the media is reacting? Insanity and chaos, as usual. Horizon shakes his head. People just aren't ready for their one support pillar to shatter like this. An entire society leaning on one person is destined to fail. The system has to change if you want it to last. True, but thankfully, until those changes happen the masses will be a bit calmer since they already have an idea of who their next pillar shall likely be, right? Horizon rolls his eyes. First things first, so for now let me just try to pick up the pieces of the last one. As Horizon continues his flight to Tokyo, both men would be proven right on this very night. Countless people demanded that the Japanese constitution be ignored in the case of Horizon, allowing him to be a fully licensed proher without completing the trial period or graduating from a hero course. A move made out of desperation and fear, because with All Might seemingly dead or out of action, people wanted someone they could hide behind when things got dangerous. And as if to prove Horizon's point about society needing to not depend on one person to this extent, over the next 24 hours, the Japanese currency would lose 12% of its total trading value. Soon trade and shipping would begin to slow as crime skyrockets, and at every level of society, people would feel the repercussions of this night in their wallets and bellies. The shifting tides as the eras change. Chaos, until Horizon rises to become their next symbol of peace. 10 p.m., Tokyo, Central Hospital. In the massive plaza leading up to Central Hospital, at the foot of the largest medical center in this part of the world, the building itself stood out from the gray and dull buildings around it. A monument of white stone and brilliant shimmering glass dedicated to medical services and research. This legendary establishment was previously considered Japan's greatest house of medical miracles before a particular prodigy recently dethroned it. But opposed to the usually serene and hopeful atmosphere of his place, all around it was currently in chaos. In the plaza, Pixie Bob was currently fighting for her life. Wearing a white top and blue dress with stockings, her scouter quickly equipped as she rushed to help in the fight. Glancing off toward the edge of the plaza, past the chaos that was the pro-heroes and police fighting the villains, she sees the mobs of people, scared and desperate for answers. Barely held off by the police barricade at the edge of the plaza. What the hell do they think they can even do here? She grumbles, her anger flowing through. These people were putting more than just All Might in danger, but also Mandalay who was still in the hospital. Edgeshot and a few other pro heroes were in the plaza with her, and more villains were drawn to it like moths to light. Every villain wants to be the person who executed All Might after all. That was an easy claim to fame for villains in this situation. Up above as the fight raged on, destroying the plaza and inching closer to the hospital, Horizon was already flying above Tokyo on his hoverboard. The newsfeed was playing on his phone as he approached to give him a better view of the chaos. And looking below him, all the people filled the massive street in front of the hospital like ants, all so heartbroken and scared of the idea of being without All Might that they rushed out of their homes just to be here. Just to stand around being fucking useless liabilities. While he was making his final approach, at home, everyone was glued to their screens, including all of 1A. Some were frozen in shock after the Kamino fight. Others were still crying their eyes out. And along with them, everyone felt their hearts drop when someone broke through the crowd. A short plain-looking woman, only standing at 122 centimeters 4 feet, uses her quirk, slamming her fists together while stuck in the crowd just a few meters in front of the barricade. Boom! A shockwave turns everyone around her, police and civilians alike, into red paste, tearing apart the skin on her knuckles as well. The entire battlefield is silent for a moment as shock washes over them, and in that moment she takes massive leaps forward. The clothes and skin on her legs are shredded with each step as the shockwaves propel her forward. I'm the only one that gets to kill him, she screams at the top of her lungs as she takes a massive leap from the ground, intending to jump into the 10th floor of the hospital, RA with grave new beta. But while in midair, barely a meter from the ground, shambles. Horizon appears behind her atop the small crater her last leap caused, harmlessly swapped with a pebble, and leaving his board floating above it would simply wait for him on the roof dash. He reaches out and immediately grabs onto her ankle. Booster shot? He rips her out of the air and slams her face first into the concrete floor, and without releasing her leg. Counter shock. Ah! She screams as the crackling electricity burns massive scars all up and down her body before he releases her leg, and the entire crowd is just staring at him. Guess I need to relearn how to regulate the power of that move now that I've got so much more energy. He thinks before turning and walking toward the hospital entrance. He gives some of the villains a quick glance and they immediately raise their hands in surrender, realizing their window of time to kill All Might was done. A perfect entrance to reassure the media that no matter what happens he'll always come back stronger. The much more efficient thing would have been to simply warp into the hospital and trust the other heroes to handle this. He's sure between Edgeshot and Crust being outside they had it handled. But All Might is about to retire, so he needs all the chances he can get to establish himself, even if that means risking seconds in which All Might could die. Better a dead martyr than a living cripple anyway, he thinks while walking toward the hospital. His presence truly did settle the tension in the air. Aside from the people still mortified by so many sudden deaths in the crowd, the viewers at home who barely saw that were relieved. After learning Horizon lost to All For One they feared the worst, but now he's back and seemingly just as strong as ever. And he'd definitely save All Might, right? The moment he entered the door and was away from the cameras however, he shrank his room to just barely cover the hospital. Scan? Everything and everyone within his room was suddenly fed into his mind, giving him a searing headache that would soon fade. But he found his patient. He also noted all the police officers patrolling the halls of the hospital and lining the walls leading up to the operating room. Some nurses were running about in a frenzy getting everything the surgeons needed to save All Might, but they'd never be enough. Shambles? Horizon swaps places with the surgeon standing directly beside the operating table, then looks around at all the surprised faces. Get out, now. And surprisingly they do exactly that. No one so much as opens their mouth to say a single word to him, leaving him standing in the operating room with Yagi on the table, laying unconscious with a small stump where his left arm was, hastily wrapped up, his hero costume torn up and hanging off him as if he were a clothes hanger. His right hand was broken up and bloodied with much of the skin completely torn off. And above all of that, he was still covered in Gran Torino's blood with some bits of him stuck in the costume. Never thought I'd actually operate in a hospital. Now let's see exactly how damaged you are, Horizon thinks as he rests a hand on Yagi's chest. The entire operation room fades away as he focuses on Yagi's body, feeling him down to a cellular level, using more and more energy to help get him stable. He hears the heart monitor slowly but steadily increasing to an acceptable speed. Okay, step 1 done. Now let's get a visual look, Horizon says as he reaches behind his back, taking his scalpel out of the small medical pouch below his jacket, then cutting Yagi's hero costume off to expose his torso. Fuck. He sees the previous injury ruptured. Now he can plainly see why it took so much energy to get him stable, because his quirk is so desperately focusing on this injury that it's allowing the rest of him to waste away. Looking around, Horizon sees another table as well as all the machines and supplies the doctors and nurses expected to need, and he frowns at his current predicament. If I remove his heart to monitor it, the shock of that will kill him. Time to get creative. Removing his sword from his hip, scabbard and all, he throws it behind him, and it hovers in the air. He then does the same for his jacket, making sure nothing could get in his way. Amputate. He separates Yagi's head, then carefully pulls one of the tables over with tact and rests it atop it, very gently, making sure not to remove the anesthesia mask. Okay, now let's see under the hood. He carefully slices horizontally at the side of his torso, removing the top layer, half an inch 1.25 cm deep, and simply lifting off the top and placing it on the second table. Now seeing the organs and still beating heart exposed protected by a translucent jelly-like barrier of space dash, he gets to look directly at all the damage. Hole in the heart. All his ribs are broken. His one good lung is already flooded and collapsing. One good kidney already failed. Liver nearly destroyed. Intestines shredded. His throat is almost entirely crushed, but the breathing tubes can deal with that for now. I'll need to deal with the brain problems after. That'll be a whole other can of worms. And after all of that, I'll deal with the cracked spine. Then I can deal with the more normal things, broken bones, dislocated jaw, shattered orbital floor, the missing arm. Doubt I'll be able to regenerate one for him, his body just won't be able to sustain that much mass, but he'll get over it. All of this analysis happens in the time it would take a normal person to get over the shock of seeing his organs laid bare. Horizon immediately gets to work to save Yagi, to save All Might. Aside from the terminally ill patients he's saved, by far his most miraculous operation yet. And certainly the most high profile. He truly is the only person who could possibly save him. Horizon groans as he wakes up, shaking his head and looking around at the hospital room he was in. He'd fallen asleep sitting on a chair beside Yagi's bed. Glancing over at the man, he sees him still completely blacked out in the bed, now wearing a hospital gown and laying under a blanket, with only a few machines connected to monitor him. And his left arm was now properly healed just enough to seal off the stump. Looking to his left, Horizon sees the windows currently blocked by the blinds, for security and privacy. He takes out his phone to see hundreds of unread messages and a few notifications, alerting him that his name was used in major news articles. 5 a.m., he mutters while getting up. Stretching his limbs and cracking his neck, the soreness in his body still lingering. Life force is a pain in the ass, but energy saver is nice. 1 hour of sleep after being so tired after that operation and I'm back to full. Plus I'm not even that hungry, so that part of the quirk is just great. The best part is probably that I can sleep on command. Now I just need to figure out how to spend all this extra time and energy. Looking back down at Yagi, Horizon just shakes his head, hoping he didn't make a mistake saving him instead of just letting him die like a hero, like he knew All Might most likely wanted. Just imagining the hell his life would be now, forced onto the sidelines while everyone else has to protect him. This had better get me the massive boost in public perception I'm hoping for. Horizon thinks as he begins walking to the door. Opening the door and stepping out of the room, he enters the well-lit hallway, immediately greeted by a row of police officers in riot gear, ready to act as a last line of defense in case the villains got inside somehow. Looking to the end of the hall, he sees a vending machine and immediately makes a beeline toward it, ignoring all the officers entirely to get himself a snack. Settling for a bag of chips and a bottle of water, he sees all his change in the machine, enough to buy nearly 24 more items. Hey, he quietly signals the officers standing guard, I left money in this thing if you guys want a coffee or something. And he walks away before the men can even act on what he said. Making his way to the main desk on this floor, he decides exactly how he'll be spending his time here. Well, if I'm in this place until Yagi wakes up, I should at least get some use out of it. Central Hospital has an entire research wing and the most diverse quirk selection in terms of people I can get hands-on with. This is a perfect place to get some work done, and healing people always looks oh so heroic. I'll just help some people and get myself ahead. Win-win. Arriving at the main desk on this floor, he sees a few nurses filing paperwork, busy as always, and quietly approaches them. Hi there. They all pause and look up, eyes going wide as they notice who is talking to them. How can I help you? The woman asks politely, partly starstruck and somewhat fearing the worst, that he was here to deliver bad news about All Might. A Thailand body. Yeah, I need access to the list of current patients. Sorry, but that's for staff access only. You'll need special permission before I give you that. MHM, Horizon nods a few times. Look, all I want to do is go around helping who I can. The sooner I start, the more people I can help before I have to leave. Do you really want to be the person standing between people getting the treatment they need or dying? All the women look at each other, before glancing at a data pad behind the counter. If this goes bad, you didn't get this from us, the woman says, handing him the data pad and returning to her work. I'm Horizon, it'll be fine, and thank you. He takes a few steps away and begins scanning the list of patients in the hospital. First by keywords, sorting for people with brain-related issues. Then by quirks, preferring people with those that heavily strain the mind. Mandalay, she's in worse condition than I thought, he says, reading her file and analyzing the scans they did after her massive concussion. Her telepath quirk is exactly the kind I want to get some hands-on time with. A chance to poke around with her brain is priceless. Enough of that and maybe I'll figure myself out. He adds her to the queue, then begins sorting by age and stage of illness. After compiling the list, very heavily influenced by his own needs of course, he looks around to find a sign, needing some directions. So the maternity ward is that way. 5 minutes later and he's done with his snack, already at the other end of the hospital, standing in front of a door with his next patient for the night. Carefully and quietly opening the door, he sees a large window with a view of the city outside. The room was dimly lit as the sun will be rising soon, and in it is a woman, exhausted, completely asleep. And beside her bed is her baby, in a plastic box that helps him live. Multiple tubes were attached to him just to keep him alive. But as he approaches he can't help but feel bad for the boy. Looking out the window and then back at the baby, He shakes his head. You wouldn't even be alive long enough to see one sunrise. Don't worry, I'll fix that. And Horizon immediately gets to work. The baby itself was born with an unidentified quirk that caused abnormalities in the brain, effectively making it brain dead upon birth. The hospital noted the potential cause as neural overload, which is as close as Horizon got to the exact problem that he's having with his brain trying to process all the new quirks. So this is his first of many attempts that simply will not work in helping him to understand his problem. Because as Dr. Ushiko said, no sane person, and especially not Horizon, would ever consider the insanity of death being the answer. He would instead bash his head against the wall over and never make any progress in solving the mystery of his own body. One of the only things his quirk couldn't detect or manipulate within himself was the very instinctual nature of a person at an innate and primal level. Within the hour, the woman wakes up to something she never imagined she'd experience. Her son was crying, loudly, as if he were testing the limits of his lungs. Her eyes shot open as she instinctually tried to get up, only to weakly prop herself up on her elbows, staring wide-eyed at Horizon who was cradling her crying son. All the colliding thoughts made her freeze. She'd been unconscious since last night and was in labor during the fight. She didn't know why Horizon was here, she didn't know about All Might. She didn't know what he did, but none of it mattered. She just started crying as he took a step toward her and gave her the baby. Looking at her son through teary eyes, she holds him closely, never wanting to let him go, enjoying the sound of him crying, like music to her ears. You don't have to worry, your baby will be perfectly healthy now, Horizon says, his voice barely reaching her as she is so focused on the baby. Now it's just hungry, you can handle that. Horizon quietly makes his exit without her even noticing, and by the time he's already operating on his next patient, she finally comes to her senses and gets ready to feed her baby. But looking toward the door, she gets a confused expression on her face, recalling one strange thing. 8 a.m. Finally done with the children, Horizon is making his way toward the main treatment wing of the hospital. Looking down at the datapad and carefully avoiding the light foot traffic in the halls, he updates the last patient's information in it and opens up the file on his next patient. Shino Sosaki, Mandalay, multiple brain hemorrhages and concussions as well as swelling and inflammation. Ouch, been there, not fun. But as he's passing by the final stretch, he stops abruptly in front of the large plastic window. Nearly spanning the entire room, it allows people to peer into a nursery, filled with babies in their little beds, carefully wrapped up and sleeping peacefully. The scene stops him dead in his tracks, and he can't help but take in every detail. It was oddly beautiful to him, all these babies ready to go home with their families. All the little beds having name tags for the child and the parents' information. The parents' names were on top with the child below, and almost all were filled with the names of 3 people. One unfortunate soul only had one name on it, at the top, and that made his heart wrench. You'll be okay, but it probably won't be easy, trust me on that, he says in a sad and small voice. For some reason this sight brought up all the lonely feelings he'd cast aside, buried in constant work and training, and yet he couldn't look away. After staring at the room for over 10 minutes, a familiar voice snaps him out of his daze. Are you okay? Huh, he snaps out of it and looks down to his right, seeing Pixie Bob, or since she's not in costume, Ryoko, staring up at him, wearing the same outfit from last night with the right side of her head bandaged. I asked if you're okay, you've been standing here for a while. Oh, yeah, I'm perfect, what about you? And why are you in this area? She gives him a dazzling smile. The nurses said it's okay if I help out with the babies, they usually need volunteers. Yeah, I should have guessed. Were you alright last night? Yeah, I was fine, she says. The villains stopped attacking right after you arrived, guess they realized it was pointless to keep trying. Then more and more heroes kept showing up to help, and since they're all still outside I came in to get patched up, and check on Mandalay. Did one of them hit you? Horizon asks, gesturing to her head. Oh, no, just before you came inside I might have tried to scan you, and well, she raises a hand to the side of her head to make an exploding motion. Pop, I guess we need to add you to the list of people we shouldn't use it on. Good call, hold still I can help. He slowly reaches up and rests a hand gently on the side of her head. She unconsciously closes her eyes and leans into his palm as a soothing sensation flows through the cuts and bruises on her head. As he withdraws his hand she sees a glimpse of the blue energy on his palm before it dissipates. Wow, I can't even feel it anymore, she says while rubbing her head. Because it's as if it never existed. Perfect regeneration. That explains why you survived those injuries, and do you still have the, she gestures to her left eye. I grew it back. I'm glad to hear it. She frowns and looks away, clearly ashamed. At least you didn't have to suffer that injury permanently from our failures at the camp. Is the public still being hard on you guys for that, even after knowing about all for one? She nods weakly, not like we can use him as an excuse when only you even saw and fought him. But between failing to protect the students and getting injured ourselves, it doesn't matter that we aren't even a combat team, people are calling for us to retire. And will you? Ryoko looks around nervously, as if she were scared her teammates would hear her. I'm going to. I haven't told anyone yet, not until everyone is healthy again. But I just don't want all of this anymore. It's already hard enough to start a family with a good guy when the public is always following you around. But this kind of attention only makes it worse. I know some people still believe in us, but I just want to be selfish for once. Horizon turns back to face the nursery and she follows his lead. And you're worried that your friends won't like your choice. I don't think you'll need to worry about that. Yeah, this may destroy your team, but once they meet your kids they'll be happy for you, as if nothing ever happened. Plus I don't think they'll be mad at you for this in the first place. Yeah, we've been together for over a while now, I don't want anything coming between us. And I already know it could be a battle to get my kids to not want to be pro-heroes since I was one and they'll be surrounded by them. It would only be worse if I don't retire before raising them. Well, if last night taught us anything, it's that being a pro and being a parent each takes time away from the other, something always has to be sacrificed. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm afraid of, especially with that Nana Shimura and Shigaraki story being leaked. What? Oh, you didn't know? She gives him a confused look. It's all over the news, did you not check your phone? If you saw how many messages I have you'd understand. Yeah, you're pretty popular. But someone totally leaked all the ancestry of Shigaraki back to her with all the files and stuff, and by someone, we mean All for One. Trying to ruin All Might in any way he can, damn. That's not all, between the formal suit, and the full face mask, and the super powerful quirk, people kind of think that All for One is my dad. She nods sheepishly. Not many people, just a few idiots, you know how the internet is. Horizon considers it for a moment, then just shrugs. Honestly, I can understand why they think that. Ryoko just shakes her head at his dismissal of it. Yeah, I knew you were too nice to be raised by a monster like that. Exactly, and by the way, if Mandalay has any issues with you quitting, just tell her I said to get over it, she's about to owe me one. Ryoko's eyes lit up, are you gonna heal her? Yeah, I just got done with the kids so time for the adults. He hands her the datapad, allowing her to scroll through what should be highly confidential files. But he's been operating on people and children without asking permission all night, but of course nobody would have any issue with this. Because as far as they know, he could just put the cancer back. Wow, she says while scrolling through the list. You've done a lot already, but it really is only kids so far, how come? Horizon chuckles at that, because adults I don't care for, but this, he gestures to the nursery. Like little balls of infinite potential, his voice had a certain weight and conviction to it that stirred up something in Ryoko. This is the closest we can get to magic, how was I supposed to start with anything but that? She gives him a dazzling smile, staring at him with hopeful eyes. I didn't think you cared so much about, I knew you cared of course, you're a hero after all. But, I didn't think you had such a soft spot for kids. Just until they start disappointing, that's usually what adults always do, or when they turn 7, at that point it's time to grow up and get your shit together. He shrugs. Ryoko's smile drops as she sighs, feeling the wind knocked out of her sails. You just had to ruin the moment, but I still think you're just a big softie. Think what you want, woman, I've got work to do. She gives him back the datapad. If you're here later I'll take you to lunch. Until then, have fun at mom practice. 30 minutes later. Shino Mandalay stirs awake, feeling a searing pain in her head that quickly fades away. Opening her eyes she's immediately blinded by the sunlight streaming into the window, taking a moment to adjust before looking around. She was in a hospital gown, in a hospital room, and standing beside her, Horizon. How are you feeling? Horizon asks. Tired, she answers quietly. That's normal, what's the last thing you remember? She closes her eyes and tries to recall. The summer camp, villains attacked, that damn villain hit me with a rock, she grumbles. Good, that's the last thing that happened before you got knocked out. She opens her eyes and looks up at him. How is everyone? We'll get to that later when Ryoko is here. For now, I just need you to stay calm for what I'm about to tell you, alright? She immediately tenses up, expecting the worst. The 16-year-old side of Horizon shows itself as he smiles deviously below his visor, finally getting a chance to do this to someone. Shino, you've been asleep for 7 years, he lies effortlessly. She freezes, then takes a few seconds to process what he said, then realization hits. Standing on the roof of Central Hospital, pacing back and forth under the moonlight, Horizon was reading the datapad he's been using to select patients, carefully scrolling through the list and adding notes to everyone he thinks can be useful, all while having a phone conversation in his visor. It really is that simple, Horizon says. I give you some training then we go from there. Well, when you say it like that anything sounds simple, Zero says. But don't I have to wait for the exam next year? Nah, Nizu told me he's making some changes but the plan to have you guys take the September exams hasn't changed. When the second half of the training camp starts you'll be training with me instead of the teachers, we'll get a lot more work done that way. Zero is silent for a while before finding his words. You really are serious about this, huh? Obviously, building a team is the easiest way for a hero to show leadership, but if I'm gonna put my name on you then you better not embarrass me. I'll make you acceptable for my standards, then you'll crush the exam, easy. Huh, that makes sense. Zero thinks about it for a moment. But wouldn't it make you look even better to have a full team? Ugh, let's just see how it goes with you first, and just between us, I don't think a lot of people in our class are worth training. Dude, everyone knows you think that, it's not a secret. Whatever, just promise me you'll commit to the training, alright? Of course. Zero says. I get my license, get onto your profile in a few pictures, then get seen by everyone and they all want to hire me to work in their agencies. That's everything I need. Knew you'd be perfect for this. Horizon gives a light chuckle. Yeah, so I guess I'll talk to you later. I've gotta get some sleep for later. Your date with Kodei, huh? Horizon says in a mischievous tone. Huh, how'd you know about that? Ruined my big reveal. Zero whines. I was talking to Momo yesterday and she mentioned it. Seriously, one day after the commission stops locking you in your house with cops outside and you're already going out with her. Nice. Zero laughs nervously. Yeah well, with how the camp went, all the people that didn't make it, we decided not to waste any more time. Good, life is too short for that, Horizon says. Yeah, so are you and Mo. Zero is cut off as Horizon hangs up, not bothering to waste his time on that topic. Horizon shakes his head, happy for his classmate, but is in no rush to join him. 1 a.m., I should get some sleep, he mutters. Shambles. He swaps with the card he left in Yagi's hospital room. He sees his hoverboard leaning up against the side of the wall along with his sword, but as he looks over to Yagi, he sees him awake, laying in bed staring up at the ceiling. His eyes flicker to the heart monitor, seeing everything stable, then back to his patient. You awake? Horizon asked, speaking very slowly. What do you remember? Yagi's eyes flick over to him before looking back at the ceiling. After I beat him, I raised my fist to the sky, and everything went black. Horizon gives a sigh of relief and then makes his way over to his chair, sitting beside Yagi's bed. That's good, that means you remember pretty much everything. They found you standing just like that, completely unconscious. Horizon reaches out and rests a hand on Yagi's side, giving him a full scan to see nothing outside the scope of expectations. So Sensei, Gran Torino, he's gone. Yagi asked in a broken and tired voice. Yay, Horizon withdraws his hand and starts composing a message for Nizo, telling him Yagi is awake. Look, I'm not really the best person to talk to for these kinds of questions, so how about you just get some rest and Nizo will. I don't need any more sleep, Yagi says in an annoyed tone. Then takes a deep breath and deflates, feeling the sadness taking over him more than before. I just want to know what happened, I need answers, please. Horizon sighs, honestly you people are so damn needy. You're my doctor. Oh, just shut up with your excuses, nobody wants them. He shuts off the daytop and turns toward Yagi. Okay, now what do you want to know? Once again ignoring Horizon's horrendous bedside manner, Yagi thinks very carefully about which of the burning questions he should ask first. What happened after the fight? You knocked out All for One, the other heroes eventually dealt with all the Nomo. Some escorted All for One to Tartarus and the others brought you and the injured heroes here. I got here a few hours later, and now we're here. Yagi takes a minute to think about this. How long have I been asleep? So far, we've been here 2 days. 2 days, Yagi's eyes shot open as he tries to get up, only for him to flop back down into the bed. NGH, he groans in pain, his entire body aching from that simple movement. Moron, what are you trying to do? I need to get up, to show the people that I'm alright. But you're not alright, Horizon says, and Yagi looks at him, not quite getting the message. Yagi, your cells don't even have enough energy to transform even once. Look at your arm. My arm. Yagi looks to his right, seeing his arm completely bandaged up, then to his left. What? He mutters, a look of horror on his face as he sees the stump reaching just below his shoulder. Yeah, those injuries plus your quirk being all spent. Sorry but you're retired, and that's my professional opinion. I couldn't even risk regenerating your arm because your body probably can't sustain the same mass as before, Horizon says bluntly, almost making Yagi wish someone else delivered the news. Yagi just lays in bed for a few minutes processing this, trying to wrap his mind around life without being a pro hero. Deciding to put those thoughts aside for now, as he'd need a lot more time to figure himself out, he gets all the answers he can out of Horizon. Did we capture any other villains? Nope, just All for One, all the others got warped away. The civilians. The cops evacuated people really quickly but, not everyone got out in time. Yagi feels his heart drop, suddenly the weight of his own injuries was dwarfed by the harm he brought to those people. Horizon could easily read this reaction, Yagi's emotions clearly painted on his face, and he simply rolls his eyes. Annoyingly heroic, no surprise, I guess that's what I should have expected from him. I need to make an apology to those who got hurt, Yagi says, and Horizon immediately sits up. Bad idea, you should definitely not be in the spotlight, at all, at least not where the press can ask you questions. Yagi gives him a confused look, why not, what happened? Well, All for One was broadcasting the entire fight, everything you guys said. About the past, about Nana Shimura, about Shigaraki, and some papers got leaked connecting the dots. You should talk to Nizo before doing anything. Yagi was brought to tears by that. And as he quietly laid in bed shedding tears for his master, for her now damaged reputation after all she sacrificed to help people, after she gave up everything she loved for them, and now from the sounds of it, the public would forever despise her for it. Horizon just sat there and looked at him in disgust as he cried and wallowed. Thankfully his visor hid his face from Yagi. I guess I won't be getting any answers about One for All tonight, I'll talk to them later back at UA about that. As Yagi is wallowing in his sadness, Horizon responds to a few messages from Nizo, organizing transport for him and Yagi back to UA later. As he's messaging Nizo, Horizon tunes out Yagi's whining as best he can, until he's addressed directly. Horizon, Yagi says in a desperate and hoarse voice, looking at his doctor through blurry eyes. Horizon sighs loudly and turns to Yagi, seeing the absolutely broken hero, a broken man, and gives him no sympathy. Yeah, I need your help, to make things right with my master. The dead lady? What are you even talking about? You know I can't resurrect people, right? Tamura Shigaraki, Tenko Shimura, can you help me with him? If you think I'm the kind of person to talk to villains about feelings, you've got the wrong guy. I know that, Yagi says, but the sooner he's captured the better, that's all I want. I don't want my master's legacy to be the pain he's out there causing, at least no more than it already is. He should be asking Deco to do this shit since he's his successor, Horizon thinks. But I guess it makes sense to ask me if he wants actual results. So you want me to go out of my way to deal with the League of Villains to capture their leader? When Shigaraki is in Tartarus, then maybe I can talk to him about why my master had to make the sacrifices she made. Let him know about all the people she saved, Yagi says. Good luck with that, Horizon says. But I'm still just operating in Tokyo, and the League has been spotted all over Japan, hurting people, and you're one of the most equipped to stop them, Yagi says. After all the boasting Nizu's done about you, I'm sure you could do it. Sounds like you want to open a contract, is that it? Horizon asks, smelling blood in the water. Huh, what? But you'd be helping people, is that not enough? Yagi asks. He was genuinely surprised that simply saving people wouldn't be enough motivation for who is most likely the future symbol of peace. The League of Villains isn't in my plans, at least not in terms of going out of my way to hunt them down. I see, he simply doesn't want to deviate from his plan, Yagi thinks. But if Nizu brought him into UA, he must have the desire to be a hero, to save and protect people. His interview with Chitose proved as much. Maybe he just needs more time to be open about his desire to help people. Alright, Yagi says. What will it cost? An endorsement, Horizon says. My hero career is off to a great start, but if it's revealed that All Might, the great and powerful symbol of peace, had me treating him for a year before I even entered UA, well, that would help out a lot. You want me to tell people about my injury and about you treating it when we met? They already somewhat know about it since All for One called me your doctor and mentioned it, you'd just be confirming it. Yagi goes silent for a while, considering the pros and cons of this. He'd spent so long hiding his weakened state from the world, but now the secret was already out. It was nothing to reveal what people already know in a chance to set the record straight for Nana and Shigaraki, right? Alright, Yagi says, but the entire League of Villains, Vanguard Action Squad, as well as Shigaraki and Kurojiri. Yagi actually forces his right hand to move so he can extend the bandaged limb for a weak handshake, unable to even close his fingers. Horizon nods and touches his hand. He intended to lock them all up before going pro anyway. It would secure his spot in at least the top 5 upon getting a full license. Horizon touches his hand then pushes it back down. Put your hand down before you break something, and yeah, I'll have it done before I graduate, he says while Yagi thankfully puts his hand down. That's a lot faster than I thought. Can you really find them all that quickly? It'll be difficult with Kurojiri in the mix, but I need to find Shigaraki before that long at the very least. Why is that? Yagi asks. Because you want to talk to him, and honestly, even with the schedule and diet I'll have you on, I doubt you'll live much past my graduation. Sitting in the back of Nizu's luxury helicopter, Horizon looks up from his phone to glance over at Yagi beside him. The man was now dressed in a blue All Might tracksuit with his arm in a sling, asleep beside Horizon. Thankfully inside the helicopter was almost entirely silent, and as Horizon looks out the window, he saw UA below them as they descend to the roof. What the hell is going on here? He asks himself. As they're above the school he sees rows of what appear to be apartment buildings. The entrance to the main campus was at the south gate, but 100 meters away from the main campus were these buildings. 12 to the north, the east, and the west of the main campus. All perfectly lined up in long rows. 3 rows of buildings, and one for each class and the teachers of that year. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Horizon groans loudly, causing Yagi to stir awake. Are we there? Yagi asks as he slowly wakes up. Yeah, Horizon turns to the pilots and gets up, stepping toward them. No need to land, I'll take it from here. The pilot hears him and turns back. What do you? He sees the empty cabin and immediately understands. Oh, right, he can do that. Principal Nizu's office. Huh, I didn't even feel that, Yagi says as he appears on one of the couches. Horizon is sitting across from him on the other. My warping is perfect, that's what makes it so fluid during combat. And very convenient, Nizu says, hopping down from his chair and making his way over to the couches, sitting beside Yagi. Now shall we discuss the future? Things have changed quite dramatically these past few days. Horizon leans back and relaxes while Yagi tenses up. Has my retirement been announced yet? He asks in a sad voice. No, but it is expected after people saw the footage of that fight, Nizu says. Then he turns to Yagi and rests a tiny paw on his lap. Don't lament the fact that you can't go around fighting villains anymore. RN Beta Epsilon. You're still All Might, your role has just changed. We will always be grateful for all the good you did for us. All the sacrifices you've made and still continue to make. Sincerely, thank you. As a hero and as a person I'm always grateful for all you've done. But this isn't the end of All Might, it's simply a change, from the person fighting villains on the front lines, to the man teaching others how to be the best heroes they can be, and I'm sure everyone will appreciate that as well. As Nizu and Yagi go back and forth patting each other on the back, Horizon just rolls his eyes and takes out his phone, assessing the situation with the country. He sees his name in a swarm of trending articles. All Might and Horizon left Central Hospital earlier this morning. Horizon refused to enter any of All Might's information into the hospital database and has given no comment about his health. Horizon fully healed 34 patients during his 2-day residency at Central Hospital. Will Japan ever recover from this economic crisis? This headline was posted with a string of market evaluations, monitoring the quickly falling economy. Horizon just shakes his head, and this is why I didn't hold my money in yen. Well, that and not wanting the commission to be able to freeze my accounts. After looking at a few more articles, one very interesting picture catches his eye. Who will be our new symbol of peace, with a picture of him and Endeavor standing together, taken after the last Nomu attack on Tokyo. Well, I guess I should let Endeavor hold that spot until I graduate. He'll be too busy dealing with his family drama to be any real competition anyway, Horizon thinks as he checks on his Yay profile, seeing that he's almost at 100 million followers. His goal was All Might 600 million, and he was sure that would happen sooner rather than later. The simple truth is that All Might rarely if ever used his account or had any presence of his own volition. It would have been more beneficial to follow HNN Hero News Network to get updates on him. The man only cared about helping people, yet he was so good at it that his presence online became overwhelming as a side effect. He's just so good at being a hero that he didn't even have to try to get people to like him. Or at least, he was that good. Can we get to the important stuff now? Horizon interrupts their conversation. You can get back to jerking off his ego when I'm out of there, he tells Nizu. Both Yagi and Nizu give a disgusted look at his choice of words. Horizon is right, we have much to discuss, Yagi says. Very well then, first would be the consequences of announcing your retirement, as well as how we'll be doing it, Nizu says. What do we expect? Yagi asks. Crime rates have already started climbing, but people are still hesitant to partake. We estimate that crime rates will increase to at least 10 times what they were during your time. After that, it should plateau for a while then begin another decline as other heroes start locking up the new villains. Damn, 40%, Horizon says. No wonder so many people are hesitant or just pulling their investments out of Japan, but on the plus side, I've been buying a crap ton of property in Tokyo since the values are dropping like crazy. Honestly, by the end of it, I'll own a lot of Minato Tokyo, Horizon shrugs. That doesn't seem very heroic, Yagi says. What? I'm helping to stabilize the economy, and I'm keeping rent prices the same instead of raising them. That's very heroic if you ask me. You're looking to profit from chaos and fear. No, I'm making money from people being stupid. Can we please focus? Nizu interrupts them before they start bickering. The Hero Public Safety Commission doesn't want the retirement announcement made until tonight. By then they should have all the hero agencies and police stations around the country ready to deal with the massive influx of criminal activity. Should I head back to Tokyo? No, Nizu says. We don't know what people will do when the news hits. They could try to attack here. I'm confident in UA's defenses and the teachers, but I'd like you here just in case. Great, I'm a fucking babysitter now, Horizon groans, and Yagi dies a little inside. Going from the protector of the people to someone who had to depend on his student to protect him was heartbreaking at every level. I've already had an operating suite assembled here at UA for you. You can use it to monitor All Might, and we even used the same specifications as the one in your house, Nizu says. Yeah, I sensed it, but just remember I'm only his doctor. He points at Yagi. I'm not gonna be acting as Recovery Girl 2.0 for UA. Nizu smiles nervously, his plan already shot through. We've also been constructing the dorms, as I'm sure you've noticed. I have, Horizon growls out. I'm not a fan. This is what's best for all the students, Nizu says. Even with All for One locked away, we don't know how powerful the League of Villains will grow in the future. Having everyone under the protection of our improved defense systems is the best option. And this way they can train more since they'll be living so close to the facilities, Yagi adds. I'm sure the Hero Course students as well as the Hero Support students will appreciate that. Well, the Support Course students are already here, Horizon says. I can sense a few of them with Power Loader in the labs, but the dorms haven't been officially announced yet. Right, Nizu says. But I must admit part of the selling point is that you will be living on campus for most of the week. People were questioning if we should keep All Might around or even reopen the school since the reveal of Nana Shimura. Yagi feels a knot in his stomach. They expect Shigaraki to attack here as vengeance against me. It's a fair assumption, Horizon says, but I'm already acting as an anti-Kurogiri of sorts, at least to their knowledge. So really, this is likely the only safe place for Yagi. Precisely. Also, consider how convenient it will be to have your training ground so close by. It already was. I've been living at my Musudafu penthouse for most of the semester, Horizon points out. But fine, whatever, I'll move into the dorms. But I've got some conditions. Let's hear them. Let me customize my room. I need certain things because of my circumstances. He taps his visor. Done. And I need 24/7 access to the training areas and equipment, Horizon says. Why would you need that? Yagi asks. I only need 1 hour of sleep. Might as well get some use out of that extra time. That explains a lot, Yagi says. No wonder you're so good at so many different things. You had more time in your day than the others. What? No, this is new. I hit a new level with my quirk and the energy in my body is much more efficient. Oh, Yagi lets it process for a few seconds before he realizes. Wait, your quirk can just do that. I can do a lot of things none of you will ever know about. Yagi sighs. Some people really do get all the good stuff, says the man that could part the clouds with a punch. Focus please, Nizu calls their attention to him. Yes, you will have access to the training areas, but you'll have to keep training after 8 p.m. quiet. No ripping buildings out of the ground and throwing them. Some of us need sleep. Understandable. When do the dorms open? They'll be completed next week and will open the following week. That gives us 2 weeks to prepare the students for the provisional exam, although you will be taking charge of training Hanta Zero. Yes. Yeah, I'll have him come here tomorrow so we can start. If I'm on house arrest anyway, I should get some value out of it. You aren't on house arrest, Nizu said. Quit being so dramatic. Everyone knows nobody can stop you from going anywhere you want. Horizon looks away. TCH, whatever. Nizu just shakes his head and moves on. Now, aside from all of that, my main concern is getting the students to actually come back next semester. I've had a few parents email me and already removed their children from UA, some requested transfers to other similar courses, and others are taking them off the hero path entirely. Well, you've had 6 students die, 4 from my class alone. It's a sensible move. I would have taken my kid out the moment Aitsa died, not that my kids would ever join a hero course in the first place. Really? Yagi asks. But what about all the good they could do? And what if they end up like you? Horizon asks, do you really think any parent wants that for their child? Yagi just looks down at the table, knowing the obvious answer to that question. The changes around campus will help them feel at ease, Nizu says. And with the new 5-day school week instead of the previous 6-day setup we had, students will actually have more free time, in theory. We expect those hero course students to do their own training, at least for people like yourself and Bakugo. What about my hero work days? You'll have your weekends as well as Fridays. When Kurojiri is captured, we'll discuss giving you back Thursday. Horizon just gives a low growl. Well, that's just great. Now my hero time is getting reduced because I have to babysit these losers. Nizu just smiles nervously at that. Yes, well, while you're making yourself at home, the students and their parents will be visited by the teacher to talk over the finer details. The ones who requested it, that is. Did anyone from my class drop out? Horizon asks. Only 2. I was honestly rather surprised at such a low number, but even more surprised at exactly who it was. Let me guess, Jiro, since she got knocked out pretty bad at the summer camp. And Ajiro because of the broken leg. I would have expected that as well, Nizu says. But the first was actually Ms. Yeo Rosa. Momo? That doesn't make any sense, but I guess her parents probably want to lock her in a tower after all the chaos. Can't really blame them. They requested that I speak to them, Nizu says. I suspect they want me to side with them, since they've already been in quiet talks to get her into some finance schools. Smart more. I'm just surprised she never said anything during our call yesterday. Anyway, who is the other one? Bakugo. Close, but it's actually for the same thing, a complete end to their hero career, Izuku Midoriya. Yagi's heart nearly stops as he hears that, and Horizon just nods. I probably should have guessed that. It's a logical response from any worried parent. He turns directly to Yagi. Especially when she finds out someone gave him their quirk and encouraged him to hurt himself. You didn't even ask her before giving her kid one for all. Good job, hero. Sitting behind his desk early this morning, Nizu is checking the media response from All Might's official retirement last night. Moments after the Hero Public Safety Commission made the statement, the internet had a complete meltdown, as it always does when anything happens. As expected, the general public was terrified of a world without their symbol of peace, and the villains were cheering. He'd already built a program to track new villain recruitment groups online, and just overnight dozens of people got caught in the net. But looking through them, he only saw small fish. The League of Villains must have a more intricate recruitment system, assuming they'd even bother bringing in people. Thus far, aside from the Vanguard Action Squad members, they only have Nomu with them, and whoever is making all the Nomu. Sending the data to the police, he moves over to the news websites, seeing much of the same panic and chaos. Then finally over to All Might's Yay account. Well, this is surprising, Nizu says as he reads the most recent update. It was a long-winded message from All Might to the world, as expected. Going on and on about how thankful he was to have had the time to help people, and shared how hopeful he is to see what the world will become in the future. But what surprised him the most was the second part, about his injury. He actually told people about All for One hurting him 5 years ago, and thanked Horizon specifically for repairing enough of the damage over a year ago, so he could vanquish his evil foe once and for all. Nizu hops over to Horizon's profile to see his follower count up by 10 million overnight, and he immediately puts it together. He then reads the end of All Might's post, about how committed he is to guide the next generation of heroes to the best of his ability. Well, I guess I should be ready for public backlash about him being here, but hopefully it should pass quickly. After finishing up his analysis, Nizu turns to the camera system to find his main investment. New upgrades maybe? He asks himself, watching Horizon speak to Mei outside of the support course building. He opens a new window on his computer and doesn't see any requested items from Horizon. New. He must now be putting in an order. Well, I'm sure between Ms. Hatsum and Power Loader it'll be fine. A few seconds later, Nizu sees Horizon abruptly turn his head toward the entrance of the school, and another second later Hanta Zero appears on the lawn beside them, carrying a suitcase at his side. His other items were already being sent over later today. The 3 students chat for a while before Mei shoves them away, clearly too excited over whatever idea they just gave her to keep chatting with them. As Horizon warps them away, Nizu notices how disheveled Mei is, but he doesn't think much of it. Support course students were normally too busy working to care about appearances. Well, aside from that 1 year 2 girl, he recalls the Culture Festival beauty pageant winner from last year. Suddenly there is a knock at the door, drawing Nizu's attention away from his work. Come in. The door opens and in steps Yagi, wearing a similar tracksuit to what he had on yesterday. His arm was no longer in a sling but still tightly bandaged up. Principal Nizu. All Might, how are you feeling? Better than yesterday at least. You should be resting. Even if I wanted to, I can't sleep anymore. He makes his way over to one of the couches and sits down while Nizu continues working. I can't stop thinking about what Horizon said yesterday. Which part? About Inko Midoriya hating me for endangering her son like that. About young Izuku never being allowed to be a hero again. About her likely forcing him to give up one for all entirely. All extremely likely, if not absolute certainties, Nizu says. And what do you intend to do about it? I don't know. I was actually hoping you'd have some answers for me. Well, maybe it's just time to be honest, about everything. But she already knows everything, Yagi says. About the quirk, yes. But she doesn't know why you chose Midoriya. You could have picked anyone, but you picked her son. He may not have been your first pick, but he is the successor you chose. Yeah, thankfully you warned me against giving my power to Horizon. Now that I've been around him for longer, I'm sure I made the right choice with Midoriya. I suggest you tell her that part too, Nizu says. People look to Horizon as a golden standard for what hero course students should be, and on paper, he is. But we both know he lacks the heroic spirit, and that's what you saw in her son. Yagi smiles at that, now absolutely sure he made the right choice in Izuku Midoriya. Yeah, I'm sure she'll understand. Nizu gives the delusionally hopeful man a nervous smile, having dealt with parents after their children get hurt. He knows fully well that they're anything but reasonable, and Inko Midoriya had every right to be absolutely furious at All Might. Well, you've got a few hours to prepare. I'll be sure to call you when they get here, Nizu says. 11 a.m., Training Ground Zeta. In Horizon's personal training ground, both he and Zero were standing opposite each other at one end of the site. Horizon was currently wearing just a pair of shorts and sneakers over his body glove, matching the blue and white with his logo on them of course. Zero was wearing a pair of simple gym shoes, black shorts, and a white t-shirt. Both were bloodied and battered and stained with sweat, much like the owner. Standing with his hands squared up, Zero's hair was soaked with sweat and matted to his head. His face was bruised and swollen with cuts on it from all the sparring. His forearms especially were bruised purple with pieces of skin torn off. As his breathing was tired and uneven, Horizon stood there casually with one hand at his side and the other in front of him. Zero's back was currently to the wall, so he moved forward, trying desperately to finally get a hit on Horizon. With a wild right hook, he launches forward. Horizon knocks it aside before punching him in the gut with the same hand. NGH. Zero stumbles back. Crack. The same fist knocks out some of Zero's teeth. The sound of them clattering to the floor is closely followed by Zero dropping face first against the concrete. He spits up blood and groans, desperately fighting to stay awake. He's seen what Horizon's punches can really do. He knew all morning his friend had been going easy on him. But that didn't mean it didn't still hurt. This was a new kind of pain. This pain felt different. NGHHHHHH. Zero moves a hand to feel his mouth, crying out in pain when he feels his busted up gums and teeth. His mouth was already swollen. Looking up he sees Horizon, still completely flawless, walking around as if they hadn't been training for almost 4 hours. Oh, don't be such a fucking baby, Horizon says. Anything I do to you I'll fix when we're done. How else are we supposed to do it all over again tomorrow? Zero hears this and reaches up to feel his mouth. Another jolt of pain has tears forming in his eyes. He knew what he signed up for, but he didn't think Horizon was serious when he said it would be this bad. Oh great, now it's crying, Horizon says in palpable disgust as he looks back. You need to get back on your feet, now? Don't you know the longer you stay down the longer you get your ass beat? That goes for fights and life, so get up. Arang. Zero tries to get up only to crumple back to the floor, his body tensing up and aching as pain racks him. Horizon begins pacing back and forth in front of him, his patience melting away by the second. We've only got 2 weeks before everyone else gets here to finish the training camp. If you want to get stronger, this is the change. You've got a long way to go, and this is how I'll make you stronger. I'm gonna beat you, break you, and you're gonna get back up. Because none of it matters if you don't get up, Zero. We aren't moving on to quirk training if you can't even get up from this. If you can't even function in a normal fight. Horizon looks over to see Zero finally on his hands and knees, but it took far too long. Did you come here just to waste my fucking time? He walks over and kicks him in the side, sending him rolling across the floor and leaving him laid out on the ground yet again. You took too damn long, now get on your feet, faster. Zero can barely breathe, feeling his newly cracked ribs pinching him with every forced breath, trying to roll to get himself upright. He pushes his forehead against the ground to start getting himself up, tears and blood fall to the concrete in unison as he pushes off it with his tired, bloody, sore hands. Finally, Horizon says as he sees him get to his knees. Mom had me doing this shit when I was 5, you're lucky she's not the one training you today. Hell, we won't even have time to get to the really fun stuff before graduation, so I'll only give you the basics. But that's all you'll need anyway. With one final push, Zero forces himself to his feet. Holding his cracked ribs and swaying on his feet, tears running down his face and blood flowing out of his busted teeth and gums and onto his shirt. Finally, Horizon walks up and raises a hand to hold his face, and Zero flinches. Relax, healing time. Zero sees the blue healing energy forming in his palm and closes his eyes. He feels a strange yet soothing sensation envelop his entire body. The pain in his side and chest slowly fades away as his breathing becomes regular. He feels the swelling on his face go down and his lips and mouth return to normal. And the most odd sensation of them all, he feels his teeth growing back as they push his lips away, gums repairing themselves perfectly. Zero opens his eyes to see Horizon standing in front of him expectantly. He turns to the side and spits out the blood and pieces of teeth that the new ones pushed out. His mom must have been a monster to train a kid like that, Zero thinks, but wisely keeps it to himself. See, no need to be such a little bitch about it. You're perfectly fine, Horizon says, taking a step back from Zero. Now put your hands up, let's go again. But I feel all sore, Zero says even as he raises his hands to fight. That's a placebo effect. Your body can't tell it's healed because cellular regeneration happens so quickly. You'll still be tired but slightly less so at least. Now less talking, more fighting. Cellophane. Hearing that, Zero rushes into another session of pain, but this time with a wide grin on his face, now absolutely confident in Horizon. 2 p.m. Sitting in a shady forested area of UA, Zero was below a tree with his lunch. A container with spaghetti, meatballs, a side of steak slices, and 4 boiled eggs, alongside a bottle of water. He was currently staring down at the delicious meal, but the thing that scared him the most, the sheer amount of food it was. He was sure the container was the size of his head. Maybe I'll just get used to it, he mutters before digging in. He certainly wouldn't complain. His situation was changing for the best with the new changes at UA. He now had the fancy new dorms instead of the tiny one-bedroom apartment he and his dad shared. His dad no longer had to pay for him to travel to and from school 6 days a week. And now Horizon was paying for all his meals to be prepared and delivered by a nearby company. But that last one is what bothered him so much. When Horizon agreed to help him, he expected just some basic training and advice. But it seems Horizon is obsessive with doing the best he can to keep to his end of the deal. Now Zero is under a lot of pressure not to disappoint. Because when he's good enough, Horizon is gonna help him get the boost he needs to properly launch his own career, and the very last thing he wants to do is disappoint him. But this is just so much food, Zero thinks as he looks down, only to notice half the food is already gone. Wow, I guess I was more hungry than I realized. Never mind. Shambles? Horizon suddenly appears a few feet away from Zero, holding 2 pizzas in one hand, and with his other hand wrapped around May, who was holding their drinks. Enjoying your food? Horizon asks, and Zero just gives him a thumbs up as he continues eating. As they both sit down to join him, Zero looks over to May, noticing that she literally looks like she got hit by a bomb. Her clothes were spotted with black ash and she sat down with her pink hair all frizzy. Are you okay, handsome? Lab explosion. It happens, she says as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Then before Zero can say anything else, she reaches out and grabs Horizon's left hand. Horizon was currently eating a slice of pizza with his right hand and turned to look at her. You built it already. MHM, take off the watch, she says, noticing his Rolex was still on. Shambles, he warps it onto his right hand. She fishes into her pocket for a second and takes out what looks like a flat white bracelet, with his logo on it. That familiar checkered smile logo that's on everything he wears. She puts it on his wrist, then leans away. Okay, now link it to your phone and set what you want to display. It should link to the visor too through the phone. Alright. Horizon takes out his phone and quickly connects it, and it projects a small screen across his forearm, currently displaying his vitals. He slaps his watch under it to help keep it hidden while displaying the screen. It's perfect, thank May. Just remember to say who made it on that website of yours, alright. Yeah, I know. As May begins eating, Zero leans over and gives the screen a confused look. But can't you already monitor your vitals with Hand of God? Why do you need this? It's for more than just my vitals. Sometimes I just need to view more data when running some cases, he says. But that was only half true. This was almost entirely so he can monitor his vital whenever he experiences an overload and blacks out because of the new quirks. This device, in theory, would help him figure out what's wrong with himself. Wait, so your dorm is finally ready? May asks Horizon, after they're all done eating. Yeah, Nizu just sent me the message. I'm checking it out right now. Seems perfect, Horizon says while looking in the direction of his room. That's still super creepy, Zero says. How does that work anyway? Think of it like echolocation, but it's super precise. Like I can get a view of someone, what's in their pockets, count how many pieces of candy is in a pack, or if I felt like it I could just see what they're like under the clothes. Horizon shrugs. A cold shiver runs down Zero's spine. That last one is super pervy. Do you actually do that? No, I'm too classy for that, Horizon says flatly. Zero's eyes shift over to May, seeing her completely unbothered. This doesn't bother you at all? Why would it bother me? He's already seen me naked a few times, May shrugs. And Zero's brain begins melting. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you two were sorry. We aren't a couple, and stop being weird, Horizon says. Yeah, I don't have time to waste on boys. May declares proudly, I've got babies to make. Zero gets confused all over again. But, don't you need boys to make gadgets? She means gadgets, oh my god, Horizon groans. Just keep this between us, alright? Got it. Zero gives them both a serious nod. But speaking of hero equipment, shouldn't I? Yes. Mei yells out, eyes lit up and ready to work. No, Horizon shuts them down. When he's mastered his quirk enough then he can use them, otherwise they'll just be a crutch. They both frown at him, but can't deny the logic in that. Horizon suddenly turns toward the main campus. Damn, he mutters. What happened? Zero asks. Inko Midoriya slapped the taste out of All Might's mouth is what happened. Nothing. We should get back to training, and I'm sure Mei has some stuff to do. He turns to her. I'll warp you over later. All right. I want some chocolate. I'll figure something out. As they're packing up he senses Inko now hugging All Might as she's crying her eyes out. Should have expected that. It did make Deku after all. Is this what death feels like? Zero asks in an exhausted voice. He and Horizon were currently walking back toward the dorms, the sun just beginning to set behind them. While Horizon was once again spotless, Zero's clothes were bloodied and stained as usual. As the boy barely had the energy to walk back to his room, Horizon was idly scrolling through some Hero Network articles on his phone. Probably, take a look at this. Horizon shows Zero his phone. They added you to the S-Class listing, along with All for One and, twice, League of Villains clone guy, Horizon says with a shrug. Apparently his quirk lets him make infinite clones of himself or his target once certain conditions are met, and the clones can use the original's quirk too. Damn, Zero thinks about it for a moment. That listing is for people that can overthrow a small country on their own. It's kind of weird to go from only All Might and Endeavor on it, to now the 5 of you. This goes public tomorrow, only the Hero Network knows for now. Seems the commission really wants Twice locked away. But that makes sense, he's definitely the most dangerous villain in the league. Isn't tomorrow also the All Might tribute event over in Hiroshima? Seems like people will be swarming you at that. Zero says. That's unavoidable. I'll just head to Tokyo tonight, do some work at Central Hospital, then I'll head over to Hiroshima in the evening. Seems kinda hectic, even if you only need 1 hour of SL. Zero's words fail him as they arrive at the dorms. The rather high-end 5-story apartment building with an underground gym is now fully lit up, for the first time since they've moved in. Looks like everyone is done unpacking. Horizon grumbles. Bye-bye peace and quiet. I'm just glad Yui is finally on campus, Zero says as they begin walking up the stairs. Not that I didn't enjoy spending all my time with you and Hatsum, of course. I get it, kinda, not really, whatever. You could if you just drop it. They both arrive at the doorway and can already see some of their classmates gathered in the common area catching up. Well, the important thing is that you're totally willing to, let's say, warp me into her room, right? Zero gives him a nervous smile. Horizon just shakes his head and chuckles, only if she asks me to, but honestly, her room is on the... He pauses for a moment and focuses on the 1B dorms. 2nd floor, you can manage that easily enough. Can you not do the whole sensing people thing on her? It's kinda bugging me. It's honestly not as pervy as everyone seems to think it is. Also, I'm a doctor, Horizon says as they arrive in the common area. Almost all of 1A was there just staring at them, or more accurately, staring at Zero. Dude, are you okay? Kirishima yells as he runs over. It's cool, man. Horizon always heals me after training, Zero says. You look like you fought a bear, Eureka says. What kind of training was it? The effective kind, Horizon says. You should have seen him on the first day, he was a mess. But after 2 weeks, he's almost not a little bitch, almost a with a cute. You guys have been here for 2 weeks. Kirishima asks. Come on, why didn't you invite me to join you? Horizon gives an annoyed sigh, probably because you never stop yelling. Moments later and Horizon is sitting on the couch in the common area as Zero rushes away to go shower, leaving Horizon to catch up with Tokoyami, Momo, Shoji, Kirishima, Mina, and Jiro. Really? My parents were against the dorm idea, Tokoyami says to Shoji. But I convinced them that this was best to control the darkness in my soul. Well, I live pretty far into the country, so living here is easier than renting an apartment in Musodafu, Shoji says. Mine just want me to follow my dreams. They know how much this means to me after all, Kirishima says. Same here, Jiro says. Dad was really against me coming back to UA, but with All for One gone and after watching All Might's last stand he couldn't say no. Mine weren't that sure, Mina confesses in a somber tone. But I mean, if we give up, then Kaminari's sacrifice isn't worth as much as it could be, so when I explained that to them they understood. Yeah, Kirishima agrees. What Horizon said really was manly. We've just got to work harder to save as many people as possible. That way people who sacrificed themselves are worth the most they can be. Horizon looks slightly bewildered for a moment, before realizing Zero must have told them what he said about this situation. I'll need to have a talk with Zero about quoting me, but I guess it worked out this time. My parents still aren't entirely convinced if I'm being honest, Momo says, but we've come to an understanding, so I simply have to show them all the good I can do as a hero. An understanding? Horizon asks, not liking the forced smile she gave them when saying that. They just need time to warm up to the idea, that's all. The look she gave him screamed that there was more to tell, but she didn't want him to pry, so he just let it go. Well, surprisingly nobody dropped out. Definitely wouldn't have let my kids back here after all the shit we dealt with, Horizon says. You realize you're partly why we came back, right? Jiro asks. What do you mean? Well, after you fought All for One for us, not to mention all the other things you've done, how could we not want to be by your side in any way we can? She says while playing with her earphone jacks. Plus having you around is as good a security system as we could get. You make me feel safe, make us feel safe. Yeah, that's what I meant. Horizon sees the sympathetic look Momo and Mina are giving her and rolls his eyes. Yeah, if you say so. At least we don't have the 6-day school week anymore. That's a relief. You could say that again, Shoji says. But I'm spending most of my extra time in the gym anyway. He gives Kirihime a fist bump. Plus we can't actually leave campus on our own, Mina whines. Not until we've got a provisional license and permission from a teacher, unless, she gives him her most pleading look. I'm not walking you around town, Horizon says. Plus Nizo is pretty much trying to chain me to UA until Kurojiri is locked up. I guess you have as much freedom as the rest of us, the burden and responsibility of being powerful, Momo says somberly. Horizon actually manages to laugh at that idea. Good one, but nope. I can do whatever I want, because I'm Horizon. I just need to keep UA in one piece so the hero course doesn't get scrapped. But he did limit my hero days a bit more, down to 3 days a week instead of 4. He took away Thursday. Tokoyami asks. Yeah, Horizon grumbles. And my favorite restaurant usually has their special dish on that day. I guess I'll just have to use the fact that I'm Horizon to see if I can get it anyway. Plus the fact that now I'll be spending Sundays in Central Hospital. Wait, that's real? Jiro asks. Sorry, it's just, when I read that you were now healing certain people for free, it just seemed so out of character for you. Momo nudges her friend, Kyoka. Regardless of how Horizon may act toward us, if he didn't care about people he wouldn't be training to be a pro hero. Yup, Mina gives him a devious smile. You're just a big softy, aren't you? I bet you just couldn't help healing the first sick person you saw in there. That'd be the second bet you lost to me, and I'm still waiting on payment for the first one. Horizon's words cause her to just sit back and stare down at her lap. Man, I can't imagine how hard it was to keep a secret like that, Kirihime says, confusing everyone for a moment before he continues. Knowing All Might was running on limited time for over a year must have been brutal. I'm horrible with secrets. I'm a doctor, it's part of the job, Horizon says. As the post on my profile said, I did try to convince him a lot to stop being a hero and conserve himself, but he has some kind of mental defect where he can't see someone in need and not do something to help. Tragic really. You mean heroic, right? Shoji asks. I said what I said. After a few more minutes Zero joins them, now cleaned up and ready to relax a bit before bed, and maybe walk over to 1B dorms to visit Yui. So are you guys ready for training tomorrow? He asks them, noticing Horizon busy scrolling through something on his phone. Heck yeah man. Kirihime jumps up excitedly. I've been stuck at home bored out of my mind. Nothing gives a good workout like UA. I believe quirk control is what the next part of our training is, Tokoyami says. I'm curious as to how the teachers will help us take them to the next level of mastery. Oh yeah, you guys start training super moves tomorrow, Zero says, causing everyone else to get excited. I'm sure they'll be pretty cool. I wonder if they'd give me a sword, Tokoyami mutters. Oh, a shadow sword. Mina cheers. The point of a super move isn't to look cool, Momo scolds them. It provides a large advantage when apprehending a villain, ending the fight swiftly and efficiently. But it also has to look cool, Zero says. We started the quirk part of my training a few days ago and he explained it like this. He glances over to Horizon, seeing the man not taking them on. You've gotta make it strong to end the fight, but also cool so people can recognize it. It's a fine balance like that. Oh, do you have any yet? Mina asks him. Well, I'm still working on making my quirk stronger for now, Zero says. But I've got tomorrow off since Horizon is gonna be heading to Tokyo tonight. He wants me to spend the day just researching similar quirks to see what kind of moves they have. Oh, like that guy you interned with, Kamui Wood's right. Kirihime asks. I thought so too, but apparently Wall Crawler is way better for my quirk. Good thing we've got lots of videos of him fighting villains in America huh. Well, it's a good thing you've got Mr. Quirk Specialist teaching you huh, Mina pouts playfully. How come he isn't teaching anyone else? It's best you don't know, Jiro says. Trust me, it's not a pretty answer. Mina just gives her a confused look and Momo nods in agreement. Looks like a lot of big names are showing up, Horizon suddenly mutters, causing everyone to look at him, eyes still glued to his screen. What do you mean? Zero asks. At the party thing tomorrow. Yeah, apparently Korea and Thailand are both sending their #1 heroes. Wow, was all anyone could say. It makes sense, somewhat. If they allowed them to leave the country, it would have to be for something like this. It would have to be for All Might. Those guys are pretty intense, Kirihime says nervously. You're gonna be meeting them. Honestly, there aren't any #1 heroes that aren't intense, but it's nothing I haven't dealt with before. Just think of it like talking to Endeavor. Horizon shrugs. Jiro recoils at that. You mean the scary angry massive dude that's always on fire? No thanks. Fair enough. Either way, I need to finish my business here then go get ready to head to Tokyo, so I'll see. Wait. Mina yells out, jumping to her feet and signaling him to stop. You weren't there for the dorm room competition. Come on, let's see your room. Please. Zero immediately begins laughing. This really isn't fair. Hey, the lady asked. And Horizon would gladly take the chance to show off how much better he is. And that's how they all found themselves here, standing in Horizon's dorm. They hadn't even discovered it because it simply wasn't on the floor map of the dorm building. All the assigned rooms were clearly labeled, but the 5th floor on both the boys' and girls' sides was blank. This can't be fair. Jiro mutters quietly, yet everyone but Siro was thinking the same thing. He'd already gotten used to seeing Nizo play favorites with Horizon these past 2 weeks. The entire top floor on the boys' side was converted into one massive dorm. They were standing just inside the entrance, with a pair of couches and a small coffee table set up, much like Nizo's office. A bit further in was a desk with his computer, and the 3 monitors currently active with various media outlets displayed. There was a large TV slightly further in at the foot of his large bed mounted to the wall, and finally another door, leading to his private washroom and shower. This is like a whole apartment, Kirihime says. How'd you even get this? I told Nizo I wanted it. Also a lot of this stuff serves a function for me, Horizon says. Okay, so the computer that connects to UA servers. Nizo has a custom supercomputer here and I'm using that to help my work in Central Hospital. Since I'm in the research wing with my Miracle Suite set up, this way I can run simulations while I'm here. Just like how major companies use virtual simulations rather than animal testing, and I don't think Nizo would approve of me using animals anyway. Then of course my bed needed that to be bigger. The one I had at home wouldn't fit in the standard dorms and this is a slightly smaller version. Closet and TV, the usual stuff. Private washroom and shower, he taps the side of his visor. The ones everyone else has to use on the first floor are inconvenient for obvious reasons. He then points to the corner of the room, mini fridge. It's just for the stuff I might want in the middle of the night. Oh, and this. He walks toward the windows and taps a button at the side. Metal shutters extend from the top of the windows to completely seal them off, not allowing any light inside. Seems like a fire hazard, Momo says. I can literally warp. But I'd say you definitely win the dorm room contest, Momo says, and everyone nods in agreement. I still can't believe your dorm is literally 4 rooms put together. You're so lucky, Mina pouts cutely. Well, if you're one of the reasons people feel safe returning to UA, you can ask for stuff like this too. Now if you don't mind, I need to get packed. 2 hours later. Sitting at his computer, Horizon is poring over every news article he can find about the special guests for tomorrow. The last thing he wants to do is make any bad impression on them. Having the chance to meet 2 rank 1 pro heroes at once is monumental. 3 if you count Endeavor who will be there. And 4 considering All Might will be there as well. I should at least be able to hold a conversation and play nice with the people I'll be compared to. After a few more minutes of learning anything he can about them, he double-checks his scheduled patients for tomorrow, then swivels around in his chair, looking directly down. Right, everyone should be getting ready to sleep, nobody to really bother us during our chat, time to see if my theory is right. Looking down at the floor, he was currently using his quirk to sense past the ground, down to the 3rd floor. Directly at Yuka Aoyama, his second candidate for All for One's spy, shambles? Horizon appears in Aoyama's room, standing silently as he goes completely unnoticed. Aoyama was currently staring at himself in one of the many mirrors covering every surface of the room. Horizon appeared to his far left, putting him just barely out of eyeshot. Well, if this is the spy, no wonder All for One didn't give him a good quirk. He's just not worth it, Horizon thinks as he watches him do a few poses in the mirror. Hey, Frenchie, Horizon calls out. Eep. Aoyama nearly jumps out of his own skin, holding his chest and breathing heavily as he stumbles back. Horizon? I didn't hear you knock, he says, coming to his senses and trying to seem calm. He notices that Horizon is in entirely casual clothes above his body glove, of course, but it is a strange sight, to say the least. He also didn't have his sword with him. I didn't knock, or use the door, Horizon says. I've just got some questions for you. Oh, well, I'm always happy to help a classmate and fellow hero in training, Aoyama says excitedly, meaning every word. Perfect. Horizon immediately disappears and Aoyama feels his large hand palming the back of his head, fingers acting like a vice to keep him stuck in place. This is a bit painful, Aoyama says. Just a few more seconds, Horizon says casually. And a few seconds later, mess. Aoyama's vision goes black for what seems to be just a moment before he wakes up face first on the floor of his room. Feeling entirely exhausted, he barely managed to sit up and look around, looking over at Horizon who was scrolling through. What are you doing with my phone? Aoyama asks in a tired voice, slowly shaking off the weariness as he stands up. Nothing apparently, it's clean, Horizon shrugs and drops it on the bed. Walking over to Aoyama, he reaches down and grabs him by the head, easily lifting him off his feet till they were at eye level with each other. Arg. Aoyama struggled but couldn't pry Horizon's fingers off him, and he couldn't seem to activate his quirk either. Trying to shoot Horizon, who was standing directly in front of his naval laser belt, only caused him to feel more exhausted. I'm gonna need you to tell me, are you a spy for the villains? Aoyama's eyes shot open. What? Why would you think that? Horizon tightened his grip, causing the boy to scream out. Answer the question, are you a spy for the villains? No. He lied, and Horizon detected it. Ah. Aoyama's screams echoed through the dorms all the way outside, causing most of the students to wake up in a slight panic. I know that's a lie, so instead of asking again, I'll get to the important bits. How'd you contact them? Horizon's voice was eerily calm, setting off every kind of alarm in Aoyama's head. I didn't arg. Horizon gives him another not-so-gentle squeeze. Then he reaches up to Aoyama's arm, and without a moment of hesitation. Booster shot? He snaps his arm like a twig with pure grip strength. Irah. Aoyama's screams bounce off the walls, making sure everyone was awake. Now look at what you made me do, Horizon says in a low growl. Tell me, how did you contact the villains, or I'll move on to the bones that aren't broken, yet no Thailand bot yes. Aoyama gives his most determined look even as tears flow down his face, refusing to say a single word to Horizon, focusing on the searing pain in his arm instead. Fine, be like that. Horizon grabs him and shoves him face first into one of the full-length mirrors, cracking the mirror and cutting up Aoyama's face. As he keeps pressing Aoyama against the mirror, slowly grating his face from the very top all the way to the bottom of it, his voice is failing to conceal his anger at this whole situation. Ah! Aoyama screams echo out yet again as he desperately tries to reach back and stop Horizon. Soon after there is a loud banging on the door, but Horizon ignores it while Aoyama can't even focus enough to make words. Whenever you're ready to talk, Horizon says as he's almost done grating his face down a third of the mirror. He only gets more screams in response, and louder banging on the door. Shambles. He warps everyone else out of the dorm and into the lawn, effectively silencing the pounding on the door. As he's still grating away at Aoyama's face, the screams keep echoing out, as Horizon begins thinking aloud. You had to have contacted them at the summer camp, but no phones or tech was allowed aside from the teacher's stuff, my items, and even as he's almost done with the right side of Aoyama's face his head shifts down, looking at the belt around the boy's waist. Lifestyle support items, it's in the belt, Horizon growls. Aoyama immediately tries harder to struggle out of his grasp, and Horizon simply and quickly swipes his face the rest of the way down the mirror, now completely and permanently disfiguring the right side before lifting him off the ground by his hair. No, you can't. Aoyama screams as Horizon reaches around to rip off the belt across his midsection. I need it, it's a lifestyle support item. Aoyama reminds him. Much like Horizon's visor, lifestyle support items are effectively part of your human rights. They cannot be removed even if you are arrested. Therefore items like Aoyama's naval laser belt are required to have a safety feature, in case he needed to be arrested and have it sealed up. As Horizon grips the top of the belt he feels both Aoyama's hands grab onto his wrist, desperate to stop him. My rights. You're a traitor, a deal-breaker, you have no rights, Horizon says as he rips it off and drops Aoyama in the shards of the mirror. Aoyama crumples to the floor, expecting his quirk to go haywire and cause him even more pain now that his belt was gone, but nothing happened. He looked down at his bare stomach and didn't see any laser coming out of his navel. His mind couldn't understand what was happening, but he barely had the energy to stand, and the pain in his face was almost paralyzing. His broken left arm was already numb and swollen, and looking into a fragment of the mirror, the entire right side of his face looked as if someone tried to use a cheese grater to expose the bone below. He couldn't even feel it, just numbness and an occasional short burst of excruciating pain mixed in when the fragments touched the nerves. And the only doctor that can properly fix this is the one who did it to him. He'd be disfigured for the rest of his very miserable life. As Aoyama came to terms with what was about to happen, what he was about to experience, and what his parents were soon to go through because of him, a new set of tears began flowing. Absolute despair. While Aoyama was having a mental breakdown on the floor behind him, beginning a long-winded speech and a list of excuses, Horizon was tearing open the back of his belt, exposing the motherboard. I'm not very good with computer stuff, but that blinking light is probably a tracker or transmitter, and that must be a storage drive, Horizon says as he takes another look at the components. With scan he can't actually read letters or differentiate the colors of things, and since he isn't versed in technology more than the basics, mostly due to time constraints while studying many medical fields, an understandable reason. Breaking down the components via material composition was impossible for him. He couldn't tell the components apart until now, reading the labels, and even now, they didn't look entirely out of place for this level of advanced equipment. With his back turned so Aoyama couldn't see, he quietly removes the data drive and pockets it. If this has info leading back to the League of Villains, it's best if I use it so that the Commission doesn't get it, since All for One has spies in there. Plus this way I can hunt them all down solo, get all the credit, and get Yagi his chat with Shigaraki. Everyone wins, he decides. Holding the belt in his right hand, Horizon turns around just as Aoyama ends his grand speech, which he barely paid any attention to. It was everything he expected, honestly. The moment he figured out that naval laser was incompatible because it was bestowed upon him by All for One, everything else fell into place. Horizon rolls his eyes as Aoyama finally shuts up, done with his ranting. About him being born quirkless, his parents finding All for One to give him a quirk so he'd be accepted into high society, about them being threatened with death if he didn't do everything All for One was saying. Looking down at him, Horizon just sighs. Every time one of you quirkless fucks tries to play hero, it's a pain in my ass. Why can't you just accept that life isn't fair? Not everyone is special. Some people like you are just meant to be throwaway side characters. You're just not the hero of this story. I am. Aoyama looks down at Horizon's feet, not sure how to feel about that. But this was my chance, to be a hero, to save Mama and Papa, to be like all of you. He looks up at Horizon with pleading eyes. You're a traitor, a deal-breaker, you're nothing like me. Aoyama actually manages to suck in a deep breath, ignoring the pain for a moment to make his point. You fight for the family you will have one day, and I did these heinous things for the family I have now. We may have taken different paths, but we're the SA. Horizon immediately kicks him in the face, hard enough to lift him all the way up to his feet as if he were standing, and grabs him by the neck. We are not the same, he yells, before taking a moment to try and compose himself. And no matter how nice the motive, it doesn't change the monsters we are. Good luck. Aoyama's expression turned from absolute fear to confusion with those last two words. Then a moment later he was thrown harder than he'd ever been before, hurled all the way back to the other end of the room, and smashed through the window. His entire world went black for what seemed like barely a second as he experienced pain like never before. Standing in Aoyama's room, Horizon was looking at the hole in the wall, and the now shattered mirror that was covering it seconds ago. Then his gaze dropped to his right arm, with blue energy mist rising from it. Yet the moment he focused on it he felt as if a nail was hammered into his skull, and his quirk entirely shut off. Staggering backward until his back hit the wall. He reached up to hold his head, but only felt his visor. Ugh, he groans in annoyance, that's new, so sick of this fucking bullshit. Shaking it off as best he could, Horizon walked over to the hole in the wall and looked down at the front lawn of the 1A dorms. Classes 1A and 1B were gathered there with Eraser and Vlad, all crowded around Aoyama who was a mangled mess on the floor. He seemed barely conscious as Deku and Momo were tending to his wounds. Vlad King was trying to get his class to go back to their dorms but they were being rowdy, and Eraser was on the phone, likely trying to wake up Recovery Girl. But after a look at the crowd Horizon figured it was Nizo on the other end. They all clearly knew what happened here, and realistically only Nizo could get anything out of him if that was the case. Room? He feels a slight sting as he opens a room just big enough to warp down in front of the crowd. Most of them take a cautious step back, a very smart move. You're expelled. Aizawa immediately yells, I don't care if you're Nizo's favorite, go pack your things. Horizon just turns to look at Eraser, then ignored him and walks a few steps to where Deku and Momo were trying to treat Aoyama. Momo was currently crouched down beside Aoyama as Deku was trying to put some splints on his mangled limbs. She was making bandages for his face, but they both stopped to stare up at Horizon with wide eyes. Horizon just lifts a foot and presses his shoe against Aoyama's disfigured face. Arg! His pain scream ripples out, sending a cold chill down all their spines. Eraser readies his capture weapon and almost throws it out to stop him, but restrains himself. Not wanting to get sent to the other side of UA, he was still needed here to sort this out. Aoyama groggily wakes up to see Deku and Momo's worried faces above him, then fear manifests on his face and his eyes fall to Horizon. Oh look, the traitor is awake, you shouldn't waste time trying to help it. Deku moves to argue but is silenced by what happens next. Horizon casually warps Aoyama's heart back into his hand and drops it on the lawn. Try not to lose that again, I won't be so gentle next time. Seeing everyone just staring at them in surprise he looks over at Eraser who was glaring at Aoyama, and tosses him the belt. Have Nizu take a look at that, it's how he got them to the summer camp, it has a tracker. Eraser just grumbles as he looks down at the blinking tracker. You know you've got some questions to answer, both of you. I'll send Nizu the video of our. Horizon glances down at the brutalized Aoyama. Friendly chat, he says before warping away. As he warps away Aoyama is left with only Deku tending to his wounds. Some of the others wanted to help, but after their friends died because of him, they just couldn't bring themselves to do it. Now sitting in the grass on the other side of Aoyama, opposite Deku, Momo just stared at the boy in wonder. Not sure what was going on in his mind, watching him try to tend to Aoyama with no hesitation. She looked down at the injured boy unsure of what to do, even as Eraser finally got into contact with Principal Nizu. For the first time in her life, she was unsure if a person deserved her help. But she did it anyway. Making bandages and gauze as well as some alcohol to clean the wounds, she'd wait until Recovery Girl was here to deal with the heart. But even while she treated him, Aoyama looked up and saw a blatant expression of disgust on her face, one that never would have been there had she not been so enraptured by a certain someone. 1 a.m. Horizon was sitting patiently behind his desk in his office at Central Hospital, staring at the laptop in front of him. His keyboard was pushed to the side along with the monitor on his desk. They were usually what he'd use, connected to Japan's medical database and Nizu's supercomputer back at UA, allowing him to run simulations and scout patients from all across the country to be sent here, to the Miracle Suite. Checking his phone he sees it's 1 a.m. His private client would be here in just over an hour. He now has all his clients meeting him here and is using the hospital instead of meeting them at hotels and such. His eyes glance back to the laptop, seeing the files almost transferred out from the data drive connected to the side of it via an adapter. He'd been careful with this, inserting a villain's hardware into any computer is dangerous. So he bought a fresh laptop and didn't connect it to anything before plugging it in. He also broke the webcam that came installed onto it, just in case. The last thing he needs is to plug this into his phone or his actual computer. He's sure Nizu's security can easily handle it, but the risk simply wasn't worth it. While Horizon sat patiently in his office he leans back and unlocks his phone. He opens it to see the Future Heroes group chat running wild as 1A and 1B students are discussing Aoyama's betrayal. He looks to the group chat icon, seeing what was the picture of everyone at the summer camp already replaced to get rid of the traitor. Skimming what the rapid conversation was discussing, it was mostly about people being unable to sleep, even after Detective Tsukachi had rushed over to question everyone else, and the teachers turned the dorms upside down in one more search. Looking at his direct messages he sees one from Nizu, confirming that there wasn't a second traitor, at least not a knowing one. He sees a slew of questions from fellow students about the whole situation. No messages from Zero, because he knew Horizon best among all the students. And a concerned message from Momo, asking if he was alright. I'm fine, he sends her a fast reply and can't help but shake his head. Did you really think Diaper Boy can hurt me? Seriously? Not at all, her reply was instant. I was simply asking how you are dealing with the betrayal from someone so close to us. Some of the others aren't taking it well at all. It's quite a scary thought after all. It really doesn't bother me. I expected this on some level, that's why I wear the visor. You idiots gave him all the info about yourselves and by extension your families. You should be worried, not me. Momo types for a while, then deletes the message, then send a new one. You're right. I suppose that's why so many of us can't sleep. We're all just here trying to help each other feel safe. What the fuck does that mean? He asks himself. Did all these losers dogpile in the common room or something? What do you mean? He sends her. All the girls are having a sleepover in my room at the moment. Learning about Aoyama was a lot. Horizon's new laptop beeps as the data drive finally opened up, spewing dozens of folders onto his screen. He glances back down at his phone to see Momo typing another message and interrupts her. Hero work, gotta go, before putting his phone down. Okay, let's see what we've got here. Horizon begins sorting out the folders, finding file after file of recorded audio from Aoyama's belt. Recordings. All useless garbage. Aoyama wasn't around to hear anything critical, and definitely nothing that can hurt me. All for one had already spread information about Weld making my life annoying. Nothing I can't overcome with just one more slash. But what the fuck is this? Alpha. Horizon finally gets to a file simply titled Hero Public Safety Commission, and his interest is piqued. What the fuck are these names? He sees dozens of folders within this folder, all labeled with things he'd never seen before. Are these all heroes? He opens the first one. Raised and trained by the commission to. Horizon shakes his head, hardly able to believe what he's reading. To eliminate pro-heroes that threaten the stability of society via corruption or heinous acts. He's taken aback by this, not by the fact that this exists, but by the fact that it fell into his lap so easily. Why would this be here? It makes no sense to put this in the belt, unless realization dawns on him. All for one knew I'd find this, and he has something in here he wants me to see. Okay, show me. Sorting through all the files he sees dozens of pro-heroes, most not household names. Just people that got into the top 50 and remained there until they retired or died. A few were compromised and had to be put down by the others, but then he got to the people he could recognize. Kane Tsutsumi, Lady Nagant. Mom was always a fan of yours. She thought it was suspicious when they said you just had a mental breakdown and got into a fight with other pro-heroes. Looks like according to this she, holy shit, killed the previous president of the commission, and now she's in level 4 of Tartarus. He looks a bit more, finding the final group, the current agents of the commission. Mindbinder, well I remember what happened to him. Chrome, so you were Tetsu's dad, and Shifter, guess meeting me didn't work out very well for all of you. Horizon leans back in his chair and thinks it all over. So when they assembled a team to deal with Arsenal, they didn't just send heroes, they sent a hit squad. If I wasn't there they definitely would have just killed her. Mom knows too much about too many powerful people all around the world. International pressure to execute here would be too great for most countries to ever stand against. Having this information from the commission itself is good. I can make sure they lose if they try to fuck me over, but I doubt it'll come to that. I'm too valuable, they just need to be patient for me to solve their problems, and at this pace by the time I graduate, within 1 year of that I'll be number 1, then they won't have any choice but to hand my parents over. The contract is held and everyone wins. I definitely can't let anyone know I have this, not until I eventually need a bit more leverage, prove that I can and will burn it all down if they try to fuck me over. Any sooner than that and they'll see me like a rabid dog that needs to be put down. I just need to play the part of a guard dog on a leash for them, at least for now. Horizon lets out a frustrated groan. Why can't things just be fucking simple? Do the job, get paid, and everyone moves on. He signs and continues digging, only having one more file folder remaining. Kigo Takamai. He clicks it, and immediately freezes at what he sees. Hawks, he lets out in a low growl, then immediately catches himself. No, revenge doesn't get me anything, he reminds himself. Hawks is someone I'll be forced to work with, to play nice with. He's a top 10 hero after all, and I'm Horizon, it's inevitable. He closes the file and begins sorting through the other data, sifting through it for anything about the League of Villains. All for one, was that your plan? Make me kill Hawks or something so I end up in shit. Break my contract and get my parents killed, get me labeled a villain, and turn me against the heroes, so you finally have someone competent on your team instead of the League of Losers you're stuck with. Nice try, but I'm a lot more practical than that. The last thing I want is to get any deeper in this hero-villain nonsense. A simple assessment, but sadly without the key pieces of information he lacks. The pieces all for one builds his master plan atop. Even Horizon cannot figure out the vast and glorious scheme. Nothing about Shigaraki or his team, or where they make the Nomu, or how, useless shit, his main computer alerts him of something, pulling his attention to it. Horizon shuts off the laptop and checks the progress his simulations have made. Blah blah blah, useless nonsense, Horizon mutters while looking at his research. Bunch of useless shit about curing mental degenerative disease. Dementia, Alzheimer, I'd have to sink weeks into solving those and they can't even work for me. I guess it makes sense since my brain patterns are similar enough to someone within the final stages of those, at least for the seconds that I'm blacked out. But since I'm the only person in the world that can map the genome efficiently and accurately enough to solve it, I'll keep this in my pocket until I need leverage. Alright, he looks down at his phone to check the time. Time to get to work being a doctor, then just that party later. Sitting opposite Yagi in Nisa's private luxury helicopter, Horizon is idly scrolling through some reports on his phone. He was wearing his usual hero costume with his sword resting beside him, while Yagi wore a simple black suit with the left sleeve tucked away, on account of him still missing that arm. Horizon glances out the window where he sees Hiroshima in the distance, their destination for the evening. Then looking across from him he sees Yagi meticulously reading a set of flashcards, mouthing the words as he rehearses his speech one last time. Yagi sighs in frustration and leans back. I don't think I can do this, maybe we should turn around. We aren't turning around, Horizon says. I already left Tokyo to go to UA to get you, now I'm here just to bodyguard you for the evening. How much of my time do you plan to waste? Sorry, but I just don't think I can go stand in front of everyone, for them to see me like, well, he gestures to himself. Like this? Those idiots worship the ground. If you so much as walk on it, you'll be fine. But I'm All Might, Yagi says. How am I supposed to stand in front of them to accept the awards and honors, when I can't even protect myself anymore, much less anyone else? Nobody expects people to be heroes forever. Time is undefeated in that way. Well, not for me, but you get what I mean, right? Yagi looks a bit confused at that. What do you mean? Just focus on being honest with them. Despite all the things online about Nana Shimura and the conspiracy theories. Not conspiracy theories, Yagi says. What All for One said was true, which is why it hurts so much. Horizon sighs. You golden-hearted types always try to blame yourselves for things you can't control. It's stupid. You saved a lot of people. Don't let anything diminish that. Focus on that and you'll be fine. Easier said than done, Yagi mutters as he goes back to rehearsing his speech. As they arrive above the city, the skyline of Hiroshima is dazzling under the night sky, but Horizon is looking out over the ocean, to a barely visible light in the distance. Even as the helicopter lands on the roof of the most luxurious hotel in the city, he barely acknowledges any of it. I suppose it's time to make this official, Yagi grumbles as gets up, stepping out as the pilot opens the door. Looking back, Yagi sees Horizon step out, then he begins walking toward the elevator on the roof. Ignoring the pool and lounging area, he sees 3 people standing in front of it to greet him, 2 plain-looking men in black suits, and the woman in the middle. Around his age, slicked back blonde hair, pearls around her neck and hanging from her ears, and wearing a loose black gown. President Panto, Yagi greets her with a polite handshake. Always a pleasure to see you, ma'am. You as well, All Might, she says with a kind smile. Before we go inside, I'd like to personally and professionally thank you, for all that you've done, for all that you've sacrificed. The world is grateful for you, as a pro-hero and as a shining example of all we can become. Thank you, ma'am. I only hope to do good and help others in my time as a hero. You really are the best of us. Panto gives him a genuine smile. My men will escort you inside and out of this cold air. Everyone inside is quite excited about the ceremony itself. She steps aside and gestures to the elevator. With Diaresis Newbie. You aren't going down with us? Yagi asks. I'd like to have a word with him. Panto gestures to the side of the roof where Horizon was gripping the railing, staring out at the lights in the distance. Oh, I see. I'll go on ahead then. Yagi's voice hit it well, but her words felt like a punch in the gut. 1 minute you're on top, and the moment you aren't useful anymore they move on immediately. But this is for the best. Horizon can actually protect people, while I need someone to protect me now. As the elevator closes, Panto looks at the helicopter to see the pilot waiting inside, ready and on standby for Horizon and All Might to leave. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she schools her expression into an ice-cold mask, then slowly walks over to stand beside him. She doesn't say a word, simply looking up at him. Leaned forward, hands gripping the safety railing hard enough to crush the metal. His visor was unreadable but he seemed agitated. What is that? Panto wonders as she sees a strange blue energy vapor rising from his hands before it quickly stops. Her eyes then move up. Looking from his visor into the direction he was facing, she saw a barely visible light on the horizon. 10 kilometers out into the sea, connected by one massive and heavily secured bridge. Precisely 12 kilometers from where they currently stand. Tartarus. The most secure prison on this side of the world, only comparable to America's new Alcatraz. She's skeptical at first. He can't possibly be sensing within Tartarus. From 12 kilometers away, that's impossible. He's powerful but not that powerful, right? Her skepticism immediately fades as he speaks in a low growl. Where are they? What exactly do you mean? Panto asks. Horizon stands up straight and turns to face her, his presence strong and rigid, hiding the fact that below his visor, below his mask, he was bleeding from the eyes, nose, and ears. His brain felt like stakes were being hammered into it, that it took everything in him not to sway in place with the wind. All because he opened a 24 kilometers wide room to scan inside Tartarus, for barely a few seconds. He could feel his energy levels remaining fine, but processing it, as always, was another story entirely. You know what I mean, Horizon says. Panta turns away from him to face Tartarus. Tell me what you see then, and I'll clarify. She seems completely unfazed by his attitude. Horizon just growls and turns to face the prison as well, but doesn't open a new room. Prisoners, lots of them, a scientist of some kind, short, portly, lab coat, glasses, he's monitoring all FO. That's enough. Panta cuts him off, not wanting him to delve deeper into the fact that Dr. Shodegariki was hired to build the containment unit to counter All for One's many quirks. He was their best choice for a quirk specialist since the only person considered to be above him would likely be Horizon himself. He also came highly recommended by many trusted people who all shared a certain mutual friend. And giving Nizo any access to Tartarus was simply out of the question with how obviously compromised he is when it comes to Horizon. You've made your point, Panta says. I had them moved after the sports festival. Why? Horizon asks. Because before then, I didn't realize exactly how powerful you were. I had to keep them out of your reach. You get them out too early and suddenly we have multiple countries breathing down our necks, Panta says. Horizon doesn't speak for a while, then says in a calm voice, your neck, not mine. And you do know I can detect any lies you speak, right? He lied, still unable to use polygraph without physical contact, which he currently doesn't have. He focuses on her expression, but she gives him nothing, until she smiles. Panta smiles at that, confusing him. No, you can't, because that's actually my quirk. You should do some more research on a person before you try to bluff them, not that you'd ever find my quirk on file, and it will stay that way, understand? Understood, he grumbles out. You know, I always wondered what you'd be like, the third signature on my contract, and I was right, you really are one seriously cold by. It's needed for my job, Panta says. How have you been holding up your end of the deal thus far? Horizon relaxes and simply shrugs. Playing hero is easy for someone like me. I'm sure you've had a team or two tracking my progress, right? Naturally, you're a massive gamble for us. I signed that contract expecting just a doctor, but instead of some crumbs, I lucked into the whole pie. Lucky me. Don't get too comfortable, Horizon says. I'll be your superhero or whatever, but it's just a job, nothing more and nothing less. Panta raises a brow at that, and what would it take to make this a lifetime contract? Horizon immediately steps away from the railing and leans in a bit closer to her. Since you've got some lie detection quirk, then you'll know how serious I am. If you try to fuck me over in any way, I'll burn everything to the ground. I'll rip Tokyo out of the ground, raise it into the sky, then drop it on your head. Just like that. Panta keeps her stone-cold expression, even as Horizon walks over to the elevator and leaves her on the roof. Knowing she can't let up her facade for even a moment, Panta remains calm in case Horizon was still watching her. I need him to help stabilize Japan at least, but from the way things are moving, he'll be the #1 hero the same year he graduates. I've got just over 3 years to stabilize Japan and deal with this contract situation. And if I try to undercut him in any way, Panta looks out over the city, all the people living their innocent lives. Lives that Horizon has said he'd snuff out if necessary, if she pushed him. I need to extend the timeline of his contract. The longer he stays working for us the better, because we really can't afford the alternative. Taking out her phone, Panta immediately calls the Hero Public Safety Commission HQ and gives orders to the analysis and simulation teams. I need a full rundown of Horizon versus any available pro hero we have, use all gathered intel, and I need a projection of exactly how long it will take for Japan to be stable. League of Villains as primary chaos catalyst. Yes ma'am, the person at the other end says before Panta hangs up. That should tell me how long I need to extend his contract for at least. Honestly Niza, you just had to find the kind of monster we can't even use a leash on, because the more we use it, the faster he snaps. Finally sneaking out of the main room, Yagi manages to escape to the hotel's balcony. A massive garden area that overlooked Hiroshima. With the moon high in the sky and reflecting off the ocean in the distance, the cool night air nearly made him shiver. No, it felt oddly warm. He breathes a sigh of relief, feeling the tension in his body relax, then looks down at the medal in his hand. For going above and beyond as a citizen and a hero, or something like that, he thinks. He couldn't really remember what Panta said when she presented him with it on stage, or what the other dozen or so medals and accolades were for. He mindlessly begins walking to the railing, to get some fresh air, and take a break from people bombarding him with their gratitude for all he's done. It all felt so hollow, undeserved. I'm here, weak and frail, helpless, when I'm supposed to be protecting everyone. But even tonight I need someone to protect me when I leave UA. Yagi can't help but look down at the medal in disgust, as if it insulted him. And before he knows it, he's leaning against the railing, holding it out above the street below, ready to get rid of it. As if it could ever help ease his shame, as if dropping it to the street below would fix anything. As if, what are you doing? A deep voice asks beside him. Huh. Yagi nearly fumbles and drops the medal but barely catches it, breathing a sigh of relief as he looks to his right. Standing only a meter away was Endeavor, Enji Todoroki in a formal black suit, leaning against the railing with his phone in his hand. The former #2 hero, now the temporary #1. Panta has already spoken to both these men regarding the rankings. Unlike the public, they already knew Endeavor would officially become the #1 hero during the annual ceremony in November. 4 #1 heroes in one building, at one event. An astronomically rare occurrence. Japan's former #1 All Might. Japan's current #1 Endeavor. Thailand's current #1 Buaka, Korea's current #1 Hadori. And if counting who everyone assumes is a future #1 hero, Horizon, that makes 5. When did you get here? Yagi asks Endeavor after recovering from the surprise. Endeavor glances down at his phone, seeing that Shoto read his messages but hasn't responded, as usual. Then looks to Yagi. I was here before you, but you were too in your own head to notice. That explains why I'm not freezing in this wind, Yagi realizes. You should go back inside, that's where the cameras are, isn't that what you're all about? Endeavor asks gruffly. Yagi just shakes his head and goes back to leaning on the railing. That's why I'm out here actually, same as you I'd imagine. I didn't see you inside, not even during the presentation. Are you avoiding their questions too? Reino Thailand bot. This gets Endeavor curious. What do you mean too? Since when do you avoid people? Yagi falls silent for a while, playing with the small medal in his hand, rolling it between his fingers. Have you ever felt, like all your life you've only been focused on one thing, and you thought you were succeeding, but after it's all done you realized you failed anyway? Endeavor glances down at his phone, still seeing dozens of messages over the past 2 months with not a single reply from Shoto or Natsuo. Even you can't fight villains forever, Endeavor says. Is that what you wanted to do, or would you be happier if you died fighting? Yagi doesn't even think about it for a moment, because he's thought about it a lot these past few days. Maybe, he mutters. TCH, Endeavor scoffs, you've done your part, more than your fair share at least. You know better than anyone that even you can't save everyone, just try to enjoy retirement somehow. That's impossible while Shigaraki is out there, Yagi says, and Endeavor immediately realizes what's wrong. So that's what this is about, you feel responsible for him. My master neglected his dad, to train me. That chain of events led us to where we all are today. How am I supposed to not feel responsible for that, at least partly? Heroes are willing to hurt the only people they're truly required to protect, for the sake of strangers. At least I think that's what he said, Endeavor says. All for one. Horizon, during the sports festival, it feels like every day he's more and more right about that. Endeavor glances down at his phone, still seeing no replies. It's given me a lot to think about, the things that happened these past few months. You and me both. Yagi actually manages to chuckle at that, enjoying how much more friendly Endeavor was being at the moment. I have to somehow get used to being the one who needs saving, while my master's grandson is out there hurting people, and I can't even stop him. And you need to focus on being the #1 hero, being the new symbol for the people of this country. Endeavor grumbles, that hasn't been on my mind as much as I would have expected. I've been distracted by some personal issues. How has Shoto been doing at UA? He's the same as always. It's always been a bit difficult to read him. Is everything alright? Everything is fine, he lied. But I suppose now you can finally give your full focus to teaching those students how to be proper pro-heroes. Yagi chuckles at that, then gestures at his missing arm. I suppose this is what it took to get me to stay in one place, but yes, that's my plan. You're always welcome to stop in at UA if you want to visit, or maybe even teach a class. Oh, never mind, you'll be too busy now that you're the #1 hero, my apologies. #1 hero, Endeavor mutters, taking one last look at his phone before putting it away. I always thought I'd be happy to hear that, but this just feels rotten. Rotten. Yagi acts. Undeserved, Endeavor says. I never truly surpassed you. I'm only here because of the gap between me and all the others. I was the only real option to fill the space you left. It's a hollow promotion. That doesn't change what it means, what it requires of you, Yagi says. It doesn't matter how you got to this spot. What matters is that you show everyone that you deserve it, that you show yourself you deserve it. Endeavor falls silent for a while, carefully considering everything he just heard. Realizing it was all true, that he couldn't change the past, he just had to show everyone who doubted him that he is a worthy #1 hero. But what if that isn't my focus anymore? Endeavor asks. Yagi is completely blindsided by this, but being the greatest hero has always been your focus. What are you talking about? Endeavor just frowns at that. Hurting the people close to you in order to be a better hero to others, that's not something I want to do anymore. But the only way I can even think of atoning is to prove that this wasn't all for nothing, that the suffering wasn't for nothing, that I am a great hero, someone they can look up to. Yagi gives him a confused look. Atone? What are you talking about? Endeavor's eyes open wide for a moment, realizing he's said too much. Sorry, just ignore that I said anything. Yagi gives him a strange look but doesn't judge. It's fine, but what does this mean for your plans as the new top pro? Time beats everyone, it's undefeated, Endeavor says. Horizon said that during his interview with Chitose, right? He also said that it won't beat him, whatever that means, but what I mean is, I don't want to be the next you, and I don't even want to be the future me, at least not the me I thought I was going to be. The #1 pro hero Endeavor that I always wanted to be, he's just another monster I want nothing to do with now. Now I just want to fix all the broken things in my life, no more hurting people to save strangers, at least not if I can help it. I'll take the time to mend the things that matter most. I see, Yagi nods a few times. But that would mean stepping down as the #1 pro, because from what you're saying this will take all your focus. It likely will. But, you and I both know, with me gone, the #1 could only be you. The only current pro I'm absolutely certain of leaving this country to, is you. Yagi gestures to the city in front of them and gives a genuine All Might brand smile. When all the people cry out, gripped by fear, I know for certain they'll be alright, because you are here. TCH, Endeavor scoffs, you're as dramatic and corny as ever, but I'm not stupid enough to step down. I understand the state of Japan as it is. If I refuse this spot then things only get much worse for the country. Oh, right, Yagi puts his arm down awkwardly. So what is your plan then? 3 years. In 3 years he'll graduate and easily overtake me to become the top pro. Then I will have more time to focus on what's important. Until then, I'm stuck as the #1 hero. I always expected you to hold on to this spot until the end. I guess these past few months have really caused a lot of unexpected changes. I'm not delusional, Endeavor says. Even if I wanted to do that, the moment he graduates I'm back to rank #2, competing with you was nearly impossible, but I could at least see a path forward. But there is no competing with that thing Nisa found. You'd be surprised, Yagi says. There could very well be another young man with incredible potential ready to rival him. Endeavor just shakes his head at that, looking at Yagi as if he was an absolute moron. It's Horizon, he has no rivals. But he isn't the only mystery class, Yagi points out. True, but Star is much older and already in her prime, and he's already likely at least somewhat comparable. By the time he graduates, he'll be ahead of her. Even tonight, 3 of the current top 10 most powerful heroes in the world are in this building, and he's still arguably stronger than any of us. Yagi just forces a smile, wishing Deku all the luck he can give, but he's also glad Endeavor isn't planning to overburden Shoto with the impossible task of surpassing someone like Horizon. Speaking of the brat, shouldn't he be glued to you for the night? Endeavor asks. Oh, Horizon said he'll keep track of me with his quirk. It's still a bit creepy but that way he doesn't have to shadow me all night. I see. When I came out here I saw him take your seat actually, the one you never used. Isn't that at the table with Buaka and Hadori? Yagi nods. That's partly why he bothered coming tonight. He wanted to meet the other rank #1 pro heroes. Endeavor looks genuinely bothered by that idea. Horizon, speaking to heroes from other countries, that sounds like a fight waiting to happen. Maybe we should go check on them before. Beep, beep, beep. Endeavor's phone goes off and he immediately checks it, hoping to see a response from either of his sons. What is it? Yagi asks, seeing his focused expression as he looks at the phone. Kurojiri and Twice were spotted on MT Fuji, the 2 most valuable members of the league, and that close to Tokyo. That can't be good. Looks like Horizon and I will be leaving early. What the hell? Horizon mutters, standing toward the far end of the room. Dozens of heroes and politicians scattered about in their best gowns and suits, all either standing or sitting at designated tables to chat and show off to each other. But what was on his mind was Yagi. He just sensed him walking onto the massive balcony, and just as he was about to go check on him, Endeavor began talking to him. Well, I guess he can take care of him for a while, Horizon mutters, only this time someone actually heard him. Is something the matter? Best Jeanist asks him, snapping him back into the moment. Looking at Jeanist he sees him wearing a dark blue suit with the collar still reaching up to his nose. Sorry, I was just checking the perimeter. Everything is fine, Horizon says. Jeanist takes his word for it, because why wouldn't he? Everyone in the room believes in Horizon as their future #1 hero after all. Taking the moment to chat with Horizon he stands beside him, looking over the room. You handled tonight well, quite tactful. Horizon just shakes his head, dealing with a mob of excited heroes and politicians and rich people. He sees Rakiya Redistro and Chito's Curious chatting at a faraway table. Yes, but don't forget that these people make our jobs possible. Many individuals wouldn't be able to act as pro-heroes without the support of society. It's what keeps us ahead of the villains. Doesn't mean I want to be in a room with them, but this is part of the job, right? Playing nice. The most important part when considering all of society, Jeanist says. Our presence is a deterrent, especially as a top pro. And helping people feel safe is part of that. Thankfully when you're #1 I doubt you'll need any help, considering how well you've already been making an impression for the nation. Is that what you wanted to remind me about? Somewhat, but mostly I wanted to see how you were handling the pressure. Jeanist turns to full look at him with sympathetic eyes. The pressure that comes with being a top 10 pro hero is vast, being the #1 is infinitely more so. But to be under the pressure of everyone expecting you to be the next, the stronger, and even more deific version of All Might, while being a student, I dare not imagine that. Horizon pauses for a moment before he responds. The weight of the world is inconsequential, compared to the standard I hold myself to, compared to who they need me to be. Jeanist sighs, you #1 heroes really are odd, but I suppose that's what makes you the real superhumans. It's necessary, Horizon says. Normal people can't handle the weight of 300 million lives counting on their every move. Jeanist just rests a hand on Horizon's shoulder and shakes his head. I do not envy you, young man. As he withdraws his hand Horizon turns toward him. I should have asked sooner, how are your lungs? Oh, that. Honestly I usually forget about that injury until someone brings it up, and it makes me quite happy knowing that you offer such a service for free at the hospital now. Alpha B. Yeah well, just doing my part. Yet you didn't heal everyone from that night, only a few. Why is that? Horizon's shoulders noticeably stiffen at that, because Hawks can take care of himself. He says before walking off. What an odd response, Jeanist thinks, keeping that in mind as he goes to catch up with Ryukyu. Walking away from Jeanist Horizon weaves through the chattering people, ignoring a few lovely ladies trying to get his attention and some older gentlemen itching to offer him more brand deals that he'd simply ignore. Playing along with Stain's true hero nonsense means he can't actually monetize himself as much as other heroes, but that was never his concern. He'd trade all his money to get his true goal. Time to make a great first impression. Horizon thinks as he sees his future peers. Sitting at a large round table at the front of the room, close to the stage Yagi stepped off of moments ago, Buaka and Hadori. Buaka was a large man, to say the very least. Standing at 6 feet 6-198 cm, packed with just as many muscles as All Might below his traditional robes. Gold and white to show his status and reputation, light brown skin with short spiky black hair and solid golden eyes. He looked entirely calm and collected, which is an extreme contradiction to how everyone kept away from the table mostly because of him. His immense and intense presence was unmistakable even in this room. The man calmly running his red prayer beads through his fingers was a monster standing among the absolute strongest in the world. The pride of Thailand, a prodigy that completely reinvigorated the nation's interest in Muay Thai, a grandmaster at the art of 8 limbs, even before using his quirk. Born with a quirk perfect for appearing as a guardian of his people, and even better to complement his fighting style. Buaka, the pride of Thailand. And his wife sits beside him, the absolutely beautiful lady priestess, wearing shrine maiden robes and munching away at a salad in front of her. A model woman to represent their nation marrying their greatest hero and the pride of the nation. It was almost too perfect to be real. And sitting across from them chatting up Awabami, the United Democratic Republic of Korea's #1 hero, the infamous skirt chaser, Hadori. After World War III, North Korea was destroyed and captured by China, but after World War IV it was handed back to the Korean people to create this new nation. Many others were formed in this manner. And to represent this nation is their current #1 hero, Hadori, the strongest full beast transformation quirk in the world. The youngest current #1 hero in the world, at only 26 years old. Standing at 7 feet 213 cm but very thin compared to heroes like Endeavor, All Might, Star and Stripe, or Buaka. Wearing a grey suit with no tie, and the top buttons undone, he has his arm around Uwabami's shoulder as she giggles at something he said, blushing wildly. She seemed lost in his piercing red eyes, and looking closer Horizon could see his spiky white hair almost swaying back and forth, as if it were moving on its own. Horizon just rolls his eyes at them. Hadori didn't bring any of his usual girls, guess he wants to try the local fruits. Approaching the table he sees all the empty seats beside both couples, all reserved, and all the people were present, but for one reason or another, nobody wanted to be too close to these two, much in the same way people keep a reasonable amount of space between themselves and Endeavor. And on the other hand, nobody wants their wife at the same table with Hadori. Monsters and freaks, that's exactly how most knowledgeable people would describe these men. While there is no official international hero ranking, every government is acutely aware of who the top 10 most powerful heroes of all the local rank #1 heroes in the world are. But while Star can easily defeat anyone lower than her on this ranking, that truth is not the same for the other rankings. Aside from her being a higher rank doesn't guarantee victory against a lower rank. #1 Star and Stripe. #2 Endeavor. #3 Buaka. #7 Hadori. And eventually when he becomes a fully licensed hero, Horizon will join the other monsters and freaks of this world, rising to become a god among people, among even the superhumans. But until that, with All Might gone, Star and Stripe is no longer argued being at #1 or 2, but is solidly at #1 in the world. I hope nobody here minds, Horizon says, in English, as he takes Endeavor's reserved seat at the table, having been ignored by the man in question. But I figured I should at least introduce myself. I'm Horizon. Buaka, the man says in English as he extends a hand which Horizon shakes, much more pleasant than his appearance would portray. And this is my wife. Lady Priestess, Horizon says, and she gives him a pleasant smile and a nod. Both men glance over at Hadori, only to see him completely ignoring them and focusing on chatting up Awabami. Buaka and his wife give the young hero an annoyed look but quickly ignore him. So are you enjoying your time in Japan? Absolutely, Priestess says, your country is quite lovely, but we'll be leaving before sunrise. I was curious about that. Horizon looks at Buaka. It's common knowledge that top pro heroes can't travel abroad so easily. Heck, I can't even leave Japan without approval from Panto and President Boso. So how did two #1 pro heroes manage to visit us so quickly? In most cases that would be the case, Buaka says. But I owe All Might personal gratitude from some guidance he gave me very early on, the first time we worked together. They simply couldn't stop me from coming here at this ceremony to honor him. So they decided to just play nice instead. That makes sense, Horizon says. That must have been nice, Hadori cuts in. Damn, Korean government told me to come and show face. Some crap about Japan and Korea being neighbors, so showing support being necessary. It's only one day for you, Buaka says. I'm sure you can manage spending one night in Japan. Not to mention showing international solidarity among heroes and governments is important. All Might showed very well how important it is to have a positive international reputation. If we ever fail, then I can at least feel hopeful that powerful heroes will aid my people in my place, at least until they get back onto their feet. TCH, Hadori scoffs, doesn't matter if you just never fail. But the traveling isn't the problem. I didn't spend years collecting a perfect harem of supermodels to be pulled away from them for some stuffy ceremony. Buaka and his wife look slightly disgusted at that, but Horizon doesn't react. Well, I suppose I can see that being annoying, Horizon is sure to keep things polite, so what's hero work like in your countries? Scouting new opportunities. Buaka asks. Not at the moment at least, I was just curious about how wild things can get. Buaka thinks about it for a moment. In Thailand, underground heroes are far more effective and successful. Most of the influential villains are smart enough to adapt and avoid direct conflicts, which puts a focus on tracking and infiltration, as well as stealth. I read about that, Horizon says. Nobody wants to get into the ring with you, at least not after the first few years, so you forced the villain landscape to adapt and work around you. Buaka nods. The same would have happened in your nation, at least at the same scale. But unlike the lion, the more flashy villains can't simply cross the border to escape All Might and do their business then return, since your country is a collection of islands. Sounds like you've got a lot of free time, Hadori laughs. Makes sense that most people don't want to deal with Virya. There isn't much in this world worth taking that many punches from you at once. You could achieve the same result if you took things a bit more seriously, Buaka says. Hadori does a low growl, more annoyed than anything else. Looking at Buaka, he gives him a toothy smile, showing off some of his teeth becoming razor-sharp fangs before they shift back to normal. I try to keep it playful because I just get too excited, Hadori chuckles. I'm just an extremist like that. Not to mention seeing me fighting like that scares the girls. Well, I guess that's a reason, Horizon says. Oh right, speaking of women, Hadori glances to Uebami, making sure she couldn't understand what they were saying in English. Is Bunny Girl making an appearance at this thing? I was hoping to take her back to Korea with me, at least for a few nights. Horizon pauses for a moment, then responds, I don't sense her around, sorry. Hadori frowns, how about a number for midnight? Sorry, I don't have that. TCH, guess you're useless. He leans back and pulls Uebami a bit closer, leaving her completely oblivious. After talking for a short while, Horizon's phone eventually goes off, along with Genist and Ryukyu. They all see the alert regarding Kurojiri being spotted near MT Fuji, sent to specific top pro heroes for this capture mission. Sorry but, hero work, Horizon says, and everyone at the table politely nods as he gets up and walks outside. Endeavor looks up from his phone to see Horizon approaching him and Yagi. Genist and Ryukyu are already flying off. Horizon says, I need to take Yagi back to UA, you can ride with us in the helicopter. Endeavor looks between Yagi and Horizon, then reluctantly nods. Alright, let's go deal with the League of Villains. Something doesn't seem right here, Horizon says as the helicopter lands. As they touch down at the very edge of the MT Fuji forest, both he and Endeavor step out. Only two other people were here, Ryukyu, the dragon hero, and Best Genist, the fiber hero, standing in a small clearing at the start of this trail, with the completely dark forest ahead of them. What doesn't feel right? Endeavor asks. He'd changed into his hero costume but kept his jacket out, just to keep the flames covered so they could properly approach. The flames on his body were also off at the moment. As the four heroes meet up, with everyone aside from Horizon having a flashlight to navigate the forest, they can feel the cold night air warming up as Endeavor stands beside them. Has anything happened while we were waiting? Endeavor asks his peers. Can't tell, we can hardly see anything, Ryukyu says. The others should be here within the hour so we can get this strike started. First we need to find the base, Genist cuts in. The people that were climbing the mountain only spotted Kurojiri and Dabi here, deep in the forest, but they saw them close to the trail and not near any clear base of operations. I see, Endeavor nods then turns to Horizon. Do you sense anything? They all looks over to Horizon, seeing him completely facing the forest and ignoring them. To them he looked like a statue, devoid of any emotion or struggle thanks to his visor and relaxed posture. But below that his mind was in immense pain as he was forced to process every leaf, tree, rock, everything for 14 kilometers in every direction. Eventually he stops and catches his breath, keeping his composure to appear perfect and strong, the ideal hero. I found something, shambles. All four of them immediately warp toward the mountain, appearing in large clearing that's torn up as if it were a dig site. HNG, Ryukyu stumbles and catches herself on Endeavor as her heels dig into the soft-worked dirt. A little warning next time please. He never gives a warning, Endeavor grumbles as he helps her up, and yes, it is always that annoying. As Horizon is walking around, Genist takes out his phone to check their position. He warped us 12 kilometers away from where we were. What did you find? Look at this, Horizon says, and they all look over to him, seeing him looking down at the ground. But unlike them he didn't have any light, he was simply standing in the dark looking at the floor. With the Kudo. Does your visor come with night vision? Endeavor asks as they walk over with the flashlights. No. Do you naturally have night vision? Ryukyu asks, now getting a bit creeped out by how strange Horizon is. No, just looks at this rock. As they flash the lights onto the rocks, they notice it's a large stone perfectly cut, with the other section missing. Was there a fight here? Genist asks, looking around at the torn-up dirt surrounding them. This place does look like a battlefield. No, this isn't from combat, Horizon says. This rock wasn't cut by conventional means, it's a spatial cut. Like yours. Like Warp Gate. He looks to Genist. Show me the map of the trail those hikers said they were on. Here, Genist shows them all the map, and Horizon immediately notices something wrong. That's over 10 miles away. They literally can't see or at least identify villains from this far out, especially not since they'd be walking at ground level in the forest. You think they lied? Endeavor asks. Anywhere Kurogiri is, I'd have to be. It's a simply way to control what region I operate within. But there wasn't anything they'd want from your location tonight, Ryukyu says. Unless. All Might, Endeavor says. I'll call Nizu, there isn't anything here, and if they removed me to send him at Yagi then he's probably enough to deal with Yue, even with Eraserhead there, Horizon says as he calls up Nizu. Him. Ryukyu looks confused. Horizon just points to the upturned dirt at their feet. This wasn't a battlefield, it's a footprint. The League has some kind of giant they're confident in. You should call Pantu, tell her it was a distraction. Endeavor nods and immediately begins making the call. But even as Horizon was speaking to Nizu, he had to withhold information. All for One mentioned Gigantomachia to him. It was obvious that he saw that villain as second only to him among villains, and the name was a dead giveaway. He just hoped Yue could hold out until he got there, because he couldn't reveal that he knew any more than he told them, even if that means Yagi has to die to keep his secrets. Hiroshima, 9 p.m. Standing out on the balcony at All Might's tribute gala, Panto had her phone to her ear with a dozen security officers around her. How sure are you? She asks Endeavor through the phone. I agree with Horizon, it's the most logical move to deal a blow to our society, killing All Might and destroying Yue in one fell swoop. Panto barely thinks about it for a moment. Alright, I'll contact the others and have them prepare to defend Yue until you and Horizon get there to finish the fight, but Endeavor. Yes. Panto doesn't even look conflicted at what she was about to say. If it comes down to it, don't sacrifice yourself for All Might, for anyone. What? Listen, this is the one thing he was never very good at, but you need to stop thinking as a regular hero and start thinking like our new number one. Losing him would hurt, but we can recover from losing an already retired hero than losing our new number one. There isn't exactly a list past you to fill that role. We have one more, and I've already urged you to simply give him a full pro hero license. Yue is a waste of his time, he could be saving lives. Panto shudders at the thought. Japan could handle the League of Villains, but she wasn't sure they could survive Horizon. Rules are rules for a reason, I won't compromise them for anything, even FO. What the hell? One of the security officers exclaims, causing Panto to give him an annoyed look before tracking his gaze to the sky above the city. Looking up she sees a large purple cloud, a warp gate opening a few blocks away from this very building. Above the city, looming above the innocents below. Heroes. Shigeriki's deep and angry voice rings through the city from the warp gate. Endeavor. Panto asks. I can hear it, keep the call open. False defenders of hypocrites. Monsters no different from me, but allowed to exist because your government deems your violence as profitable. Government-sponsored thugs and killers? And now two guests have come to this fraudulent nation of false idols, two kings of their own lands, visiting the kingdom of a fallen lord, a broken symbol. How far away are you two? Panto asks. Horizon flew ahead but he's at least 2 hours away, we aren't even at Yue yet ourselves. Now to welcome these visitors to our unfair society, to greet them by letting them revel in their true violent nature. Your two kings, against our rook. Shigeriki's voice stops for a moment, then All for One's sickly and deep voice echoes like thunder across the skyline. Gigantomachia, as Shigeriki says, the pre-recorded message commands. Kill Buaka and Hadori? Show the other nations how hospitable this land truly is. RAAARWWWW. A thundering roar causes most of the city to recoil in terror as something leaps out of the warp gate. A giant with slightly tanned skin, only standing at 12 m tall as he lands into a nearby skyscraper like a cannonball, brining down the entire building and killing hundreds through sheer destruction. The quakes shake her, and dust block Panta's view, then the screams and destruction truly begin. Get here, now. Even now her voice remains completely cold as she speaks to Endeavor. Beyond her line of sight the fight instantly begins as nearby heroes throw themselves at the monster. Before long Machia is already growing, now standing at 20 meters tall, a hulking frame with a mound of muscle on his back, like a living mountain. A body covered in rough skin and a head of spiky brown hair. And most importantly, specially made pants that expand with him. And as a few insignificant pro-heroes were feebly trying to poke the giant, he stands up straight and leans back, taking in a deep breath through his nose. Heroes. Machia screams as he immediately drops down to all fours and charges directly at Buaka and Hadori's scent. Ma'am, we need to leave, one of Panta's security agents urges her as she scowls at the path of destruction moving toward her, tearing through multiple buildings. Get those two out of here first, before they, she says, only to be met by her worst-case scenario to become reality. We aren't leaving, he only wants us, evacuate the others, Buaka says, already standing behind her. And by the time she turns around he simply jumps off the roof toward the fight. Come on, Hadori gives her a playful look. Did you really think we'd take that no-combat order from our country seriously, in a situation like this? Who cares what some stuffy people in suits want? We're heroes. No, we can't afford to. You worry too much, lady, Hadori cackles as he leaps off the roof. It's time to have some fun. Panto could feel her blood pressure rising by the second, keeping her stone-faced facade as the battle begins. And only a few streets away in a dust cloud, a flash of gold causes her to squint as Machia is sent tumbling down the street. And all the tremors caused by Buaka's punch didn't make her feel any better, especially when Machia gets back up and charges back in. These idiots, having a few thousand people die is nothing compared to the consequences of having them fight. Even if they win, I really wish we had another All Might, Panto thinks. And just like that, the next stage in All for One's glorious plan begins. Another domino is set. The road cracks below Buaka's feet as he lands upon it, having leapt from the skyscraper a few streets away. Standing like an obelisk in the street, mobs of people run past him to get away from the incoming villain. With each of Gigantomachia's steps, the ground trembles, people become more scared, and by the second, more people abandon their vehicles and flee on foot, desperate to get ahead of the destruction. Hero. Machia's voice shakes the city as he crashes through a building, locking eyes with Buaka, who doesn't even flinch. As the Machia rushes forward, on all fours he's already standing at 20 meters tall, 65 feet. Buaka takes careful steps toward him, ignoring all the civilians around them. Machia growls and raises his hand as he arrives in front of Buaka, ready to slam down and flatten the hero. Virya, Art of 8 Limbs. Boom! A sudden burst of golden light blinds everyone as Machia is sent careening down the street, rolling multiple times before crashing into a 5-story building, collapsing it atop him. The shockwave clears out the street, blasting away all the rubble and even vehicles, causing even more collateral damage, terrifying the crowds of people that were only standing meters away. But even as the golden light blinded them and the blast cleared the street, they were completely unharmed. As the dust clears, Buaka is standing with both his arms glowing golden, brimming with energy from his quirk, Virya, a solid energy emitter quirk. He rips off the top of his robe to show his perfectly sculpted muscles, golden rivers of power glowing between them, showing off the definition even more. And around him, all the civilians that would be dead are trapped in glowing blue bubbles of energy. Buaka doesn't even bother to glance at the people trapped in the Hymn of Protection, the signature move of Thailand's head priestess, his wife. Machia only takes a second to get back on his feet, shaking his head slightly from the punches he took, too fast for him to even realize what really happened. As Maki charges yet again, his quirks now take full effect, and Buaka matches his rush, meeting him in the middle. As they're rushing, Buaka notices some strange things about his opponent. He's growing. Buaka notices Machia grow to 22 meters 72 feet in a matter of seconds, his gigantification quirk adapting to the surprising power of his opponent. Machia slams down with his right hand to flatten Buaka, only for the hero to leap up to his face and land a strong right to his jaw, the exact same place as before. But this time Machia stands his ground. He's tougher now. His quirk, Fierce Gains, allows his muscles and skin to harden to exceptional levels. In combination with Pain Blocker and Energy Saver, this makes Machia a tank that has to be dealt with sooner rather than later, because the longer you fight the stronger he gets, and in a match of attrition, his primary quirk will ensure his victory. Raro. Taking the hit to his chin, Machia doesn't waste any time bringing up his other hand and swatting Buaka out of the air. As the bubbles containing the civilians are floating away, Machia slams his hand into the road, breaking through to the sewer below, but Buaka isn't there when he raises his hand. This doesn't seem like regular gigantification, Hadori says, catching Machia's attention. Looking to the side, he sees both heroes standing there completely unharmed. At the last moment, Hadori used his astonishing speed to get Buaka to safety, fashionably late as always. The League has those Nomo monsters. This is likely the same situation, Buaka says as they rush forward. Let's tear him apart. Hadori yells out as his shoes tear apart. His feet and hands transform into claws with white fur, his teeth become fangs and his eyes shift into a bright red while the hair on his head becomes wild, the white appearing as if it were glowing slightly. No, Buaka says as they dodge and weave through Machia's attacks, lead him to the park. Rarg. Hadori doesn't even form words to respond, instead leaping up to Machia's neck and punching at his jugular, claws first. Crack. His hand reaches up to his palm into Machia, but the size of his opponent and the toughness of his skin makes the injury irrelevant. Hadori removes his hand and just barely leaps away in time to avoid being swatted, looking down at his broken claws, covered in Machia's blood, already regrown by the time he lands. Fine. Hadori relents, deciding to play nice. Virya shot, rapid fire. A dozen fist-sized shots of golden energy hit Maki in the face, slightly annoying him and pulling his attention from Hadori toward Buaka. You're supposed to be hunting us, so come get us, Buaka says as he does a dozen more punches in the blink of an eye, each launching another shot of energy. He immediately takes off toward the nearest park, trying to find an open space so that they may really fight. Hadori falls into step beside him as they run, all the while a walking natural disaster is giving chase behind them. Can't you just knock him out? Hadori asks. I need space if I'm to do that, and against someone like this we don't know what other quirk he could be hiding. We need to make sure he doesn't have any more tricks to surprise us with. Only a few seconds later, at their immense speed, they arrive at Hiroshima's Atomic Memorial Park, seeing that it's already been evacuated. This gives them a few city blocks worth of space which they don't have to worry about. And as they turn around to face the villain, what the hell, they both think at once, now laying eyes on the transformed Gigantomachia. Standing at 25 m-82 feet, the mound of muscle on his back now transformed into massive spikes across his back. His hands were now adorned with gargantuan claws and another layer of tougher armor. His jaw detached and reinforced before sliding up above his eyes to protect his face, and his teeth became sharper and tougher, as well as growing two large tusks from the bottom of his mouth. Quirk, Mole. A transformation quirk that gives the user the properties of a mole, allowing better burrowing and digging, higher mobility, enhanced senses, and toughness. Combined with his quirk, dog, this makes it possible for him to pick up a scent from hundreds of miles away. Effectively, if someone is on the same continent, they will eventually be found by him, and if he already has their scent, they can't even hide. Boom! The sound barrier shatters as Maki brings down his clawed hand to crush the two heroes. Hadori immediately dashes away. Understanding your limits is important, especially to survive as a top pro. His quirk is good in physical combat but not meant for slugfests like this. At least not at this level. But Buaka, he's always been this type of monster. A kind and gentle man for 99% of his life, the last person to start or escalate a fight. But this is the 1%. This is Buaka in the ring. Virya, art of 16 limbs. Hadori glances back to see the hand slam down on Buaka, as a golden light is released from his body. Boom! The entire park shatters, and all the surrounding buildings begin crumbling from the force of this impact. Hadori is careful not to lose his footing, staying on guard for any surprise villains joining the fight. But Buaka is standing strong, beneath the giant's hand that never touched the ground. Buaka had his arms up against the palm, caught by his sheer physical power as his body glows. And his 6 arms match Makia's strength. Rarg! Buaka's scream rips through the air as he tosses Maki toward the other end of the park, sending the giant tumbling and tearing up the area. Hadori takes a step back in surprise, not by the power he just witnessed. Everyone knows Buaka is a monster in the ring, but from the anger and hate-filled expression on the kind man's face. As Buaka hunches down and rushes forward, the 4 additional glowing golden arms protruding from his shoulders and back begin to launch energy shots with each punch as he closes the distance. The solid energy arms match his flesh and blood arms perfectly. The sight was something that very few people ever experienced fighting against, and none have ever lasted more than 1 round against it. Buaka leaps up and meets Makia's fist with his 3 right fists. The impact knocks both men a few meters back before they charge once again, shutting off their brains and just fighting. And to Hadori, no matter how relaxed and calm he tried to remain, to contain his instincts, to fight his nature, to rein in his quirk, the gleeful expression on his face told a completely different story. This is so much fun. He screams out as his shirt and pants begin tearing apart. White fur begins growing out from his body as it begins bulking up, black stripes flowing across it as he takes his hybrid form. His eyes focus in on Makia as all his fur stands on end and his tail comes out. Quirk, tiger, a transformation that allows the user to do anything a tiger can but magnitudes better. Of all the pro heroes, the second most powerful animal transformation quirk. Only beaten by America's number 3 pro hero, the man with, at the moment, the strongest punch in the world. Hadori's roar rips through the park, but both the other combatants are too focused on each other to notice, until a white blur slams into Gigantomachia, knocking him onto his side and disrupting the stalemate. And as these monsters continue to fight, the news helicopters and drones are recording everything. The fight to officially end an era, 2 minutes 40 seconds remaining. Makia gets back up and charges into the fight once again, only to be hit in the back of his head by Hadori. As his face is sent toward the floor, Buaka crouches down and focuses even more energy on his arms. Virya Blitz. As if the world entirely froze, with Makia's face only inches away from him, Buaka unleashes 2,000 punches so fast that it once again appears as a golden burst of light. Boom! The shockwave from all the punches is combined into one because they effectively happened simultaneously. Makia is launched into the air and slams onto his back. As he's on the floor, Hadori crunches into a prowler's stance, rocketing forward, destroying the ground at his feet and the sound barrier in his way as he slashes at Makia's jugular once more. This time up to his forearm sinks in, but then he immediately withdraws his arm and leaps away as the giant swats at him. Seeing the incoming hand, he leaps up and kicks it away, but Fierce Gains is working overtime now. The same quirk that had Makia's skin and muscle toughen around Hadori's arm moments ago, trying to crush it to pieces in the wound, also causes the giant's entire body to harden even more. And Hadori's kick connects to barely do any damage, only knocking the arm away. Feeling completely pissed off by the toughness of his opponent, Hadori's muscles bulk up as he goes further into his transformation. His claws now begin glowing red as his eyes leave a red trail of light with every movement. Just die. Hadori screams as he charges forward and punches Maki in the head. A flurry of relentless blows that would make almost anyone into a corpse. The wind and tremors from his attack has rubble and debris blowing toward the edges of the battlefield. Together, Buaka screams as he comes down, rocketing into Makia's forehead, 6 arms crashing down like thunder. 1 minute 10 seconds remaining. Flying across Japan on his hoverboard, Horizon has left the other heroes behind simply because they couldn't fly as fast, or as far. Looking at the fight being projected into his visor, he's on the phone with Nizu discussing exactly what is going on. Are you sure UA is safe? Horizon asks. Completely. This is Shigaraki trying to take a place on the international stage. By killing 2 number 1 pro heroes. Horizon asks. Sounds like a fast way into the grave. In most cases yes. If a number 1 hero dies in his own country, that's fine, but to have one die in another country would be a massive blow to that country, and demand retaliation. This is why most villains don't attack heroes when they travel abroad. If Buaka or Hadori die in this battle, then the United Nations Hero Department will have to send heavy hitters to Japan to wipe out the league. because allowing Shigaraki to exist after something like that would simply make all heroes look weaker, and potentially set the precedent for him to hunt down their top pro heroes one day. I still don't see how this is a win for him, Horizon says. Nobody can deal with Star and Stripe knocking on their door, even with Gigantomachia. They see Buaka and Hadori still trading blows with the villain, but this time the fight strays out of the park slightly as Maki knocks Buaka through some building a few blocks away. But Hadori takes center stage to draw all eyes onto him for Buaka to get back in the fight. True, Nizu says, but that may not be the point. What do you mean? Well, he doesn't have to get everyone after him, he simply has to show that he's willing and capable of at least starting the fight, even if it's only until Star and Stripe enters the battle. So this is all a publicity stunt, a show of force. Possibly, but either way, I fear that Japan is already in shambles. The fact that a villain felt comfortable enough to attack our guests, and our top pros weren't around to help, it's a bad look. So on the international stage, we're on our own, that much is already certain. 15 seconds reaming. With Makia constantly getting up no matter how much they try to rattle his brain, Buaka and Hadori are more annoyed than exhausted. And for the first time in his life, Buaka was actually concerned about the bell. This round was about to finish, and the fight wasn't anywhere near over. With a low growl, he leaps away from the battle, leaving Hadori to deal with Makia for a moment. Making a fist with each hand he covers his chest, the intense golden glow from his arms becomes much brighter, and all eyes fall to Buaka as he unleashes something he hasn't been forced to use in decades. Virya burst, he releases a blood-chilling battle cry as he flexes his arms, now bulked up with seemingly intricate golden armor covering them. His arms are many times bigger, with golden energy pouring off of them, an intimidating yet inspiring sight. Tylan's pride in full effect. Rarg, he screams out and flies forward, not leaping or running, flying, propelled by his own energy. Before Makia can react, the golden meteor slams into him, causing a shockwave so large that it knocks Hadori and the news helicopters that were high above away. 14. As Maki is thrown through the air, Buaka accelerates, flying below Makia and punching upward with his left arms. Boom. 13. Another golden explosion sends the giant flying 15 feet into the air, only for Buaka to continue. 12. Boom. Another uppercut as Buaka soars above the nearby buildings. 10. Boom. With another uppercut, Makia feels his brain rattling around his skull, seconds in and out of consciousness. 8. And finally, as they're 300 feet above the ground, instead of an uppercut Buaka holds onto Maki. 6. Virya toss. Rarg. Both combatants roar as Buaka spins Makia and tosses his down toward the city, collapsing everything for hundreds of meters. His absolute faith in his wife and the other heroes allows him to fight recklessly. 4. Virya crash. Buaka screams as he rockets down, like a golden beam of light, sent by the heavens to smite this villain. The ensuing shockwave causes damage which they'll be trying to calculate for months to come. And when the dust and light dissipate, Buaka is standing on Makia's chest, panting heavily, slouched over, arms bleeding and hanging at his sides. 0. His quirk entirely shut off, all the golden power now gone. Because his quirk can only last for 3 minutes in stage 2, the 6-armed state, the art of 16 limbs dash. After this, he needs time to reset, and the more energy he uses in that time, the longer the reset. But nobody has ever lasted more than 1 round, or even more than 1 minute against that state. Looking at Makia, they see his eyes rolled back in his head as he lies unconscious. Buaka takes careful breaths, his body aching as he tries to move, to look strong, another clean knockout. But unfortunately, this is Gigantomachia, he's the furthest thing from normal. He was the blueprint for the Nomu, and even now they can't properly replicate this success in another subject. He's just different, and it's largely thanks to his own original quirk. Hadori's primal instincts feel this in effect, and he immediately rushes in. Endurance? RAWWWRGGH. Makia's eyes snap back to focus and glare directly at the powerless Buaka. Makia immediately slams his hand onto his chest to splatter Buaka, but Hadori had already begun moving and thankfully gets him out of there. What the hell? A second wind? Buaka asks as Hadori sets him down at the edge of the battlefield. Both heroes watch Makia get up as if he had another adrenaline surge, the lingering injuries remaining. Thankfully he can't heal. But his stamina just seemed endless, because, in some ways, it was. Quirk, endurance, converts morale into energy. In simple terms, his superpower is to never give up, to be relentless, and to fulfill his master's order no matter what. And with a one-track mind like Gigantomachia's, he's a perpetual motion machine while on task. TCH, do we wait for someone with a more suitable quirk? Hadori asks, glancing at Buaka who was trying to save his energy. Horizon is still at least an hour away, and Endeavor is even further. We need to end this, Buaka says, forcing himself to stand on his own. Can you? Buaka looks at Hadori, then at Makia who was staring at them, clearly hurting but about to start charging anyway. Time. You'll have it, Hadori says as he takes a few steps forward, standing between both men. TCH, I hope this doesn't scare the ladies too much, he grumbles. The sound of his bones cracking and breaking reaches Buaka as Hadori's body begins expanding and bulking up even further. The white fur covered his entire body as the black tiger stripes spread out. In a matter of seconds, he takes his full regal white tiger form, and his stripes begin glowing slightly, flickering red like his claws as he stands on all fours. Before they become solid red, overflowing with primal power. Standing at 3m-9 feet at shoulder height. Hado Buaka's words are cut short as Hadori turns around and swipes at him. Thankfully the man inside the beast control it just enough for the attack to miss. Buaka stumbles back, keeping his eyes on Hadori, now realizing why the hero would rather die than use this form in most cases. Without someone powerful enough to warrant its full attention, everyone becomes a target. And when you're the most powerful person in your country, that's not a risk you can take. Heroes. Makia screams out, thankfully causing Hadori's attention to snap to him instead. Hadori leaps forward as Makia charges, but only lands a few meters away from Buaka before taking a low stance. Buaka can feel the air being pulled into Hadori's massive and powerful lungs, almost pulling him off his feet. Growling roar. Hadori's roar hits like the blast wave from a nuke, tearing apart the entire park to such an extent that it was dug out for a few meters. People for miles in every direction were forced to cover their ears. And even further beyond that, the frequency of his roar caused living things to become paralyzed with fear. Keeping the roar going, he sees Makia trying to power through it. Even as his eyes rupture and explode out of their sockets. Even as his blood vessels begin to burst and pop. Even as his eardrums instantly shattered, thanks to his enhanced senses. But Gigantomakia could still smell them, laboring against the blast wave. He digs in his claws, moving barely a few steps within a minute. And after 5 minutes, Hadori finally reaches his limit. Feeling his lungs burning and tasting his own blood in his mouth, he's forced to stop his constant roar. The tiger shakes its head and sways for a moment, feeling lightheaded before standing strong, only to see Makia speeding up his approach. And Hadori immediately prepares to do that all over again, until a golden light shines behind him. Virya, the art of 108 limbs. Looking behind him, Hadori is truly humbled by the magnificence of Buaka's strongest attack. Standing in a prayer stance with his hands together, a manifestation of his prayer beads made of the same energy float around his neck. His solid white eyes are glowing a radiant gold as 100 solid energy arms are spread out behind him, protruding from his back to make a large circular shape. Hadori, now reverted back to his hybrid form, immediately gets out of the way as Buaka begins moving his hands. Slowly and deliberately shifts his right hand into a fist while the left is flat with the palm facing forward, and all the arms behind him copy his right hand. And as Maki makes his final approach, Virya, enlightenment, Buaka says in the softest and most compassionate voice, inviting his foe into a new life. Ryan. The sharp ringing caused by all the energy released into the air travels for miles in every direction, and it's immediately followed by a wave of light that outshines the moon in the sky. And all that's left is Gigantomakia laying on his back in a 100m wide glowing golden crater, and as that glow too fades, the broken giant is finally defeated. Buaka feels all his energy gone. He'd need at least a week before he can use his quirk again, but this victory was seemingly worth it. Hadori stands beside him at the edge of the crater, sporting a few new injuries which were very slowly healing. He stood a bit too close to the blast zone. The world cheers for these heroes, and the greatest battle that never should have been, but they couldn't even enjoy a moment of victory. Warp Gate. A flood of purple mist swarms the crater, enveloping Gigantomakia and whisking him away before they could capture him. But as the warp gate shrinks, it projects Shigeriki's voice far and wide for the city to hear. NNGH, he gives an annoyed growl, then calms down. You people really call us monsters, when you worship people like that, what a bad joke. But at least now we have a baseline, Makia will be ready next time. A lethal promise to the world. And just like that, All Might's era of peace in Japan is officially over, and the age of chaos begins once more. At an undisclosed location, Shigeriki was currently sitting comfortably on a couch playing on his phone, taking his role as the now true leader of the League of Villains seriously. After being forced to grow up since All for One was locked away, he's slowly becoming someone his master wouldn't be ashamed of. Standing behind the couch to his left is Kurojiri, dutifully waiting for the signal for this meeting to begin. And as his other side is Spinner, his right-hand man who was currently also playing on his phone, in a racing game with his boss. In front of Shigeriki is a coffee table with an identical couch on the other side, and a moment later Kurojiri receives the signal that the intended guest is ready. Master, Kurojiri says, Dabi has sent the signal. TCH, just when I was about to win, Shigeriki groans, but immediately puts his phone away. We can have a rematch later, Spinner says with a light chuckle, always one to enjoy time with his friend. But as the warp gate opens across from them, he immediately puts on his most intimidating face. As intimidating as a lanky lizard man with a great sword, which is just a collection of smaller knives stuck together can be. The first out of the warp gate was Dabi, their resident half-burnt elementalist. Blue flames that are stronger than his father's, but even Endeavor doesn't know his son is alive. Only Dabi knows this truth. His usual black leather trench coat was missing, and his body had some shallow gashes, his entire torso exposed to show all the burnt skin usually hidden away. Ignoring his state, he just lazily walks to the side of the room as the next person walks out of the warp gate. Himiko Toga, their resident blonde schoolgirl, her uniform splattered in blood and her hair loose to flow down her back instead of the usual two messy buns, tentatively licking her lips that were still dripping blood. As their infiltrator, she had the least combat of everyone, and made it out nearly flawlessly. Some of those guys were real weirdos. Shiji. Toga whines as she skips off to the side to stand beside Dabi. The next person to walk out of the warp gate was their resident S-class threat. One of 3 in Japan's history. By definition, an S-class individual is someone that can overthrow a small nation single-handedly. Being powerful helps, but what's most important is having some unquantifiable X factor. Thailand body. This is why, even with all their power, people like Endeavor, Buaka, Hadori, and even Gigantomachia aren't S-class. They have the firepower but can't feasibly suppress an entire country. All Might was S-class simply because of his power, endurance, speed, and stamina. His power set is simple, but it's so far beyond the scope of normal that he punched his way into this list. Star and Stripe as well as Horizon are S-class by default. It simply comes with the territory of their mystery class status. And the absurd shows of power certainly clear any doubt. But with All Might gone, Japan now only has 3, still more than the rest of the world combined. Horizon, all for one. And Japan's third is who walks out of the portal next. Hioa. Twice saunters out cheerfully, completely unharmed. His quirk, Twice, allows him to copy himself or another person that he's touched and has the measurements of. These copies can make additional copies which become progressively less durable, but they can all use the quirk of whoever they copy. There is no numerical limit to this quirk, a potentially infinite one-man army. Wearing his black skin suit with white stripes, he's followed by 2 copies of himself, holding a bloody and battered Kaichisaki Overhaul by his forearms, stopping him from using his quirk. As the copies drop Overhaul into the seat opposite Shigaraki, the villain looks at his new associate. Standing at 5 feet 10-179 cm, Overhaul was a thin man, currently wearing a battered white t-shirt and green jacket with black slacks. His brown hair was matted to his head by his own blood and the usual plague doctor mask knocked off his face, exposing his broken nose. Even with his seemingly almighty quirk, he barely lasted a few seconds against Shigaraki's bodyguard, against Gigantomachia. Kaichisaki, Overhaul, how far you've fallen. Shigaraki thinks, recalling how proud the man was during the meeting they had with all Yakuza heads. Wake up, one of the copies yells and smacks Overhaul on the head, startling him awake. Huh. Overhaul's eyes immediately narrow as he sees Shigaraki across from him, but he notices Spinner and Kurojiri as well. He immediately drops down in his seat, leaning forward to slam his palm onto the floor, broken fingers and all. One touch to the floor and he'd be able to break it apart, break the entire room apart and reassemble it however he wants, instantly killing everyone. But the moment his hand was about to touch the ground, he stopped, saving his own life. Directly below his palm had suddenly become a sickly gray and begun falling apart. Decay. How about you just settle down so we can sort out the details? Shigaraki suggests, his tone casual and relaxed. Overhaul's eyes follow the decay spot, running along the trail crossing the floor between them and leading up the side of the couch, directly to where Shigaraki's arm was on the armrest. Since when was his control this good? Overhaul wonders, noticing only this one part of the couch affected, control similar to his own. But decay is a destruction that Overhaul cannot undo. Touching that spot would have been fatal. Narrowing his eyes at Shigaraki, Overhaul widely sits back on the couch, looking around, not seeing Gigantomachia thankfully. Alright, what do you want? Overhaul asks. Shigaraki relaxes back into his seat, the same deal as before, but a bit steeper this time since you made my friends have to do some work. You really should have agreed like all the other villain organizations. You're the only Yakuza faction that was dumb enough to try and resist after all. Overhaul is angered by hearing the Yakuza openly mocked, but bites his tongue. Your demands? Overhaul asks. You'll be transferring some of your earnings to us, and of course be acting as our eyes and ears for certain things. Compress will give you the details when he gets back. Normally that's the extent of it, but your payments will be larger than most simply because you made us go through the hassle of teaching you where you stand in my new world order. But Shigaraki opens his hands to Kurojiri, who drops a single red bullet into his palm, tipped with a needle. Carefully holding it between his fingers to avoid the needle, Shigaraki looks past the bullet and toward Overhaul. These deleter rounds, Shigaraki says. Somehow you figured out how to temporarily destroy quirks. How close are you to making the effect permanent? Seeing Overhaul being difficult, Shigaraki leans forward and pokes the coffee table with one finger, and a slow decay trail begins moving from his single fingertip, across the table, down the leg, to Overhaul's foot. A few more weeks, Overhaul cracks and answers, and Shigaraki leans back once more. Shigaraki hands the bullet back to Kurojiri. I'll send some Nomo to protect the room you keep these in, for protection, and to keep an eye on the supply. Don't want you to get any stupid ideas. You can use the radio Nomo we'll be sending to communicate with us if something happens. I'll also be giving you a few more for muscle since these bullets are useful. But keep them in your underground hideout. If anyone knows you have a Nomo then. Horizon comes running to investigate. Overhaul says, I get it. Whatever, those are your instructions. Welcome to the New World Order. You Yakuza thugs are much better put to use under me. You should be happy. Overhaul furrows his brow, unable to hold his tongue. The Yakuza is a proud organization. We're a staple in Japan's underworld. With All Might gone we could have taken over Japan. Then why didn't you? Shigaraki asks, almost jokingly. Twice and Toga can't help but chuckle at Bit, desperately trying not to interrupt the meeting. Because you don't realize that things aren't the same as when All Might was around. Even with him gone the entire structure of the country has been shaken up. Overhaul sits back to listen, curious as to what Shigaraki was talking about. Shigaraki raises 3 fingers. Japan currently has 3 powers controlling it. Before it was just All Might at the top, but now there isn't that one symbol above everyone else. The first is the Hero Public Safety Commission. They have all the heroes and the police. Their heavy hitter is Endeavor. He's too much for any villain but Makia and some of our more specialized Nomo to deal with, at least in their current states. The second is the League of Villains. We control the Nomo as produce them. We also now control all of the Yakuza and any noteworthy gang or villain in the country. Our heavy hitter is Gigantomakia. He's too much for any one hero to handle and everyone knows it. Plus we've got Twice to cause serious problems if needed. See how it works. All Might was so powerful he could bulldoze anyone, so heroes ran rampant during his time. But now Endeavor acts as a counterbalance to keep the other side in check. But Endeavor isn't really that big of a concern when we've got Maki. It's the third faction that I'll be using your technology against. To weaken their support network so we can crush them. Third faction. Overhaul questions. Another villain group. No, Nizu, and his champion, his favorite student, Miracle Boy, Horizon. Overhaul looks completely confused by that. He isn't included with the other heroes. Oh no, our sources say he only answers to Nizu, and they seem to have their own agenda that our sources say raises tension with the commission. I'm making you aware of this because if these bullets go public too soon then both those factions will converge on you, and I'll lose my secret weapons. I see. Overhaul takes a second look at Shigaraki, now realizing there was more to him than just destruction. There was a method to the madness after all. He'd never truly follow him, but for now he could at least see use in the other villains. But why not attack UA when Horizon is in Tokyo doing hero work, if Nizu is the true leader of that faction? How do I put this? Shigaraki scratches his head. The way I have to give the Nomu commands to act, Nizu has to hold on to Horizon's reins. Apparently he's a bit excessive and obsessive. Having him take orders from someone more gentle is in our best interest. And the time he spends at UA opens up a few days that we can get work done within Tokyo without him suddenly detecting us, somehow. But if my bullets delete his quirk, then Gigantomakia can deal with the other heroes, and game over for them, Overhaul says. Those bullets won't work on him, Shigaraki says, catching Overhaul off guard. It's one of the many experiments we ran with the blood samples my master collected during their fight in the forest. But don't you worry about Horizon, we're working on something to deal with him, you just need to go make my bullets, and keep your head down. So Shigaraki has a way to deal with Horizon, and since my bullets can't work I should just let him handle that. Then I can just delete all their quirk and make my clean world. I'll just need to find another way to administer my cure to Gigantomakia. Since my quirk doesn't work on him it's the easiest way to deal with him. Alright boss, Overhaul says, playing his part. I'll leave Horizon to you, and I'll contact you when the first batch of permanent bullets is ready. Shigaraki looks annoyed at that but just nods, and a moment later Kurojiri warps Overhaul away. Spinner and Shigaraki immediately take a relaxing breath, not enjoying having to play tough in these formal meetings at all. Are all of you okay? He asks Dabi, Twice, and Toga. Doing great. Twice cheers. Never better. Toga joins him. Dabi just rolls his eyes at them and walks out of the room. Hey Shiji, since when do we have something to deal with Horizon? Toga asks. I thought you said to stay far away from him. I mean that's why we're all the way in the countryside instead of back in Tokyo, right? We don't have anything yet, at least nothing that I'm sure has a 100% win rate, but we will. Really? Twice asks. Gigantomakia, Shigaraki says. Now that the final notable villain organization is under our control, Ujiko can operate on him to add the new quirks. With those even Horizon can't stop him. Who knows, maybe he'll even be strong enough to challenge Star and Stripe. One thing at a time master, Kurojiri warns him, because nobody was ready for that fight. Beep beep beep. Shigaraki immediately answers his phone. Compress, what's going on? I'm sorry boss, but I couldn't recover the item from I-Island. There was a villain attack while I was sneaking in and the place became a war zone. Are you okay? Oh, yeah I'm fine, but this mission is a fail. There'll always be another mission. Head back to the Warp Gate location. Kurojiri will meet you there. After nearly 70 hours of non-stop hero work, Horizon is walking down the sidewalk of Tokyo, feeling mentally and physically exhausted. The lunchtime crowd was looking at him, as if unsure of if this was. Horizon rarely ever walks around on the street because of the crowds that always swarm him, and as people come to their senses, he seemingly randomly walks into the street. Even after days of constant hero work, his hero costume was perfectly clean aside from the glove stash, even if the man below desperately desired a shower and nap. Horizon raises a hand and casually signals for the cars on the street to stop. Clear the street for a minute please, hero stuff, he yells out as he stands in the middle of the road. Everyone looks around, not seeing anything out of the usual. Only a few people begin moving, others are unsure of what he's talking about, and a few idiots still take out their phones to ask him for a picture or record whatever they think is about to happen. Bang bang, 2 gunshots ring out, and Horizon just rolls his eyes, yawning below his visor as people finally begin to clear out. This has been the state of Tokyo and the more populated cities for the past 3 days. Ever since Gigantomakia showed the world what happens to any aid they send to Japan, international companies immediately began to withdraw their physical businesses. Investments instantly dropped all across the country. And overnight, a new wave of unemployment struck Japan. And sadly with unemployment, comes new would-be villains, because while 99% of people would simply struggle for a while and then get a new job, some bad apples decided to take these drastic measures immediately. All around Japan, heroes have been working overtime to put out fires and keep everyone safe and maintain a presence, but the villains, and the new wave of starting villains, are truly relentless. This is the direct consequence of a nation appearing weak on the international stage. If your number one hero cannot suppress the villain threats within your borders, other countries cannot trust you to protect their citizens, investments, or visiting heroes. Arnu Beta. And through it all, Horizon is determined to stay on the streets as long as possible. This is the time everyone is looking to anyone to take the lead and hold the country together. All eyes are on two people to accomplish this task, two men that have been working non-stop since that night. Endeavor, the acting number one hero, and Horizon, who everyone is betting on as their future number one hero. So of course he's out in the public eye trying to soak in as much good publicity as possible. As the street mostly clears out, some people run into stores and record him on the street, as expected. Well, at least they're off the street, morons, Horizon thinks as he looks around, then looks down the street toward where he hears more gunshots, closer this time. And he senses the chase moving toward him, as predicted. Police are right behind them, so I shouldn't have to wait more than a few minutes to get out of here. Finally, I can get some food and sleep, then get back to work. Actually, fuck these people, I don't think I'll be heading out until later tonight, I need to relax for a bit. I'm just barely keeping my eyes open right now. Bang bang, two more gunshots ring out as a car rounds the corner. In the front seat is a woman, leaning out the passenger window and shooting back at the cop cars chasing them. In the driver's seat is a man entirely focused on driving. And in the back seat is another man firing back at the police. Horizon sees the panicked look on the driver's face, as he notices Horizon standing in the middle of the street. The man looks terrified as he yells to his accomplices, who both look forward to see Horizon and begin yelling at each other. Even from this far away, out of earshot, he could tell they were not infinitely more scared of his appearance on the scene. The woman screams at the driver and points at Horizon as the man in the back seat just continues firing back at the police, missing every shot. She points at Horizon, clearly arguing with the driver, then the man relents and just speeds up. Did this bitch just tell him to ram me? Horizon wonders. Well, I hope she enjoys hospital time. As the car is only a dozen meters away from him, fully intending to ram into him at full speed, he raises a hand. TAKT? The entire car stopped, as if the air around it became solid in an instant. Crash. The woman flies through the windscreen, past Horizon, who doesn't even bother to catch her or soften the fall, leaving her to ragdoll across the street, grating apart enough skin to disfigure her, breaking enough bones to put her in the hospital for months, and in a wheelchair for the rest of her life. Unless a certain someone performs a miracle for the shattered nerves in her legs and spine, he wouldn't. The driver has his nose broken as his face slams into the steering wheel, and while he's coming back to his senses, the man in the back seat gets out of the car, stumbling to his feet. As everyone is trying to wrap their minds around what just happened, the police come to a stop 24 meters away, opening their doors for cover and drawing their guns, but not firing. Horizon was on the scene after all, adding bullets that could potentially hurt civilians into the mix was unnecessary. Eventually, both men stumble out of opposite sides of the car, one holding his head and the other holding his broken nose. The steering wheel itself was warped from the impact. Durability quirk. Horizon wonders. Then both of them look past Horizon to the woman, slowly bleeding out, completely blacked out. Damn it. The driver yells. That's my wife. Horizon shrugs, get a smarter one next time. And both men immediately rush Horizon. The driver raises his fists, which seem to glow with orange energy, while the other man transforms his fingernails into meter-long blades. Horizon holds the hilt of his sword, still sheathed at his side, then throws it out at the man with blades. TAKT, dancing sword? Scalpel. Horizon's sword flies through the air and begins fighting the man with blade fingers seemingly on its own as Horizon casually walks toward the driver. Let's wrap this up, Horizon taunts. Urgh. Exactly, he responds with a chuckle as the driver swings wildly at him, a strong right, sloppy and untrained. The strike of a desperate man with no other options. Booster shot? Horizon meets the man with his own strike, and as their fists collide he feels the man's fingers shatter. Then his wrist buckles. Then the man's forearm shatters and his shoulder is dislocated. Ah, the man screams out, only to receive a left hook, knocking him out completely and leaving him on the street. The sound of steel crossing steel echoes out as Horizon looks down at his fist, seeing some blood on his gloves from this opponent and some wear and tear from the past 70 hours. But he also sees the now familiar blue vapor-like energy radiating from his hand, feeling his mind now at its limit. As if he were standing on the edge of a skyscraper and the hurricane was closing in, ready to push him off. Problems for later, he decides, looking toward his sword and its opponent. Even controlled by his TAKT, the blade was a thing of beauty fighting on its own. I guess Zero was right, it's not very economical, so I certainly never would have thought of it, but damn does it look cool, and the media will surely agree. Currently, the final opponent was trying to get past Scalpel Horizon's sword to close in on the hero, but he couldn't even manage that. Horizon just shakes his head and looks toward the police while walking toward his sword. I'm done here, you can come and arrest these losers. Hey, I'm not done yet, the man says as Horizon now takes his sword back into his hand, standing across from him. Even while he was trembling in fear, he refused to back down, because his friends were on the line. Yes, you are. Incision. As the 10-finger blades clash with scalpel, unlike all the other clashes, this time Horizon's sword easily cleaves through the man's quirk, only stopping at his throat because of Horizon's perfect control. Feeling the cold metal alloy against his throat, the man raises his hands in surrender as the police approach him. On its own, scalpel is just an admittedly unwieldy, heavy, and terribly balanced weapon for most people. But in his hand, with Hand of God amplifying its attacks, it can easily cleave through such simple things as blades. 12 minutes later. Standing behind a police car, Horizon is treating one of the officers who was currently sitting on the trunk. And as he takes the bullet out of the man's shoulder, he casually placed a palm on his arm, and the surrounding officers watch in amazement as they can see the injury healing in real time. Did anyone else get hurt? Is that everyone? Horizon asks as he gives the man a final check. That's it, one of the other men says. Thanks for this, the guys really appreciate it, having someone looking out for us. We're all on the same team, Horizon shrugs. It's the least I can do. Well, we appreciate it all the same. Likewise, now if you don't mind, I need to go get some food. Oh, right, you've been fighting for days, right? I can't even imagine that. One of the other men says, causing Horizon to turn and look at him. How do you know that? The man looks genuinely surprised at this. It's on the news, and some people online have been trying to figure out when you sleep. Sorry, I thought you knew. Wait, it's true. That's crazy. Horizon just shakes his head, hating this celebrity hero nonsense more every day. How can I sleep when villains are hurting people? Anyway, I'm gonna get some FO. Horizon's phone immediately goes off, and an emergency alert gets projected into his visor. And everyone hears him respond with a loud groan. Bank robbery in progress. Guess my food will have to wait a while. Scan. The first thing Law does when he wakes up, before even opening his eyes. He was currently laying in bed at his Minato, Tokyo penthouse, feeling the details of everything flooding into his mind. 8 kilometers in every direction all at once. All the people in their apartments getting ready for work, and some are already at work starting their day. He even senses some petty crimes happening, but they aren't his problem yet. Ba dumb? NGH, he groans, feeling the sharp pain in his head that shuts off his quirk. Really sick of that. Looking to his left, he sees the sun just about to rise beyond the ocean and just sighs. Another day putting out fires. Thankfully, he only really needs an hour of sleep on a regular day. After 74 hours of non-stop hero work, he was so tired that he needed 4 hours. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I miss having All Might running around doing this crap, Law confesses as he gets up, moving toward another day of hero work. Actually, I think I'll stay in until noon. I'm sick of saving all those losers. 9 a.m. Sitting in his living room, Law is on the couch eating a large bowl of rice and grilled beef. After taking a long morning shower, he's finally enjoying a meal after 74 hours of non-stop work. I love that energy saver quirk, but nothing beats some good food after working your ass off. To Law, the meal tastes like it was the greatest thing he ever ate. Turning on the TV, he puts on the HNN Hero News Network dash, and keeps enjoying his food. Shambles? He warps his phone into his hand while he's eating, receiving a new list of potential patients from Central Hospital. Scrolling through the list of dying people, he immediately removes all the adults, not even bothering to look at their files. That leaves only the children. Someone with a transmutation quirk? That's useful. I'll work on him. Girl with a shape-shifting quirk. Never worked on one of those before. Studying her stem cells could be useful. Kinetic energy absorption. Now that's a quirk I'd like to study. I'll add her to the list too. After sorting through a few more terminally ill people, Law finds a dozen that have quirks that could be useful for his personal situation. Studying quirks similar to this new version of Hand of God is the best he can do to fill in the knowledge he's missing. As he's finishing up his list and sending it to the administration at Central Hospital, however, a certain news story reaches his ears. A new report has been released regarding the attack on Island 2 days ago, the reporter announces, and Law's eyes snap up to look at the screen. Seeing the island torn up as if someone ripped the buildings out of the ground by the very foundations. They show the tower in the middle of the island broken in half. The underground railway system was collapsed and nearly half of it was actually torn out of the floor and currently rests above ground. RS. As if every piece of metal tried to get up and walk away. The confirmed casualties number nearly 1,000, with the projected number roughly 1,500 persons. Island, even as the center of technology and innovation in the world, will need at least 6 months to rebuild and recover. Not to mention the $232 billion cost of repairing the infrastructure of the island itself. The island is currently evacuated of anyone that isn't helping in search and rescue. Thankfully, another wave of rescue heroes has arrived on the island just this morning, further supplementing the efforts spent over the past 2 days. I wonder if 13 is there right now, Law mutters as he continues eating. The villains must have been looking for something on the island, but that's an international province, so they either have a big backer or a lot of balls to take a swing at that place. If they stole something big, then America might just send Star and Stripe to deal with it. No villain is that dumb or strong. As if hearing his speculations, the report continues. Currently, none of the projects on the island have been reported missing, including those at the main expo venue where the attack took place. The villain in question, codenamed Wolfram, is presumed to have a quirk which allows him to control metal. The extent of his power is currently unknown, but judging by the destruction shown behind me, he is a formidable opponent. The woman pauses for a moment, touching the receiver in her ear, then a sad look washes across her face. Unfortunately, I've just received some unfortunate news, she says. While we know the villain tried to take David and Melissa Shield captive during the attack, he failed as the entire tower collapsed and the nearby pro-heroes and security forces got involved. Sadly, the epicenter of the explosion, I've just been informed, is where David and Melissa Shield were. Only some shredded remains of the father and daughter duo were recovered as of moments ago. It seems the world has lost two of its brightest minds during this absolutely tragic and horrific event. The woman is barely keeping a straight face as she speaks. So did Wolfram was them to build him something. Law wonders as he tries to make sense of this. This is the HNN, and we'll keep you posted on any updates evolving in the world, including this Island attack. Stay safe everyone, in these turbulent times. David Shield. Law sends his list to the hospital and puts down his phone. He was one of Yagi's best friends. What a fucked up summer for him. Huh, didn't even know he had a kid. Guess she was a tech genius too. Yeah, I'll leave all the tech stuff to people like Nizu, not a fan of it. In more local news, another reporter, this time a man appears on screen with a bar graph behind him. Since the most recent Hiroshima incident where the League of Villains, and more notably Gigantomachia, plunged the country into an unemployment and financial crisis, breeding a new wave of petty crime and villains, our pro-heroes have been working non-stop to contain the chaos and bring back some semblance of order and normalcy. The man gestures to the chart behind him. Endeavor 287, Horizon 253, Mirko 188, Hawks 159, Best Genist 128. Here we see the incidents resolved by each pro-hero and Horizon over the past 80 hours. Clearly, both the pro-heroes and aspiring heroes have been doing their best to make an impact. But unfortunately, the crime rate is still soaring upward, heading to 19%, a number that hasn't been seen since before All Might. Some individuals have also noticed that Horizon has been most active during this time, seemingly never sleeping. I just hope he's alright, because we need him and the other top pro-heroes now more than ever. Law shuts off the TV as he finishes eating, seeing a message he's been waiting on for a while. Giving his estate manager a call. Mr. Matani, the man greets him, sounding cheerful, because who wouldn't be cheerful with a billion-dollar client calling them? How may I help you? I just saw your update to my properties. You got all of them. Each and everyone won. The market in Japan has become quite friendly to those with cash in their accounts such as yourself. We were easily able to buy out the areas you wanted. Starting next week we'll be shutting down the smaller businesses and downsizing. Law considers it for a moment. No, don't downsize. Lower, have the business managers cut production if needed to keep costs low, but don't fire anyone. I don't want the rebranding efforts to be undermined by me firing a few thousand people. But that would cost you money that I can make back. This isn't about that. I want people in this country to need me. Got it? Yes sir. So, legacy. Sure, be sure to contact me if you need anything. Understood sir. Have a wonderful day. Law hangs up. He can't help but smile after that call. With a wave of unemployment and the economy in shambles, the Matani estate would be buying any and everything it can. Keeping everyone employed within his companies would cost him millions if not 100 million, nothing he can't make many times over for one full-priced surgery. Who says you can't buy loyalty and goodwill? Law chuckles as he swaps over to his Horizon number on the same phone, requesting an update on a building he's been eyeing in Minato, Tokyo. The All Might Hero Agency, which he'd be buying and turning into a museum. Turning it into his own agency would be a slap in the face of the Japanese people, so that's the worst possible move. Again, buying goodwill. Become the most essential cog and the machine will obey. Beep beep beep. Law sighs, an annoyed look on his face as he raises his phone to his ear. Shambles? His visor is warped onto his head, and the call immediately connects to it. Kyakyu? Horizon asks. It's Ryukyu, the grumpy dragon lady says. I just got done with a raid here in my city. Can I send you a sample of something to identify? The HPSC has a crime lab for that, remember. They take time and we have missing people to find. Ryukyu says. Sigh, fine, you can send someone with it. I'll have Nejire-chan deliver it. Time frame. I already have Nejire-chan heading to Tokyo with the sample. I sent her earlier this morning. Horizon sighs. I guess you decided for me. I'll meet her at Endeavor's agency. Knew I could count on you, Miracle Boy. Ugh. Horizon groans and hangs up at that nickname. Only a few of the top 10 pro heroes has Horizon's number, and honestly, Ryukyu was among the more professional of them. He's already had to completely block Mirko on both the Hero Network and her personal number. Being bombarded by her demanding a rematch got annoying within minutes. Within the Endeavor Hero Agency, there are nearly 30 sidekicks. Acting under Endeavor, they operate under his name as support, either within the agency for investigations or on the field as combat or rescue support. Horizon is currently acting as a sidekick in accordance with the contract he signed when receiving his provisional hero license. It's not illegal to sign a provisional hero to an official agency. It's quite rare for such a case to happen. Before Horizon joined the Hero Agency, Burnin was the most famous sidekick in Japan. But because of her disposition, not wanting the stress of running an entire agency, she's gotten rather comfortable being in Endeavor's shadow. But Burnin wasn't the only person Horizon usurped in popularity. Many rookie pro heroes were forced into his shadow. While MT Lady or Kamui Woods may occupy the full stage on their own, they're quickly ignored when Horizon steps onto the same stage. Other students also felt this effect, even if the most affected trio couldn't care any less. The Big Three, Japan's top 3 hero course students that gain immense popularity during their training time. Currently the most popular of them was Nejire-chan Nejire Hato, a third-year hero course student from UA's Class 3B, already signed with Ryukyu's hero agency. Second would be Tsunader, Tamaki Amajiki, another third-year hero course student from UA's Class 3B, signed by the Fat Gum Hero Agency since his first year. Currently, UA's second most outright powerful student, if not for the limitations that come with heroics. And finally, Lemillion, Mirio Togata, a third-year hero course student from UA's Class 3A, signed with the Nightai Hero Agency in his first year. The protege of Sir Nightai, All Might's former sidekick and the leading hero agency in terms of investigations. Principal Niza and Sir Nightai's first and only choice to receive one for all from All Might. Modern pro heroes truly have their career made or broken based on popularity. With All Might existing, there wasn't enough crime for the 115k heroes to share. And since they mostly get paid by how many incidents are resolved, merchandise and popularity are what made the heroes that couldn't respond fast enough or simply couldn't compete against the top pro heroes money so they could live. Bonuses are handed out based on public perception as well. For example, the pro hero that boosts the public's confidence in pros the most would receive a bonus. New. Of course, All Might has received the largest bonus for the past 35 years, but now that would likely fall to Best Genist until Horizon goes pro. Simply put, being strong isn't enough. If you aren't marketable, you won't get anywhere. Super moves certainly help with this, and the more flashy the better. Being able to actually get to the villains quickly is also important. These are two things Endeavor is better at than any other acting pro. Charisma is another important factor, arguably the only thing that stopped Endeavor from ever taking the rank #1 spot from All Might. Even having the world record for incidents resolved and a superhuman work ethic wasn't enough to match All Might's inspirational charisma. The benefits of excelling in these categories are immeasurable, and are currently what Horizon is enjoying. After the news reported that Horizon signed a 3-year contract with the Endeavor Hero Agency, many donations and contributions poured in, more than usual. And some of it went toward building the office he was currently sitting in. Behind his fancy desk, looking at the news on his computer, there was one couch off to the side and 2 seats on the other side of his desk, as well as a door on either side of the room, not including the door leading out to the open floor where most sidekicks have their desk set up. The switchboard desk where all incoming requests are filtered is also on this floor, while Endeavor's office is a few floors above on the top floor. Behind Horizon was a large glass wall with Saitama Tokyo behind him, the moon hidden away by the clouds. Kamui Woods, Horizon mutters as he checks the charts. Seeing this rookie hero spike in popularity and working overtime to resolve incidents in these past few days. He was also at the League of Villains raid and captured a dozen Grey Nomu. He can't hope to keep up with me, Endeavor, Hawks, or even Best Genist, but at this rate, he could be in the top 10. Being a part of that raid certainly helps. As Horizon is checking up on what other heroes are up to, he receives a call. Connecting it to his visor, he hears Chitosa's voice, unknowingly talking to the publicity agent for the Meta Liberation Army. "How's my favorite young hero doing?" Chitose asks. "Busy, waiting for a meeting." "What's got you calling me?" "Well, with the entire country in chaos and no heroes having the time or willing to make statements, I was curious if you'd be willing to do a short interview. Maybe help ease public sentiment. You're not one to be fearful of saying the wrong thing and having people rioting against you after all. So, how about it? Have you seen that creepy blog that tracks how many hours a day I'm out working?" "Hey, my blog isn't creepy." "Wait, that was you." "It was done to show people how much the pro heroes care about them. It makes all but the top pro heroes look like lazy, uncaring fucks. Certainly doesn't help that a lot of heroes immediately migrated away from Japan after All Might retired. Or they got poached," Chitose says. "But I only report the facts. It's not my fault or intention if it makes most pro heroes look back." "True, but that was her agenda." "Yeah, but then you know I've been working the most hours. If the people see me sitting in some studio on TV, it could cause even more unrest. You'll at least have to wait until after this crisis to get an interview. How about some questions on the record, just over the phone?" You've got a few minutes, go." "All Might, did you know about his thinner form before that night?" She immediately brings out the big questions. But luckily Niza, Yagi, and Horizon had sorted out exactly what he was allowed to discuss with the media about this. "I've been his doctor for a year before joining UA. His health has been in rapid decline for reasons I'm not allowed to discuss before that." All Might literally gave his entire being to protect others and never wanted anyone to know the pain behind his smile. Even as I urged him to retire earlier, he simply couldn't live knowing there were people that needed saving and he had the power to save them, yet didn't do anything. Heroic to his own detriment. "I see, and about you buying your way into UA because you're All Might's doctor." "No, I showed my capabilities as a potential pro hero before Principal Nizo knew I was a doctor, or mystery class." "Right, and is all for one related to you?" "No, he just happens to dress well, as do I. The visor and his mask are a coincidence. Yet both your visor and his are listed as lifestyle support items. The similarities have people concerned." "We aren't related," Horizon growls out. "Right, understood. Now, As their interview continues, Vernon stumbles into his office with some cuts across her face and her hero costume caked with rubble. The fire on her head was entirely gone, leaving her bald, needing her to eat and rest before it comes back. She's about to speak, but is silenced as Horizon taps the side of his visor, indicating he's on the phone. So instead she just walks over to the fridge in his office to get some snacks and a drink, and lays down flat on his couch. Final questions now, Chitose says after a few minutes of talking. Do you think the state of Japan proves what you were saying is correct? That your warning of us depending too much on a single pillar has unfortunately been proven true? Entirely so. I tried to tell people about it, but unfortunately I didn't expect something like Kamino to happen so soon. I thought we would have had more time to spread the pressure of maintaining the status quo across all heroes, but life rarely goes as we want. So you were thinking years ahead of all of us. I always am. Right, and you healed both Buaka and Hadori after the Gigantomachia even. How was that? They're perfectly fine, no hard feelings at all. They understand villains attack us at our lowest. And about people and corporations as well as other nations withdrawing from Japan because of that event. Would you go somewhere that the government can't keep you safe? Well, no. Then why should they? Horizon asks. We can't blame them because we failed, we just have to do better, and we will. And do you have any idea of a timeline for some semblance of peace to be restored? He actually thinks about it for a moment. This first wave will only last another few days at worst, then things should get a lot quieter for a while. After that, it's just the League and Makia to bring down. Chitose giggles, you make it sound so easy. All I need is time, and I'll clean up this country. Right, and finally, are there any pro-heroes you've been impressed by during these hard times? No, they've just been doing their job, nothing particularly commendable about it, even for myself or Endeavor. So harsh. Alright, I think I have enough, I'll send you a message when the interview is published. Alright. Sure thing. Horizon hangs up. Then he looks over to the couch to see Vernon half asleep after finishing her snack. Is your call done? Vernon asks, her usual hyper mood replaced by exhaustion. Yeah, you know you're the only other sidekick with an office, right? You can go sleep there. But you've got all the good snacks. You would too, but you're just cheap. No, you're rich, there's a difference. Besides, it's not like you mind. How are you so sure? If you didn't want me here, I'd be laying in a street somewhere with one shambles. Horizon just sighs, then gets up from his seat and walks over to her. What the hell happened to you? He asks while reaching down and placing a hand on her shoulder. Booster shot? The cuts and bruises across her face begin healing at a visible pace. Penguin villain? Penguin villain? Really? She opens her eyes to give him an annoyed look. He could shoot ice from his beak, okay, and he had a lot of friends. Excuses, Horizon mutters as he gets back to his seat. A moment later he senses someone step into the lobby on the ground floor, takes out a card and throws it forward. Shambles? Nejire-chan appears in his office, in full hero costume. A light green body glove with a turquoise swirl across it. Her blue hair in large curls reaching past her knees with her bangs swirled into two horns. And as Horizon warps his card back into his hand, the girl finally snaps to her senses, realizing what just happened. That's so weird. How does that work? Can you see through walls and stuff? Does that make you tired? Is the mask your face? And a dozen more questions are shot at him before he can raise a hand to silence her. Can you please just give me whatever you're here to deliver? Oh, right, I'm Nejire Hado, by the way. Ryukyu sent me to give you this. It's super important, so I had to secure it. She reaches into her utility belt and takes out a small green vial. Horizon takes the vial from her and holds it closer to his visor, noticing it just looks like green water. Oh, are you gonna drink it? No, where'd she find this? Oh, it was on a smuggler she caught, but he took some desperate measures to avoid being captured alive, you know, she says in a sad tone. Makes sense, Horizon says, holding it carefully in his hands. This kind of thing is gonna be worth a lot of money. The cost of talking would have been a lot more than his life, probably his entire bloodline, assuming he even knew. Oh, you know what it is? Nejire asks. Already scanned it. Horizon tosses it over to her, and the girl nearly has a heart attack as she catches it. You should be more careful. It doesn't work unless it's injected into your bloodstream. If you drink it, then you'll just get a stomachache and need to go to a hospital. What is it? A new strand of trigger, mixed with something a lot more organic, human in fact. A quirk. Yeah, the user is likely mid-20s. You can tell. Hormones and other markers make it easy to tell, but this variation is still unstable. If you took it, then you'd probably be forced to use your quirk until it killed you or drained you. Nejire holds the vial a lot more carefully after hearing that. It was probably headed to a chemist or something. Have Ryukyu check where she found this guy or where he was going to and find some leads. Nejire immediately takes out her phone to update Ryukyu. What would have taken at least a week to solve for a crime lab, and they wouldn't have been able to find as much info, took Horizon all of 3 minutes. Meanwhile, Horizon gets an alert directly into his visor. Alright, thanks, I'll get out of here now. It's a long trip back to the agency, Nejire says. Not yet, Horizon says as he gets up, walking around to her, standing in front of the rather short girl. You're coming with Endeavor and me to deal with something first, just outside of Tokyo. Huh. Normally we'd have her, but he gestures to Vernon, who was asleep on the couch, without her massive fiery hair. She's tired and her quirk is spent. You're subbing in since most of this agency can't match your firepower. Nejire giggles at the horrible and unintentional pun. Alright, so what's the situation? We're hunting the League of Villains, 7 p.m, LOV Recruitment Village number 17. Can you turn it down a bit? I'm trying to make a call here, Mr. Compress asks. Currently he, Dabby, Toga, and Spinner were all sitting in the living room of a penthouse, in a small development just outside of Tokyo. Spinner looks away from his video game on the TV, then just complies and turns down the volume. Around and within this building, there were would-be villains arriving over the past week, waiting to be verified before Kurojiri would warp them to a more secure location. Another large recruitment drive by the League of Villains. And while the new recruits were waiting to be sorted out by their system, the commanders were relaxing. Spinner, the right hand of Shigaraki, was playing his games on the TV, his great sword, a cobbled mess of smaller blades, was resting beside him. Dabby was sitting on the couch scrolling through his phone, waiting for his special assignment from Shigaraki. Toga was on the other side of the couch, painting her nails bright pink to match her scarf mask. Decked out with a dozen knives, her blood extraction equipment was still equipped. And off to the side, Mr. Compress was on the phone. His mask was currently off to reveal the black layer below, only showing his eyes and mouth. Shigaraki, you wanted to speak to me? Mr. Compress asks as the call finally connects. It's about the Island job I sent you on. We've hit a snag. What kind of a snag? I didn't even get to the vault before that mercenary group struck, but the schematics say it should have survived the tower collapsing. It did, but the device all for one caught wind of was missing when the scientists took inventory. Apparently it's some kind of weird helmet. Parts of it were found, but the leader of the mercenaries, Wolfram, he got most of it intact. A helmet of all things. When I read the data, Ujiko made it sound like I was sent after a super weapon. It is, Shigaraki says, a mechanical quirk amplification device, and since we only got info on the broken pieces that were found, Ujiko thinks he might be able to reverse engineer some of it. Mr. Compress falls deep into thought. That kind of device, with the destructive nature of your quirk, or certain others, he looks over to Dabby. That could give us a major advantage in the coming battles. We won't know until you steal the recovered parts and deliver them to the doctor. Why not steal the schematics? Mr. Compress asks. Those died with David's shield, and the man cared oh so much about humanity that he never took notes on these kinds of projects. I see, alright, when Kurojiri is done with assisting twice, Dabby, and Magne, he and I can steal the parts. No Kurojiri, not this time. We don't know if the mouse developed any technology to sense warp gate. The mouse? Mr. Compress asks. Wait, Nizo, realization finally dawns on him. Unfortunately they're sending the parts to UA, and you're sending me in since Horizon has never scanned me to know my face or body below the costume. In this hemisphere, Tartarus and UA are the most secure places to send that, and apparently David Shield only trusts All Might with this unfinished project, Shigaraki says. So they went to him in the Will Alpha and Beta. Breaking into UA, what a spectacular way to upstage anyone trying to take my spotlight, Mr. Compress chuckles. I'll need some time to prepare, and a distraction in Tokyo to keep Mr. Invincible away for a while. Makia's surgeries won't be done for a while longer, but I think some of the more specialized Nomo can cause enough noise. Good, and if we're lucky this will make Nizo so nervous that he'll have to keep him in UA for a few more days in the week. I for one quite miss living within Tokyo. You can live wherever you want, when we break this country into nothing and rule over the perfect one, rebuilt by our own hands. Yes sir. Good, Kurojiri, Dabby, twice, and Magna should be back in a few. Grrrrrrrrr. The entire building shakes, causing Compress to stumble and hold on to the wall. Dabby, who was just about to fall asleep, snaps awake, looking around to see his glass of liquor shaking, catching it just before it falls off the table. Earthquake. Spinner yells out and dives atop Toga, intending to protect her from any falling debris. Ugh, you're squishing me, she cries out. The sound of concrete breaking thunders out as shelves and dishes fall over, sliding as the entire building tilts. But a few seconds later, the shaking stops. Is everyone alright? Spinner asks. Get off of me. Toga shoves him to the side, finally able to breathe without him crushing her. You should go on a diet, too heavy, she whines. Hey, I'm in decent shape. Looking at the floor, Compress sees his phone, dropped and shattered in all of the confusion. Darn it, I'll have to pick up a new one from Jaku. I need to go make sure all the recruits are alright, and that the Noma maturation tanks didn't crack, Spinner says as he gets up, looking around to make sure his friends were alright. But as he's about to leave, Dabby stops him. Hold on a second, he takes a sip of his drink and then puts it on the coffee table. Looking at the liquid inside that was almost tilted 20 degrees, then at his allies, mostly leaning against something because they couldn't stand up straight. What's the big deal? Spinner asks, still worried about their potential allies. Something just doesn't feel right. Dabby raises a hand to keep everyone quiet. No earthquake sirens, and, the mountains are gone. He looks out to the balcony to see the mountains that should be a few miles away gone. Boom! The entire building shakes as a deafening explosion rings out. Not an earthquake. Dabby screams as he rushes out to the balcony, followed by his allies. They all stop at the edge, looking down to see the very foundation of the building they were in. Torn out of the earth and floating a few stories above the road, tilted away from the mountains. Spinner immediately uses his communicator to relay orders. Heroes are attacking, villains and Nomo, kill all heroes. Madness immediately breaks out as villains pour out of the nearby building, now getting the all-clear to act on the madness they'd witnessed. And like clockwork, the roads erupt and heroes begin pouring out of the sewer system. The streets of the small town become a war zone in a matter of seconds. The commanders look out to see a flying Nomu, possessing a raven quirk, fly out of their building and into the mix, only for a swirling energy blast to slam into it. Output 25%, Nejire Flad. Nejire-chan blasts helical-shaped yellow energy from her feet to keep her airborne and massive blasts of the same energy from her palms to crush the Nomu into their building, forcing the commanders to hold on. As she's battling that Nomu, another jumps out of the building, using some kind of a super-strength quirk to launch its bulky frame at her. Flash Fire Fist. A pillar of orange flames incinerates the Nomu in midair before it gets to her, causing it to fall to the battlefield below. Endeavor. Spinner yells out, clearly worried but trying and failing to keep a strong facade in the face of the number one hero. We need backup, Mr. Compress says. Look at how cute the blue girl is. Toga screams out, pointing at Nejire, I wanna drink her, I wanna be her. Endeavor gives her a strange look as he flies up to their height, the top floor of the floating building. Nomu, villains, and heroes are fighting around and below him on the street. Then his eyes fall onto the other commanders, disgust and scorn in them. The look he gave infuriated Dabby for just a moment, until he returned to being apathetic to his father's disapproval. Well, it's about time, Pops. Dabby thinks as both his palms ignite in blue flames. Raising both his hands, Dabby prepares to release a massive blast of blue flames at his father, the heat already making the balcony uncomfortable for his allies, his body releasing black smoke as he burns himself up in the process. But he was used to this pain. Enji Todoroki. Dabby screams out, and in the same instant Endeavor looks at him with disinterest, and before he could fire, his father disregards him and flies away. And this pain, he thought he was used to. But it hurt just like all those years ago. What? Why are you ignoring me? Dabby screams, hands on the railing, turning it red, nearly making molten steel of it. This gives us a chance, Spinner says, seeing Endeavor ignoring them. He touches his ear to activate the communicator. Shigaraki, we need reinforcements, heroes are attacking. A moment later and a purple warp gate begins forming in the air in front of Spinner, intending to spread out and deploy a dozen more medium-end Nomu. Sufficient reinforcements to kill most of these heroes, and with the commanders here, maybe they'd be able to hurt Endeavor. Shambles? The warp gate suddenly collapses in on itself, folding neatly into a slash at the center of it. Shit, Spinner mutters, realizing the same as his fellow commanders. Only one person can close a warp gate like that, and now they suddenly knew who was holding up the building they currently stood in. I guess that means I did detect all your forces stationed here, right? Horizon's mechanical and relaxed voice rings out from behind them, in the penthouse. Slowly turning around, they see him sitting on the couch where Dabby was moments ago, sword already out, leaning back, and relaxing with his feet up on the coffee table. So, this is the Vanguard Action Squad, huh? Honestly, not impressed. So, Horizon casually addresses the villains standing on the balcony. This is the part where you surrender and tell me where Shigaraki is, right? Go to hell. Dabby yells out, rushing in front of his allies with both hands producing blue flames. Flash Fire Fist, Jet Burn. Two streams of searing flames are thrown forward, fusing and merging into one pillar, slamming into the couch that Horizon was on. Urgh. They hear a short, pained, anguish-filled cry. Toga draws her knives, Spinner holds his sword forward, and Dabby drops his hands to his side, small flames in his palm as they wait for the fire to clear. And as it does, a twitching body is left on the floor, coat blackened, face down on the floor, and realization slowly dawned on them. Damn, that looks painful, Horizon mutters, and all their eyes flicker from Mr. Compress who was laying on the floor, to Horizon who was standing behind them where he was moments ago. You jerk. Toga doesn't hesitate to throw two knives directly at his visor. TAKT? They both stop just inches away from his face. Rude. Go away. Spinner charges forward while Dabby recovers from his last attack, slashing down with his greatsword. Shambles? Horizon swaps places with Mr. Compress. Shit. Spinner barely angles his sword away from the body on the floor, smashing the railing of the balcony instead. You should be more careful, Horizon says, and by the time they turn back toward the living room, he's already warped Mr. Compress back under his boot, standing with a foot resting on the man's back. Don't hurt my friends. Toga yells out, giving into her anger for just a moment. She draws two more knives and charges ahead, taking a low predatory posture. Before Spinner can lift his heavy sword and charge beside her, she's already at Horizon, where the now incinerated couch rests on the floor against the wall. TCH, you're more cute than smart. Horizon easily parries both her strikes with his sword. Even in such a close range, his skills were far greater than she could ever hope to match. With his free hand he punches her in the side. Crack! The sound of her ribs breaking echoes out. Tact. Spinner is rushing forward when suddenly his blade feels twice as heavy, pulled to the floor causing his advance to be halted. As Toga winces in pain, Horizon lands a strong left to her jaw, sending some of her teeth clattering against the wall as she's instantly knocked out. But before her body hits to the searing floor, he catches her by the hair, lifting her and holding her above the floor as a shield between him and her allies. Alpha Thailand Body S. A smaller blast of blue flames hit her, and while Dabby doesn't react, Spinner damn near cries as her entire back is now sporting first-degree burns. Yeah, definitely more cute than smart, and honestly, not that cute. Horizon slams her against the wall and casually impales her with his katana, pinning her unconscious body to the wall through her collarbone. With one foot still resting on Mr. Compress, he looks over at Dabby and Spinner. Dabby had no flames active, seeming to be extra conservative with his firepower for a reason Horizon couldn't discern. And Spinner was desperately trying to draw his blade, which was doing its best Mjolnir impersonation at the moment. That sword won't work for you. I won't allow you to wield it, Horizon says jokingly. Spinner's eyes dart between Toga, bleeding out, pinned to the wall by his katana scalpel dash, to Mr. Compress, a nearly charred body resting below his boot, then to Horizon, casually standing there, completely untouched. Let me draw it and I'll show you what happens to people that attack my friends. Spinner demands. Why bother? If you were worth of crossing blades with me I'd consider it, but honestly, you're the biggest disappointment here, and that includes this useless bitch. He gestures at Toga. Toga is our friend? She isn't useless. Spinner yells, even as he's still struggling to even move the greatsword. As what? Team Fleshlight. Spinner grits his teeth, losing all sense of reason as anger overtakes him, hearing his dear friend spoken of in such a degrading and disgusting manner. Abandoning his blade he rushed forward with clenched fists. You take that back. He aims a sloppy and pathetic punch at Horizon's visor, all emotional, no form, no true intent. Shambles? Horizon warps away, and Spinner turns around as he hears stone grinding. Then he sees it. Horizon had swapped with some debris where Spinner's weapon was, and in one swift motion raised it, slashing off Dabby's arms from just below the elbows. Good thing I'm not the real one, Dabby says as he melts into a brown sludge. The clone was completely destroyed in one hit. Huh, that was a double, kinda gross, Horizon mutters, only to look at Spinner who was mortified by what he just saw. You were going to cut off his arms. Huh, oh that, just his hands, that's where he usually makes flames after all. But you're supposed to be a hero. Spinner yells, disbelief racking his mind. Stain said you're the one true hero, what's wrong with you? Hearing that, Horizon takes a second look at the Stain fanboy in front of him, in full Stain cosplay and all. Right, maybe don't take life advice from a child-murdering psycho, or do, because then you'll come across me. And at that point, it's just natural selection with extra steps. Horizon chuckles as he points Spinner's own weapon at him. You're a monster. This isn't how heroes are supposed to fight. You're supposed to use as little force as possible, not this. He glances fearfully at Toga who was still hanging from the wall. I'm effective. Now, where is Tomura Shigaraki? TCH, I don't care what you do to me, I'll never betray my friends. Looking at Spinner, that determination in his eyes, Horizon could only form one conclusion. I believe you, he says, catching Spinner off guard. WHF. Spinner cries out as he feels his shinbone snap. In one instant Horizon had warped behind him, leaving behind the villain's weapon, and kicked him in the shin. He drops to one knee, feeling a large hand palming the back of his head. Crack. Horizon slams his face into the searing hot floor, pressing him down like meat on a grill. His green reptilian skin begins deforming into a sickly brown almost immediately as he screams out in pain. Horizon lifts his head up and slams it down one more time, shattering Spinner's nose and some of his teeth, leaving one of his eyes swollen shut. And a few moments later it's burnt shut from how hot Dabby made the floor. You hero types are always so easy to break, Horizon says. Not directly, but that selfless desire to protect other people instead of yourself. It's always what gets you killed, or in this case, gets me what I want. Holding Spinner by the head he throws him to the side so he's sitting on the floor with his back against the couch. Gecko, allows the user to stick to walls. You're a disappointment on every level, but I'm sure you've been told that your entire life, right? Horizon asks. Spinner's barely away, looking at this monster through his one good eye. You're a monster. And you're a loser. See, I read your file. Before the league you were literally nobody. Barely any public record, dropped out of high school because you were bullied. Definitely too much of a pussy to stand up for yourself since you never even got into a fight. Tried to do courses to make up for it but flunked out of those. Couldn't make friends, and never had a girlfriend. Became a shut-in that felt like it was the entire world's duty to cater to you. But then you apparently saw another loser named Stain on TV, and decided you should go punish all the people who didn't save you from, well, being a pussy. And actually made friends with. What is this? He gestures to Toga, some cannibal bitch. He raises his foot and then steps down harder on Mr. Compress's back. Some failed street magician? And a bunch of other losers, worthless. Don't talk about my friends like that. Or what? Those words, all words, mean nothing if you can't enforce them, and you're weaker than most of my classmates. But my words carry true authority. Watch. What are you doing? I'm about to reform her, Horizon says as he gestures to Toga. From villain, to cripple. What? As Horizon takes one step toward Toga, Mr. Compress musters all his strength to protect his friends, reaching out as Horizon walks away to grab the man's leg, hoping to compress him into a marble. Desperate to do anything to help. Shambles? NNNNNGGGGGHHHHHH. Compress groans in pain as Horizon's sword pierces down into his forearm, splitting the bone, then into the floor. Sorry, the power of friendship doesn't work in this story. He turns around and kicks Mr. Compress in the face, breaking his mask and knocking him out. But as the man is sent across the room the sword splits his forearm in two, right down the middle. So, where were we? Horizon asks as Toga's body is warped between him and Spinner. Get away from HTAKT, dancing sword. Horizon's sword seemingly flies out of the floor and impales Spinner to the couch, through his leg, all on its own. Too bad you didn't get any lizard healing, huh? Horizon jokes as the man screams in pain. Anyway, tell me where Shigaraki is, and I won't cripple it. He steps on Toga's head, pressing her face into the hot floor. What? No, you can't. The man chuckles. I'm Horizon, I can do whatever I want. And the public won't care about this bitch after all the crap you guys caused. I could pull you limb from limb and get away with it, he shrugs. But I'd rather keep the perfect image I currently have. After all, I am the next symbol of peace. Please. Spinner mutters, pitifully. Horizon crouches down, seeing Toga's exposed and burnt back, trailing a finger along the torched skin to the base of her spine. Life in a wheelchair maybe. Wait, no. Horizon runs his finger up her spine, all the way to her neck, or maybe I just shut off everything below the neck, not like her main use will be affected. He sees a flicker of rage in Spinner's eyes at that, but the man just grits his teeth, intending to call the hero on his bluff. Our file says you're Shigaraki's right-hand man. If anyone knows, it's you. That's why you're the only one left in a state to talk. So, one last chance. Horizon places his hand flat on the back of her neck. No. I won't betray my friends. Well, our time is up anyway. Endeavor is cornering the last few Nomu. Horizon shrugs. But while you're in prison, just remember, she spent the rest of her life as a cripple, all because of you. Mess? Horizon raises his hand, and with his comes a perfectly clean spinal section, leaving a gaping hole in her neck. The bone was coated in strange spatial gel, the same which the hole was seemingly filled with. Spinner squeezes his eyes shut, not wanting to see what happens next. Until he feels Horizon's hand holding his chin, pulling his cheeks and forcing his eyes open. I respect your commitment to the role, to the duty of the right-hand man, but I need you to see exactly what you made me do to your friend. Horizon raises the bone in Spinner's view, and slowly, he squeezes. Crack? Please. Spinner struggles to say as Horizon is holding his face. Dear God. Oh no, I'm the only God you need right now, I'm the only one who can save you. Crack? The entire bone is cracked down the middle, a hairline fracture that would have been able to heal if it weren't such a vital and nerve-filled bone. Spinner can't look away from it, even as tears are flowing down his face. Sigh, can't believe you made me do that to your dear friend. Oh well, Horizon shrugs as he steps back, placing the bone back in her neck as if it weren't removed at all. I'll tell people, Spinner mutters, panicked. Right, because people would believe you, over me, the person trying to keep the peace in this country. A lowly pathetic villains, versus their future symbol of peace, good luck with that. Yoarg. Horizon reaches forward and yanks his sword out of Spinner's leg. Well, you're useless now, and Endeavor is coming to check on me. We're done here. Before Spinner can even make sense of what happened, Horizon palmed his head into the wall, cracking the concrete and his skull. Standing atop a 3-story building, Horizon was overseeing the villains being arrested, led into armored trucks for transport to the various prisons. Mostly D-list losers not even worth his time. But the sheer numbers, it begged the question of how many camps just like these were out there. A focal point for all the recruits to be cleared before being assigned a role within the League of Villains. Focus lot, get your shit together. He berates himself, shaking his head, trying to push the pain away. After the battle, he helped with finding the few villains that hid from Endeavor's team. Then he finally got to drop the building he'd been holding afloat. The show of power was astonishing to everyone, and that includes the pictures and video he uploaded from the beginning of this raid. But the cost, he'd need to rest for a few hours for this headache to go away. If anyone that actually needs me to put my back into a fight was here, that could have gone bad for me. Splitting my focus like that, painful, and much more limiting than ever before. Luckily these people are all trash. But this is part of being a hero, putting on a facade of strength and bravery, smile even when you're scared, so the people you're saving won't be afraid when you arrive, or whatever All Might would say in hero class. Looking directly below, he sees Mr. Compress his slightly cooked self being loaded into the back of an extra secure armored truck, laid vertically in a metal bed with all his limbs restrained. Already in the truck are Spinner and Toga, in the same type of contraption. Fwoom! Horizon doesn't even look away from the villains as a wave of mild heat accompanies the sound of flames landing beside him on the roof. Are we done here? Horizon asks. Just about. Vernon is clearing out some rubble for the Safety Commission to send in their people. Endeavor looks around at the battlefield. A few collapsed buildings and some torn-up streets. Hero insurance should cover it, since most of this is owned by villains anyway. The banks can just seize it, Horizon says. MHM, Endeavor grunts, then walks forward to stand beside Horizon, looking out at the villains being loaded up with his hands crossed over his chest, while Horizon was idly scrolling through his phone. After around a minute of deafening silence, Horizon speaks up. Just say what you have to say already. What happened when you went inside the penthouse? I captured the villains. MHM, I know the plan. I deal with the masses and you deal with the commanders. But you're powerful enough that you could have easily subdued them. I did. By causing permanent damage to some of them, all of them. The girl will be a vegetable for the rest of her life. Spinner will have permanent nerve damage in his legs. And Compress had his left arm split in two, right down the middle. Endeavor's flame rise for a moment before settling. Alpha OES. You know how those kinds of fights can get. cornered dogs are dangerous, or something like that. Villains are exactly the same. Endeavor glances at him through the corner of his eye before returning his gaze to the villains. It's called minimum required force, that's what pro-heroes are supposed to use. Be as gentle as possible. What if that's what I did? TCH, your Horizon, you can do much better than that. You could have solved this fight without anyone getting hurt like that. It would have been easy for you. You think so? I know so, Endeavor says as he turns to face Horizon. But even as someone who always thinks logically in the most intense situations, you lack compassion. Or from what I've seen tonight, you relish the chance to partake in violence. That's not what heroes do. Tell that to Mirko. TCH, that's beside the point. Nobody ever expects her to become the #1 hero. But your Horizon, it's expected of you to become the next symbol of peace. Be better. I still got the job done, Horizon says. Maybe people feel so comfortable being villains because heroes aren't hard enough on them. Maybe if All Might didn't pull his punches the crime rate would have hit 0. That's tyranny, and it's not what we fight for. Our duty is primarily protecting people, not handing out our own form of justice. This isn't a world of might makes right anymore. Society has rules. Unless you're mighty enough to ignore that, Horizon says. Because this is a world of might makes right. The government has the most people, the most guns, the most hired muscle. He gestures to himself and Endeavor. That means they're always right. Endeavor just sighs, taking a deep breath and looking back to the villains. You're still young, and already the most powerful person in Japan. In a world of might makes right, you'd always be right. That's how many people become villains, and while I know you're on the path to being a hero, part of that is holding yourself to a higher standard than anyone else. But you and I, we need to be even more strict as the #1 heroes, now and in the future. You need to be an example. Because people will follow our lead, and if we say that heroes should exercise such violence on villains, eventually people will take that too far. Lead by example, because not everyone is Horizon. Not everyone can be trusted with that kind of power over others. If most people had a fraction of your power, they'd use it for personal gain. The fact that you're still trying to do the selfless thing and be a hero shows your true character. But even the average pro-hero would succumb quite easily. That's the person we must set an example for. Understand? Horizon just sighs. Yeah, I get it, but that also means I have the power to set a new standard for them, right? Right. Endeavor wasn't sure if he should be concerned or not with the way Horizon said that. Anyway, I know the likely wasn't a common occurrence. Just seeing the people who killed your friends at the summer camp must have gotten to you. Take the rest of today off to clear your head. Right, thanks, Horizon says. But in truth, everything was intentional. To try to wring as much information as possible out of Spinner, he had to operate like he would have when working with his mother. Terrify them and show how willing you are to hurt the people they love. But even then he didn't get any information he could use to track Shigaraki, or at least Kurojiri. Fush. The sound of Ryukyu's massive wings flapping interrupt them as her large dragon form sets down on the roof. Then before their eyes she reverts into her slender human form, wearing her usual red kipeo, fixing her hair as she walks up to them. Standing nearly a foot 30 cm shorter than them in this form, she looks up at both of them, before walking between them to look down at the last few trucks being loaded up. So, how did my Nejire-chan work with you, boy? Ryukyu asks. Too chatty, Horizon says. Endeavor agrees. And Ryukyu just rolls her eyes. Well, what's important is the raid went well. Sorry I couldn't be here for the action. Would have been cool to see you fighting as a dragon, in person for a change, Horizon admits. I think this fight caused enough collateral damage. This is partly why my agency is at the coast. Gives me more room to spread my wings out there. Why are you here? Endeavor asks her. Did you really fly all the way here just to check up on your sidekick? Oh no, that'd be a waste. The Safety Commission asked me to escort these villains to Tartarus, Ryukyu says. We can't afford to have either of you away from Tokyo and all the way to the other side of Japan at the moment. The crime rate isn't expected to start dropping for at least 2 more days after all. And without a full pro-hero license I actually can't be on that mission, Horizon says. Neither can Nejire, so Endeavor, can she spend tonight at your agency? I assume that skyscraper of yours has an extra room or 2. Both Endeavor and Horizon groan. It's fine, Endeavor says. But who is your support for this escort mission? Hawks, Horizon answers for her. How do you know that? I can sense him, a few miles east of here. How does that work? Ryukyu asks. Like, do you just sense living things? No, I sense everything. Everything. She gives him an uneasy look. If I want to, yes, I can do that. Well, luckily for all the ladies you're a hero. A pervert with that quirk would have been a nightmare. I have better things to do than skirt chasing. You don't have to worry about me becoming another Hadori. Thank the heavens, Ryukyu gives a relieved look. The world doesn't need another one of those. After a few more minutes of chatting, Hawks finally arrives. And the friendly casual conversation immediately becomes tense. Hawks, Horizon growls out, losing his relaxed facade for just a moment. Horizon, how have you been? It's been a while. Hawks greets him in a friendly manner, as if they were an old friend. As Hawks hovers before the others, he gives Horizon a friendly wave. Perfect as always. Mon, if I knew you were such a monster I would have made a better first impression. No hard feelings, right? Hawks offers his hand for Horizon to shake, giving him a friendly smile. TCH, I'll keep things professional, but we aren't friends. Hawks slumps forward. But we could be. Or you could go fuck yourself. Horizon. Ryukyu taps his shoulder. Show some respect. When it's earned, I'm going back to Tokyo. Horizon disappears from the roof, swapped with a piece of brick. So, bad blood? Endeavor asks, and Hawks just shrugs. Looks like the villains are all packed up, ready to get these guys to Tartarus. Hawks asks Ryukyu. Gladly, until next time Endeavor, thanks for looking out for my Nejire-chan. You trained her well. Cing. Hawks says as he begins hovering away, and Endeavor just gives an annoyed grunt. Under the moonlight on a quiet countryside road, a fully armored convoy was currently in chaos. The main prisoner transport truck was currently flipped onto its side, with the last remaining member of the security division sitting behind it, back against the cold steel as he cradles his rifle. Come on damn it, work, the man mutters, desperately tapping his radio, still not getting any signal. Grar. He hears one of his friends take his final breath just a few meters behind him. Clang. He hears someone drop onto the main truck he was hiding behind, and carefully he cranes his neck upward, locking eyes with the cold emotionless killer. Wait please. The man tries to jump to his feet, hoping to maybe get one shot off. But Hawk's feathers are just too fast. Two pierce his heart and exit through his back before the man can even get off the ground. His body crumples over, bleeding out as he takes his final pained breaths. Damn it, this had better be worth it, Hawk grumbles. He truly hates taking innocent lives, but orders were orders. And for the greater good, their sacrifices are necessary. Looking back he sees more bodies scattered about the road, some shot after the fact. Using their own guns to mix things up, rather than have everyone killed with blades. Hovering down from the truck using his feather wings, all the loose feathers return to his back while one long feather hovers into each of his hands, playing the part of a feather sword. He walks to the back of the truck, then glances over to Ryukyu. The woman was currently face down on the street in a pool of her own blood, with a dozen stab wounds in her back. Taken by surprise, his first victim of the night. Barely left alive, much too close to death for his comfort. Reaching into his jacket pocket, Hawks takes out a communicator and hits one button. And moments later a warp gate opens a few meters away. Not bad, Dabby says as he walks out, hands in his pocket, as casual as ever. Looking around at the carnage he gives a nod of approval. I'll save you. Twice screams as he rushes out of the warp gate, followed by a hulking Nomo that then easily rips the doors off the truck. I had the key, Hawks says, as Twice begins to multiply himself to haul his allies back through the warp gate. He gets excited easily, Dabby shrugs, standing between Hawks and the warp gate, keeping the hero in his sights at all times while Twice takes their allies to safety. Oi. They have an intense staring contest for a while, until Twice and the other commanders are gone, leaving Hawks, Dabby, the Nomu, and the unconscious Ryukyu as the only living people here. Dabby takes his hands out of his pockets, ready for action. So, what's your endgame here? A world where people that can fly are free to do so. I'm sick of being a bird in a cage. Of course, you'd talk in bird crap, Dabby says. Well, you helped us get these guys back, that's a start. But obviously, we still don't trust you, so I'll be in touch. Of course, Hawks says, relieved that at least this part went smoothly. NGH, Ryukyu makes just enough noise for them to hear, and Hawks immediately curses his luck. Oh, missed one, Dabby gives a sinister smile as he aims his flames at Ryukyu, only for Hawks to step to the side, blocking his shot. Dropping the crappy villain act already, huh? I'm a freedom fighter, not a villain, Hawks says. And if I'm the only survivor it looks too suspicious, I need her. You want me to pass up on a chance to kill a top 10 pro? Well, I could just make it too, how about it? And kill the only intel source you have that can tell you what the other top 10 pro heroes are planning, right? Dabby clenches his jaw at that, and drops his hands. She could become a problem for us later, kill her. Hawks just sighs and shakes his head at that horrible idea. Horizon already doesn't like me, I bet he'll think this is suspicious. If I'm the only survivor he'll be in my face in no time. And neither of us wants him knocking on our door, right? Dabby just rolls his eyes and blasts fire away from them, down the street and torching all the other vehicles and corpses. There, alibi secure. But I see your point, we aren't ready for that fight just yet. For the record, I still think you're full of shit, and a bad actor, but the boss thinks you're useful. Try to stay useful, Hawks. Dabby turns around and casually walks into the warp gate followed by the Nomu, leaving Hawks and Ryukyu alone on the secluded street. Hawks immediately shuts off the signal jammer, but the backup was dispatched when their signal disappeared. It was mostly so nobody could relay exactly who was attacking them. Twice was here, could have killed him already. But that's not the mission. Twice, Kurojiri, and whoever is producing all these Demnomo for the League. When I get enough info on those three, then we can take them all down, but for now. As he's thinking Hawks arrives at one of the unburned corpses, seeing a grenade on his belt. This is gonna hurt, sometimes I hate this job. He mutters while reaching for the grenade. The final piece, hurting himself enough to make it more believable. Minato, Tokyo. While Hawks was making himself a believable victim, Horizon got caught up in another situation. Because of course with his luck, he'd be flying back to his building in Minato, Tokyo, and soar directly above a convenience store hostage situation. Sitting on his hoverboard he descends to street level, just behind the police barricade where the officers had the store surrounded. What happened? Some idiot tried to rob the store when one of my guys was just on the sidewalk over here, the officer says. He freaked out and hold the owner hostage. We've been here ever since. Horizon takes an annoyed breath. I'm too tired for this nonsense. What's his quirk? Tough skin, like tough as leather. Looking at the store, Horizon sees the windows all spray painted from the inside, but that doesn't matter to him. Scan? He sees the man pacing back and forth, a gun in one hand and a phone in the other, negotiating with the detective in charge. I try not to use this much since it's not very heroic, but you're keeping me from my bed, so you deserve it, he mutters in annoyance, causing the nearby police officer to give him a curious look. Horizon raises his sword and aims it directly at the man's thigh. Injection shot. Arg. The man's pained scream rings out as he feels as if a bullet tore through the flesh and bone of his leg, yet didn't break the skin. All the obstacles between the blade and the target were completely pulverized as well. Injection shot. Another pained scream rings out, but before the man can even fall over. Shambles. Horizon swaps the man with his katana, grabbing him by the face and slamming him into the pavement, leaving the gun in the store. The officers nearby take a cautious step back, realizing the hero was exceptionally annoyed at the moment. It only took minutes to get the paperwork done for this on the scene, and make a public statement. And as Horizon finished talking to the officers and the press, ready to warp to his nearby building, Horizon, one of the officers yells out, "Fire on 28th Street. Phew-yuck. I hate this hero bullshit." Horizon's inner voice screams, but on the outside, he was as calm and eager to help as always. "I'll take care of it. Stay safe everyone," he tells the crowd before warping away. 40 minutes later. Stepping out of the shower, La dries off before warping some shorts on and warping himself into the kitchen. Getting some takeout that he'd ordered before getting back here out of the fridge, he puts it in the microwave while checking his phone. He sees a thank you message from Nejire, for snacks. Then a moment later he opens his message from Vernon, seeing that both ladies were in his office at Endeavor's agency and enjoying his snacks. Great, now they're multiplying. La groans as his food is ready. Taking it out, he warps onto the couch and turns on the TV, hoping to watch some of the Formula 1 races he missed today. But only 2 minutes in, and after nearly 80 hours of being awake and constantly fighting villains or saving people, his eyes were already closing, finally drifting off into a very well-deserved rest. Beep 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 beep. He jolts awake, the familiar emergency alert snapping him out of his restful state. He checks his phone to see an emergency call for the Endeavor Hero Agency, with he and Endeavor listed by name. He immediately calls Endeavor, intending to tell him he can't make it. "What's going on?" he asks. The convoy was attacked, Ryukyu and Hawks are critical, and just like that, all hopes of skipping this task was washed away. Fuck, alright, I'll prepare to work on Ryukyu, send her to my operating suite in your building. What about Hawks? Endeavor asks. What about him? With a relaxed and comfortable moan, Ryukyu rolls over in bed as she stirs awake, feeling well rested and completely refreshed, as if she just spent a week at a spa. But the moment she opens her eyes, her mind is flooded with confusion, training kicking in as she's ready to fight anyone in the room. Sitting up in the bed and looking around, she sees she's in a hospital bed. To her right is a wall of cabinets with a variety of different tools. But this wasn't Central Hospital. One look to her left, at the view of Saitama Tokyo, made that very clear. Where she stops talking, feeling her throat dry. Looking around, she sees a bottle of water on the bedside table. Before doing anything else, she throws off the covers to see her state. Wearing only a hospital gown. No cuffs or restraints. This has to be a friendly place. The police and other pros must have found us before the villains could finish. Deciding she's mostly safe, the woman drinks some of the water, feeling much more relaxed afterward. That's enough sleeping, Ryukyu, she mutters to herself as she sits at the edge of the bed, feet hanging just an inch above the floor. Cold, she mutters as her bare feet touch the tile floor. Dealing with the discomfort, she walks over and turns on the lights, no longer solely depending on the moonlight and bedside lamp for light. She has to block her eyes as the blue and white of the room assault her vision. Well, at least now I know where I am, she realizes immediately. The logo on some of the cabinets made it rather obvious. Her shoulder slumps down as she takes her time to walk over to the mirror, using the full-length mirror to look at herself properly, not seeing any scars or bruises on her face. I must have been out for a few days. She looks at the clock, seeing it's only midnight. Nejire must be so worried. Some mentor I am, making my sidekicks worry about me. You need to do better, Ryukyu. Looking lower, down to her feet, she also sees perfectly clear and unblemished skin. She freezes for a moment, then hastily takes off the hospital gown, standing naked in front of the mirror. Her entire body was flawless, in every sense. All the scars and proofs of her career as a pro hero were gone, leaving her appearing as a woman who has never known such violent work. After staring in amazement, she finally spots the change of clothes laid out for her beside the bed, and a pair of fuzzy slippers that she wishes she saw earlier. Arnobi. Does he seriously need to make everything match? She mutters curiously while moving to get dressed. After getting dressed, in a set of gray sweatpants with the simple blue fluffy slippers and a gray sweater. The pants and sweater each sporting Horizon's blue logo, one on the thigh and the other on the back. Running a hand through her hair to lazily set her bangs across the right side of her face, she looks at both doors connected to this room. One on the opposite end of the room away from the glass wall, and another beside the glass wall toward the outer wall of the building. Nejire is probably in the waiting room, Ryukyu says as she grabs her bottle of water and walks to the door closest to the bed, beside the glass wall. And the moment she opens it, oh, not a waiting room. She enters Horizon's office, closing the door behind her as she looks around in genuine wonder. His office is bigger than mine, at least twice as big, she thinks while walking around. She sees all the books on the shelves, most of which are quirk catalogs, containing every publicly recorded quirk and its uses. So old-fashioned, all of this stuff is already online. Her gaze drifts over to a medical degree on the wall. So is Horizon his actual name? It has to be if they put it on his degree, right? As she's curiously looking around the office, however, her eyes finally land on the most interesting thing, something she's almost smacking herself in the face for missing. So distracted by the fact that he even has an office, to see him slumped forward on his desk completely asleep. Ryukyu froze. For the first time Horizon actually seemed human. Or at least somewhat human. Even with his visor on and in full costume, his sword and hoverboard nowhere in sight. It was so surreal seeing him do something that everyone does, sleep. But somehow he still managed to inspire awe, by the strange blue energy vapor wafting off of his body as he peacefully sleeps. Just small wisps from his arms and hands, enough to give her an unsettling feeling. But her curiosity was even stronger, and before she knew it, the woman was taking careful, silent steps forward. Until she stood in front of his desk, with the two seats opposite him to either side of her. And in the next moment she reaches out, to swat some of the energy away. Arg. Horizon's hand instinctively shoots up and grabs her neck, slowly choking the life out of her as she desperately claws at his fingers. His grip was like a vice, and it took all her willpower not to instinctively transform, to break his hold, and the moment he finally looks up, those inhuman blue eyes on his visor seemed to bore a hole into her very being. They shone brightly as he looked at her, then the next moment became dull as the vapor on his body disappeared and he released her. Gah! She greedily sucks in air, leaning on the desk to support herself as Horizon sits back in his chair. Oh, don't be so dramatic. Horizon's somewhat mechanical voice sounds more disgusted than anything else. What were you even doing? Finally catching her breath, Ryukyu stares at him with concern. Who reacts like that to someone being close to them? What's wrong with you? Nothing, I'm perfect, he says. Can you just sit down already? Ryukyu frowns, still massaging her neck which was sporting a fresh new handprint, but she sits opposite him. Good. Horizon sees her picking up her water bottle off the floor. Now, what were you doing? You were leaking. Excuse me. Blue mist from your arm. I was just making sure you're okay. Maybe coolant. Do robots have that? Horizon pauses for a moment, realizing how serious she was being. I'm not a robot. Sorry. I meant cyborg. I didn't mean to offend you, I promise. Horizon just gives an annoyed groan. Not a cyborg either, but thanks for the info. He truly had no idea his body was doing that while he slept. Yet another thing to divide his focus. Oh, but Nejire said you told her that. This is my face, because it never comes off. Lifestyle support item, Horizon says. But really I'm just a bag of meat, like everyone else. Right, well, sorry. She gives an awkward smile. It's fine, now since you're here, anything you want to know, he asks while logging into his computer and checking up on some cases. What happened? Ryukyu asks. What do you remember? Everything up until I was in one of the trucks, then there was a cold pain in my back, then everything goes black. That makes sense, your vehicle was the first to get hit. Then they killed most of the security and hit Hawks with a grenade before leaving. From the looks of it, Endeavor and Vernon got there fast enough that they couldn't finish you too. But nobody else lived. Hawks. Ryukyu's voice almost cracked with how worried she was, or maybe how disappointed in herself she was. In Central Hospital, still in surgery, will be for a few more hours. Wait, he isn't here. Why would he be here? For you to operate on him. Hawks isn't my problem, he can deal with his own health care. Horizon looks at her, then turned back to his computer. Is the bad blood between you two truly that serious? He stops typing, then speaks in a dangerously calm tone. Yes, now is there anything else you want to know? How long has it been? Well, the attack was only a few hours ago, your surgery was done 2 hours ago. What? You fixed me that quickly. He glances back to her, then returns to his work. What part of miracle did you not understand? And my scars? I assumed you didn't want to keep them, you look better like this anyway. He shrugs. She raises a brow at that. Doctors aren't supposed to comment on their patients like that. Then go find another miracle doctor. She opens her mouth to respond, but decides to just take the compliment. Thank you for healing me. Happy to help. Now can you tell me how you feel? Like I spent 2 weeks on vacation and got a massage. Tired? Not at all, I feel fully refreshed. That's new, Horizon thinks. Usually, for such invasive operations, his patients need at least a day of rest before they can function normally. Refined energy has its uses. Is that another room for your patients? Ryukyu gestures to the other door, opposite where she entered from. That's my bedroom. Office in the middle, bedroom to my left, patient room, and medical equipment to my right. Maybe my agency should get a live-in doctor. After a few more minutes of talking, Horizon's computer and phone start beeping. The familiar sound of the Hero Network alert immediately has Ryukyu on alert. What's going on? I put out some bait on the black market to find where that super concentrated trigger supplier is, just got a hit. The sample I sent you not even a day ago. Seriously? How'd you even get a black market contact? That's near impossible for heroes. Miracles are my specialty. It shouldn't take us long to get there. She looks a bit confused by that. Us. Yes, us. Because after I spent 80 hours doing hero work and was finally about to get some sleep, I had to rush over here to work on you. And now the public also thinks you can't do your job that well, so you need the reputation boost of teaming up with me. Good point, but how are you even awake? Horizon shrugs. You expect me to sleep when I can be helping people? I can't become who I'm aiming to be like that. She's both surprised and inspired by that answer, but also can't help but worry for his own health. And who are you aiming to be? Well, at first it was the next symbol of peace, but I think being a guardian deity has a better ring to it. Ryukyu thinks it over for a second, then nods in agreement, then gives him a soft smile honestly. If anyone else said it, that'd be arrogance, but on you, it just makes sense. Ah, look who's being inappropriate now, flirting with your doctor, he teases. She folds her arms and glares at him. I was not, besides you're 10 years younger than me. I won't make it weird if you don't. Her glare softens, genuinely confused as to if he was serious or not. Anyway, let's get going. It's a private hangar at the edge of Tokyo. His plane leaves soon. Horizon warps from his seat to standing beside her, startling the woman. I thought you needed to always swap with something. It's complicated. He turns to looks down at her, enjoying the way she was sitting down and staring up at him. Now as much as I like the way I look on you, let's make use of the things Nejire brought for you. Shambles. Her Horizon-themed clothes immediately swap for her spare hero costume that Nejire brought her, perfectly equipped. Ryukyu freezes, then her face quickly begins transitioning to bright red. She grabs her chest and squeezes her legs shut tight. Don't do that. Is this why you brought me along? Ryukyu asks, currently in her dragon form soaring through the cold night sky. Above Tokyo Prefecture, they were currently heading toward the countryside, where a few private runways and hangars were located. But as the woman was flying, she had Horizon sitting on her back, sword and hoverboard at his side as he uses the hologram projected by the watchmay gave him, finding more information on their target. What are you talking about? Horizon asks, his voice only reaching her through their advanced communication devices, otherwise, the wind would overpower them. Do you know how many people ask me to give them a ride each week? Don't see how that's my problem, or why they'd care. Everyone wants to ride a dragon. Ryukyu was clearly annoyed just thinking about it. My hoverboard is faster than you for the record. I'm just doing this so I can focus on getting more research. Also, you aren't a dragon. Excuse me, I'm literally a dragon right now. Nope, can't breathe fire. Not a dragon, just a lizard with wings. I am a dragon, you're being ridiculous. When you can breathe fire, then you can call yourself a dragon. Ryukyu grumbles. I'm not taking criticism on how accurate the name of my quirk is, from a guy that names his hand of God. At least mine isn't offensive. Rather arrogant to assume it refers to your god, don't you think? Rather arrogant to call yourself a god, don't you think? Yeah, but unlike you, mine is accurate, plus I'm only 16. I've barely begun tapping into what my quirk can do, but you're 26 and can't even breathe fire, dragon? Sure. Ugh, that's not how dragons work. I literally look and fight like a dragon. Just a gecko with wings, Kyakyu. How are you so annoying? Practice. Ugh. Ryukyu groans. Did you at least find anything on there? Yeah, got an ID for our actual target. The distributor was coming in for a meeting with the head of an underground chemicals lab. Drug lab. Nope, think C4 plus nerve agents. What? How has this guy gone unnoticed until now? Because he pays the right people and has discreet, professional clients, including Arsenal for the past decade. But we're on him now, he's done. If he's so insulated, then how'd you find him? Because I know people who know people too, Horizon says. He'd made a few calls around the underworld and unsurprisingly, a lot of people weren't a fan of this newly weaponized version of Trigger being used on their men without their permission. Alpha Nigerian Naira. He simply chose the wrong test subjects, pissed off the wrong people, and they offered him up to Horizon. Well then, let's hope your connections are as reliable as you are. I got a name for his jet, Horizon says as they see the runway in the distance. It's the one that just took off. Seriously, damn it. Ryukyu looks into the distance to see it already in the air about to pass over a bridge connecting where the runway is, to a small island off the shore of Tokyo. Chase it. I can't fly that fast, and neither can your board. Yeah, but he isn't up to full speed yet, and is still in my range. Yeah, just warp him out of the plane, Ryukyu says as she begins flying after the plane, intent to keep Horizon in whatever range he had. Where's the fun in that? Horizon chuckles as he reaches out, as if gripping the air with his hand. Hand of God, remember. TAKT? And the closer they got, the wider Ryukyu's eyes opened. Seeing videos and pictures of Horizon ripping buildings or objects out of the ground was one thing, but witnessing firsthand him bringing a jet from mid-flight to being frozen in the air, from almost 10 miles away at that. It was awe-inspiring, beautiful, wondrous, beyond humbling, and truly terrifying. As if God reached down and held the jet with his own hand, power beyond comprehension, especially considering all the things she's heard and seen Horizon do. When they got closer, he tilts the jet so the nose was pointing directly down at the ocean, as he brings it close to the bridge for he and Ryukyu to land. You okay back there? I'm just perfect, Horizon growls trying to sound strong, but the searing pain in his skull was too much. He was currently leaning forward, pressing down on Ryukyu with both hands as he focused on the jet. Stopping fast-moving objects was always difficult, the heavier they were the more difficult. And keeping them in one piece, well, that was usually a whole new problem. But with the difficulty of his new additions, also came benefits. Not stronger in the usual sense. The upper limits of his power are completely unchanged. The road to get there has only been made shorter. While he would have entered his prime at above 30 years old, now he can reach it that much sooner, in only a few years. The slowly growing battery that is Horizon has now become an exponentially expanding nuclear reactor, brimming with power much sooner than even he expected. But that still didn't help the growing pains. You don't sound alright, Ryukyu says. Just land on the bridge, let's talk to the target. I guess he's not as perfect as I thought, but as he said, he's still only 16, so for now, even God bleeds. Also, target, how come he isn't saying villain? How strange for a hero. Landing on the bridge, Ryukyu stays in her large dragon form while Horizon hops off. Thankfully the bridge was deserted this late at night, and Horizon just raised his hand and casually rotated the jet so the pilots were now facing the bridge. Both men were holding onto their seatbelts for dear life, completely horrified at the situation they were in. Naturally, they weren't overjoyed to be floating above the ocean like this, staring down into the dark water 200 feet below the bridge. But Horizon wasn't interested in them, not in the least. Giving them a casual wave, he makes a spinning gesture with his hand as the plane begins to rotate so they couldn't see the bridge. After all eyes from the place were averted, he takes out one of his cards and throws it onto the sidewalk of the bridge. Shambles? I surrender, was the first thing the short and thin man screamed, hands raised high as he looks at Ryukyu. Then his eyes fall to Horizon and he looks about ready to cry. Clearly more afraid of the god than the dragon. Something that doesn't go unnoticed by her, as it is quite rare for her not to be the main point of fear during interrogations. The only time that wasn't the case is when she worked with Endeavor. Who were you making the super concentrated trigger for? The man wisely keeps his mouth shut. Fine, the hard way is it. Horizon reaches out to grab the man only for Ryukyu to speak up. Stop. Further interrogations should be left to the police. They'll be here in a few minutes. Oh please, you don't survive the underworld as long as him without being able to take some lukewarm police questioning. Horizon immediately reaches out and grabs the man by the shirt. Tell me about the trigger, or I'll drop you. Drop me, the man asks. Horizon immediately lifts him up with one hand and holds him out above the ocean. Horizon. Ryukyu calls out, about to intervene. That's enough. Just stay back and watch. Horizon's tone actually makes her quiet down immediately. This is how you get results. No, you can't do this. The man screams while nearly trying to wrap his entire body around Horizon's outstretched arm. You're a hero, you aren't allowed to do this. Idiot, you're a villain. Nobody really cares about you. Plus, I'm not just a hero, I'm Horizon. That means I can do whatever I want. Now, talk. I'll lose my business if I talk. The man screams out, still holding on for dear life. True. And I see that you're a man of your word. I can respect that, but so am I. WHA. The man's confusion becomes terror as Horizon drops him over the side. Ryukyu raises her wings, ready to fly down and save him, only for Horizon to turn around before she can do anything. You stay put, he commands, pointing directly at her. And she wisely obeys. He's scared enough, you can warp him back up now. Ryukyu insists. Don't be silly, Horizon says, then a moment later he warps the initial card back into his hand. Then throws it onto the sidewalk. Shambles. The broken villain warps onto the floor. Both legs were broken and one arm was twisted, covered in freezing cold seawater, some of which he was coughing up. Reaching down, to the villain and Ryukyu's horror, Horizon grabs him by a broken leg and holds him over the railing. Another dip. I'll talk, the man immediately cracks. It was some kind of contest. Lots of labs around the world were supposedly in on it. Strongest trigger formula gets the money, but I lost. What else do you know about it? A lab from Europe may have won, but it was all anonymous? I swear that's all I know. Please believe me. I believe you. Horizon tosses the man onto the sidewalk. And with this little experience, it all clicked in Ryukyu's mind. She knew this was what the media would never see, what she'd never tell them for fear of angering Horizon or his followers. But this was the truth. Guardian deity, it sounds so majestic and benevolent. It was the facade he plays for the cameras. But now she knows better, Horizon isn't that kind of god. He's all Old Testament. Fire, blood, rage. Results by any means necessary. And when a man has potentially enough power to fight the world, it's very hard to sleep at night knowing he's out there, knowing that should he ever switch sides, you'd be on the short list of people sent to bring him down. Sent to die against him, 6 p.m., August 31st. Shambles. Horizon suddenly warps into Principal Nisa's office. Instead of his usual hero costume, he wore a pair of white sweatpants with his logo on the right leg, and a matching jacket, leaving the muscle groove of his body glove exposed for all to see as the jacket was open. Walking toward Nisa's chair, he sits down, leaning back to get comfortable before spinning around. Looking out at Musudafu. Scan. Everything for 5 miles 8 km in every direction floods his mind. He shakes his head, feeling some discomfort but quickly casting it aside. Looks like a boring night, and everyone is done training for the evening. He looks to his right, at the wall, but was focusing on all his classmates and the students of 1B in the 1A common room. Okay, time to see if you've been slacking. He spins around to face Nisa's computer. The most intelligent person in the world, a computer that was completely unhackable. on its own insulated network with billions of dollars of cyber security protecting it. Yet with a few taps, Horizon logs in. Who the hell needs a 50-digit password? Horizon mutters as he begins looking for security camera data. The only thing Nizo couldn't plan for was someone else simply knowing his password. And when your quirk allows you to effectively get a 3D map of every object, person, and movement, seeing the keys and the order they are hidden are easy enough. Even knowing where to touch on a phone screen to log in. And with Horizon's perfect memory, there wasn't a passcode in UA that Horizon hasn't accidentally memorized simply because of how often his room is active. There we go, and he's getting used to the upgrades. Horizon leans back in Nizo's chair and observes Ciro's training over the past 2 weeks. After a few minutes, Horizon takes out his phone to open the hero network, seeing another barrage of team-up requests. Genist, no. MT Lady, useless clout chaser. Mirko, another trap to get a rematch. Mr. Knight, why would I ever work with such a D-lister? Bamboo Man, who the fuck? I've never even heard of this guy, ugh. This country has too many of you damn paper heroes. Declining every request, he sets his phone down and focuses on Ciro, watching the improvement made with his guidance. The new efficiency, creativity, and power. In every movement, every action, every super move. Damn, I almost feel proud. But we won't know if you're still a pussy until people start shooting at you. 20 minutes of review Ciro's progress later, and Nizo finally walks in. What are you doing? Nizo asks, closing the door behind him. He sees Horizon leaning back in his chair looking at the screen. Security footage, Ciro's training, just checking in on him. And how did you log into my computer? Nizo asks as he sits opposite Horizon, leaving him in the principal's chair. I guessed your password. That's impossible. I'm just that good. Is your meeting done? Finally, yes. It actually has much to do with why you're here. Someone who needs a miracle doctor will be coming to UA tomorrow, along with a new transfer student. Arnu S. Glad to see you're wasting no time filling those seats. Also, I'm not a free clinic. Is this person useful? It's regarding a case you'll be asked to lead, the kind of case that will jumpstart a career. I've had a lot of those lately, Horizon sighs. But fine, I'll see what I can do, only as long as it's useful. You mean because it's the right thing to do? Sure, tell the press that. Those useless fucks love that hero garbage. It's not garbage, some people mean it. All Might does. Did, and a lot of good that did for him. No thanks. Well, either way, you've done good work these past few weeks. The crime rate is on a steady decline exactly as predicted. If not for you deterring crime in central Tokyo, that much things would have been far worse for way longer. Finished just in time for you to call me to fix another broken thing you found. Well, I did find you after all. Horizon's head snaps over to look at Nizo. I'll let that go, just because you're the only thing keeping my parents alive. Nizo nods awkwardly. Turning back to the screen, Horizon reaches behind his neck and his mask folds away into the plate at the back of his neck, becoming compact to the size of a cell phone. So, are these losers ready for the license exam tomorrow? Law asks, but notices Nizo just staring at him. What? Your eyes, why are they glowing? This was his first time seeing the new blue glow. New tricks, Law shrugs, keeping his room open so the glow persists. Right. Well, yes, I believe they're ready. But I got word that because of a certain someone constantly running his mouth about how soft society is on the requirements for being a pro hero. Law gives a vicious smile at that. Oh, so what? How strict are we talking? We'll find out tomorrow after the exam. The sound from Ciro's training stops and Horizon shuts off the recording. Well, how was he? Better than expected, still a lot of work to do, but it's a start. And why only train him? Nizo raises a hand to his chin, still unable to figure out the thought process behind this. There are others in the class that would give better results from your training, why not them? A few reasons. Law raises his fingers to start counting them. Firstly, most of them are intolerable. Then there's the issue of them not being open enough to give me credit. But mostly, they just don't want it enough. Midoriya and Bakugo want to be pro heroes more than most people that have ever attended UA. Yes, but they aren't selfish enough. Law sees Nizo looking a bit confused. What I mean is, for Ciro, it's just him and his dad against the world. They're dirt poor and him going pro is their Hail Mary attempt at getting a better life. He doesn't have any backup plan, he can't quit. So he will die before he fails, something I can relate to. And why is wanting to be a pro hero to save the civilians any less than that? I'd argue that Midoriya's heroic spirit is among the strongest I've ever seen. Yes, but if that so-called heroic spirit ever breaks, strangers die. He may feel bad for a while, but he'll get over it. We're human, it's what we do. But when you're fighting for people you really love, then you'll never allow yourself to break. You'll break the world before it breaks you. Backs against the wall, I see. Law shakes his head, biggest brain on the planet, but all that logic and math in your head makes it difficult to really understand people. No wonder I always beat you at chess. Getting in your opponent's head isn't enough. You also have to read his heart, and to do that, you have to understand your own. Are you in any position to lecture me about emotions? TCH, Law scoffed. I have a heart, and I know it well. It's not made of stone, I feel things. I know. I see it all the time. Nizo gives a warm smile. You can't help but show it on your face, every time you talk about them. Because regardless of what they did or what they are, you at least think they were good to you, and your love of them is what makes you who you are. Because they're perfect. Maybe, but now imagine if you looked at every person with such care, and that strong desire to protect them. That's impossible, nobody has that much love to give. All Might does. Law thinks about it for a moment, and can't argue against it. For better or for worse, Yagi did care about everyone, willing to do things that Law would only do for his family, but for random strangers. True, Law says, but he's 1 in 10 billion, just like me. Maybe, but you're more similar than you believe. That's impossible. Yet you both punish yourself beyond any reasonable bounds when one of the people you love and want to protect gets hurt. For him, he'd work himself to death, knowing that a million more saved lives could never make up for any one life he failed. And me, how exactly am I punishing myself? The loneliness. I'm not lonely, Law grits out. I've got you to annoy me every day. That's not the same and you know it. Nizu hops onto the desk and walks up beside Law, looking out at the city behind them, and Law spins in the chair to join him. You've always had them with you. Always lived in your family home. But now, walking around these big, empty houses, refusing to even make friends because you feel like you don't deserve them until you fix everything, it's not what they'd want. Don't tell me what they'd want. Law snaps at him, but Nizu doesn't react. They want you to live a full life. And from what I understand they wouldn't care which side you fought for, just that you were happy and living the life you want, with people you care about. If this is some cheap sales pitch for me to start making friends, you're failing. Nizu sighs, no, but I imagine if they knew that their son was here working himself to death, going 4 days at a time with no sleep, all while having no real friends, for 3 whole years, just to save them, that would break their hearts. Law stops to think about it for a while, sensing all his classmates finally gathered in the common area. And how would you be so sure? Because all my students and staff are the closest I'll ever have to family, and it would break my heart to think they led such lonely lives. And now you expect me to make friends with everyone I meet. No, but maybe don't be as bad, do something nice for them. Public image is a main concern of yours after all, and they are the first people the press will call when you're a full pro hero. I guess playing nice may be the right call here. Solve more problems that way, but what do teens even like? Normal ones I mean. Nizu shrugs, pizza. Walking into the 1A dorms, Horizon is immediately hit with a cacophony of noisy chatter. All the remaining students of 1A and 1B are now gathered. He sees some sitting at the tables, others at the couch, and most of the girls are on beanbags in the middle of the room chatting. Looking over toward the kitchen, Shoji and Bakugo were cooking, with some help from Ajui. Horizon. Mina yells out, causing everyone to turn toward him. You here to wish us luck on the exam tomorrow. Don't involve me in the outcome of your exams, Pinky. Win or lose on your own, he says before walking over to the kitchen. Mina gives an exaggerated frown. You know it wouldn't kill you to be nice. It might. Arriving at the kitchen, he sees Bakugo, Ajui, and Shoji staring at a pot of some brown sludge. What is that supposed to be? The sauce for the tofu, Bakugo growls out. Shoji rubs the back of his neck. I may have read the recipe wrong. It'll be okay, we can probably fix it. Ajui gives him a pat on the arm. Can't follow simple steps. Good thing it's not like people will be counting on you to save them or anything. Horizon walks over to the counter and places a card on the table. You don't have to rub it in. He made an honest mistake, Ajui points out. Whatever. Horizon raises a hand and snaps his fingers, swapping the metal card for a stack of 24 pizzas, a tower of boxes ripped out of some of their dreams. And Horizon saves the day yet again. Enjoy, a Nigerian Nairo. It takes a moment for everyone to process what is happening, that he actually did something nice for them. Then they yell a chorus of thanks to Horizon, which he ignores, walking toward Siro while everyone else moved toward the kitchen. And a moment later only he and Siro are in the couch area with the TV, and Siro is giving him a bored stare. What? Horizon asks as he sits on the left side of the couch, opposite Siro's single seat. You put me on a diet then buy everyone pizza, that's diabolical. Horizon just leans back, laughing. Didn't even think about that. How's that been going by the way? Honesty, I don't know if it's good or bad that I don't even want the pizza at this point. My life is all upside down. It's called progress. See, told you I'd make you into a good hero. Disciplined, efficient, and effective, that's all you need. Yeah, then comes the money. Siro smiles. And the women. Yeah. Siro cuts himself off as Yui takes the single seat beside him, eating a slice of pizza. Well, one is just enough, for me at least. Sure, but while I'm here I figured I'd check out your progress. I was in Nizu's office watching footage of your training. Oh, Siro stiffens up. And, how was it? Not bad. We'll do more intricate training when you get your provisional license tomorrow. It'll be easier when you see what having to patrol and deal with real villains is like. As they continue talking everyone breaks back into their groups, meaning Momo, Kendo, Tokoyami, and Juzo join them all at the couches, with Momo sitting beside Horizon and Kendo to her left. So what have you been up to while we were all training? Kendo asks. Every time you show up on the news it's after taking down some villain or gang. You're actually pretty cool. Are you one of my fangirls now? PSH, unlike them I know you're a jerk. Kendo rolls her eyes. But everyone knows that villains and criminals have been acting really wild lately since All Might got retired. You don't have to be scared to say it. Yeah, but it feels wrong. Everyone nods in agreement with her, aside from Horizon. Like the whole world stopped making sense, Juzo says. Heroes die every day, same shit. But yeah, crime and the villains went crazy. The record-high crime rate happened really fast, and since a large portion of the crime in Japan happens in Tokyo, you were in the hornet's nest, Momo says. But don't you think you were pushing yourself too much? You supposedly only left the scenes for 4 hours over an 80-hour period. That can't be healthy. Well, I lived, so it can't be that bad. Besides, there was work to do. I act as the main deterrent in Minato, Tokyo. If I leave the scene, then the more eye-catching villains come out. People with gigantification and such quirks stay in hiding when I'm on duty. Like a mini All Might, Tokoyami says, with the way he suppressed crime nationally, I mean. Basically, but the crime rate has been on a steep decline the past few days. The first wave was handled pretty well. Between just myself and the top 10 pros, a lot of villains got arrested. Enough beatdowns and they keep to themselves. Some of those fights, the aftermath looked like a war zone, Momo says. Especially after the raid on the League of Villains. Too bad they got away, but next time I'll just escort them to prison myself, Horizon says. Even if technically it's illegal for me to be on the mission. It's not illegal for me to just fly within a few miles of the convoy. Wait, why is that illegal? Zero asks. I mean, they trusted you to help arrest them, right? Yeah, but the risk of someone on the convoy being a security risk is much worse considering where we'd be taking them to. Not even all pro heroes are cleared for those missions. You need special permission from Commission President Penta for that. And she'll never let me near one of those facilities. Why not? Because you can't trust someone you can't control, at least not in her position. Especially not when that person can wave his hand and warp almost everyone out of the prisons. Tokoyami shudders at that thought. Luckily you're a hero. Trying to stop you would be impossible. Dark Shadow pops out and says, your quirk is really weird and creepy, says the shadow that lives in his belly. Horizon says, Dark Shadow, enough. Tokoyami retracts him. Sorry about him. After a bit more chatter about the situation in Tokyo, Kendo asks something that some students have been curious about for a while. Hey, what's the deal with you, Nejire-chan, and Ryukyu? This immediately earns a side eye from Momo. What do you mean? Well, you've been working with them for the past few days, on a few big trigger raids and stuff. You guys seemed really close in those pictures, and well, you know how the internet is, they think I'm dating every girl I appear in a picture with, as usual, Horizon groans. Yeah, but you do look good with her. I look good with any pretty girl, Horizon says, but Nejire is far too damn annoying, girl never shuts up. All her stupid questions about my quirk and my suit and the visor and, you get the point. Momo perks up at that, until Zero asks, what about Ryukyu? She seems like your type. She is, too bad she's a pro hero, that seems like such a headache to deal with. Momo frowns at that but quickly schools her expression. And Zero bites his tongue instead of voicing his opinion, which more closely resembles Horizon's stance on that matter as the days pass. The idea of Yui getting hurt doesn't sit well with him at all. But he kept that to himself, especially with his hero course girlfriend beside him. Well, that's good, Momo says. I mean, the fact that crime is declining again. And you did well in contributing to that. Naturally. But that begs the question, why are you back at UA? It seems unlike you to come all the way back here to wish us luck when you could be working. Not that we don't appreciate it. I honestly didn't know the exam was tomorrow until I spoke to Nizo on the phone. Oh, you didn't see the class chat group. I don't check that. Your opinions and personal lives aren't that valuable to me. Kendo shakes her head. Well, you don't have to be an ass about it. Get over it, Fister. That's not my hero name. Might as well be. Horizon sees Zero suppress a laugh. Nizo called me back to work on a different issue. So while you're all in the exams, I'll be dealing with that? You and Principal Nizo are pretty close, huh? Zero says. How did that happen anyway? Horizon shrugs. Well, over a year ago he needed a doctor for All Might. Chance brought us together. Then he realized I was strong and capable, and All Might was running on fumes. So he decided to get a replacement symbol of peace ready before All Might retired. So All for One ruined the timeline he had plotted out. Momo asks. Exactly. So he really did just bet on you. Kendo was in genuine awe at what she just heard. That's insane. Should you really be telling us this? It's not like the principal tries to hide it, Tokoyami says. From day one he made it clear that he has a favorite student. On the second day he even told us directly that he doesn't expect anyone to ever match Horizon, at least one-on-one, within UA. Yeah, hearing that sucked. Plus you were a total jerk from the first day of school, just the worst, Zero says, and his classmates nod in agreement. And that was right after we saw what Shoto could do. Meanwhile, I've just got tape. Nizu isn't the most emotionally wise person, but his logical mind more than compensates, Horizon says. No wonder you two get along so well, Kendo says, but at least when he's a jerk it's accidental. Horizon looks down to his left, directly at Momo. Well, if it ever stops working maybe I'll consider changing it, but for now, I'll enjoy the life it gives me. Shambles. Law warps into Nizu's office, wearing the body glove but no visor. Sitting on the couch he has his visor compacted down in his hand and looks over to Nizu. Good morning, Nizu says. He was sitting behind his desk typing away on the computer. You ready to tell me what's going on now? Rude. I don't understand the full scope of the situation. When they arrive we'll get the full story. Honestly, you people act like sending a text is the most difficult thing in the world. Well, he doesn't have access to my network to ensure a secure line. Right. Do you have other plans for today? Your classmates should be back at around 2 p.m. Hopefully I can get started on this case immediately. If not, I'll probably go back to my house for a change and relax. Do some light training later. You know, since I had that mansion built and never get to use it. If you weren't integral for the security of UA, I would have allowed you to neglect the dorm requirements. Besides, when you're here you spend what? 7 hours each night in your training grounds. Can't do that at your fancy house. Yeah, I guess, but I can have women over, not need to wear the visor every minute, the little things you know. Is it really that much of a problem? You spend all your time working anyway, so it's not like the visor ever comes off. I know, and I'm used to it already, but having the option is nice. Well, that I can understand. But Nizu stops as he sees La perk up, looking up at the ceiling. What's wrong? Helicopter coming toward UA, in the airspace at the back of the school. That's them. How many details can you get? Man in a wheelchair, a girl beside him. Nice tits. Focus, and don't be a pervert. It's not like I looked past her clothes. Geez, Law rolls his eyes. Yagi is with them. Their phones are weird, must be custom. I can't recognize the model. She has a backpack, filled with, some tools, books, granola bars maybe. Are a Nigerian Naira Omicron. Anything about them particularly. He has a cavity and is missing a tooth. I like his watch. Anything about her, look a bit deeper. Law glances at Niza, not sure what he was getting at. What? You want to know what kind of underwear she has on? Absolutely not. I have no interest in such things, especially not regarding my students. Student. Starting today, but I was more curious about the fact that she's quirkless. I can't detect that from range. My scan is like a full 3D map of everything and everyone. I can go deeper, look inside a sealed candy wrapper and things like that if I want. But I can't really do that on a living thing without touching them. Every time I learn something new about that quirk of yours, the more impossible it seems. Even you can't comprehend divinity, that's all there is to it. Warp them into here when you're ready, Niza says. Time to get to work. Law raises the compacted plate behind his neck, activating it for it to expand around his head into his visor. He warps 3 of his cards into his hand, tossing 2 on the couch opposite him and another in the open space of the office. Shambles, Yagi, David Shield, and Melissa Shield are warped into the room, with Yagi and Melissa on the couch opposite him and David in his wheelchair. HNG, Melissa, the stacked blonde 16-year-old girl in jeans and a pink top dash, nearly falls off the couch in surprise. What happened? Yagi was calm as ever, used to Horizon's antics. So that's how your warping works, David, the brown-haired man in the wheelchair with a scar on his left cheek dash, says. Instant and undetectable by the human body, if only I could replicate it. That wasn't very nice, Melissa says, then catches herself. Sorry, I'm Melissa Shield, it's a pleasure to meet you. She gets up and reaches out to shake his hand, not at all intimidated by his stature or presence. She spent quite a bit of time around her uncle after all, All Might. Well, you know who I am, so can we get down to business? Horizon doesn't even reach out to shake her hand, leaving her to awkwardly sit back down. Well, if you insist, David says. I'll skip introductions and get to the threat. What do you know about the I-Island attack? You had the annual Tech Expo, villains attack, they brought down the tower. You and she were presumed dead, clearly one of those was a lie. A necessary falsehood which I suggested, Nizu admits. David has reason to believe they would continue hunting him down. For what? He owes them money. That's what we'd all like to know, Yagi says, looking at his friend. All right, David sighs. The truth is, I detected that Yagi's power was decreasing a lot these past few years. You knew? Yagi asks. Not about all for one. But I figured maybe it was just quirk fatigue. Lots of strength enhancer types experience that as they get older. But the idea of a world without All Might, that was too much to bear. So I tried building a device. I had to call a lot of people I've made a point to avoid. I needed the info they had on quirks. Centuries of data poured into my idea. I had hundreds of anonymous people contribute in exchange for money or consultation on tech they were working on. Until it was complete. A weapon? Yagi asks. No, I'd never make a weapon, David says. This was a mechanical quirk amplification device. Something you could wear that will boost your power, like you were in your prime. In this world, that's a weapon, Horizon says. Father. Melissa looked heartbroken that he'd even make something with such destructive potential. Essentially a perfected form of trigger. I thought I could just give it to All Might and the situation would be solved. All I wanted to do was help. David looked like he was about to cry, seeing the disappointed faces of his daughter and friend. Save the tears for when I'm gone, Horizon cuts them off. You can be a little bitch later. Right now stay focused. Why did villains attacks, and what happened to the device? Right, David holds back the tears. I assume there was a leak somewhere in my operation, and when the project was completed the villains were sent to retrieve it. Well, the League of Villains was there, Horizon says. And it's fairly obvious that between All for One and whoever is still making the Nomo for the League, they're probably one of the investors who gave you the library of quirk data. They could have hacked you, Niza says. No, this particular design was kept strictly in my mind. I knew the risk of even writing it on paper. One less thing to worry about, Horizon says. And the device. They stole it, David says. The villain, Wolfram. He has 2 quirks. A muscle enhancer, and his metal manipulation. He can control any metal he touches. Two quirks, Horizon and Yagi look at each other. Guess all for one sent him for it. Use the device, amplify super regeneration, and health issues relieved at least. Another agent of that monster is loose in the world, Yagi grumbles out. A lot more than him, but this still leaves one question. Horizon looks at David. If they have it, then why would they need you? Because I broke it. I slammed it into the floor when I was cornered. The parts are far too intricate for anyone else to assemble or replicate. The only exception being in this room with us. He looks at Nizu. They need me to fix it, and when they were about to capture me I brought down the tower to kill us both. But you both lived, another failure to the list. Horizon. Nizu tries his best to keep him in line. He fucked up, and now we're dealing with his mess. And my part in all of this is capturing the villain and recovering the device, while he's likely going to try and get one of the shields in his control. In a nutshell, yes, David at least looks apologetic. And you'll be doing what? Playing teaching in the support department until this is resolved. Precisely, David says, and Melissa will enroll in that department as well. While it isn't the same as the technology institute she attended previously, at least at UA's support department she can still work on her own inventions. Horizon just sighs, great. Just great, as if I didn't have enough crap on my plate already. Being a deterrent in Tokyo and for the country's villains. Protecting UA from Kurojiri, trying to get my own career started, and now this shit. I really am so. Save it, he cuts him off. I'll cast a net in case that guy comes to Japan. Hopefully, the entire league doesn't come knocking on our door because of this. If there's anything I can do to help, please let me know, David says. Oh, believe me, when this is over you're gonna endorse me as a pro hero. Because having one of All Might's best friends and partners in my corner is very important, but until then, neither of you leave campus without me, got it? Of course, David nods. Right, Melissa agrees. Thank you for taking care of us. Horizon immediately gets up, clearly annoyed, walks over to David, and rests a hand on his shoulder. All right, time to fix this cripple. David can't even finish his word before they're both warped into Horizon's medical suite at UA. Now only Melissa, Yagi, and Nizu were in the office. Well, that went better than expected, Nizu says. That was him being nice. Melissa asks. But, on TV he was always so inspiring. I mean I know he was a bit mean with the way he speaks about pro-heroes in general, but aren't heroes supposed to have sympathy? They do, Yagi says, but Horizon has had to deal with great loss. The idea of people losing their loved ones because someone unworthy became a pro-hero must infuriate him to no end. He treats everyone extremely critically based on how well they perform their tasks, and how much they annoy him, and interrupt his life, Nizu says. Thankfully all the favors I've asked of him also provide him much benefit, helping his hero career and whatnot, but that doesn't mean he's happy about doing them. Oh, well when you put it like that I can kind of understand, but he doesn't have to be such a jerk about it. Undisclosed location, 2 a.m. Walking onto a private runway was a tall and bulky man, muscles well hidden beneath his black shirt and white trench coat. In his right hand was a black duffel bag, red, matching his wild hair. He wore combat pants with matching boots, and had an uneasy look on his face. Looking up at the moon he checks his surroundings, only seeing desert plains around him for miles and miles, along with the jeep he just spent the last 3 days driving to this spot. And in front of him is a completely pitch-black private jet with no markings on it, not even windows. Approaching the jet he raises a brow. I'm here? And I hope you don't think just because I can control metal that I can fly this thing. The door opens, dropping down to become a set of stairs as the engines start up. The now familiar hum of a modern all-electric jet reaches his ears. Walking into the jet he isn't greeted by anyone, the door simply closes behind him as it begins aligning itself on the runway to take off. Wolfram immediately puts a hand on a metal part of the inner wall, and a single blue spark shows his metal manipulation quirk in full effect. You better start talking before taking me anywhere. This vehicle is unmanned, one of my more luxurious drones, a sickly voice says through the speakers. I am Tech, your new employer. Please, have a seat. Okay, I just spent days in the hot-ass desert driving to this place, so make it worth my time, Wolfram says as he drops his bag on the seat, and immediately begins looking for something to drink. Yes, help yourself to anything you want, it shall be a long flight to Japan. Japan? Wolfram asks as he walks back to the seats with a bottle of champagne. Oh, right. You weren't in range of any information services these past few days. Please, watch this. As Wolfram is pouring himself a glass a hologram appears on the table in front of him. What is this? He asks as Principal Nizu appears to give a press conference. Your destination. TCH, UA? Well, we're gonna have to renegotiate my price if this is the kind of risk you want me to take. Japan may be a bit messy at the moment, but their main guard dog spends half his time in that school. Precisely, only half his time. Some simply studying, and cleverly engineered disasters, will allow you to know exactly where he'll be. Okay, but that doesn't explain why. Wolfram stops talking as the recording starts, and David Shield walks onto the stage. Dasho dot. The recording skips ahead a bit to where Nizu, David, Yagi, and Horizon are standing on stage. And that's where it pauses. 2 days ago David Shield was announced to have taken a teaching position at UA. The official story is that after you attacked I-Island and nearly killed him and his daughter, his desire to directly help the next generation of pro-heroes was reignited. Arnoi. That led to him taking this teaching position to help the next great hero while he can. It's just a big flashy stunt to say he's at UA to help out Horizon and the other students after he almost died. And the truth? Wolfram asks, downing his glass and refilling it. They know we'll come for Melissa's shield, and force her father to repair his device. So they put them in the best thing short of Tartarus with people they trust. So we may assume All Might, Nizu, and at least Horizon know about the device. To think my life would get so complicated because of this thing. Wolfram reaches into his bag and takes out the shattered bits of the quirk amplification device. A broken metal helmet-like contraption. Yes, first All for One hires you to steal it, then he gets arrested, so now I'm stepping in as the new employer. Didn't think there were two shady guys like you that would hire me so quickly, but hey, the money is too good to pass up. I know how to motivate people. You will leave those components in the jet when you land. I'll fly them back to my main base and try to figure it out myself. Can you? Unlikely, at least not in this form. The fact that he was able to fit multiple supercomputers worth of processing power into a helmet is miraculous. The man truly is the greatest engineer this world has ever seen. You sound like a fan. Only a distant admirer. Now, may I know your plan and timeline to bring me Melissa's shield? Wolfram looks at the hologram, all the men standing on stage. I'll have to wait a few weeks for them to get comfortable at UA. When people are used to a routine, they're more likely to make mistakes. That's when I can strike. As for my plan, my old team died at I-Island. I'll have to make new allies here. The League of Villains. No, I want to keep a low profile, and if they could have, they would have already attacked that school. They're more scared of Horizon than anyone else, because he's actually gunning for them. I don't want him actively looking for me alongside them. Projected timeline for this mission. Capture the girl, force her dad to finish the project by using her as leverage, keep Horizon distracted while this is all happening. Within 3 months you'll have it on the doorstep of your mansion. Sky Palace, Tech corrects him. But that will do quite well. When this is completed and your payment is received, I'll have more contracts to be completed over the following 6 months. Wolfram laughs, with how well you pay, just consider me on retainer after this job. Hell, if I can pull one over on Horizon there isn't anything I can't do, so of course my price will be higher, but you can more than afford it. Naturally, my goals are beyond money, spare no expense in the pursuit of your dreams after all. My dream is money, because power can be bought, and I've already got power enough. Wolfram flexes his arm, his skin glows slightly red as his muscle augmentation quirk activates before going back to normal. Power is the path to silence. Well, I'm sure silence must mean a lot to you if that's what this is for. Wolfram downs another glass of champagne and gets up. What kind of food does this thing have anyway? 1A dorms, 7 a.m. Shambles. Horizon warps into the common area, in full hero costume, ready to get the day started. But before that, he immediately turns toward one of the tables where Shoto, Kirishima, and Bakugo were having breakfast before going off to do some quirk training. Hey idiot, they all look up, not sure who he was referring to. But Horizon just takes out his phone and hands it to Shoto. Speak. Who? Your dad, probably wants to know why you are one of the few people here to fail the license exam. I don't want to talk to him. Shoto tries to hand the phone back. He's been bothering me all morning, and unlike you, I actually work with him. Just talk to him before I warp you into his office. Shoto narrows his eyes at Horizon but just gets up and takes the call outside, for some privacy. I swear the Todorokis are the fucking worst. Horizon mutters. You know, the exam really was a lot harder this year, Kirishima says. You don't have to be so hard on them. I mean, it is tougher because of what you were saying on TV. Good, this era needs better heroes, and a silver medal learned. He gestures to Bakugo. Being strong isn't everything. And all the other idiots who failed learned that they aren't strong enough and need to work on that, but they've got the other things down properly. Only having 50 people pass per venue is good for the country. Yeah, but you don't have to be mean about it. Not manly at all, brother. Yeah, I'm not taking advice from a brick, Horizon says. Brick. Kirishima actually thinks about it for a moment. Oh, because of my quirk, that's pretty clever. No, because of your brain. As Kirishima just sits down and tries to enjoy the rest of his breakfast, Shoto walks back in and hands his phone back. Then without a word he just sits down and continues eating. I'm ready. Siro calls out as he walks into the room, a suitcase in one hand and the metal case with his hero costume in the other, dressed casually. Where are you guys going? Mina hops off the couch and rushes over. Can I come? We've been locked in the dorms for weeks. No, they won't even let me go shopping. Because you failed the exam, Pinky, Horizon says. Besides, this is a training trip. We've got a week before school starts up and Siro will be spending it in Tokyo with me. Yeah, Siro says. Now that I've got my license, he convinced Principal Nizo to let me go work with him for a week. Taking my training to the streets, we'll be a pair of crime-fighting heroes for a while. A temporary partnership until you don't need me anymore, Horizon says. That's so manly, helping people for real. Kirishima actually sheds a tear for the moment, causing a few people to give him strange looks. Right. Siro, let's go before he starts wanting to hug people. Horizon rests a hand on Siro's shoulder and they both warp away, to an armored car waiting outside of UA to drive them to Tokyo, to train one of the passing students of the provisional license examination. Because as they said, due to Horizon's influence the exams were much harder. moving from only 1,500 people being accepted to only 50, and because of this, the crowd thinned that much more around Horizon. Kaminari deceased. Sato deceased. Kota deceased. Mina failed her exam. Jiro failed her exam. Bakugo failed his exam. Shoto failed his exam. Shoji failed his exam. Ajiro failed his exam. Step by step, Horizon is forcing Japan's pro heroes to become better and better, but this earned the resentment of an untold number of people, on both sides.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.